As a versatile military physician, she inadvertently finds herself traversing time and space to become the daughter-in-law of the Duke's first household. Little did she expect that on her wedding day, her malevolent half-sister Lin Wanwan would swap husbands with her, stealing away the Duke's heir and leaving her with the ailing younger uncle of the second household. In her recollections, she recalls that both households of the Duke would face a thorough search the following day, leading to their exile to the desolate lands of Chinon. Following their banishment, calamities would ensue, with a harsh, icy disaster lasting an entire year. Thus, her half-sister's machinations would ultimately lead to their downfall and a desperate escape from famine. Fortunately, she possesses a luxurious commercial space, replete with various shops that can be infinitely upgraded, offering everything from spiritual spring water to modern weaponry. On the night of her wedding, she empties her half-sister's dowry and the Duke's estate, ensuring that the second household evades both the search and the impending exile. Upon awakening, Lin Wanwan and her family find their homes stripped bare, only to be imprisoned and sent into exile. As they traverse the harsh, icy landscape, she and her ailing uncle travel in a heated carriage, indulging in electric blankets, down jackets, spicy hot pot, and milk tea, while her half-sister's family trudges along in a prisoner cart, suffering in the bitter cold and gnawing on tree bark. She waves a bone before her half-sister and the heir, teasingly asking, "Sister, brother-in-law, would you care for a bite?" Her frail uncle pulls her back, saying, "Let them covet. We shall save it for our return home to feed the dogs." It is said that Duan Qingyang of the Duke's first household possesses an exceptional and handsome appearance, while Duan Yenzhou of the second household is deemed a useless invalid. Little do they know, Duan Yenzhou is not only a master of feigning illness, but is also proficient in both literature and martial arts, with remarkable physical prowess. And thus, she finds herself unable to sleep through the night. Chapter 1. The Night of the Marriage Exchange. Amidst swirling snow and biting winds, the Duke's residence is ablaze with light and festivity, as two young masters are set to marry the daughters of the esteemed Lin Taifu on the same day, with both couples eagerly awaiting their nuptials. Lying on a sumptuous crimson bed, Lin Shutong feels utterly unwell, her head pounding, struggling to sit up. She realizes she is devoid of clothing, not even a simple undergarment remaining. Quickly, she wraps herself in the bed linens, striving to piece together the fragmented memories in her mind. Just an hour prior, her vehicle had malfunctioned, plunging her into the sea. She has now crossed over to a time over 2,000 years ago in the Great Yuan Kingdom, a dynasty known only through obscure historical texts. The Great Yuan Kingdom is prosperous and powerful, yet its emperor is tyrannical, favoring concubines over legitimate wives and persecuting loyal subjects. Not only did he slaughter the crown prince's family in the past, but he later banished the entire clan of the Duke of Donghua, once celebrated for their military exploits. By a stroke of misfortune, she has become the new bride of the Duke's first household. The original Lin Shutong shares her name. She was the legitimate daughter of Lin Taifu, raised by the old matriarch after enduring years of bullying, as her mother passed away early, and the concubine received all the affection. Before her death, the old matriarch arranged a favorable match for her with Duan Qingyang, the heir of the Duke's first household. The Duke of Donghua has two sons, the eldest, Duan Chong, of the first household, and the second, Duan Feng, of the second household. Duan Qingyang, as the eldest son, naturally inherits the title of heir. Conversely, Duan Yenzhou, the second son, is often sidelined due to his illegitimate status, and the second household frequently suffers from the first household's disdain, with Duan Yenzhou being labeled a frail invalid. Lin Wanwan and Duan Yenzhou had a prior engagement, but she, disdaining his frailty, quickly entangled herself with Duan Qingyang. Together, they conspired to drug Lin Shutong on their wedding night, stripping her of her garments and discarding her into Duan Yenzhou's wedding chamber, intending to consummate their scheme. However, she recalls reading in historical accounts that the entire clan of the Duke of Donghua faced exile, followed by natural disasters that sealed the city in ice and snow, only for Duan Yenzhou to return as an emperor after the calamities subsided. I end this light. The idea of swapping husbands does not seem entirely untenable. Suddenly, a sound interrupts her thoughts. The ailing uncle has arrived. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Lin Shutong turns to see Duan Yenzhou, resplendent in a vibrant red wedding robe, standing at the door, flurries of snow cascading around him. His fiery attire contrasts sharply with his porcelain skin. Though his complexion is pale, he exudes a noble and aloof air, reminiscent of a serene breeze and a bright moon. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Shutong wonders if Lin Wanwan is blind to overlook such a striking figure. Before her stands a face as pale as thin paper, with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a straight nose. His chiseled profile reveals no flaws. Their gazes lock for a heartbeat. Duan Yanzhou swiftly closes the door behind him and strides toward her, his tall frame accentuated by broad shoulders and a narrow waist, making the festive attire appear even more splendid. Sister-in-law, why are you in my chamber? Today is a joyous occasion for you and the eldest brother of the first household. With a deep, magnetic voice, he presents her with an outer robe. Realizing her state of undress, Lin Shadong hastily accepts the robe and drapes it over herself, stating earnestly, Yanzhou, Duan Qingyang has schemed to drug me and swap brides. He is likely with my half-sister now. A flicker of surprise crosses Duan Yanzhou's composed face as he furrows his brow. Duan Qingyang has become increasingly audacious. He dares to engage in such a swap. Without hesitation, he turns to leave, but Lin Shadong grasps his wrist, urging, wait. Duan Yanzhou glances back at her hand encircling his wrist, his deep-set eyes reflecting a hint of emotion. Yanzhou, given our current predicament, even if we inform the old duke, it would be futile. Instead, let us make the best of a bad situation. He marries my half-sister, while you marry me. Duan Yanzhou pauses, lifting his gaze to meet hers, surprise flitting across his previously indifferent countenance, his eyes dark and profound. Sister-in-law, you do not disdain my frail health. I do not, Lin Shadong replies earnestly. Having studied medicine from a young age and having seen the battlefield, she fears no ailment, believing even the gravest of conditions can be healed. Moreover, he may not even be as ill as presumed. She notices the defined knuckles of his hands, faint calluses suggesting he is no stranger to martial training. How could one who leads troops back to the capital and claims the throne be anything less than formidable? The coldness in Duan Yanzhou's gaze gradually dissipates as he studies her intently before turning to leave the wedding chamber, the door closing forcefully behind him. Lin Shadong, filled with confusion, watches his retreating figure, bewildered. Could it be that he finds her lacking? She touches her face, contemplating that she is neither disfigured nor lacking in features. Just then, the door swings open once more. Duan Yanzhou, braving the wind and snow, quickly secures the door behind him, striding forward to place something into her arms. His previously stern demeanor softens, his gaze warm and gentle as jade. On this snowy day, the servants in the courtyard have forgotten to stoke the fire. Take this hot water bottle to warm yourself. He speaks softly, snowflakes adorning his shoulders, his slender fingers reddened from the cold. Shadong, Duan Qingyang is despicable. It is he who is at fault. Fear not. From this day forth, you shall be my wife, and I shall treat you well. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow as Lin Shadong cradled the hot water bottle, infusing not only her body with warmth but also her heart. Her ailing husband seemed to be faring reasonably well. She nodded thoughtfully, and a sudden thought struck her. She hastily inquired, Yanzhou, what is the date today? Duan Yanzhou responded with a hint of confusion. Today is the 3rd day of the 12th month in the 7th year of the Great Yuan. Why do you ask? Lin Shadong mentally calculated the time, recalling the historical texts which indicated that the confiscation of the Donghua family would occur on the 4th day of the 12th month. Tomorrow, at dawn tomorrow, both branches of the Donghua duke's residence would face confiscation, and the entire family would be exiled to Chinan. Situated in the south, Chinan offered a more temperate climate than the frigid northern wastelands. However, this relentless winter was projected to endure for an entire year, marking one of the most severe natural disasters in history, affecting the entirety of the Great Yuan, with the land itself becoming encased in snow and ice. In such extreme cold, the common folk would struggle to survive, let alone those who would face the hardships of exile, lacking clothing and sustenance. A sudden chill ran down Lin Shutong's spine, enveloping her in an unsettling coldness. Chapter 2. The Infinite Upgrading of Maul's Face. Du Nynzhu observed her furrowed brow and silence, fearing she might have a change of heart. Rest assured. If you are unwilling to marry me, I shall not force you. At dawn tomorrow, I will approach my grandfather to vindicate your honor and let him decide for you. After all, I am uncertain how long my health will hold. As he spoke, he clutched his chest and succumbed to a violent fit of coughing. Perhaps due to his bent posture, his collar gaped slightly, revealing his pale neck and slender collarbones, a sight that evoked immediate sympathy. Lnsht hastily replied, I do not wish to refuse, it is merely an illness. Allow me to examine you. She seized his hand, intending to take his pulse. However, he swiftly withdrew his hand and asked, Do you possess medical knowledge? Lnsht nodded, affirming she knew a bit. Du Nynzhu lowered his hand and ceased coughing, standing upright. It is just an old ailment, no need for treatment. You have been busy all day. Are you hungry? I shall instruct the servants to prepare a bowl of hot tangyuan. At that moment, she had little appetite for tangyuan. After a brief contemplation, her expression turned grave. Ynzhu, do you trust me? Without hesitation, Du Nynzhu gently nodded. You are my wife, of course I trust you. LNSHTing rummaged through the memories of the original owner and stated seriously, Ynzhu, the emperor has grown suspicious of Duke Chen. And tomorrow he intends to raid the entire Duke's residence, with plans to exile him to QNN shortly thereafter. Du Nynzhu's sharp eyebrows furrowed slightly, his gaze darkening with a hint of intensity, causing the previously warm atmosphere of the room to turn icy. LNSHTing inhaled sharply, and before he could inquire further, she continued, Do not worry, what I say is the truth. If you wonder how I know, consider it eavesdropping, not mere nonsense. If you doubt my words, feel free to send someone to the Prince of N's residence. They are already stationed at every city gate to prevent your escape. No, you do not speak in vain. Du Nynzhu's expression turned serious. My grandfather and uncle have always been ostentatious, provoking the emperor's displeasure long ago. A raid was inevitable. Today's wedding at the Duke's residence had but a scant number of guests, which led me to suspect something was amiss. I just did not anticipate the raid would occur so soon. He spoke with earnestness. SHTing, thank you for informing me. It seems I cannot share the bridal chamber with you tonight, but rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer alongside me. LNSHTing nodded in agreement. Without further delay, Du Nynzhu turned and quickly exited. Wait for me a moment, I shall return shortly. As he pushed the door open, he hurriedly closed it again, fearing the snowstorm might invade the room. LNSHTing gazed out the window, where the cold wind howled and the snow fell heavier than before. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Within half a month, the entire land would be blanketed in ice and snow, temperatures plummeting, mountains frozen, and crops failing. LNSHTing furrowed her brow, wishing she could stockpile more food and warm supplies during this time. As she pondered, the grand red bed before her suddenly vanished, and upon looking up, she found that the once antiquated room had transformed into a modern, expansive shopping mall. The glass elevator, the enormous crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and a plethora of shops greeted her. She rubbed her eyes, almost believing it to be an illusion. What is happening? The mall was awash with blinding lights. The ground floor featuring various jewelry, cosmetics, cake, milk tea, snack shops, as well as sections for electronics. The merchandise was plentiful. Yet there were neither staff nor customers in sight. She turned around, surveying the brightly lit, vast mall, realizing she was utterly alone. LNSHTing swiftly ran towards the mall's entrance, only to find no doors and certainly no windows. Could this truly be the space described in novels? She was both astonished and elated, immediately making her way to the escalator leading to the second floor, where an array of clothing awaited her, spring and summer attire alongside winter coats. Continuing to the third floor, she discovered a home goods section filled with kitchenware, furniture, appliances, and various bedding materials. Ascending to the fourth floor revealed a supermarket brimming with rice, oil, snacks, drinks, fruits, and vegetables, a veritable cornucopia. The fifth floor housed various dining establishments and a cinema, though it lacked any servers. LNSHTing pressed onward, discovering that the observation elevator could ascend further. She boarded the elevator, stopping before a large door. Upon pushing it open, she was greeted by an expansive, seemingly endless space. At that moment, glowing letters appeared on the door. 6th floor, storage space. The host may place items into the space using mere thought. Do I not need to carry them myself? LNSHTing had never encountered such functionality before. She quickly composed herself and decided to test it. Closing her eyes, she envisioned a plate of peanuts and jujubes from the new house's table. In an instant, she opened her eyes to find the plate had materialized in the space. This is wonderful, she exclaimed in delight. A mechanical voice echoed, the host may freely enter and exit the space at will, teleporting within it. However, time is limited to half an hour. Please be mindful of the time. A timer then materialized in midair, indicating she had a little over 10 minutes remaining. She turned around and took the observation elevator to the 7th floor, where yet another door awaited her. LNSHTing reached out to push it open, And as her hand made contact, a row of text and a progress bar appeared. 7th floor space upgrading. 3 hours remaining until completion. LNSHTing quickly withdrew her hand. This small space not only allowed her to stockpile goods and teleport, but also upgraded over time. This implied that the mall could possess numerous floors, perhaps even an infinite number. She slowly approached the elevator entrance, gazing upward as the ceiling, once adorned with crystal chandeliers, rapidly extended infinitely above her, transforming the entire mall into a skyscraper with no visible end. Chapter 3. Conspiring to flee. LNSHTing nearly lost her focus, hastily shaking off her astonishment and closing her eyes to exit the space. Just as she returned to the new room in the Duke's residence, DUNYNZHU entered. SHTing, he said, shaking off the snow from his shoulders. From within, he retrieved a white rabbit fur cloak to drape over her. I just spoke with my parents about this matter. They urged us to head to the front room promptly. LNSHTing nodded, adjusting the cloak as they made their way together. Outside, snowflakes fell like goose feathers, and the biting wind howled, slicing against their faces like knives. As they traversed the long corridor and passed through the courtyard, she noticed the snow had reached her ankles. By morning, it would likely reach her calves. DUNYNZHU held her hand firmly, leading her swiftly to the front room, where the second branch had already gathered. Although the first and second branches of the DUN family had never formally separated, years of discord had led the first branch to erect a wall, effectively dividing the residence for the second branch. The second branch's master, DUN Fing, was born of a concubine to the late Duke and had never garnered favor. Nevertheless, he was intelligent and diligent, achieving the highest honors in the imperial examinations. He later married the only daughter of Minister Jing, gaining a foothold in the Duke's residence through her marriage. In recent years, the first branch's master, DUNCHing, had 3 daughters and 1 son. The eldest, DUNQing, was followed by 3 younger sisters. The second master, married to Jing, had a loving relationship but bore only 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, DUNCHing, had shown his father's qualities, achieving the second place in the imperial examinations at 18 and later serving in the court. However, 6 months ago, he had gone missing during an envoy mission to the Northern Territories. The second son, DUNYNZHU, had been unable to leave the residence due to health issues, while the youngest sister, DUNQNZHU, preferred martial pursuits and often dressed as a man, earning her the moniker Third Young Master. The 2 branches had originally coexisted peacefully, but following the death of Minister Jing, the first branch had begun to ostracize them once more. The recent marriage exchange was also tacitly approved by DUNQing's mother, Lady ZHU, due to the rumors of the Lin family's legitimate daughter bringing misfortune to her husband in her early years. Madame Zhou firmly believed in this notion and sought to transfer this ill fate to the second branch, aiming to directly eliminate the ailing scion, thereby ensuring the extinction of the second branch. Otherwise, with Lin Wanwan and Duan Qingyang, such a comprehensive plan would have been unattainable. Upon encountering Lin Shutong, Jiang Shi gazed at her with compassion and approached, saying, Yanzhou has informed us of your situation. It is the first branch that is at fault. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous, for we do not hold your half-sister in high regard either. Were it not for the old duke's insistence on Yanzhou's marriage, we would not have consented. Now that you have entered our family, you are our daughter-in-law, and no one else shall dare to bully you. The others, aside from those in the first branch, included the Lin family. The Lin family's notorious treatment of concubines over the legitimate wife and their harshness towards the legitimate eldest daughter was well known among the ladies of various households. Lin Shutong did not expect the second branch of the Chonghua mansion to be so harmonious. She smiled and replied, Thank you, mother. The word mother was uttered with a softness and sweetness that delighted Jiang Shi, who held her hand, unable to take her eyes off her. At this moment, her third sister, Duan Qinzhou, interjected, Mother, there are more pressing matters to discuss with our sister-in-law. Jiang Shi was snapped back to reality, her brow furrowing deeply as she said, Your father has already sent someone to inquire about news from the prince and's residence. It is indeed true that there are heavy troops guarding the city. Our Duan family may truly face confiscation. At that juncture, a woman with a pregnant belly approached slowly. Her gentle demeanor and calm tone contrasted with the urgency of the situation. Sister-in-law, father and mother wish to ask you, if exile is indeed inescapable, the journey will be arduous. This was Chen Wanru, the widow of Duan Yanzhou's elder brother, Duan Cheng'an. Lin Shuting understood their intentions and smiled, saying, "Sister-in-law, since I am already Yanzhou's wife, I shall naturally share both fortune and misfortune with you." The candlelight flickered brightly in the room as Jiang Shi, Chen Wanru, and Duan Qinzhou exchanged glances filled with joy. Lin Shuting surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the elder master was absent. Duan Yanzhou discerned her expression and leaned close to her ear to explain, "My father has gone to the palace. Currently, both inside and outside the city are filled with officials and soldiers. The Donghua mansion is trapped. Even if we escape, hiding with a pregnant sister-in-law in this icy, snowy weather would be counterproductive. Thus, my father and I devised a plan for him to enter the palace tonight with a decree bestowed by the late emperor, requesting to resign and take up an official position in Chinon." Lin Shuting grasped the implications. They intended to preemptively resign before the exile. While both paths led to Chinon, the exile would involve being shackled in a prison cart, escorted by bailiffs, only to serve as lowly slaves upon arrival. In contrast, taking up an official position in Chinon would allow them to travel freely by carriage, unimpeded, and enjoy a residence and official title. Though the official position in the remote Chinon could not compare to that of the court, it was infinitely superior to the fate of exile. However, would the emperor consent to such a favorable arrangement? Lin Shuting inquired, "Will his majesty agree?" Duan Yanzhou replied, "The emperor aims to seize the wealth of the Donghua mansion, targeting our grandfather and the first branch. Our modest second branch is merely a backdrop. By voluntarily requesting to go to Chinon, we will save the emperor considerable trouble. Furthermore, considering the decree's favor, he is likely to acquiesce." As he spoke, a gentle warmth softened his stern countenance. "Fortunately, you are here tonight. Had we delayed even an hour longer, entering the palace would have become exceedingly difficult." Lin Shuting exhaled in relief. Going to Chinon was indeed preferable. Historical records noted that after a severe frost, the south would often see clearer skies before the north. Perhaps they could carve out a new existence there. In no time, the elder master returned home from the palace, his hair dusted with snow. He hurriedly entered the house and called for everyone to begin packing. "Madam Wanru, please tally the servants and disperse them before dawn. Qinzhou, quickly prepare 2 good carriages, ensuring they are drawn by fine horses. No. You and Shutung must return to your respective rooms and gather your valuables. Bring as much gold, silver, and wealth as you can carry, along with sufficient clothing and provisions." "Yes, father," everyone responded in unison, the panic in their brows fleeting as they began to act. Lin Shutung observed the family and felt somewhat astonished. They did not resemble a meek second branch, but rather seemed like a hidden powerhouse. As night deepened, the first branch next door was still engrossed in the festive celebration of a wedding, while the second branch was quietly lit by lamps, shrouded in silence. Lin Shutung changed out of her wedding garments with Duan Yanzhou and donned a thick coat, proceeding to the backyard to assess the second branch's assets. Over the years, the elder master had maintained a life of simplicity, so their wealth was meager, estimated at merely 10,000 taels of silver, supplemented by Jiang Shi's dowry of 3,000 taels of gold. Additionally, there were fine silks, satin, jewelry, antique calligraphy, and paintings. Duan Yanzhou surveyed these items, rubbing his forehead. There was little that could be taken. Without removal, these possessions would inevitably fall into the emperor's hands. Lin Shuting contemplated. These items could be stored in her space, yet future access would necessitate her entrance into that realm. The Duan family was no fool. It would be impossible for her to find excuses to deceive them every time. It would be wiser to enlist Duan Yanzhou as her accomplice, not only to guide her but also to help cover for her in the future. Having made her decision, she tugged at Duan Yanzhou's sleeve and said, "Yanzhou, I have a splendid idea that will allow us to take everything with us." Duan Yanzhou turned to her, intrigued. "What idea?" Lin Shuting casually produced a small pouch from her bosom. "Yanzhou, do you believe in the supernatural?" Duan Yanzhou lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Lin Shuting continued, "This is no ordinary pouch. It is a Qian Kuan pouch that can store all these items. It was an unexpected inheritance from my grandmother, and few believe it when I speak of it." Duan Yanzhou looked down at her with profound intensity, solemnly stating, "I have said before, you are my wife. I will believe whatever you say." Lin Shuting was taken aback by the sincerity in his gaze. Had it been an ordinary man, he might have dismissed her as rambling nonsense, yet he believed in her unconditionally. Approaching the gold and silver, Lin Shuting swept her gaze over the items. closed her eyes in concentration, and in an instant, all of them vanished into the storage space on the 6th floor. Duan Yanzhou stood momentarily stunned, watching as their wealth disappeared before him. When Lin Shuding turned around, he quickly regained his composure and gently asked, "Shuding, how much more can this Qian Kuan pouch hold?" Lin Shuding understood his inquiry and replied with a smile, "As much as we desire." Since they were moving, why not take everything from the mansion, leaving not a single item for the emperor? Duan Yanzhou gazed ahead, his expression serious, a chilling aura emanating from him. Lin Shuding recognized him as a kindred spirit and smiled knowingly. Very well. As the snowstorm intensified and large flakes fell gently, Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou seized the opportunity while the household was preoccupied, collecting all the clothing, bedding, antiques, vases, tables, chairs, and beds from the second branch. Not even the kitchen's firewood, rice, salt, pots, pans, and charcoal were left behind. Duan Yanzhou held her hand as they traversed through room after room. Soon, Lin Shutang found herself breathless from exhaustion. This would not do. To collect more items, they could not rely solely on their legs. She immediately recalled that her space allowed for teleportation. Supporting her, Duan Yanzhou crouched down and patted his shoulder, saying, "If you are tired, I will carry you." His broad shoulders exuded a sense of security, and it seemed as if his illness had suddenly vanished overnight. He walked without a hint of breathlessness. After careful consideration, Lin Shutong grasped his hand and pulled him forward. Together, they arrived in the storage space on the 6th floor. Duan Yanzhou gazed at the items being collected and was taken aback, but only for a moment before he asked with a serious tone, "Is this truly what is contained within the Qiankuan pouch?" His reaction took Lin Shutang by surprise. Collaborating with an intelligent individual was indeed a delight. He was far more astute than she had anticipated. Lin Shutang nodded in agreement as she picked up on his words, affirming that this was indeed the Qiankuan bag, which could not only assist us in gathering items, but also transport us to any location within a 10-kilometer radius. Duan Yanzhou listened intently, his deep-set eyes shimmering with awe, curiosity, and joy. Finally, he glanced towards the adjacent mansion and suggested, "If that is the case, why not empty that place as well?" With a smile gracing her features, Lin Shutong eagerly concurred, "Let us proceed at once." She grasped Duan Yanzhou's hand, focused her mind, and they emerged from the space directly into the neighboring mansion. In stark contrast to the simplicity of the second residence, the main house was a splendid display of opulence, adorned with exquisite vases and precious stones in both the front and back courtyards. The entrance was paved with white jade, and even the plaque was embellished with gold and stone. Lin Shutang paid no heed to such extravagance, swiftly collecting all the jade and stone flooring into the space. They soon arrived outside Duan Qingyang's new chamber, where the sounds of flirtation still lingered within. "Qingyang, there has been no activity from the second house. I suspect my elder sister and that sickly fellow have already consummated their union," came Duan Qingyang's disdainful voice. "As for that sickly one, who knows if he is even capable? But with those two dimwits, they cannot stir any significant upheaval. We shall simply wait for that sickly one to meet his demise. The second house should have been extinguished long ago." Upon hearing this, Lin Shutang turned to look at Duan Yanzhou. His expression remained composed, devoid of any visible emotion. Yet his voice had grown slightly colder. "Let us continue with our task." Lin Shutang, unable to swallow her indignation, resolved to remove everything from within once they extinguished the lights, leaving behind not a single item of clothing. Let them ponder what they would wear come morning when their house was raided. The Duke's residence was patrolled by servants at night. They seized the opportunity to enter the space before the patrols arrived, then instantaneously transported to another location. In no time, they had cleared the entire mansion. Not a single garment was left behind, nor even a chamber pot. These scoundrels were worth less than a single coin. Their final destination was the storeroom, where the main house had accumulated considerable wealth through various means over the years. Upon lifting her gaze, Lin Shutong beheld a mountain of silver and gold. Estimating roughly 200,000 taels of silver and 50,000 taels of gold, she finally comprehended why the emperor sought to confiscate their assets. Such wealth would significantly bolster the royal treasury. Lin Shutang had no time to be astounded. Focusing intently, she collected everything into her space. Just then, the guards outside the storeroom seemed to have heard the commotion. "Who goes there?" Lin Shutang turned to see Duan Yanzhou, having seemingly conjured a dart from thin air. Deftly flick it aside. The glinting dart shot through the air like a meteor, striking the guard squarely in the forehead. The guard had no time to cry out before collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Shuteng pulled Duan Yanzhou back into the space. She took a moment to recover, glancing at Duan Yanzhou, noting that her sickly husband possessed quite remarkable skills. At that moment, a mechanical sound echoed from the 7th floor. 7th layer space upgrade complete. Chapter 5. The powerful space upgrade is complete. Lin Shuteng and Duan Yanzhou stepped into the elevator, ascending to the 7th floor. As the door opened slowly, a rush of cold air greeted them. This floor, like the 6th, was an expansive, limitless space. Suddenly, a row of luminescent characters appeared ahead. This is a refrigeration space, capable of storing various foods with a permanent shelf life. The notion of a permanent shelf life meant that even a roasted chicken could remain unspoiled indefinitely. Lin Shuteng was taken aback. This space was indeed considerate. In the biting cold, the most pressing need was sustenance. With this refrigeration space, they could stockpile an abundance of both raw and cooked food, ensuring they could feast even if they lacked the means to start a fire. Duan Yanzhou stood behind her, observing the unfamiliar characters, and surprisingly managed to decipher much of it. Before she could speak, he remarked, "We have yet to visit the main house's kitchen and granary." Lin Shutong's eyes brightened. "Excellent. Let us go there now." Meanwhile, a ticking sound emanated from above. 8th layer space upgrade will be completed in 3 days. Lin Shutong looked up at the upper floor, her heart swelling with excitement. In 3 days, they would be able to unveil another surprise. When they emerged from the space, they headed directly to the main house's kitchen, which was lavish compared to the second residence. That morning's bird's nest had been simmering in a pot overnight. Lin Shuteng seized the entire pot, which contained not only bird's nest, but also ginseng and deer antler, Mrs. Zhang's favorites, along with an assortment of vegetables, numerous plucked chickens and ducks, and livestock raised in the backyard. There were also dozens of baskets of chicken eggs and 2 large baskets of pigeon eggs. This family was not only avaricious, but also had an insatiable appetite. With focused intent, she stored everything in the space, placing live animals in storage and the dead in refrigeration. In no time, the entire backyard and kitchen were cleared, along with charcoal and firewood, essentials in the frigid weather. "Are we done?" Duan Yanzhou inquired, keeping watch at the door, his already pale face rendered even more pallid by the cold wind. "Yes, we are finished. Let us return," Lin Shuteng replied, pulling him back into the space. The two emerged again at the granary of the Donghua mansion. The Donghua mansion boasted 1,000 acres of prime farmland, yielding a substantial harvest each year. Upon entering the granary, Lin Shuteng was greeted by the rich aroma of rice. In the darkness, devoid of candlelight, it felt as if invisible mountains surrounded them. Duan Yanzhou remarked, "Our second house originally had 500 acres of land, but it was seized by our uncle and his cohorts. This place contains not only rice, but also wheat, soybeans, and millet. I cannot ascertain the exact quantity." Lin Shuteng focused intently. "Regardless of the amount, we shall collect it all. This is merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to you." Before long, mountains of grain were transported into the space. When they finally returned to the second residence, it was already the early hours of the morning, the night having passed halfway. Lin Shutong gazed at the now empty duke's residence next door and cheerfully asked Duan Yanzhou, "What do you think will happen if the emperor comes to confiscate assets tomorrow and finds nothing to seize?" Duan Yanzhou looked towards the main house, his expression serious. "Naturally. There will be severe torture followed by 30 lashes for each person." Lin Shuteng perceived a sense of satisfaction in his eyes. From the original owner's memories, she was aware of the long-standing enmity between the second and main houses. Years prior, when the main house bore a second daughter, the second house welcomed a son. Duan Yanzhou, the elderly matriarch, had spoken ill of Mrs. Zhang, the main house's matron. Unbeknownst to her, Mrs. Zhang harbored a grudge. And when Jiang gave birth to her 4th child, she administered an abortion-inducing potion. A 6-month-old child was lost, leaving Jiang with lasting ailments, and the doctor ominously proclaimed that she would live no more than 10 years. Miraculously, she had endured for 13 years. In light of these events, Duan Yanzhou's actions hardly seemed excessive. The main house's impending downfall was of their own making. They had plundered the people's wealth for years and deserved their fate. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and after their prolonged efforts, Lin Shuteng finally felt the chill blowing on her icy fingers. Noticing this, Duan Yanzhou took her hand in his, saying, "I will fetch you a hot water bottle." Lin Shatong called out to stop him. "There is no need. I have plenty of good things in this Jianquan bag." Upon speaking, she concentrated and produced a stack of warming pads from the space. Duan Yanzhou gazed at the array of items with intrigue, his deep eyes scrutinizing them for a moment before he asked, "What is this?" Lin Shatong held one up, tore it open, and handed it to him. "Place this against your body, and it will warm up shortly." Duan Yanzhou held the item in his hand, filled with both belief and skepticism. He pressed it against his chest, and before long, it truly began to radiate warmth. A faint smile gradually appeared on his cold visage. However, he soon peeled it away and handed it to her, saying, "You use it first. I am not cold." Lin Shatong observed that his ears had turned a rosy hue from the chill and promptly produced a stack of heat pads. "I have plenty more. Feel free to use them." Such trifles could be found in abundance at the premium stores of the marketplace. She quickly applied several to her own body, and warmth enveloped her almost instantly. Casting a glance at the inky darkness outside the window, Lin Shatong turned to Duan Yanzhou and inquired, "It is still early. Where shall we head next? The palace? Or the national treasury?" Duan Yanzhou replied, "There is no need to visit the treasury. It is empty anyway. Let us first go to the Lin residence and then to the palace. If you do not go, your aunt will benefit." His words struck with precision. Mention of the Lin residence suddenly reminded Lin Shatong of the dowry that the original owner brought upon her marriage, over 30 large chests. Lin Wanwan had brought no dowry at all, and she had been scheming to swap brides, appropriating the former's dowry for herself, which still remained in a side chamber of the main house. She nearly forgot about this, and with a smile, she said, "Before we head to the Lin residence, I must retrieve my dowry." Chapter 6. Clearing out the malicious maternal family. Lin Shutong's dowry had been meticulously prepared by the late Madame Lin, totaling 35 chests, which included not only 50,000 taels of silver but also enough clothing and shoes to last her decades, along with gold and silver jewelry. Interestingly enough, her heritage bore some resemblance to that of the original owner. The original owner's birth mother had been driven to her death by a concubine in her youth. Her father, indulging his concubine while neglecting his wife, allowed that gentle lady to perish in the harsh winter, reportedly buried hastily without a proper funeral. The concubine, of lowly status, had no means to elevate her position and thus flaunted her power within the household, repeatedly scheming against the legitimate daughter. While other young ladies had 7 or 8 servants attending to them, she had 7 or 8 thieves serving her, all bought off by that treacherous concubine. While others donned winter coats lined with cotton, she was clad in instruments of torture embedded with silver needles. Thankfully, it was Madame Lin's compassion that spared her from such a fate by keeping her close. Similarly, in the modern world, Lin Shatong's parents had risen from nothing. Her father became a well-known tycoon. However, it wasn't too long before various women began to appear in his life. Her mother was ultimately driven to her death in that cold villa, and soon after, her father married a stepmother who had been with him for 3 years. This stepmother, appearing benevolent, was in fact malicious. On one outing, she abandoned Lin Shatong to human traffickers. Fortunately, her grandmother found her and took her under her wing, teaching her the art of healing. Their fates were eerily similar, and as Lin Shatong felt a pang of pain in her heart, it seemed as though she and the original owner were merging into one. After retrieving her dowry, she and Duan Yanzhou swiftly transported themselves to the Lin family estate. The Lin family had served in official capacities for generations, their wealth rivaling that of the Donghua household. Moreover, Lin Taifu had a penchant for collecting gold, presenting a facade of nobility while being a miser at heart. They first arrived at the Lin family storeroom, where the dim light flickered perpetually. Golden glimmers adorned the space, revealing mountains of gold with unopened chests stacked behind. As Lin Shatong opened the chests, they were filled with gold ingots, the sight blinding her eyes with its brilliance. It was estimated that there were no less than 300,000 taels of gold, treasures amassed by Lin Taifu over a lifetime. If brought into the modern world, it could buy a fleet of luxury cars and opulent mansions. Yet, this was not the time for admiration. She quickly focused her thoughts and stored Lin Taifu's prized possessions into her space. After clearing the storeroom, they moved to the kitchen and granary. The Lin household might not have the refined tastes of the Donghua household, but they still possessed an abundance of fine goods, including several large boxes of ginseng and lingji mushrooms. She transported everything into her space, leaving not a single grain of rice or lump of charcoal behind. Familiar with the Lin residence, she swiftly made her way to the front courtyard, looting various treasures, jewelry, clothing, and bedding from the rooms. When she reached Lin Taifu's chamber, he was still awake, conversing with my concubine. "My lord, do you truly feel no sorrow over the exchange of brides between Wanwan and Shatang? If it pains you, I can have them switched back tomorrow." "No need for a switch. Lin Shatang cannot compare to our Wanwan. She is just as rigid as her mother. Even if she were to marry into the Duke's household, it would be of no use. Our Wanwan is the more sensible one." "That is good. With you saying that, I feel reassured. The second branch of the Duan family has a sickly heir. If he were to pass away early, we could remarry Shatang off to a wealthy family. Perhaps she might still be of some use. The Hai family has a fool." Listening to this, Lin Shutong's heart burned with fury. Duan Yanzhou discerned her expression, his gaze darkening as he fixated on the two within the room, an aura of chilling cold emanating from him. Without waiting for him to act, Lin Shatang scattered a powder into the room and promptly pulled him back into her space. Duan Yanzhou turned to her, his brow furrowed, eyes lowered, a mist hovering in the depths of his gaze. "If I were to die, would you remarry?" Lin Shatang felt a pang in her heart, but managed to smile and replied, "Rest assured, with me around, you shall not perish." Duan Yanzhou's expression softened, his long lashes fluttering momentarily as if he had lost his soul. After a brief moment, he steadied himself and asked in a low voice, "What did you just sprinkle?" Lin Shatang replied with a knowing smile, "A potent aphrodisiac." In her modern life, the Lin family was adept in both medicine and poison. Her expertise in healing extended to the art of toxins. That potent aphrodisiac would likely keep her father and that concubine occupied for an entire day and night, enough to leave them utterly spent. As expected, just moments after they departed, the occupants of the room began to stir, oblivious to the vanishing garments and bedding. Lin Shatong then proceeded to the Lin family granary, where the stockpile of grains rivaled that of the Duke's household, explaining their swift alliance. They were indeed two peas in a pod. When she departed, she even took the guarding dogs into her space. To have them stand watch was a disservice to the dogs. After clearing out the Lin residence, Lin Shatang and Duan Yanzhou made their way directly to the imperial palace. The palace was heavily guarded both inside and out, particularly the Heyang Palace, where the emperor resided. Even with unparalleled martial prowess, it would be impossible for just the two of them to exit unscathed. Fortunately, they had their space. Upon arrival, they found themselves in the Heyang Palace, where the slumbering dog emperor lay, while a small eunuch dozed nearby. Lin Shatang and Duan Yanzhou needed do nothing. Silently, she stood in the shadows of the night, her gaze sweeping across the room. By closing her eyes and focusing, she could store everything she beheld into her space. Just as the dog emperor rolled over in his sleep, they had already moved to the queen's chamber and then to the consort's quarters. This dog emperor, despite the treasury being so empty that he threatened to seize his minister's assets, lived in unparalleled luxury within the palaces. Lin Shatang did not hesitate. Anything of value, be it golden hairpins or silk brocade screens, was swiftly collected. Had she not feared waking them, even the pearwood carved bed would have been taken. In the palace, Duan Yanzhou was more acquainted than Lin Shatang. After collecting these treasures, they proceeded to the imperial kitchen and the storerooms for grain. Chapter 7. The Longhouse is raided. Here, aside from the rice and grains typical of the Duke's and Lin's households, there were also abundant chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, as well as a plethora of beef, lamb, and even deer meat, blood swallow, fish fins, and bear paws, among other mountain delicacies. These items piled high, carelessly tossed about as if they were as common as chickens and ducks in a regular household. The emperor, indeed, indulges in extravagance, feasting upon rare delicacies, a true connoisseur of enjoyment. Not only was Lin Shatang left astounded, but even Duan Yanzhou could not help but feel a twinge of regret. The haste to target the Duan family suggested that the emperor's appetite was insatiable. A trace of derision appeared upon his cold visage. "Let us strip him of these luxuries, leaving him with naught." Lin Shatang raised an eyebrow, closing her eyes in concentration, and within an instant, the once abundant storeroom lay barren, with patrolling guards nearby. She dared not linger, urging Duan Yanzhou to accompany her to the imperial hospital's pharmacy, where they collected various medicinal herbs such as millennia-old ginseng and century-old Rashur mushrooms into her spatial storage. After visiting 2 locations, Duan Yanzhou seemed to have grasped the situation well, revealing several hidden treasures to her. The Hall of 10,000 Treasures, where tribute offerings were stored within the palace, held an abundance of dried fruits, preserved delicacies, silks, teas, perfumes, and sea pearls, all highly coveted items in ancient times. While Lin Shutong's commercial space was not lacking in such goods, she was reluctant to benefit the emperor. After emptying the hall, they proceeded to the weaving bureau, where various jewels and splendid garments belonging to the imperial consorts were kept. By the time they had finished, dawn had barely begun to break. Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou hurried back to the Duan family estate, only to find that the second master, Duan Feng, and Madame Jiang had already prepared everything. Upon arriving at the rear courtyard, they discovered the entire second house was devoid of its possessions. The family stood together, dumbfounded with astonishment. Thankfully, Duan Yanzhou took charge, loading a portion of bedding, clothing, and provisions into the carriage. Originally, they had 2 carts prepared, now they had 3. Father, Mother, Shutang and I have moved all our household valuables to a secure location. Since we are merely being relocated and not having our assets seized, the emperor shall surely not hold it against us, Duan Yanzhou explained. Once we settle in Chinan, we can retrieve them. He added that the remaining clothing and food had also been packed into the carts. Duan Feng was pleased with his second son's resourcefulness, stroking his beard. He glanced toward the residence of his elder brother and sighed. How unpredictable the world is, brother. Do not bear us ill will. Madame Jiang approached and brushed the snow from Duan Yanzhou's shoulders, remarking that their misfortune was of their own making. My lord, we must not falter in our resolve. We must be wary of being bitten by the very hand we feed. Duan Feng nodded, acknowledging his wife's wisdom. At this juncture, their priority was self-preservation. Though the 2 families were bound by blood, deep-seated grievances had long since festered. The old duke had never regarded him as a true son. As they prepared to depart, Duan Feng secured the emperor's edict and appointment documents, awaiting dawn to set forth. The household servants had already dispersed, leaving only the loyal servant Dong and Madame Zhang's personal maid, Chuanxiang, who steadfastly refused to leave. Moved by her compassion, Madame Jiang allowed them to stay. The others, like the steward and the elderly nurse who had served her for many years, were granted their freedom. As the first light of day broke, the loyal servants, each burdened with their belongings, bowed in reverence to their masters before departing. Amidst the swirling snow, the once bustling second house now appeared desolate. With the dawn's rays illuminating the scene, a throng of soldiers surged into the Duan estate. The eldest master, Duan Chong, and his wife, Madame Zhou, were roused from their slumber, only to find their garments missing as a cadre of soldiers invaded their sanctum. Similarly, Duan Qingyang and Lin Wanwan, newlyweds, found themselves utterly exposed. Brother Qingyang, where have our clothes gone? Lin Wanwan exclaimed in panic, hastily donning the scanty garments she could find. Duan Qingyang, surveying the empty room, was rendered speechless. For it was not just their clothing, everything was gone. As Lin Wanwan looked up, she confirmed that the once ornate antique vases had vanished as well. Yet, the soldiers outside afforded them no time for contemplation, marching in unceremoniously, regardless of their attire, and dragging them into the courtyard. The 2 estates were separated only by a wall, with an archway in between. As Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou prepared to embark from their carriage, they passed through the archway and beheld the occupants of the adjacent house kneeling in the snow, clad only in their undergarments. Among them, Lin Wanwan's bright red garment stood out conspicuously. The young lady, exposed before a throng of men, drew the ire of Madame Zhou and the eldest master. Why aren't you dressed? They barked. Feeling utterly humiliated, Lin Wanwan hugged herself, trembling as she stammered, Father, Mother, the soldiers arrived so suddenly. We had no time to dress. Madame Zhou shot her a reproachful glare. What a disgrace. Enough of this bickering. We are in dire straits. What is there to argue about? Master Su interjected sharply. Duan Qingyang quickly enveloped Lin Wanwan in his arms, exclaiming, What do you intend to do? Let us go. Master Su stepped forward and struck Duan Qingyang across the face, declaring, We come under the Emperor's orders to seize your estate. Seize our estate? We, the Duan family, have always been loyal to His Majesty. Why would we be subjected to such treatment? Duan Qingyang retorted, his voice trembling with indignation, though shivering from the cold. Lin Wanwan, clad only in her undergarment, was already turning blue with cold, her ears reddening. What? Everything is gone? The eldest master tugged at Duan Qingyang, signaling him to remain silent. Master Su produced the imperial edict and read aloud, Duan Qingyuan, Duke of Donghua, and his son Duan Chong are guilty of treason and collusion with the enemy. From this day forth, their estate shall be seized, and they will be relegated to servitude, to be exiled to Qinan shortly. A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd, their expressions frozen in shock. Moments later, the old duke cried out, Master Su, surely this is a mistake. Our family has always been loyal. How could we commit treason? Master Su raised an eyebrow, his disdain evident. Do you doubt the emperor's decree? With a commanding voice, he ordered, search the estate thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. The old duke collapsed to the ground, murmuring to himself, the Duan family is finished. We are doomed. Duan Chong rushed to support him, his voice trembling, Father, father. Panic erupted among the gathered, their cries of injustice. Injustice! Echoing in the air. Duan Qingyang, young and impetuous, stood tall and shouted, Stop! Let us see the emperor. Master Su turned back, delivering a swift kick. The emperor's orders are absolute. Defiance will not be tolerated. Duan Qingyang fell to the ground, gritting his teeth as he glared at Master Su, filled with fury and despair. He longed to rush forward, but two soldiers held knives to his throat. Beside him, Lin Wanwan, having snapped back to reality, wept openly, clutching her scantily clad form. After all her efforts to arrange a marriage, they had only just wed. And now they faced exile. The more she pondered, the more despairing she felt. As she glanced up, her eyes met Lin Shutong's, who stood in the snow, clad in a delicate yellow coat alongside Duan Yanzhou, resembling a pair of devoted lovers. At that moment, Duan Qingyang also noticed them, exclaiming, Master Su, if you are seizing the Duan estate, why is the second house exempt? Master Su shot a glance at Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou, stating that they were fortunate. The previous night, they had presented the late emperor's edict to the palace, resigning from their positions and voluntarily requesting to serve in Qinan. The emperor, recalling the late emperor's favor, granted them an opportunity for redemption. They would not face seizure or exile. What? They're exempt from seizure? And exile? Duan Qingyang exclaimed in disbelief. The old marquis and the members of the main branch cast their astonished gazes towards the neighboring side, their mouths agape, as if they were attempting to stuff a bun inside. Their eyes brimmed with incredulity, envy, resentment, and jealousy. Particularly Lin Wan'an, who beheld the legitimate sister that she had oppressed over the years, the very woman she had stripped bare and cast into the sickly confines of a room. Regret consumed her. Had it not been for the marriage exchange, it should have been her legitimate sister facing exile today, not her. In this tumultuous moment, disregarding her lack of outer garments, Lin Wanwan implored Lord Su, my lord, I am the daughter-in-law of the second branch of the Donghua house, not of the main branch. Might you allow me to leave? Duan Qingyang abruptly turned towards her, his eyes reflecting astonishment and fury. Waner, what nonsense are you spouting? Lord Su, intrigued, responded. You are the daughter-in-law of the second branch, yet you find yourself in the bedchamber of the heir of the main branch? Is it customary for the Donghua house to exchange wives with the elder brothers of the family? This Lord Su, who had long harbored animosity towards the father and son of the Duan family, deliberately spoke these words to humiliate them. Madame Duan, Zhou Shi, furrowed her brow and glared at Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan, are you not our daughter-in-law? If not, then who is? Initially, she had felt some fondness for this daughter-in-law, hoping that one day her mother would elevate her status, not caring for her status as a concubine. Yet now, facing imminent disaster, Lin Wanwan abandoned them, only thinking of her own escape. She had spoken of a deep affection with Qingyang, but it all turned out to be mere deceit. Lin Wanwan pointed towards Lin Shutang, who was watching the spectacle outside the archway. She is the true one. From the very beginning, it was the legitimate daughter of the Lin family who was to marry the heir. Not me. My lord, please allow me to leave. Lord Su followed her gesture and looked towards Lin Shutang. Unfazed, Lin Shutang replied, Indeed, she speaks the truth. I was meant to marry the heir. However, my half-sister and the heir have developed feelings for each other, hence we exchanged husbands on the day of marriage. Now she is the daughter-in-law of the main branch, while I am merely the young mistress of the second branch. No, it is not so. Lin Wan'an trembled, her voice rising in hysteria. Duan Yanzhou grasped Lin Shutong's hand, shielding her behind him. My lord, my wife speaks rightly. It was indeed the eldest daughter of the Lin family who shared the bridal chamber with me, not the second daughter. If the second branch is of no concern here, we shall prepare to depart. Although Lord Su and the second master were not particularly close, the second master was known for his generosity and goodwill, thus he did not wish to trouble the second branch. The second young master should set out early to avoid being caught in a snowstorm. Thank you, my lord. Duan Yanzhou bowed deeply. Yet Lin Wanwan was unconvinced. Shouting at him, Yanzhou, I am your wife. Yanzhou, we were betrothed long ago. I was in the wrong. I should not have exchanged partners. For the sake of our past engagement, please forgive me this once. I promise to cherish our life together upon my return. Hearing this, Lin Shuting felt an urge to retch. Had Lin Wanwan known that the second branch would thrive due to her in the future, would she not cling to her leg and call her sister? And as for Duan Qingyang, he had exchanged a precious gem for a troublesome burden. Would he not lament his fate? Duan Qingyang, unable to endure any longer, forcefully pulled Lin Wanwan back, striking her hard across the face in an attempt to rouse her from her stupor. At that moment, guards rushed into the residence, exclaiming, My lord, it is terrible news. The Marquis's residence is empty. Lord Su, startled, inquired, Empty? What do you mean by empty? The guards, panting, reported. The entire mansion is devoid of even a single coin. Everything is gone, even the chickens and ducks in the backyard. All gone? Lord Su glared fiercely at the old Marquis and Duan Chong, his voice laced with menace. How audacious of you to conceal your wealth before the confiscation. Do you not fear extermination of your entire clan? Their group knelt in the snow, bewildered, still oblivious to the unfolding events. What do you mean by empty? Duan Qingyang was the first to react, addressing the old Marquis and Duan Chong. Grandfather, father, we woke up to find the house completely stripped. Not even a cup left behind. Could it be we were robbed during the night? The old Marquis and Duan Chong stared in disbelief. Empty? How could that be? Our marquisate is vast. How could it be emptied overnight? My lord, we genuinely have no knowledge of this. It seems we have indeed been robbed. Duan Chong stepped forward to address Lord Su. Fuming, Lord Su paced back and forth, knowing that failing to seize any valuables would bring the emperor's ire upon him. He exhaled sharply. Do not play games with me. Speak. Where have you hidden your possessions? The old Marquis and the entire main branch were at a loss, having no inkling that a mere night's sleep had resulted in their wealth vanishing. Enraged, Lord Su rebuked the old Marquis, since you refused to come clean. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Bring forth the guards, beat them until they divulge the truth. At his command, the guards surged forward, pinning the individuals clad in their undergarments to the ground, administering blows. The sound of the rods striking echoed. A cacophony of wails and cries filled the air. Zhou Shi and the concubines, who had once lived in luxury, were now shrieking in despair, tears streaming down their faces. Duan Chong had lost all semblance of the proud master of the Donghua house, howling in agony. Ouch! Ouch! My rear! His son, however, retained some spirit, still exhibiting the airs of a young master as he cursed Lord Su even while being beaten. But after a few moments, his defiance crumbled, and he succumbed to tears. Snot and tears mingling on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan struggled to crawl towards Duan Yanzhou, only to be yanked back by the guards, receiving a few more strikes in the process. Lord Su was genuinely enraged, watching as the guards struck with fervor. Soon, the entire main branch of the Donghua house echoed with cries of despair. Lin Shuting, witnessing the scene, could not help but shiver. Just yesterday, the Donghua house had hosted an extravagant wedding banquet, toasting with guests, and today it had descended into such a calamity. Truly, one could see the rise of a grand edifice, revel in its festivities, and witness its collapse. Once prosperous for the better part of their lives, the Donghua house had met its end. Yet, she felt no sorrow. The previous night, Duan Yanzhou had recounted the grievances between the two branches. The old Marquis, in his youth, had wronged the daughter of his own teacher, Hai Shi. She had harbored affections for another, and they had long since pledged their lives to one another. Yet the old Marquis forcibly took her as a concubine. Eventually, Hai Shi perished during childbirth while delivering the second master, Duan Feng. As a result of his status as a concubine son, Duan Feng was nearly cast into a well by the Marquis's wife, but was spared by the old Marquis's mother, Lady Zhang, who took him in. The old Marquis had always believed him to be the spawn of Hai Shi and her true love, hence his disdain for him, publicly proclaiming him as a member of the Donghua house's second branch merely to save face. Duan Feng, however, proved his worth, excelling in the imperial examinations and earning the late emperor's favor, rising from a mere concubine's son to a senior official in the court. Had it not been for the current emperor's incompetence, he would have surely ascended to the position of prime minister. He and Jiangshi had long desired to separate their households, but the old marquis refused, intent on making his life difficult, continually leveraging the Empress Dowager against him. In the year Jiangshi entered the household, the old marquis even attempted to seduce his daughter-in-law, but Duanfeng discovered this in time and retaliated, knocking out 2 of the old marquis's teeth. The shameful affair was exposed, leading to Lady Zhang's untimely death from rage, while the marquis's wife, driven to despair, also met her end in a tragic accident. Thus, the 2 families became irrevocably embroiled in enmity. Later, when the Jiang family welcomed their eldest son, Duanchong and Zhou Shi secretly sent the midwife away. Fortunately, Jiangshi was blessed, and the child was safely delivered. Subsequently, when Duan Yenzhou turned 5, Duanchong stealthily brought him to the residence of Lord Li, who had a notorious preference for male offspring. Luckily, Duan Yenzhou cleverly escaped, but he remained unwell ever since. The next incident occurred during the birth of their 3rd daughter, when Zhou Shi loudly proclaimed that their family had brought forth a financial burden, nearly causing Jiangshi to suffer a hemorrhage from rage. The final tragedy struck with the birth of their 4th child, which resulted in loss and left Jiangshi with lingering health issues. On that occasion, Duanfeng was genuinely infuriated, unable to partition the family. He set fire to Zhou Shi's quarters, leaving her with a scar on her neck to this day. The blaze was fierce, consuming 3 or 4 rooms of the main household. It was only after that event that the main family became more subdued, until the recent exchange of brides. Duan Yenzhou turned to Lin Shuding, who was lost in thought, and said, "Let us be on our way." Lin Shuding smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should depart while the snowstorm is still mild. Duan Yenzhou supported her as they trudged through the thick snow back to the courtyard. At that moment, the 2nd master and Jiangshi had already organized matters within the residence and stood by the carriage, gazing vacantly at the neighboring house, as if lost in a dream. "Heaven truly has eyes," remarked their 3rd sister, Duan Qinju, clutching her sword. "That family deserves their retribution." Sister-in-law Chen Wanru gently brushed the snow from her shoulder, replying, "Yet we are also entangled with them and must go to Qinan." However, Duan Qinju looked into the distance, her tone brightening. "Sister-in-law, this journey to Qinan may not be a misfortune. It could very well signify a new beginning." Her words rang true. Lin Shutang slowly glanced at Duan Yenzhou. Not only was it a new beginning, but also an opportunity for their entire family to rise again. After enduring a year of extreme cold and icy calamities, it would be a test of who could survive until the end. Chapter 10. Severing Ties Completely. Lin Shutong boarded the carriage with the 2nd branch of the family, preparing to depart. 3 carriages were prepared, one for herself, Duan Yenzhou, and their sister-in-law, another for the 2nd master, Jiangshi, and their servants, Adong and Chun Xiang, and the last for their luggage and provisions. Before setting off, Lin Shuding had thoughtfully procured lightweight down jacket linings from the clothing store in the marketplace, distributing one to each of them. They could wear these beneath their simple outer garments, rendering them both inconspicuous and warm. Adong and Chun Xiang were equally intrigued, taking a while to don their jackets. The 2nd master accepted the down jacket and examined it closely, asking, "Shuding, what is this?" Lin Shuding replied with a smile, "Father, this is a windproof jacket that Yenzhou and I purchased from the tailor overnight. You will find it warm and convenient to wear beneath your coat." The 2nd master squeezed the fabric, noting its softness. However, he then turned and handed the down jacket to Jiangshi, declaring, "Your mother should wear this. I am strong and unafraid of the cold." Lin Shuding interjected, "Father, mother has one as well. You should wear it. The winds and snow will be fierce on the journey." The 2nd master, however, would not listen, insisting on draping the jacket over Jiangshi, saying, "Your mother's health is poor. She cannot afford to be cold. Wear more layers." Jiangshi then took Lin Shutong's hand, asking, "Shuding, are you cold?" Lin Shuding shook her head, responding, "No, mother, I am not cold." After speaking, she produced a stack of heat pads, distributing several to each of them. "Father, mother, place these on your bodies. They are both convenient and warm." They accepted them, marveling at the novelty. Duan Yenzhou approached to instruct them on how to use the pads, and after they adhered them properly, both felt the warmth spread, their cheeks reddening. The 2nd master and Jiangshi exchanged a gentle glance, both smiling tenderly. Unlike the eldest master, who had taken 4 concubines, the 2nd master had only Jiangshi as his wife throughout his life. and they had always treated each other with great respect and affection. Soon, the group was ready and awaiting departure. Adong and the third sister sat at the front of the carriage, responsible for driving. Lin Shatong retrieved several plush hats from her space that could completely envelop their faces, giving each of them one, having specifically chosen simple gray styles. Since they were still within the capital, discretion was paramount. Lin Shatong settled comfortably inside the carriage, and it soon began to sway as it rolled slowly away from the estate. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Chonghua mansion, the family of the main branch had already endured their punishment, standing in a row, their hands shackled with iron chains, clad only in their undergarments, their cries echoing. Zhou Shi, with her keen eyes, spotted their carriage and exclaimed, "The second family. They are leaving." Everyone raised their heads in unison, filled with envy. How could the members of the same Duke's household be so different? Lin Wanon trembled, her shoulders bruised and blue from the cold, tears streaming down her face, unable to conceal the regret in her eyes. She had once believed that by enticing her brother-in-law to marry her into the Duke's household, she would ascend to greatness and overshadow Lin Shatong. Little did she know, a single misguided thought had led her to this dire predicament. Duan Qingyang, sensing the situation, shouted loudly at their carriage, "You're only going to Chinon to be a mere county magistrate. How much better could you possibly be than us? Just wait and see." Lin Shatong, hearing this, lifted the curtain to glance at them. She appeared delicate in her cloak, her face radiant against the backdrop of the snowstorm, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll. Duan Qingyang attempted to retort, but, perhaps realizing the disgraceful state he was in, clenched his teeth and averted his gaze. At that moment, the carriage suddenly halted. Jiang Shi, clad in a cloak with a hood, carrying a soup pot, approached Zhou Shi and the eldest master with Duan Feng's assistance. Yo Shi, her hair disheveled, glared fiercely at her, huffing, "Are you here to revel in our misfortune?" Jiang Shi quietly observed her, replying, "Indeed. I have come to witness your folly." Zhou Shi turned her face away, wishing for a hole to hide in. After so many years of rivalry between their families, she never imagined this would be the outcome. Behind her, her three daughters whimpered, "Second aunt, we are family. Please help us. Just ask Lord Su for a piece of clothing for us." The heavy snow fell like goose feathers, and their party was already frozen, their lips turning purple. Zhou Shi shot a glance at her daughters, scolding, "Do not beg them. Have some dignity." At that moment, Jiang Shi raised her head and suddenly slapped Zhou Shi across her swollen face with a resounding smack. Zhou Shi turned her head in shock, nearly losing her balance. Stunned for a moment, she glared at Jiang Shi, incredulous. "How dare you strike me? I am your sister-in-law." Jiang Shi scoffed, "Sister-in-law? We have no sister-in-law like you. Today, although we part ways, we are all heading to Chinon and shall inevitably cross paths. Therefore, there is one matter that must be made clear." The eldest master, supporting the old duke, interjected, "What do you wish to say?" Jiang Shi produced a piece of paper from her bosom and handed it to Duan Feng. "Master, please read it." Duan Feng took it and read aloud, "I, Duan Feng, hereby sever all ties of father and son with Duan Qingyuan. From this day forth, I have no further relations with the Chonghua mansion. The life or death of your Duan family is of no concern to me." Chapter 11. Infuriating their enemies. This letter of severance had long been prepared, only delayed in delivery. The old duke clutched his chest in fury, trembling as he pointed at him, cursing, "You ungrateful wretch. I am your father." Duan Feng tossed the severance letter at them, retorting, "Father, have you not always claimed I am not your blood? Then consider me not your son. And you are not my father." As he spoke, he cast a cold glance at the eldest master Duan Chong and Zhou Shi, declaring, "You are neither my elder brother nor sister-in-law." Duan Chong furrowed his brows, glaring at him with malice. I see you have harbored a grudge against us all these years. It is no wonder that, despite being fully aware of the impending raid today, you chose not to inform us in advance." Duan Feng remarked with a cold smile, "Rest assured, should the emperor desire to seize your estate, knowing in advance would be of no consequence. Duan Feng, do not revel in your triumph." Zhou Shi shouted furiously at them. "That calamity, Lin Shatong, marrying into your family, will surely bring ruin upon your sickly lineage. Prepare for extinction." No sooner had her words left her lips than Jiang Shi raised her hand and struck Zhou Shi with an even louder slap. "Zhou Xiangyu, who permitted you to slander my daughter-in-law? Let me tell you, she is no calamity. She is the wife of my Yanzhou, my daughter. She is the auspicious star of our family. If you dare utter another word against her, I shall not heed the soldiers surrounding us, and I will personally tear your mouth apart." Lin Shatong dismounted from the carriage just in time to hear this, her heart swelling with emotion. And she rushed to Jiangshir's side, saying, "Mother, it's cold outside. Let us return to the carriage." Jiangshir turned to embrace her, shutting. "Why did you come down?" Lin Shatong replied, "I noticed you and father had been away for a while, so I came to see." Jiangshir, concerned for her well-being, called out to Duanfeng beside her, "Since the engagement has been severed, we should take our leave." Lin Shatong felt an overwhelming admiration for her kind mother-in-law, who had the foresight to dissolve the engagement before their departure, thus averting future calamities. Duanfeng hurriedly followed them, assisting Jiangshir into the carriage. While supporting her, Lin Shatong took her pulse, noting its weak and floating quality, indicative of a fundamental ailment. "Mother, I shall ride in the same carriage with you." Jiangshir glanced at Duan Yenzhou beside them. "As newlyweds, it would be better for you both to sit in separate carriages." Lin Shatong smiled sweetly. "Mother, I possess some medical knowledge. Allow me to examine your ailment." Jiangshir patted her hand gently. "My illness, as the doctors have stated, is beyond cure. Each day I live is a blessing." Lin Shatong shook her head with a smile. "Mother, fret not. For now, there is no ailment I cannot treat." Jiangshir was taken aback, then smiled and took her hand, leading her into the carriage. Duan Yenzhou insisted on accompanying them, and thus the family found themselves crammed together in a single carriage. The carriage moved slowly through the falling snow, leaving a long trail of wheel marks upon the ground. The old duke trembled as he held the letter severing the engagement, watching their figures recede into the distance, gasping for breath, nearly fainting. At that moment, Lord Su approached, cracking his whip and sternly declaring, "Now that the words have been spoken, it is time to depart. I must request you all to proceed to the dungeon. Fear not. The road to Chinan is this way, and it won't be long before you encounter each other again. However, when you do, it will be under different circumstances. Though he may be a mere county official, if he achieves merit in Chinan, he might be recalled to the capital, while you will spend your lives in servitude, yearning for a chance to rise again." His words dripped with mockery as the soldiers began to escort them one by one into the prison carts. The pampered gentlemen and ladies of the Long family could hardly withstand the biting wind and ceased their earlier struggles, obediently boarding the prison carts, huddling together for warmth. Meanwhile, the servants of Lin Taifu's household had just awakened from their slumber, only to discover the house had been stripped bare. Lin Taifu and his beloved concubine, Baiyinyang, remained entangled in their passionate embrace, oblivious to the turmoil outside, as the potent effects of Lin Shatong's concoction rendered them utterly exhausted. Butler Lu incessantly knocked on the door. "Master, master, it is terrible. Our estate has been robbed. Everything has been taken." Yet the room remained silent, with no response for a long while. Growing increasingly anxious, Butler Lu knocked harder. "Master, please open the door. The storeroom has been looted. Not a single tael of gold or silver remains." He called out several times, but still, there was no reply. Finally, unable to wait any longer, the third young master, Lin Tianhai, shouted, "Step aside. Let me handle this." Lin Tianhai, the illegitimate son of Baiyinyang and Lin Taifu, and the younger brother of Lin Wanwan, was accustomed to indulgence as the sole heir of the Lin family, notorious for his reckless behavior in the capital. He strode forward and kicked the door open, leading Butler Lu and a group of people inside. "Father, mother, awaken. We have been robbed." What they beheld, however, was the sight of the two entwined figures. A maid nearby shrieked, covering her eyes. The commotion finally roused Lin Taifu and Baiyinyang, who, upon opening their eyes and seeing the crowd, quickly glanced at one another and let out piercing screams. "Get out! Get out!" Lin Tianhai, bewildered, took a moment to regain his composure and ushered Lu and the others out. Soon after, a wailing cry from Baiyinyang echoed through the house. "My gold and pearl hairpins, my exquisite hairpins adorned with gems, my emerald earrings, my East pearl necklace. They're all gone." Chapter 12. The family home has been ransacked and they are exiled. Baiyinyang, coming from humble beginnings, held these possessions dear, treating them like treasures. Now, upon waking, they were all gone. Clutching the empty boxes, she cried until she could scarcely breathe, and upon searching further, she discovered that her land contracts had also vanished. "Where are my things? Where are my things?" In her panic, she directly fainted from distress. Lin Taifu stumbled to the storeroom where he kept his gold, only to find it all missing. Clutching his chest, his face turned ashen, he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, he was supported by his son. "Father, what is happening? Our storeroom has always been on high alert. How could a thief have entered?" Lin Taifu gazed around the sealed storeroom, utterly perplexed. He clutched his son's hand, his voice trembling. "Go, send someone to investigate. We must find the thief." Lin Tianhai quickly replied, "Yes, father, I will do so immediately." Just as he left, another servant rushed in. "It's bad, master. The Duke's residence has been raided. The second young lady has been taken to prison along with her husband, and they say she is to be exiled to Chinon." "What?" Lin Taifu could barely maintain his footing. "Wanwan is to be exiled?" The servant responded, "Indeed. I just went to see. I witnessed their family being escorted to the prison cart, and the second young lady was only wearing a bodice." Lin Taifu's pupils constricted as he inhaled sharply. How could this happen? Just yesterday at the wedding, everything was fine. How can they raid the house today? My Wanwan, he took a slow step forward, then abruptly remembered something and turned back to ask, "What of the eldest young lady? How is she faring?" The servant replied, "The eldest young lady is fortunate. The Duke's second elder found the late Emperor's pardon decree last night and presented it to the Emperor, thus absolving her of any guilt. She has voluntarily gone to Chinon to serve as the county magistrate, so she was not subjected to the raid or exile. The entire family is preparing to depart for their new position." Lin Taifu blew out a frustrated breath. This has all gone awry. It should never have come to this. My poor Wanwan, he waved his sleeve and strode towards the front courtyard. The servant sighed heavily, lamenting, "Both our daughters. Why must the younger suffer while the elder escapes unscathed? What a failure of a father." Upon reaching the front courtyard, Lin Taifu found Bai Yinyang already aware of the situation, crying and clamoring for him to plead with the emperor for Lin Wanwan's sake. Ultimately, unable to resist her pleas, Lin Taifu reluctantly agreed to enter the palace. At this moment, chaos reigned within the palace as well, in a single night. Every court had been plundered. The emperor, shivering in a thin garment, sat upon the dragon throne, his teeth chattering. "Shaoli, where are my clothes? Bring them to me at once." Eunuch Li hurried over, carefully holding the only coat he could find and draping it over the emperor's shoulders. "Your Majesty, the imperial kitchen's medicinal store has also been completely ransacked." The emperor, who had been trembling, suddenly froze, raising his head sharply. "All gone? Not a single item remains?" Li Gonggong nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor's complexion darkened, nearly losing his balance as he gripped the armrest of his chair. His voice laced with fury. "Send someone to pursue them, find the bandits, and retrieve everything." Li Gonggong hesitated, cautiously replying, "Your Majesty. The bandits come and go without a trace. Their whereabouts are unknown." The emperor furrowed his brow, fists clenched tightly, and declared sternly, "Even if you cannot find them, inform the imperial guard to ensure they are located." "Yes, Your Majesty," Li Gonggong responded hurriedly before turning to leave. The emperor, of a similar age to Duanfeng, found himself aged beyond his years as he gazed upon the desolate palace, nearly gasping for breath. Before long, he was informed by the young eunuchs that Lin Taifu was pleading for his daughter. "Your Majesty, Lin Taifu claims his daughter is innocent and begs for her release." The emperor, already seething with rage, was further incensed and waved his hand dismissively. "If Lin Taifu misses his daughter so dearly, then let us send someone to the Lin residence to declare that they are in collusion with the Duke's manor, conspiring against the state. Let them all be arrested and dispatched to Chinon." The young eunuch paused, momentarily at a loss for words. The emperor's cold gaze lifted. "What? Do you wish to join them?" The eunuch hurriedly lowered his head, replying, "This servant will convey your message immediately." With that, he swiftly exited the hall. Outside, Lin Taifu heard the message and felt as though the sky had fallen. His plea had inadvertently brought calamity upon the Lin family. In a state of panic, he knelt and shouted towards the hall, "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistakes. I will not dare to do so again." Chapter 13. Curing the Matriarch. Yet, all that responded to him was a surge of guards. Thus, Lin Taifu, desperate to enter the palace to save his daughter, found himself dragged straight into the prison. When Lin Shuting arrived at the city gate by carriage, she learned of the news that the Lin family was being raided, with all members apprehended swiftly. She could not help but reflect on the capriciousness of fate, Bai Yinyang, who had driven the original owner's mother to her death in pursuit of fortune, was now facing exile after a lifetime of striving. Presently, Bai Yinyang lay prostrate on the ground, sobbing, "No, I do not want to be exiled. I refuse." Alas. No matter her unwillingness, the journey must commence. Consequently, the entire Lin family harbored deep resentment towards Bai Yinyang and Lin Wanwan. Had it not been for Lin Wanwan's marriage to Duan Qingyang of the Chonghua Manor, the Lin family would not have faced such repercussions. It was said that Miss Lin Shutang was a harbinger of misfortune, while they believed that the true calamity lay with the second Miss, Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan was not faring any better. Her family was imprisoned, enduring the damp, cold confines of a cell, plagued by scurrying rats. The only slight improvement was that she was now clothed in prison garb, no longer bare-armed. Alongside her were her mother-in-law, Madame Zhou, 3 younger sisters-in-law, and 4 concubines of the master. In the past, those 4 concubines had treated Madame Zhou with the utmost respect. However, the tables had turned, as fellow prisoners. They now flaunted their superiority, deriding both Madame Zhou and Lin Wanwan. Alas, how can sisters' fates differ so drastically? This phrase pierced Lin Wanwan's heart like a thorn, inciting her to confront the concubines with heated words. "You concubines dare to slander me. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my mother-in-law." At her words, the concubine surnamed Su stepped forward and struck her across the face. "Do not look down upon us concubines. Are you not also born of a concubine?" Lin Wanwan's face instantly darkened, tears welling in her eyes. Madame Zhou admonished, "Enough. Is there not enough chaos already? Behave yourselves." "Yes, matriarch," the concubine Su retorted, turning her head defiantly. Lin Wanwan's tears streamed down her cheeks, her heart heavy with regret. A year prior, she had accompanied her mother to a temple outside the city to seek a favorable match. They had drawn an unfavorable lot and sought guidance from the master on how to change their fate. The master had only given her 2 words, "Change the match," suggesting that her lot be transferred to her elder sister. Yet now, having changed her match, her circumstances remained dire. With swollen, tear-filled eyes, she lamented her plight. In contrast, Lin Shutang, clad in a warm coat, sat comfortably in her carriage, taking her mother-in-law Zhang's pulse. The second master did not take concubines, resulting in fewer people in the household and less intrigue. Jiang was gentle and protective, having retained the sting of Zhou's earlier slanderous remarks. As she gazed upon Lin Shutang, who was checking her pulse, her eyes brimmed with tenderness and concern. Lin Shutang had intermittently taken Zhang's pulse during their journey from the manor to the city gate, discovering that Jiang was merely weak from exhaustion, with no life-threatening ailments. Sensing something amiss, she examined Zhang's tongue and the area beneath it, her expression growing serious. "Mother, aside from your usual breathlessness and weakness, do you experience any other discomforts?" Jiang pondered briefly before replying, "I also have a poor appetite. I don't eat much and often feel nauseous." Upon hearing this, Lin Shutang quickly retrieved a pouch of silver needles from her bosom. She selected the finest needles, inserting them into Zhang's fingertips and wrist. "Mother, bear with me. This may sting a little." Jiang smiled softly. "It's all right. I can endure it." Lin Shutang continued her work, and soon dark blood began to ooze from Zhang's fingertips. Onlookers gasped, particularly Duan Feng. "Shutang, what is happening?" Before Lin Shutang could respond, Duan Yanzhou interjected with a cold gaze, "It is poison." Zhang's hand trembled in shock. "Poison? How is that possible?" Lin Shutang slowly withdrew the needles, replying, "Yanzhou is correct. You are indeed poisoned, and quite severely at that." Duan Feng hurriedly embraced Jiang. "Can this poison be cured?" Having learned about toxins and their antidotes from her grandmother since childhood and later studying Western medicine, Lin Shutang, despite the absence of modern diagnostic equipment, found the task manageable based on her experience. She nodded. "It can be treated, but it will take some time. She must take medicine for a month." The group sighed in relief upon hearing the antidote was possible. Without lingering further, Lin Shutang pulled Duan Yanzhou down from the carriage. When they returned to the carriage, they discovered that their elder sister-in-law and third sister had moved to the front, offering them space. This arrangement also facilitated their access to supplies. After settling into the carriage, Lin Shutang instructed Duan Yanzhou to wait inside while she entered the spatial realm alone. She retrieved the medicine from her pharmacy in the palace, packaged it, and handed it to Duan Yanzhou. "Give this to Mother daily. After brewing it for a month, the poison will surely be expelled." Chapter 14. The space as a vast vending machine. Duan Yanzhou accepted the package, lifting his head to reveal a gentle expression. "Shutang, how fortunate it is to have you." Lin Shutang, A former military medic, though primarily focused on treating battlefield injuries, had an innate instinct for healing. She smiled. Once we leave the city, we can find a place to settle and prepare the medicine for Mother. We can brew enough for 10 to 15 days, seal it in bags. And when she needs it, just warm it in hot water. Thankfully, her spatial shop was well stocked with sealing bags and devices. As they journeyed onward through the wind and snow, the group halted at the entrance of a small village outside the capital. From here southward, traversing the icy terrain would require at least a month, necessitating ample provisions for the horses to ensure a smooth journey. Moreover, the elder sister Chinwanru was pregnant, requiring rest at intervals during their travels. Just in time to kindle a fire for the Jiang family to brew medicine, Lin Shuding took advantage of Duan Yanzhou and the third sister's absence as they went to prepare the concoction to sneak into the space. Last night, she had been preoccupied with stockpiling supplies and had yet to thoroughly examine this commercial realm. Lin Shuding wandered from floor to floor, only to discover something quite peculiar. Although the various dining establishments on the 5th floor were devoid of patrons, they emanated warmth, as if they could still take orders. She first approached a bubble tea shop, peering inside to find the operation counter and cash register unattended, yet the ordering wall was illuminated. Gathering her courage, Lin Shuding gently touched the ordering wall and whimsically selected a cup of grape milk tea. To her astonishment, the wall emitted a violet glow, and shortly thereafter, a cup of milk tea appeared as if by magic. With a hint of surprise, she realized that these shops, despite their emptiness, still accepted orders. Elated, she tentatively ordered a cup of lemon tea as well, and indeed, another cup soon materialized. Not wanting to be greedy, she took the 2 cups of milk tea and exited the space. As she emerged, she unexpectedly collided with the suddenly returned Duan Yanzhou. Balancing the 2 cups of milk tea, she felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, unsure of how to explain this delightful anomaly. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Duan Yanzhou smiled and took the lemon tea from her hands, asking, "Is this also from your Qianquan pouch?" Lin Shuding nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, give it a try." With that, she pierced the straw into her grape milk tea and demonstrated, just like this. Duan Yanzhou observed her with earnestness, then mimicked her action, inserting the straw into his drink with a stoic demeanor. And then, Lin Shuding looked up at him, noticing he had picked up the technique quite well. "Then you simply sip it." She bit down on the straw, taking a sip, with a hint of juice adorning her red lips. Duan Yanzhou, initially focused, found his ears inexplicably turning crimson at the sight of her lips. He hastily turned away, his back to her, muttering, "I understand now." As he spoke, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his grip on the lemon tea tightened, as if he were striving to maintain his composure. However, soon, a faint blush crept onto his otherwise cool visage. Not noticing his peculiar reaction, Lin Shuding, seeing his prolonged silence, inquired, "Is it delicious?" Duan Yanzhou snapped back to reality and took a hearty sip. The tartness of the lemon tea nearly caught him off guard, causing him to furrow his brows in distress as he struggled to endure the peculiar flavor, prompting Lin Shuding to chuckle softly. Her large eyes sparkled with mirth, crescent-shaped as she laughed, exuding a bright and lively aura. Duan Yanzhou found himself momentarily entranced by her joy. Lin Shuding seized the lemon tea from his hand, grinning. "If you don't fancy it, I can fetch you something else. Just wait here." With that, she re-entered the space and made her way to the 5th floor, ordering a cup of milk tea with standard sweetness for him. Upon her return, she discovered that Duan Yanzhou had already left the carriage. Placing the milk tea down, she couldn't help but recall his earlier flustered expression and chuckled again. It seemed her husband, who appeared so aloof, possessed a rather warm-hearted disposition beneath his icy exterior. In modern parlance, one might describe him as reserved yet passionate, or in more poetic terms, as a figure of restrained desire. Meanwhile, Duan Yanzhou stood outside the carriage in the snow, allowing the heat of his cheeks to dissipate in the cold wind. The third sister approached him, remarking, "Second brother, what troubles you? Be cautious, as the cold breeze may exacerbate your condition." Duan Yanzhou glanced around, noticing no one was near, and chose to forego pretense. He asked her, "Qinzhou, is the medicine ready?" The third sister nodded. "It's prepared, and the horses have been fed. Shall we set forth?" As she spoke, she playfully looped her arm around her second brother's neck, whispering with a smile, "How is your relationship with sister-in-law progressing?" Chapter 15. A new opportunity awaits. Duan Yanzhou lightly tapped her forehead, playfully admonishing her, Go and deliver the prepared medicine to mother. The third sister winced, but was filled with laughter. She recognized that her second brother was beginning to show signs of warmth. He had always been a cold individual, unyielding to anyone. Years ago, when a maid sought to become a concubine, he had sent her away without a second thought. Yet, upon encountering his sister-in-law, his demeanor softened, as if the 1,000-year-old ice had melted away. After the third sister delivered the medicine to Jiangshi, she observed her mother's complexion gradually becoming more vibrant after consuming it. "Mother, do you feel any better?" she asked eagerly. Jiangshi paused for a moment before smiling. "It seems I am improved somewhat." The third sister beamed. "Sister-in-law's medicine is truly effective. I did not expect such swift results." Jiangshi nodded. Indeed, who would have thought that a single bowl of medicine could yield such results? "Mother," the third sister lowered her voice, continuing, "do you know who poisoned you? Was it the people from the main house?" Jiangshi shook her head. "It was not them." The third sister furrowed her brow. "If not them, then who could it be?" Jiangshi's gaze deepened. "If I am not mistaken, it was your aunt." "My aunt? Mother, are you not the sole daughter of the Jiang family? How could there be an aunt?" the third sister questioned. With a long sigh, Jiangshi explained, "She was adopted by our family. Years ago, when my health was poor, your grandfather and grandmother wished to accumulate virtue, so they took in an orphan as their adopted daughter. Unfortunately, this aunt harbors no gratitude towards the Jiang family. When she came of age, she resented your grandfather for not providing her with a dowry equivalent to mine, holding a grudge against us. She stole the heirloom your grandmother left me, took part of my dowry, and left the Jiang family, severing contact for many years. I have no idea where she went. However, since she learned of your father's recent promotion, she suddenly reappeared, delivering blood swallow to me. I suspect that this blood swallow is problematic, as my condition has noticeably worsened since that day. I never imagined she would harbor such animosity towards me." The third sister was deeply moved by this revelation. Jiangshi continued, "It is rather coincidental. We shall continue our journey today and likely arrive at Wanhe County, where your aunt resides, before nightfall. Your uncle is the magistrate there." The third sister frowned. "Mother, should we not take a detour?" Jiangshi pondered. "Given the current blizzard, a detour may prove arduous. It would be better to find lodging in the county, not only to rest the horses, but also to retrieve your grandmother's heirlooms." Meanwhile, within another carriage, Lin Shudang had overheard Duan Yanzhou's speculation and found it aligned with Jiangshi's words. The poisoner was likely their aunt. This aunt, bearing the surname Jiang, was called Jiang Yan. Originally just an orphan cruelly abandoned by her own parents, it was the Jiang family that bestowed upon her the position of second young lady. Alas, she had turned into a treacherous ingrate. Lin Shutong's eyes gleamed with determination. "No need to take a detour. Did you not mention that your uncle is the magistrate of Wanhe County? Let us take the opportunity to reap some benefits and stockpile resources." Duan Yanzhou was taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "Very well." After a brief rest at the village entrance, they continued their journey and arrived at Wanhe County before darkness fell. Duan Feng possessed a pass, which allowed them to stay at various relay stations in each county. However, they chose not to lodge at the relay station, but instead proceeded to the residence of Magistrate Yang. Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou were intent on seeking favors, determined to reclaim their grandmother's heirlooms and the dowry of his mother. Meanwhile, the third sister was driven by a desire for revenge. Knowing they might be away for an extended period, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. As the carriage came to a halt at the entrance, the young servant at the door cast a cold glance, disdainfully contemplating the audacity of the intruders who dared to station their carriage before the residence of their esteemed master. Wanhe County lay not far from the capital and was situated along the official road, thus enjoying a measure of prosperity. Yet, despite this affluence, the common folk led a harsh existence. When Lin Shutang lifted the curtain of the carriage, she was struck by the sight of townsfolk traversing the icy landscape barefoot. While the young servants of the manor often wielded their authority with impunity, a sense of melancholy washed over her. At that moment, Duan Yanzhou remarked, "I have heard this uncle is quite fond of wealth. I suspect there are many fine treasures within the manor." Lin Shutang exchanged a knowing glance, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, realizing that today would require them to gather more provisions. Meanwhile, within the manor, Madame Yang, Jiang Yan, was startled upright upon hearing that her sister had arrived, unaware of the recent raid on the Chonghua residence. She presumed that the Jiang family had come specifically to seek her out. Pacing anxiously within her chamber, she turned to a nearby maid and inquired, "Do you think she knows I poisoned her?" The maid offered her counsel, "Madam, the poison is colorless and tasteless. Even the finest physician would be unable to discern it." Jiang Yen sighed in relief. "Very well. Go and quickly welcome them in." Chapter 16. A visit for goods after a brief wait at the manor's entrance. The servant sent by Madame Yang soon arrived. She was a clever maid who treated Jiang and Duanfeng with the appropriate courtesy. "Lord Duan, Madam, please enter." Duanfeng assisted Jiang into the manor, followed closely by Lin Shutang and her sister-in-law. Duan Yano and the third sister went to tend to the carriage and ensure the horses were well fed. Under the guidance of the maid, the group swiftly entered the interior of the estate. The residence of the county magistrate rivaled that of a fourth-rank official in the capital, adorned with artificial hills, verdant stones, and pavilions beside water. Even the door curtain was intricately woven from fine green bamboo. As Lin Shutang supported her sister-in-law and stepped into the main room, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Upon gathering her composure, she noticed that two braziers filled with premium red carbon were ablaze within. It was indeed ironic outside. The townsfolk trudged barefoot through the snow, while those inside luxuriated in the warmth of expensive charcoal. At that moment, a woman's laughter rang out. "Sister, what brings you here?" Lin Shutang turned to see a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a fur coat, clearly her esteemed aunt, a county magistrate's wife, dressed as though she were a lady of the court, exemplifying the extravagance of the Yang household. Without engaging in much pleasantry, Jiang stated directly, "Our family is to take up a post in Chinan, and we stopped by to show Madame Yang something." Upon hearing this, Madame Yang's expression faltered. "Sister, we are kin. Why must we be so formal?" Jiang remained silent and produced a jar of blood swallow. Madame Yang's countenance changed dramatically as she gazed at the jar. "Sister, what is this?" Jiang replied slowly, "Do you not recall the gift you bestowed upon me all those years ago?" "Jiang Yan, though we are not blood relatives, we grew up together. How could you conspire against me in such a manner?" Of course, this was not the blood swallow Jiang had given years ago. It had long since been consumed. Lin Shutang had procured it from her spatial realm, likely hoarded from the Duke's residence. Madame Yang, now visibly flustered, signaled to the maid behind her to disperse the others. Once they were alone, she took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Sister, when I heard of your miscarriage, I selected the finest bird's nest. How could I ever wish you harm? I know you have held it against me for taking your dowry and the lady's relics, but there was no need for such baseless accusations." She sobbed, portraying herself as a victim of Zhang's cruelty. Duanfeng, seething with indignation, slammed his palm on the table. "You vile Madame Yang, how could you plot against Pinger from such a distance? Had we not discovered this in time, she might have lost her life." The usually composed Duanfeng could no longer contain his anger. Madame Yang continued to weep, adamant about her innocence. Seizing the opportunity while they were at an impasse, Lin Shutang discreetly added a few substances into Madame Yang's teacup. After her bout of tears, Madame Yang lifted the cup to take a sip. "Sister, brother-in-law, you may accuse me as you wish, but please do not speak of this before my husband. With his temperament, I cannot predict what he might do." Her words dripped with a veiled threat. Yet soon, she would come to regret her remarks. After swallowing the hot tea, blood suddenly streamed from her nose. Alarmed, she dabbed at it with her handkerchief, but the bleeding would not cease. "What is happening?" Jiang and Duanfeng stood up in astonishment, about to inquire further. At that moment, sister-in-law Chen Wanra pulled them aside and whispered a few words. Jiang and Duanfeng exchanged knowing glances, their understanding dawning, and they fell silent. Lin Shutang approached, feigning concern. "Oh dear, Madame Yang, what seems to be the matter? Have you fallen gravely ill?" Madame Yang urgently called out, "Quick, summon the doctor." The maid outside promptly responded, "Yes, madam." Desperately wiping away the blood dripping from her nose, Madame Yang was in a state of panic. Lin Shutang smiled. "Madame Yang, I have some knowledge of medicine. Perhaps I could examine you?" Madame Yang cautiously lifted her gaze. Lin Shutang glanced at her mother-in-law and continued with a smile. "If you doubt my skills, you may inquire about my mother. It was I who restored her health." Madame Yang's expression shifted as she regarded Lin Shutang anew. Realizing the poison she had administered was said to have no antidote. Yet, this young girl claimed she could neutralize it. Lin Shutang anticipated her thought process and ceased her smile. "Since Madame Yang does not trust my abilities, so be it." She gestured towards the blood swallow on the table. "You claimed my mother wronged you. If that is the case, Why not report this matter to the authorities? Oh, how convenient. Your husband is the county magistrate. We could wait for him to return and resolve this matter together. Madame Yang had previously employed threats regarding her husband. Yet Lin Shutong discerned her reluctance to expose the truth to him, for which man could accept that his beloved was a malicious woman. Otherwise, she would not have dismissed everyone upon their arrival. As expected, Madame Yang's complexion paled, and she hastily replied, "We are all family. Why must we escalate this to such an extent?" She changed her handkerchief, discovering that her nosebleed persisted. Gradually, fear crept into her demeanor, and she raised her gaze to Lin Shutong once more. "Do you truly possess medical knowledge?" Lin Shutong moved to support her sister-in-law, saying, "Madame Yang, as I mentioned. If you do not believe me, then let it be." Madame Yang, feeling a tightening in her chest and clearly contemplating a gamble, agreed. "If so, please do take my pulse." Chapter 17. Forcing the malicious and to surrender. Lin Shutong exchanged a knowing smile with her sister-in-law before stepping forward to take Madame Yang's pulse. Her gaze sharpened, and she adopted a grave demeanor. "Madame Yang, your days are numbered. However, I can save you." "What? You speak nonsense," Madame Yang retorted sharply. Jiang, witnessing this, immediately chastised her. "Madame Yang, it is one thing to doubt my daughter-in-law, but why must you raise your voice at her? We are here to seek justice, not to tend to your ailments." Madame Yang's face darkened with rage. Just then, the doctor arrived. Madame Yang, as if seeing a lifeline, urgently requested him to take her pulse. The poison coursing through her veins is no trifling matter. Ordinarily, doctors would fail to discern it, only noting the peculiarities in her pulse and the severity of her ailment. "Madam, you have but a short time left to live." Upon hearing this, Madame Yang felt as though the sky had fallen upon her, her steps faltering, barely able to maintain her balance. "What? I do not have long to live. Doctor, is there no remedy?" The physician sighed deeply, shaking his head in despair. Sister-in-law Chen Wanru interjected calmly, "Madame Yang, as you can see, the doctor's words echo those of my sister-in-law. If you do not believe her, there is no need to retaliate." She turned to Jiang, saying, "Mother, since she refuses to acknowledge the truth, let us depart and report this matter directly to the county magistrate for his personal investigation." Jiang nodded in full agreement. "Very well. Let us leave immediately." In an instant, Madame Yang was in a state of panic, stepping forward to obstruct their path. "Sister, we are all family. Let us discuss this amicably." As she spoke, she signaled her maid to escort the doctor away, then continued, "The poison you speak of truly has nothing to do with me." Zhang's eyes turned icy. "You claim it has nothing to do with you. Yet from the moment I entered, I never mentioned being poisoned. How do you know of my condition?" Madame Yang's mind momentarily faltered. Jiang scoffed coldly. "You are inadvertently confessing." Regaining her composure, Madame Yang replied, "Sister, I was merely speculating." She then turned to Lin Shutong. "What you said about being able to save me, was that true?" Lin Shutong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The poison she administered, I can certainly counteract." Madame Yang took a few tentative steps towards her. "You are my sister's second daughter-in-law, are you not? I did not expect someone so young to possess such exceptional medical skills. As your aunt, could you not treat me?" Lin Shutong raised an eyebrow, noting how Madame Yang had previously appeared skeptical. "Skeptical? How could I possibly doubt you?" Madame Yang approached, taking her hand, presenting a stark contrast to her prior demeanor. Lin Shutong narrowed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. "I may not have been clear earlier. I rarely take on patients. For Madame Yang to receive her treatment, sincerity was requisite." Madame Yang presumed she sought monetary compensation. Would 50 taels suffice? 50 taels? Lin Shutong smirked slightly. Soon, the entirety of the Yang family would belong to her. What need had she for silver? She scrutinized Madame Yang. "I desire the heirlooms my grandmother left for my mother." Upon entering, she had already noted the vermilion hairpin, the necklace, and the bracelet adorning Madame Yang, all possessions of the Jiang family. At that moment, her mother-in-law's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Madame Yang, with intent, had donned all of Zhang's heirlooms, deliberately provoking Jiang. Lin Shutong yearned for these items, intending to reclaim them and see them returned to her mother-in-law's hands in front of everyone. Madame Yang's complexion paled, stepping back while clutching the bracelet. Life in the Yang household was less than pleasant. Although Mr. Yang was wealthy, he was exceedingly miserly. The few items she could flaunt were these. Lin Shatong crossed her arms, chuckling. It seems Madame Yang is unwilling. Very well, we shall take our leave. As she turned to depart with Jiang and the others, Madame Yang, gritting her teeth, called out, wait. I will give them to you. I will give them all to you right now. Clearly, she was terrified of death. Lin Shatong glanced back. Very well, present everything to my mother, and I shall treat you immediately. Right now? Madame Yang's face darkened, feeling utterly humiliated. Sensing her hesitation, Lin Shatong turned to leave again. If you are unwilling, then seek another doctor to treat you. The physician you just saw is the best in Donghua County. Mr. Yang would not be magnanimous enough to provide further funds for her to seek a doctor in the capital. Madame Yang once more obstructed her path. Fine. I will give everything to you, as long as you can treat me. With that, she reluctantly removed her vermilion hairpin, hair ornaments, pearls, gold hairpin, necklace, jade pendant from her waist, and all the silver ornaments from her wrists, placing them on the nearby table. As the hairpin was dislodged, her hair fell into disarray. Jiang, gazing upon the table filled with her mother's relics, felt tears welling in her eyes. Sister-in-law assisted her in collecting them all. Lin Shatong approached Madame Yang, scrutinizing her closely. Is that all? Madame Yang shook her head. There is nothing more. Lin Shatong advanced, seizing her wrist. If that is the case, then what is that on your finger? Madame Yang glanced down to see the ring upon her finger. This Lin Shatong's brow furrowed, her tone turning icy. Remove it. Despite her petite and gentle appearance, she was once skilled with a sniper rifle, and her mere words commanded an imposing presence. Madame Yang winced at the pressure on her wrist, exclaiming, all right, I will remove it. Chapter 18. The Cleansing of Corrupt Officials in the Yang Family. Only then did Lin Shatong release her grip. Madame Yang hastily removed the ring and handed it over. Here. Lin Shatong accepted it, turning to present it to Jiang, who held it in her palms, filled with gratitude. Madame Yang, distressed at the loss of her possessions, asked Lin Shatong, can you treat me now? Of course. Lin Shatong affirmed, fetch me some ink and paper. I shall write you a prescription to follow for your treatment. Elated, Madame Yang hurried to procure the items. Lin Shatong took them and, with a flourish, inscribed several medicinal ingredients. In addition to the antidote, she included a few other components. Madame Yang accepted the prescription overjoyed, and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Once Jiang's heirlooms were secured, she, along with Duanfeng and sister-in-law, departed the Yang residence. Meanwhile, the third sister and Duan Yanzhou had already tended to the horses and procured some provisions for the journey, along with a carriage and 2 fine steeds. This arrangement allowed the family to travel comfortably, with Lin Shatong and Duan Yanzhou able to share a carriage for convenience. Just before boarding, sister-in-law inquired, was Madame Yang truly afflicted with a grave illness? Lin Shatong chuckled, shaking her head. Sister-in-law lowered her voice. Then what of the prescription you provided her? Lin Shatong grinned. The prescription is indeed effective, but I added a touch of fresh young boy's urine and feces for her to consume for 3 months. Sister-in-law burst into laughter. Upon entering the carriage, Lin Shatong found Duan Yanzhou waiting for her inside. The family continued their journey, but unbeknownst to Jiang and the others, she had discreetly transported Duan Yanzhou into the Yang family's storeroom. The storeroom was cleverly concealed, situated in a cellar at the back of the courtyard. It became evident that her uncle was indeed a notorious corrupt official. Within the modest county magistrate's storeroom lay no less than 20,000 taels of gold, a considerable sum for such a small town. Lin Shatong seized it all. In addition to the gold, the storeroom contained vast amounts of rice and red coal. Quite extravagant. She left not a single item behind, taking everything. Before departing, she made a brief visit to the kitchen and the backyard. With the spatial teleportation capabilities, they could swiftly enter and exit, gathering all they encountered. Before Madame Yang returned from procuring medicine, the residence had been thoroughly emptied. Upon emerging from the spatial realm, Lin Shatong discovered Duan Yanzhou holding a booklet. She inquired, what is this? Duan Yanzhou lowered his head, attentively examining the pages, and, upon turning one, remarked, this is the account book of County Magistrate Yang, who has been embezzling and accepting bribes for personal gain. I happened to retrieve it while I was in the storeroom. Lin Shatong truly wished to give him a thumbs up for his astuteness. At that moment, Duan Yanzhou produced an object from his bosom and extended it toward her. Lin Shatong was momentarily taken aback, asking, is this for me? Duan Yanzhou nodded, slightly tilting his head as if to conceal the faint blush creeping to his ears. and stated earnestly, "Indeed, I bought it for you while purchasing a cart at the market." What a casual remark. When in reality, he had searched several streets to find it. It was a small square copper mirror, akin to a pocket mirror. Although there were already some in their space, Duan Yanzhou felt compelled to buy one, solely to present her with a gift. Lin Shuting held it in her hands. Scrutinizing it closely, it was a beautifully crafted silver filigree mirror, intricately designed and small enough to be conveniently carried. She smiled and said, "Thank you, my husband." Upon hearing the term "my husband," Duan Yanzhou's eyes flickered, and this time it was not just his ears that turned crimson, but his neck as well. Yet, the blush soon faded, leaving only a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As the cart continued its journey, Jiang and the elder sister in the front carriage remained oblivious to the fact that the two had made another visit to the Yang residence. However, they were not idle. First, they retrieved a portion of gold discovered at the Yang household from their space and distributed it to the impoverished families unable to afford shoes. Subsequently, they ventured to the residence of the magistrate of Wanhe County, stealthily placing the account book on his desk. By the time they completed their tasks, evening had descended. They chose not to linger but instead hastened on their way. That night, Lin Shuting fell into a deep slumber, enveloped in the warmth of thick blankets. Conversely, Duan Yanzhou, lying beside his newlywed wife, found himself rather uncomfortable. As a healthy adult male, he was acutely aware of the presence of his bride beside him. The bumpy ride left him feeling unusually stifled. Lin Shuting, however, slept soundly, turning onto her side and wrapping her arms around his waist, burying her face in his embrace. Duan Yanzhou, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Chapter 19, A Night Together for the Young Couple. Within the cramped confines of the carriage, the thick blanket draped over them made Lin Shuting appear even more delicate. Yet, despite her petite frame, her arms felt heavy as they clung to Duan Yanzhou, gradually making it difficult for him to breathe. He remained rigid, afraid to move. After a few days of tireless activity, Lin Shuting was deeply asleep, dreaming of a handsome man with chiseled abs. Though his face was obscured, his physique was undeniably exquisite. In the realm of dreams, she felt emboldened, her fingers lightly tracing the contours of his well-defined abdomen. The sensation was peculiarly tangible, taut yet almost real. Duan Yanzhou, striving to restrain himself, felt beads of sweat forming on his fair forehead. Yet, the warmth of her touch grew increasingly insistent, her slender fingers slipping beneath his clothing, brushing against his abdomen. His entire body tensed, his lower abdomen contracting in response. However, her touch was unbearably hot, igniting a discomfort within him. He yearned to rouse the sleeping figure in his arms, but the sight of her peaceful slumber made him reluctant to disturb her. Unbeknownst to him, his hesitation only fueled Lin Shuting's dreams, which grew bolder. As her clothing was pulled aside, she pressed her cheek against his chest, their skin touching, causing Duan Yanzhou's heart to race wildly, more fervently than the storm raging outside the carriage. Unable to withstand it any longer, he grasped her wrist, attempting to awaken her. Yet, the woman resting against his chest suddenly fell eerily silent. Duan Yanzhou looked down to find her lips pressed together, tears slowly escaping the corners of her closed eyes, the warm droplets landing on his chest before turning cold. It seemed her beautiful dream had morphed into a nightmare. In her dream, Lin Shuting had been cradling the handsome figure, but for reasons unknown, the scene shifted to a haunting memory that had plagued her since childhood. She held her mother's favorite fragrant lilies, beaming as she pushed open the door, only to be met with a gruesome sight, blood everywhere. Her mother, tormented by her father's mistress, in a state of mental turmoil, had taken a knife to her wrist, blood saturating the room. She was merely 5 years old. The fallen lilies became a symbol of the nightmare that would forever haunt her. Cocooned in anguish, she curled up, tears streaming uncontrollably, murmuring incoherently. Duan Yanzhou, whose ears had flushed crimson, returned to his normal color upon witnessing her tears. His dark eyes gazed deeply into hers as he released her slender wrist, gently wiping away the traces of her tears with his fingertips. Like a tender caretaker, he rearranged the covers around her, softly patting her back, murmuring, "Do not fear. I am here." The gentle hand on her back was soothing, and under his comforting presence, Lin Shuting's terrifying nightmare gradually dissipated, allowing her to drift back into a peaceful slumber. Her tightly clenched hands relaxed, resting casually at his side, her breathing becoming steady. Observing her tranquil state, Duan Yeno exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, the brightness of his eyes reflecting her figure, filled with tenderness. The carriage continued its journey through the fierce snowstorm, the cold winds howling, yet the small carriage felt warm and inviting. Just as their family set out, County Magistrate Yang fortuitously returned home. Having heard that Duan Feng had arrived, he intended to engage in conversation, but upon entering the residence, he discovered the maids and servants in a frenzy. Stroking his beard, he furrowed his brow and scolded, "What is happening here? What has transpired in the household?" One of the young servants stammered as he stepped forward, "Master, it's terrible. Just moments ago, all the wealth in our residence has vanished. Even the roast chicken freshly prepared in the kitchen is gone. Now, that roast chicken is being devoured by our third sister, Duan Qinzhou." Before falling asleep, Lin Shudang had given them 3 or 4 pieces. "What? The house has been robbed." Young County Magistrate exclaimed in shock, rushing into the residence, where he found everything indeed emptied. He inwardly cursed, hastening towards the cellar. To his dismay, not a single gold brick remained. It was desolate, save for a squashed toad lying lifeless. He staggered, nearly losing his balance, and turned to the servant behind him, asking, "Who visited today?" The servant replied, "Today. Lord Duan and Lady Duan from the capital came, but they left early. They traveled with 4 carriages, which does not seem like something they would take." Indeed. With so many belongings, including the gold, at least 7 or 8 carriages would be required. "Where's the lady? Where did she go?" Yang County Magistrate questioned angrily. The servant quickly lowered his head and replied, "The lady went to the apothecary today. She is likely returning soon." Lady Yang had genuinely gone to procure the medicine based on the prescription Lin Shudang had given her, but the search for the required items proved arduous. It was only after dark that she returned home. Upon stepping through the door, she found her husband reprimanding the servants. "My dear husband, what troubles you?" she began. But before she could finish her sentence, Yang County Magistrate raised his hand and struck her hard across the face. She was taken aback, her head spinning, as she incredulously looked up and exclaimed, "You dare to strike me?" Yang County Magistrate, filled with rage, pointed at her and bellowed, "Tell me, did you take the wealth from the household?" Lady Yang was utterly bewildered, asking, "What wealth? What has happened?" Chapter 20. The malicious aunt's despair after emptying the house. The timid maid beside her responded tremulously, "Madam, the house has been entirely emptied. Even your most cherished white fox fur coat has vanished." Lady Yang instantly felt a throbbing pain in her head, almost believing she had misheard. She strode purposefully towards her chambers. It wasn't merely the coat that was missing. Not a trace of her cosmetics remained. She sank to the floor, nearly on the verge of tears. Yang County Magistrate caught up with her, angrily demanding, "Quickly tell me. Was it you who took them?" Lady Yang, already incensed, glared at him and retorted, "Me? Which of your possessions was not procured with my dowry? I brought out a sum of 50,000 taels from the Jiang residence to assist you in obtaining your official position and purchasing our estate. All these years, my sustenance and attire have depended on my dowry. Why would I steal from my own home?" Yang County Magistrate was momentarily speechless. He sighed heavily, nearly weeping himself, and stomped his foot in frustration. "Then where have these belongings gone? This is the fruit of our lifelong labor. How audacious of him to claim it was his lifetime's work, when their wealth stemmed from Lady Yang's appropriation of the Jiang family's dowry. Their little treasury was merely a siphoning of the people's hard-earned money. This couple had indulged themselves lavishly at the expense of others." Lady Yang burst into tears. "It's all gone, everything is gone. Even my most beloved bracelet has disappeared." Presently, it was not just the bracelet that was lost, the coal fire had also extinguished. The snow fell heavily outside, and it was the dead of night. She clutched her clothing, shivering uncontrollably. Yang County Magistrate stamped his foot and declared sternly, "No. We cannot allow the thieves to get away with this. I shall report it to the authorities." Lady Yang called out to stop him. "But you're an official, what are you reporting?" He waved his hand dismissively. "I shall go to the governor and lodge a complaint. I refuse to believe we cannot unearth those thieves." Having said this, he strode towards the front courtyard, but as he reached the entrance, a throng of soldiers surged in. Indeed, before he could seek out the governor had arrived himself. "Yang County Magistrate, where do you think you are going?" Yang County Magistrate was taken aback, confusedly responding, "Governor, what brings you here?" The governor, surnamed Yen, was a renowned upright official, known for his integrity and disdain for corrupt officials like Yang County Magistrate. Upon reviewing the accounts and noting the sums involved, he was filled with fury and immediately made his way to the Yang residence. You, Yang County Magistrate, have embezzled and accepted bribes, robbing the toils of the common people, and are suspected of colluding in the sale of official positions. Today, I shall have you detained for investigation. Guards, quickly take him away. Yang County Magistrate was left dumbfounded. He had merely stepped out for a moment. How had he fallen into such a predicament? Lady Yan, too, was in shock upon the arrival of the Jiang family. Not only was she coerced into returning the heirlooms, but she also fell gravely ill. Now, their household was in ruins. Yang County Magistrate was taken away, leaving Lady Yang alone. The estate was about to be confiscated, and the servants would be dismissed, with nowhere to turn. She felt as if she had reverted to the orphan she had been before the Jiang family took her in. The following morning, a horse-drawn carriage that had traveled through the night came to a halt at a post station. Lin Shutting slowly awakened in the warm embrace of her bedding. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of chiseled abs, just as in her dreams. Believing she had not yet awoken from slumber, she reached out to pinch them, finding the sensation strikingly real, firm yet slightly yielding. Particularly, as her hand traveled upwards, she felt something granular beneath her fingers. Just as she was about to scratch at it with her nails, a large hand suddenly grasped her wrist. "Do not touch," came the hoarse voice of Duan Yeno from above her. Lin Shutting froze in place, realizing it was not a dream. As she stiffly turned her neck to look at him, she noticed his usually aloof face flushed with a deep crimson, with dark lines visibly etched on his forehead. It dawned on her then that she was nestled in his embrace. At that moment, an electric current coursed through her mind, compelling her to blurt out, I will take responsibility." Yet before she could finish, she immediately regretted her words. What responsibility? He was her husband, whom she had married with great fanfare. A simple touch seemed inconsequential. Before Duan Yenjo could respond, she earnestly pulled his clothing closer around him. "It's cold. You mustn't catch a chill." Having said that, she nonchalantly withdrew her hand, preparing to rise. However, perhaps due to having slept awkwardly the previous night, as she attempted to stand, a crack echoed from her joints, and she tumbled heavily back into the carriage. Duan Yenjo swiftly moved to catch her. "Are you all right?" Chapter 21. The upgrade of the armory is complete. Lin Shutting steadied herself, pressing on her aching lower back and legs, shaking her head. "I'm fine. I must have been cramped in the carriage, causing my limbs to go numb." Duan Yenjo helped her sit properly. "In a few more days, when we arrive at Qingnan, it will be better. Duan Feng is going to serve as the county magistrate, so there will be an official residence. Though it may be rather modest, it is certainly preferable to sleeping in a carriage." Lin Shutting nodded, feeling a bit shy to meet his gaze. Yet as she regained her awareness, something felt amiss. If Duan Yenjo was truly frail and sickly, how could he have developed such an impressive physique? She covertly glanced at him once more. Though his gray-blue long robe did not complement him as splendidly as the wedding attire, it still exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Albeit he appeared slightly thinner, his capabilities were truly concealed beneath the surface. Just then, a voice echoed in her ear from the spatial system. With a beep, it announced, "Upgrade of the 8th layer of space is complete." Lin Shutting was instantly elated. She had nearly forgotten about the spatial upgrade, and today marked the 3rd day. She dismissed her earlier embarrassment and turned to Duan Yenjo. "Yenjo, wait here for me. I shall return shortly." Duan Yenjo hurriedly picked up her coat, intending to follow her. But as he turned, Lin Shutting had already vanished. At that moment, the temperature within the space remained a comfortable 25 degrees. Even without her coat, Lin Shutting felt warm. She entered the space and took the elevator to the 8th floor. The door, which had previously been tightly shut, now stood ajar. She cautiously approached and pushed it open, revealing an expansive warehouse. Inside were neatly arranged rows of shelves, and compared to the other floors, this one emanated a chill. She walked in slowly, observing shelves filled with an array of modern weaponry. Various firearms were lined up in dozens of rows. There were assault rifles, handguns, sniper rifles, and countless others. Overwhelming to the eye, Lin Shutting felt an inexplicable surge of excitement as she picked up a handgun and disassembled it, confirming its authenticity. She regained her composure and continued deeper into the room. On the shelves, not only were there firearms, but also a variety of ammunition and grenades. The grenades were diverse, with smoke bombs and standard grenades being the most basic. Further in, there were even types she did not recognize. Having formerly served as a military doctor, she was well acquainted with these items, particularly firearms, in which she had considerable proficiency. This armory was truly vast, seemingly endless. However, as large as it was, it lacked heavy weaponry, indicating that the space still required further upgrades. Nevertheless, the current arsenal was already sufficient, and she tucked a handgun into her clothing before exiting the space. As she stepped out, she heard voices outside the carriage. Second sister-in-law, come quickly and take a look. Lin Shuting realized that Duan Yanzhou was no longer inside the carriage and promptly donned her coat and cloak before descending. Third sister. What is it? Duan Qingju pointed towards the official road not far ahead and exclaimed, look over there. Who are those people? Lin Shuting raised her gaze and beheld the members of the Chang family, seated in a prison cart, hastening towards them. It was not surprising to encounter them on the official road as they were en route to Jinan. She found it rather amusing. Observing the members of the Donghua mansion, who prided themselves on their status, now clad in tattered prison garb, shivering in the drafty cart, she thought, now this is what exile truly looks like. Quite entertaining indeed. Coincidentally, Aunt Sue, the concubine of Duan Chong, also spotted them and sat up to point at Lin Shuting, saying, isn't that the second master's family? Zhou Shi and the elder master immediately turned their heads to look. Aunt Sue sighed deeply, remarking, the fates of people are so disparate. They ride in fine horse-drawn carriages, while we are relegated to this cold prison cart. How fortunate they are. Zhou Shi and the elder master's faces darkened to a deep shade of greenish-black. Their once elegant appearances were now disheveled and wretched. Aunt Sue did not miss the opportunity to needle them further, saying, tell me, is that Lin family's young lady not a stroke of good fortune? Look, since she entered the family, the second branch has changed dramatically. Zhou Shi, listening, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. The initial intention behind the marriage exchange was to use Lin Shuting's life to curse the sickly heir. Yet, fortune favored the latter as they could not even seize her family's assets. Their expressions grew increasingly grim, and they turned their heads away, hoping to avoid the sight of their own disgrace. At that moment, the third sister, Duan Qingju, strode through the snow toward them, beaming with a smile. Oh, if it isn't the esteemed elder master and mistress of Donghua Mansion. Why are you not riding in your fine sandalwood carriage, but instead enduring the chill of a prison cart? Chapter 22, The Control Group. You ride in a prison cart while I feast. The members of the Chang family looked up in unison at the sound of Duan Qingju's voice. Except for the old duke, all were present. Their faces, chapped and darkened by the cold, revealed the toll of just a few days. The ladies who once bathed in milk now appeared as destitute beggars. While Duan Qingju felt a sense of satisfaction, a chilling dread still crept into her heart. Fortunately, her family had managed to evade such a fate. Otherwise, they too would be confined in this drafty prison cart, suffering from cold and hunger. What brings you here? Are you here to mock us? Zhou Shi turned her face away, maintaining her proud demeanor as before. Duan Chong tugged at her, signaling her to remain silent, then smiled at Duan Qingju, saying, Qingju, given our past kinship, might you spare some rations? We have had nothing but a few buns distributed by the guards along the way and are terribly hungry. Is this what you refer to? Duan Qingju produced a warm, freshly made flatbread from her bosom, stuffed with meat. The prisoners in the cart craned their necks toward the delectable morsel. In particular, the three young ladies, of similar age to Duan Qingju, were accustomed to indulgence and arrogance. They relished competition and would retaliate against anyone who outshone them. In their younger days, they had drowned several maidens simply because those maidens were deemed more attractive. Having lived in comfort, they could not bear such indignities, gazing longingly at the fragrant meat pie. Sister Qingju, could we have a taste of that pie? At that moment, even Duan Qingyang, who had initially disregarded Duan Qingju, found himself captivated by the sight of the pie. Even Lin Wanwan, huddled in the corner, edged closer. Duan Qingju waved the pie before them, grinning. Do you wish to eat? They all nodded eagerly, their eyes fixated on the pie. Duan Qingju, with her characteristic generosity, took a hearty bite in front of them. Unpretentious and without airs, she devoured the pie in just a few bites. After finishing, she patted her belly, raising an eyebrow and declaring, what a pity. But I shan't share. Zhou Shi and Duan Chong were incensed, springing to their feet and pointing at her, shouting, you heartless little vixen. We are your uncle and aunt. How could you treat us this way? Duan Qingju clapped her hands and replied playfully, "Oh, Master Duan, have you forgotten? We are no longer kin, we are now strangers. Besides, you are heavy criminals destined for exile, so I must keep my distance from you." With that, she turned and sauntered back toward her own carriage. Duan Qingyang, who had remained silent until now, gripped the railing tightly and coldly retorted, "Duan Qingju, you will regret this. When I return to the capital, I shall not let you off lightly." At that moment, Lin Shutang, who had been listening nearby, stepped forward and shielded Duan Qingju, coldly smiling at Duan Qingyang. "You wish to return to the capital? I dare say you may have to wait until your next life. The heir has been demoted to slave status. Perhaps you should first learn to put aside your arrogance." With that, she turned and led Duan Qingju away. Lin Shutang, Qingyang, filled with rage, struck the bars of the prison cart forcefully. He had once been brimming with confidence, renowned among the young nobles for his flamboyance, relishing the torment of those with slightly lesser backgrounds. His disdain for Lin Shutang stemmed from her superior poetry skills. Marrying Lin Wanan was merely an act of spite. Little did he know that in a single night, he had become the laughingstock. Duan Qingyang, now desperate to find a hole to hide in, was both furious and anxious. Beside him, Lin Wanwan observed his distress and approached, reaching out to comfort him, "Husband." However, she was met with a dismissive shove from Duan Qingyang. "Get away from me, you jinx." Lin Wanwan stumbled backward, nearly colliding with Zhou Shi, who shot her a glare, "Leave." Lin Wanwan quickly took several steps back, feeling utterly aggrieved. Now that their family had fallen from grace, the true colors of Duan Qingyang and Zhou Shi were laid bare. Her regrets were futile, for she had gone to great lengths to marry into this family. Lin Shutang glanced back one last time before mounting her horse, addressing the officials nearby, "Gentlemen, your prisoners are rather noisy. Might you quiet them?" The officials looked towards the prison cart, furrowing their brows. "Let us see what can be done." They approached with firm strides, cracking their whips twice, which finally subdued the Chang family. However, their journey of exile had only just begun, and the hardships that lay ahead were yet to come. Chapter 23, Fated Encounters, Ghosts Haunting Ghosts. Seeing them quieted, Lin Shutang felt relieved as she climbed into Jiang Shi's carriage. Following Lin Shutong's medical advice, Jiang Shi had taken her medicine for 2 days and appeared much improved. She grasped Lin Shutong's hand, smiling as she said, "What a twist of fate, to encounter them here on the road." Lin Shutang chuckled in response. "Since we are both heading to Chinon, it is inevitable we would cross paths, like encountering a few familiar strays by the roadside." Jiang Shi was amused by her words. Squeezing her hand gently, "Indeed, let us regard them as familiar strays." After a moment, she glanced outside the carriage. "How is Yan Zhou treating you?" Lin Shutang hesitated before replying earnestly, "He treats me very well." Jiang Shi exhaled in relief. "That is good. Should he ever mistreat you, do let me know, and I shall protect you." As she spoke, she tightened her grip on Lin Shutong's hand, her sincerity evident. Lin Shutang felt warmth in her heart, nodding with a smile. "Thank you, mother." They paused at the post station for a couple of hours, but did not stay overnight. The station was rather shabby. The cold winds made it equally frigid inside and outside, far less comfortable than their carriage. Up and down they went, squandering precious time. Once they had sufficiently fed their horses, they resumed their journey. The inhabitants of the Long family, gnawing on their rock-hard buns, looked up and realized that their companions had departed. They left. Had they truly abandoned us without a second thought? The 3 young ladies of the Duan family were left dumbfounded. It dawned on them that the severance of ties was indeed final. Yet, it was deserved. Had they not committed so many heinous acts in the past, they would not be facing such retribution now. As the wind and snow intensified, the constables dragged them down from the prison cart and made them spend the night at the post station. All were shackled with leg irons, the sound of clanking chains reverberating as they walked. Just as the main gate was secured, a new group arrived, also exiled, a family from the Lin clan. Lin Taifu was accompanied by 7 or 8 concubines and a young son. Upon their encounter, the 2 families regarded each other like bitter enemies, particularly Aunt Bai. With her hair disheveled, hurled accusations at the Zhou and Duan families, blaming them for the downfall of the Lin clan due to their connection with the Donghua government. Zhou Shi, unable to contain her anger, seized Lin Wanwan and, with the chains clinking, exclaimed, "If it weren't for your ill-fated daughter marrying into our family, would our Donghua government have suffered such calamity?" Aunt Bai, filled with anguish for her daughter, implored, "Please, just return our daughter to us." Lin Taifu, pulling her back, retorted, "What nonsense! We are now exiled, unable to feed ourselves. Bringing her back would only lead to our demise." Aunt Bai, seething with fury, shot back. "The Lin family cannot provide for her? Yet your concubines can." Lin Taifu, truly reluctant to part with his 5 cherished concubines, knew that leaving them behind meant they would be sent to serve as courtesans. He cast a disdainful glance at Aunt Bai, saying, "Do not speak of them as mere concubines. You belong to that category as well." Years of indulgence had clouded her memory of her own identity and how she had once driven Lin Foreign to her demise. In times of distress, a person's true nature is revealed, the affection once lavished upon her now transformed into disdain. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the post-station's walls led in drafts, with no charcoal fire to provide warmth. Soon, both families lacked the energy to continue their quarrels, huddling together for warmth as they shivered. Meanwhile, Lin Shutang and his companions had arrived at a small county town named Luoyang. This town was significantly larger than the Wanha county they had passed the previous day. However, they did not intend to stay the night, choosing instead to hasten their journey. Just as they approached the county gate, an elderly man stopped them, pleading, "Do not go any further. You must not proceed." The carriage came to a halt, and Duan Yenzhou leaned out to inquire, what troubles await ahead. Chapter 24. A Shot to the Head. The elder sighed. "This road is treacherous. Mountain bandits often lurk here, preying on young women. You may go, but know that many have gone and never returned." Bandits? Their audacity was astonishing, daring to rob along an official road. This route was essential for those heading south. To avoid it would mean scaling treacherous mountains. With the biting wind, climbing those heights could very well lead to the horses perishing from the cold. She tugged at Duan Yenzhou's sleeve. "Should we continue our journey or rest in the town?" After contemplation, Duan Yenzhou replied, "Let us seek refuge in the town and scout the path come morning." Lin Shutang nodded in agreement. Seeing her consent, Duan Yenzhou dismounted to inform his parents. His sister-in-law and third sister unanimously agreed, and the family resolved to enter the town. The town was noticeably more prosperous than Wanha County, yet it was merely the calm before the storm. The wind and snow worsened day by day. In just a few days, water would freeze, ushering in an extreme cold. Crops and livestock would not survive. Leaning against the carriage, Lin Shutang fiddled with a small pistol, an urge to find a place to test it bubbled within her. Duan Yenzhou, with keen eyes, noticed the object in her hand and inquired, "What is this?" Lin Shutang retrieved the small item from her bosom, unbothered by sharing it. Though at a loss for words, she simply stated, "This is a weapon, akin to your swords, yet do not underestimate its size. It possesses immense power." Duan Yenzhou regarded it with earnest curiosity, nodding after a moment of contemplation, though his understanding seemed tenuous. Lin Shutang, puzzled, asked, "Do you truly comprehend?" He replied earnestly, "It appears peculiar, yet if you say it is a weapon, then it must be so." The casual way he referred to her as my wife nearly went unnoticed by Lin Shutang, but before she could ponder further, a piercing scream echoed from outside the carriage. "Not good. The bandits are here. Run! Run!" Duan Yenzhou furrowed his brow, swiftly pulling back the carriage curtain to question the townsfolk. "What has happened?" A farmer stumbled forward, breathless, exclaiming, "Sir, the bandits have come. We must flee. If we wait any longer, it will be too late." This was a county town. How could the bandits be so brazen? Duan Yenzhou pressed, "Is the county magistrate not taking action?" The farmer glanced back, letting out a deep sigh. "The officials are in league with the bandits. The magistrate is one of them." Lin Shutang was taken aback, incredulous at the notion of collusion between officials and bandits in broad daylight. At that moment, a long arrow whizzed through the air. The farmer, terrified, took off running. Duan Yenzhou reacted swiftly, pulling Lin Shutang close to shield her, calling out to his sister, "San Mei, there are bandits. Hurry and drive the carriage to the inn." Duan Qinzhou replied, "Yes, second brother." The carriage took off rapidly, halting in front of an inn. Duan Yenzhou hurriedly settled his family within and concealed the carriage. Lin Shutang was astonished by his speed and agility. Could this man be unwell? He seemed capable of carrying heavy sacks and running 30 miles without breaking a sweat. Duan Yenzhou found a shovel to secure the inn's doors and windows. The inn was modest, but housed several traveling merchants. The innkeeper cowered beneath the counter, trembling. Bandits seldom ventured into town. Why had they chosen today? Lin Shudang surmised the reason. An unrelenting snowfall over several days had disrupted the weather, prompting astute individuals to stockpile supplies. With the collusion of officials and bandits, it seemed they intended to treat the townsfolk like livestock. Historically, natural disasters have incited rebellion. Lin Shutang was not surprised. Gripping her small pistol, she realized it was inadequate and needed something more substantial. While Duan Yenzhou was busy reassuring his elder sister-in-law, she seized the opportunity to retrieve a sniper rifle from her spatial storage, positioning it behind a row of cabinets in the inn. Soon, torches illuminated the night, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves. Duan Yenzhou swiftly positioned himself behind Lin Shutang, shielding her. "Stay here and do not venture out." Lin Shutang looked up at him. Your health?" Before she could finish, he had turned to draw a long sword from its sheath. Lin Shutang recognized it as a fine sword they had brought from the Duke's residence. Indeed, her husband concealed remarkable skills. As chaos erupted outside, two imposing figures stormed into the inn, forcefully kicking the door open. "There's still someone here. Quick, let us rob. The men will be turned into pork, and the women shall be taken to bear children." Lin Shutong's gaze sharpened, and with swift precision, she gripped the sniper rifle and pulled the trigger, aiming at the foreheads of the two intruders. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, the bullets piercing through their brows before they could react, crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. Du Nynzhu clutched his sword, taken aback by the scene before him. He turned his gaze toward Lnshting, who was intently gripping her gun, her eyes deep and filled with a hint of surprise and admiration. Almost immediately, a few mountain bandits charged forth. 1, 2, 3. Lnshting pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage upon them. Her marksmanship was exceptional, hitting every target with precision, the bullets echoing like thunder. As she witnessed the bandits fall to the ground, a triumphant smile graced her lips. Chapter 25. The duo unites to vanquish the bandits. Du Nynzhu caught sight of that smile, his gaze darkening slightly, as if something had struck him in the chest. Lnshting swiftly loaded another bullet, turning to him with a serious expression. "Nzhu, leave these intruders to me. Your duty is to protect our parents and sisters." Without hesitation, Du Nynzhu complied, guiding Jing Sh and his sister-in-law D and F Ing to the second floor of the inn. Their third sister had also taken out her long whip, standing guard at the staircase. Outside, the bandits, witnessing their comrades falling one by one, displayed expressions of shock. What is happening? Why are they all down? There must be someone inside skilled with hidden weapons. Quick, let us rush in and avenge our brothers. As their words fell, they charged in with their swords raised. Lnshting, exhilarated by the abundance of targets, aimed at the first one, firing with precision. Bullets flew like meteors from unseen places, piercing through foreheads, blood splattering as the intruders fell once more. Those bandits who had yet to cross the threshold recoiled in terror, hastily retreating. What a formidable hidden weapon. Second in command. It seems there are experts inside the inn. We should summon the chief. A furious roar echoed. What experts? I've never seen one. Whose hidden weapon can rival my blade? Step aside, I will enter and ensure they are all torn to shreds today. As the words left his mouth, a burly man with a bushy beard strode in, wielding a massive sword over a meter long, causing the very floor to tremble beneath him. Lnshting nearly retched at the sight of his grotesque visage. The rotund bandit, sharp-eyed, spotted Lnshting hiding behind a cabinet, his eyes narrowing with a lewd grin. What expert? Just a little beauty. Little beauty, surrender quietly, if you can please me. Perhaps I'll spare your life and let you become my concubine. These bandits were notorious for their heinous acts, having likely ravaged countless innocent women. Lnshting aimed her gun at his brow, a smirk playing on her lips. That sounds delightful, but it depends on whether you can survive. The bandit chuckled, advancing with his sword. Little beauty, here I come. Before he could finish, a figure leapt from the second floor. The movement was so swift that it created an afterimage. When Lnshting regained her focus, she saw a long sword pierce through the bandit's chest. Blood dripped from the sword's tip as the bandit stared ahead, his unvoiced words caught in his throat, producing only a strangled gasp. Her ailing husband gripped the sword hilt tightly, yanking it free with a sudden force, blood splattering across his face and azure attire, resembling blooming red plums, painting his usually pale visage with a hint of allure. Second in command. A roar shattered the stillness. LNSHTing immediately snapped back to reality, her eyes locking onto the bandit. Just as he attempted to swing his sword at Du Nynzhu, a bullet pierced through his forehead, while simultaneously a sword impaled his chest. The fusion of cold steel and hot lead. The mountain bandit collapsed, his face still contorted in fear. Du Nynzhu stood at the threshold, turning his gaze toward the remaining bandits outside, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Outside, the heavy snow fell like goose feathers, resting upon his hair, accentuating the crimson stains on his face, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. The remaining bandits, sensing the ominous aura, instinctively retreated. "Who are you?" Du Nynzhu lifted his cold gaze, offering no reply, and leapt forward, swinging his sword. The sound of steel cutting through the air resonated, blood splattering onto the pristine snow, staining it red. Another bandit fell with a thud. The remaining bandits, now too frightened to utter a word, retreated hastily, eager to escape, some abandoning their horses in their flight. Before long, the bandits outside the inn had all retreated. Du Nynzhu sheathed his sword and dashed back inside, striding towards LNSHTing. She retracted her sniper rifle into her spatial pouch and looked up at him, her eyes bright and cheerful. The dimples on her cheeks emerged, radiant and warm. "I'm perfectly fine." Du Nynzhu released a long breath, shedding the earlier demeanor he had displayed before the bandits. His face now etched with worry as he gently asked, "Were you frightened just now?" LNSHTing shook her head, stepping closer to him, brushing away the blood on his face. "Those were mere trifles to me. However, I must admit, you surprised me with your condition." Chapter 26. Gathering their charcoal in the night. Du Nynzhu's expression shifted, releasing his grip on the sword as he began to cough, cough. "I have been unwell for many years, hence, my parents urged me to practice martial arts to strengthen my body." LNSHTing found his poor acting amusing, realizing he had no intention of continuing the facade. She picked up the sword, placing it in his palm. "In that case, once we arrive in QNN, you must allow me to examine your pulse properly." As she spoke, her fingertip inadvertently grazed his wrist. Du Nynzhu's throat tightened slightly as he gripped the sword, replying softly, "Then I shall gladly comply." LNSHTing shared a smile with him, looking up toward the second floor. "How are our parents and sisters? Were they frightened?" Du Nynzhu replied, "Our parents are unharmed, but I suspect my sister-in-law may have been startled and is experiencing some discomfort." Upon hearing this, LNSHTing's expression turned serious. "I shall go check on her." With that, she hurried up the stairs, followed closely by her second sister-in-law and third sister. They pushed open the inn's door to find the eldest sister-in-law clutching her abdomen, lying on the bed, her complexion pale. Jing SH wore a worried expression. "SHTing, you're here. Please check on WNRing. She suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain." LNSHTing rushed to her side, examining the eldest sister-in-law's pulse. DNQNZHU knelt nearby, his face also showing concern. "Sister-in-law, is the eldest sister all right?" LNSHTing slowly withdrew her hand, assuring them she is not in grave danger. It seems she was simply startled. Likely, the tension caused some contractions, but it is nothing serious. As she spoke, she took out silver needles to administer acupuncture. Soon, the eldest sister-in-law's complexion improved. She relaxed her grip on her abdomen and sat up. "SHTing, the pain in my belly seems to have subsided." LNSHTing retracted the needles, smiling. "That's splendid. Rest well for now. I will prepare some calming medicine for you shortly." The eldest sister-in-law nodded gratefully. "Thank you, SHTing." Nearby, Jing SH and DNFing also breathed sighs of relief. "SHTing, what was that noise downstairs?" Jing SH inquired, puzzled. LNSHTing smiled. "It was a type of hidden weapon. Fear not, the bandits have been driven away by YNZHU. They are unlikely to return anytime soon." Jing SH relaxed, but as she looked down, she noticed LNSHTing's hands were slightly red from the cold, and she quickly urged her to sit by the charcoal fire. "Come, warm yourself. Be careful not to freeze your hands." LNSHTing had been so focused on dealing with the bandits that she hadn't realized her hands had turned red. She settled down close to the charcoal fire, quickly feeling the warmth envelop her. As night descended, the family had no choice but to rest here for the time being. Lin Shuding had conveniently borrowed the kitchen stove to prepare medicine for her sister-in-law. Once the concoction was ready, Lin Shuding returned to the room, only to find Duan Yanzhou wearing a troubled expression. Approaching him, she inquired, "Are you worried that the mountain bandits will return?" Duan Yanzhou nodded slightly. The bandit who had perished at the inn today was likely just a subordinate. An idea struck Lin Shuding rather than waiting passively for them to come. It would be more prudent for them to take the initiative, thus sparing her sister-in-law and parents from further distress. Duan Yanzhou hesitated, not wanting Lin Shuding to place herself in danger. Before he could voice his concerns, however, Lin Shuding had already pulled him into her spatial realm. When they emerged, they found themselves at the residence of the magistrate of Luoyang County. This magistrate, surnamed Pan, had only served 3 years in this position, yet during this brief tenure, the mountain bandits had wreaked havoc, leaving the populace in dire straits. The emperor was a fool, unable to maintain order among his subordinates, let alone those beneath them. To truly eradicate the bandits, one must first eliminate this malignant tumor. As the duo approached the magistrate's study, they overheard voices inside. "Have you figured out who it was that killed my second-in-command at the inn today?" Lin Shuding pricked up her ears. It was indeed the bandits. They had the audacity to collude so openly within the magistrate's office. Magistrate Pan was all smiles as he replied, "Yes, it was the Duan family from the capital. That Duan Feng, whom I've encountered a few times in the capital, is merely a bastard son. I've never liked him much, so I might as well send his entire family to the afterlife. In passing, I can leave his daughter-in-law and daughter for you, the chief. I shall summon them to my residence tomorrow, drug them, and then you may dispose of them as you see fit." The bandit's expression softened. "That's more like it. Our 2 masters perished at their hands today. I've heard they possess formidable martial prowess, so keep a close watch." Magistrate Pan laughed repeatedly. "Of course, I shall keep a close watch." Lin Shuding listened intently from outside the study. They intended to drug them? Then let us see whose poison is more potent. She discreetly produced a vial of poison powder and sprinkled it through the window before dragging Duan Yanzhou back into her spatial realm. Duan Yanzhou asked her, "What did you just sprinkle?" Lin Shuding replied with a mischievous smile, "The same potion I sprinkled in my aunt's room that day." Duan Yanzhou was taken aback. "A powerful aphrodisiac?" Lin Shuding nodded with a smile. These two had harmed countless virtuous women, and a small retribution seemed only fitting. Since they enjoyed their collusion so much, let them grow even closer. Soon, voices emerged from within. "Chief, what are you doing? Calm down. Chief, stop. Don't act impulsively. Chief." The astonishment flickered in Duan Yanzhou's eyes, yet he quickly grasped Lin Shutong's hand, suggesting, "While they are preoccupied, shall we move their county office and bandit den as well?" Chapter 27. The Unexpected Reunion with the Missing Eldest Brother. Lin Shutong's eyes brightened in agreement, surprised by their mutual understanding. Luoyang County was considerably wealthier than the Wanhe County they had previously passed through. It was evident that Magistrate Pan's wealth far surpassed that of County Magistrate Yang by several folds. As anticipated, upon reaching the storehouse, they found it brimming with gold and silver. When the frigid winter weather arrived, precious metals would be of little use, yet for the present populace, they were invaluable. They swiftly transported everything away, then proceeded to the granary and kitchen. The grain in the granary was scarce, but the kitchen held an abundance of treasures, particularly charcoal. Upon seeing the vast piles of charcoal, Lin Shuding wondered if Magistrate Pan had sensed the unusual weather and thus stockpiled so much for them. This was a stroke of fortune. With a year of extreme cold ahead, they would need considerable charcoal. Without hesitation, she stored it all in her spatial realm. Once the county office was emptied, Lin Shuding and Duan Yanzhou returned to the study, only to find the 2 men within engaged in a fervent struggle. The effects of the drug were potent, yet no one could withstand it for long. Soon, both men collapsed from exhaustion. Lin Shuding took the opportunity to release a dose of sleeping powder inside, ensuring that everyone had succumbed before preparing to push the door open. Duan Yanzhou quickly stopped her. "Let me go." Lin Shuding immediately understood his intent. The scene inside would likely be unseemly. He was concerned about sullying her eyes. She nodded, retrieving a rope and a sack from her spatial realm, handing them to him. "These 2 are a menace left here. It would be better to bundle them up and send them to the governor, thus avoiding future troubles." "All right," Duan Yanzhou replied, taking the items in hand and swiftly entering the room. Before long, he emerged with a large sack. The bandit and Magistrate Pan were entangled within, making for a perfect fit. Lin Shutang, along with his sack, joined Duan Yanzhou in the spatial realm. Fortunately, their location was not far from the governor's residence. And upon emerging from the spatial realm, they found themselves directly in the governor's courtyard. Duan Yanzhou tossed the sack into the yard, and two naked men tumbled out. As they departed, Lin Shutang left behind a brief note detailing their crimes to prevent the governor from being left in the dark. Soon, the sight of the two naked men stirred the inhabitants of the governor's residence. Before they could arrive, Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou hastily made their exit. The night was still young, and they had much yet to accomplish. The pair returned to the inn, confirming that no bandits lay in ambush before entering the spatial realm to reach the bandits' stronghold. Their hideout was atop a rugged peak, a place difficult for the average person to access. Today, many of their men had descended, but few had returned. At this moment, the bandits remained unaware that their leader had been captured, each awaiting his return to descend the mountain once more. Lin Shutang wasted no time, directly adding sleeping powder to their wine. A hefty dose of the sleeping powder could incapacitate a bull. These bandits were exceedingly cautious, to be safe. She also spiked their water. Duan Yanzhou stood guard for her. Should anyone approach, they would retreat into the spatial realm. After a few rounds, every bandit in the stronghold lay sprawled on the ground. Hastily, she and Duan Yanzhou made their way to the back courtyard of the stronghold. They discovered that while other commodities were scarce, there was an abundance of young, beautiful women. They were clearly being treated as merchandise. Lin Shutang was incensed and rushed to free them all. Duan Yanzhou followed closely behind, spotting a familiar face in one of the cages. He stepped forward and carefully peered inside. Eldest brother. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Shutang turned. Eldest brother? Could it be Duan Yanzhou's missing brother, Duan Cheng'an, who had been sent on a mission to the border? She quickly retrieved her pistol and unlocked the cage. The man inside was battered and bruised, barely recognizable from the torment he had endured. Together, they hoisted him out, and Lin Shutang promptly administered several hemostatic pills. Duan Yanzhou, filled with compassion for his brother who had been missing for months, cradled him and called out, "Eldest brother, wake up. It's me, your second brother." Duan Cheng'an slowly opened his eyes. Despite the blood covering his face, it was evident from his gaze that he was indeed the distinguished scholar of your second brother. Is that you? Chapter 28. The timely arrival of the hospital's spatial realm. Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou worked together to carry their elder brother, Duan Cheng'an, out. His limbs were marred by wounds, some grotesquely torn and festering. Despite having encountered numerous grievously injured individuals, Lin Shutang couldn't suppress a gasp upon witnessing her brother's condition. She reached out to check his pulse. It was taut and wiry, indicating internal bruising. It seemed that his vital organs had sustained injury. Swiftly, she retrieved silver needles to protect his heart pulse. Such severe injuries necessitated surgical intervention, a feat likely unachievable in their current mountainous surroundings. Noting her furrowed brow, Duan Yanzhou surmised the gravity of their brother's plight and inquired, "How is he?" Lin Shutang, adept in her actions, assured him, "Do not worry, with me here. I shall ensure his survival." In that moment, Duan Cheng'an lay with his eyes slightly open, his consciousness wavering, yet his hand clutched tightly to Duan Yanzhou's. "Elder brother, what of your sister-in-law?" Duan Yanzhou responded, "She and the children are well, awaiting your safe return." "Elder brother, who did this? Who conspired with the bandits to confine you here?" As an official of the court, Duan Cheng'an's abduction could not have been merely for monetary gain. In a faint whisper, Duan Cheng'an managed to reply, "He Wang." At the mention of those two words, Duan Yanzhou's expression darkened, his eyes aflame with hatred. "It is him." Lin Shutang, attentive, grasped the implications. From the memories of the original owner, He Wang was the emperor's younger brother, a likely heir to the throne given the emperor's lack of sons. His relentless targeting of the eldest son of the second house of the Donghua government suggested deeper machinations at play. However, the tides of fortune would soon shift. With the onset of winter and chaos reigning across the land, even the emperor could be overthrown, let alone the insignificant He Wang. Retrieving her needles, Lin Shutang addressed Duan Yanzhou, "Yano, our brother's injuries are grave. We cannot linger here. We must return to the inn." Duan Yanzhou nodded. "Let us depart." As Lin Shutang rose, her gaze fell upon the fallen bandits. "And what of these men?" Duan Yanzhou, brandishing a nearby torch, coldly surveyed the scene. "These men have committed countless murders and grievous acts against women. Allowing them to live would only invite further disaster." With that, He kicked over a nearby wine jar and tossed the torch atop it. Flames erupted, engulfing the bandits in a fierce blaze. Turning to observe the courtyard, Lin Shuting noted that the women imprisoned there had already fled down the mountain. Only livestock and provisions remained, though the food was scant. The pens housed an abundance of sheep and horses. Within the bandit leader's inner quarters lay over a dozen chests of gold, such a waste to burn them. With a concentrated effort, she stored the treasures within her spatial realm. Soon, the structure began to collapse and Lin Shuting, along with Duan Yanzhou and their unconscious brother, entered the space. Inside, the warmth enveloped them and Duan Cheng'en's complexion improved slightly upon entering. Just as Lin Shuting intended to lead them back to the inn, a beep resonated through the space. The 9th level's upgrade was complete, but the 10th would require an additional 15 days. She quickly glanced upwards, noticing that indeed, the door to the 9th level had opened. Having previously been preoccupied with the 8th level's armory upgrade, she had neglected to inspect the newly accessible 9th level until now. Perhaps it was her feminine intuition. She turned to Duan Yanzhou. "Yanzhou, please wait here with elder brother while I investigate." Duan Yanzhou settled his brother gently and nodded in acquiescence. Without hesitation, Lin Shuting ascended to the 9th level. As the doors swung open, she was greeted not by a mere pharmacy or a rudimentary medical space, but by a hospital lobby. Lin Shuting had anticipated a simple treatment room. Yet what lay before her was a fully fledged medical facility. It boasted 2 escalators leading to 3 additional floors, complete with both Western and traditional Chinese pharmacies, outpatient rooms, ultrasound and CT rooms, as well as wards and operating theaters. The limited number of wards was overshadowed by the abundance of pharmacies and surgical rooms. Her heart raced with excitement. This level was essentially a hospital. With little time to revel in her discovery, she noted the dwindling minutes. Only 20 remained. Time was short. Yet, she resolved to make the most of it. Lin Shuting hurriedly returned downstairs, instructing Duan Yanzhou to bring their brother up. As she walked, she cautioned Yanzhou. "You may witness things beyond your imagination, but do not be alarmed. These will save your brother's life." Duan Yanzhou replied earnestly, "I understand, Shuting. Trust that I will support you in whatever you decide." Chapter 29. Performing surgery on elder brother Duan Yanzhou's unwavering trust invigorated Lin Shuting's spirit. She led them into the hospital space on the 9th level. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Duan Yanzhou was still taken aback by the sight before him. He maintained his composure, assisting Lin Shuting in placing Duan Cheng'en onto the operating table. With time of the essence, Lin Shuting prioritized saving his life, meticulously disinfecting and swiftly suturing the profusely bleeding wounds. In her past on the battlefield, such surgeries were a daily occurrence. Many had lost limbs. Once she had completed the suturing, she gathered medical supplies, vials, syringes, and some surgical instruments, intending to return to the inn with them. The spatial realm only allowed for a 30-minute stay, exceeding that would necessitate a 3-hour wait before re-entry. Duan Cheng'en's condition could not afford such delays, compelling Lin Shuting to set up the operating room within the inn. "Yanzhou, quickly find an empty room," she instructed, while preparing to administer 4 fluids to Duan Cheng'en. "Understood." Duan Yanzhou dashed upstairs, soon locating an unoccupied room and guiding them there. Lin Shuting secured the door and asked Duan Yanzhou to wait outside. At that moment, Jiang Shi and the 3rd sister fortuitously discovered their return to the inn and hurried over. "Yanzhou, have you and Shuting returned from the county office? What did the magistrate say?" Duan Yanzhou had only mentioned to them that they were reporting to the county office, without revealing their intent to confront the bandits. Turning, he hesitated to explain, finally stating, "Mother, 3rd sister, we found elder brother on our way back." "Elder brother?" the 3rd sister exclaimed, rushing forward to confirm. "Second brother. Is it true? You found him?" Duan Yanzhou nodded firmly. Jiang Shi, clutching her handkerchief, faltered, tears welling in her eyes as she asked, "Is your elder brother alive?" Duan Yanzhou stepped forward to support her, replying, "He is alive, though he has sustained injuries. Shuting is currently treating him." Jiang Shi grasped Duan Yanzhou's arm, overwhelmed with emotion. Cheng'en has finally returned. When elder brother had gone missing, rumors had swirled that he had been slain by bandits beyond the borders, leading many to believe he would never return. Yet Jiang Shi and Duan Feng had refused to accept this fate, despite his months-long absence. They had not erected a memorial for him. Conversely, those from the first household had taken pleasure in his misfortune, unilaterally constructing a tomb for Duan Cheng'en. That very night, the third sister, Duan Qinzhou, had dismantled the tomb. At present, the elder sister-in-law and Duan Feng heard the commotion. The elder sister-in-law, disregarding her frailty, leaned against the wall and approached, asking, "Is Chang'an truly back?" The third sister, wiping her tear-streaked face, briskly walked up to her and exclaimed, "Yes, elder sister-in-law. Elder brother has returned." With tears streaming down her face, the elder sister-in-law took hold of the third sister's hand, gazing at the closed door with joy overwhelming her, speechless in her elation. Meanwhile, Lin Shuting diligently tended to Duan Chang'an's wounds, estimating that nearly 2 hours had passed. Their family waited outside from dusk till dawn. Finally, Lin Shuting opened the door and stepped out. She had been busy for nearly an entire night, her legs feeling weak, and as she stepped forward, she nearly stumbled. Duan Yanzhou promptly stepped in to catch her in his embrace. Lin Shuting's head collided with his sturdy chest, jolting her awake. She quickly rubbed her eyes and said, "Yanzhou, my elder brother is now out of danger. With proper rest for a while, he will recover." The onlooking third sister and their parents all breathed a sigh of relief. However, Duan Yanzhou held her tightly, saying, "You must be exhausted. Allow me to escort you to your room for some rest." Lin Shuting was indeed fatigued and did not hesitate to follow him to the adjacent guest room. Before leaving, she instructed her third sister to inform her immediately if their elder brother awoke. The third sister obediently nodded, wanting to say more, but was pulled back by Jiang. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a mischievous smile. Yet, they were mistaken. Duan Yanzhou was genuinely concerned for Lin Shuting's weariness and simply guided her to rest. Lin Shuting fell asleep as soon as her head touched the warm bedding, quickly drifting into dreams. As she slumbered, she vaguely sensed warmth at her feet and instinctively tucked them further in. Duan Yanzhou, seated beside her, turned pale and slowly lowered his gaze to see the delicate ankle beneath her, causing his ears to redden. Chapter 30. The aunt's arrival brings humiliation. Duan Yanzhou remained seated, afraid to move lest he disturb her slumber. He quietly sat there for a while until Lin Shuting turned over and withdrew her feet, at which point he exhaled a long sigh of relief and stood to leave, not forgetting to stoke the fire before departing. As noon approached, the governor arrived at the county office with a contingent of soldiers. The chaotic encounter between the mountain bandits and county magistrate Pan had provided a significant shock to the governor. The two, bare-chested in the snow, stared at each other, dazed, until the soldiers apprehended them, still oblivious to what had transpired. Only when the governor presented their charges did they realize the gravity of their situation. Their involvement with Duan Chang'an's imprisonment was inescapable. They had met their deserved fate. After detaining them, the governor swiftly proceeded to raid the magistrate's residence. However, upon arrival, they found the office deserted, with no one aware of the whereabouts of Magistrate Pan's wealth. It was clear that from now on, there would be no mountain bandits troubling Luang County. In the afternoon, Jiang and Duan Feng noticed Duan Chang'an's injuries, and that Chen Wanru had been unsettled during her pregnancy. They decided to remain in the county for a few more days. Outside, the wind and snow raged, and the temperature dropped with each passing day. Jiang gazed out at the unusual snowfall, noting that it had persisted far longer than the usual 3 or 4 days, this time lasting over 10 days. "My lord, do you think calamity is approaching?" Duan Feng furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. When occurrences deviate from the norm, there is likely something amiss. This snowfall is no ordinary phenomenon. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The bitter cold could plunge to 30 degrees below zero, or even colder. Meanwhile, the Long family and the Lin family arrived at the gates of Luang County a day later. The officers responsible for their exile were under orders to deliver them to Chinon within half a month, thus they dared not rest too long. Had it not been for the severe weather, they would not have entered the city. Perhaps fearing for their survival, the officers kindly provided them with coats. However, these coats were mostly scavenged from the deceased, reeking and filthy. Ordinary folk might endure such discomfort, but the Long family and the Lin family were accustomed to fine furs and exquisite silks. Thus, even in these coats, they lamented their fate. Zhou wore a cold expression. Her complaints abundant, "Duan Chong, why must I have married you? Had I not wed you, I would not suffer like this." As she spoke, she wiped her tears with her filthy sleeve. Duan Chong shot her a glance. "What, do you regret it? Let me remind you, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. In life, you're of the Duan family, and in death, you're a ghost of the Duan family. Don't cause a ruckus here. Save your strength to think about how we will survive in Chinon. Zhou felt even more wronged by his reprimand. We have fallen to such depths because of you. If not for your and your father's actions, would the emperor have set his sights on us? We are exiled here, while the old duke suffers in a dungeon, condemned to die there. Duancheng kept his head down, silent. Zhou continued, yet that Jiang has such luck, traveling in a carriage with Duanfeng, avoiding the hardships of the journey. Duancheng snorted coldly. What luck? He has 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest has gone west, and the second is a sickly wretch, likely to live only a year or 2. They will end up without heirs. Zhou's eyes brightened. True, but their eldest daughter-in-law is pregnant. We do not know whether it's a boy or a girl. Duancheng asserted confidently, it's a girl. I had a master secretly check earlier, it must be a girl. They laughed at the misfortunes they faced, waiting for the day their rivals would be without descendants. Zhou nodded, a smile gracing her lips as her mood lifted slightly. Nearby, Lin Wanon, having overheard their conversation, slowly sat up, her gaze towards her husband changing. Just days prior, she had thought that marrying Duan Yanzhou would spare her from hardship. Yet now, reflecting on it, the second family was also headed to Chinon. The trials of Chinon were uncertain, and who could say how long that sickly one would survive? In any case, they would all endure suffering. Following Duan Qingyang would surely be better than becoming a widow. She reached out to tug at Duan Qingyang's sleeve. Husband Duan Qingyang shot her a disdainful glare and turned away, ignoring her. Lin Wanon refused to be disheartened and leaned closer to him. With the cold weather, it was warmer to huddle together. Duan Qingyang did not push her away this time. By the time they entered the city, night had already fallen. This time, the officers were not so kind as to let them stay at an inn, simply covering the prisoner cart with a windbreak, forcing them to sleep inside. Coincidentally, the officers rested at the same inn as Lin Shutang and the others. The following morning, Lin Shutang awoke and immediately went to Duan Cheng'en's room. Seeing that his condition had improved, she sighed in relief. Though Duan Cheng'en was gravely injured, his robust constitution allowed for a rapid recovery. While tending to his wounds, she discovered he was also a practitioner of martial arts, as was the entire family. They all seemed to have trained in combat. Her sickly husband was evidently a skilled fighter, suggesting that the second family was deliberately concealing their prowess, as if evading someone. Just as Lin Shutang pondered this, she suddenly heard her third sister's laughter. Second sister-in-law, look. Isn't that your aunt? Lin Shutang looked up to see a disheveled woman in the prisoner cart outside, her white aunt. She had left in such haste last time that she had not the chance for revenge, yet here she was, presenting herself on a silver platter. Chapter 31. The Vengeance Against the Aunt Who Harmed Her. The biting wind howled as Lin Shutang, clad in a coat and a white rabbit fur cloak, stepped through the snow towards the prisoner cart. The white aunt, initially lost in slumber, jolted awake at the sight of Lin Shutang approaching, exclaiming, "You, what are you doing here?" Lin Shutang calmly approached her, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "That is a question I should pose to you, aunt. Shouldn't you be at the Grand Tutor's residence? How is it that you find yourself here in this prisoner cart, exposed to the cold and snow?" Madame Bai straightened her posture, gripping the railing as she glared fiercely at her. "You little enchantress, it is all your doing. If not for you, how could our Lin family, and especially Wanner, have fallen into such calamity?" Lin Shutang, drawing from the memories of the original owner, recognized that this Madame Bai was particularly adept at shifting blame. In her prime, she had relied on her favored status to set traps for the original owner's mother. Back then, while heavily pregnant, she wielded power in the household, but when she fell ill from her own misconduct, she maliciously accused Madame Lin of poisoning her. In his desperation, Master Lin had struck Madame Lin repeatedly. The couple, who had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, ultimately could not withstand the allure of the beautiful concubine. Madame Lin, possessing a resolute spirit, sought to divorce, yet was met with imprisonment by Master Lin. Years of torment left her unable to bear the humiliation, leading her to hang herself in her bridal gown. At that time, the original owner, still a child, had opened the door to discover her mother's lifeless feet dangling. Lin Shutang found her own fate somewhat mirrored in this tragedy. She felt a profound empathy, harboring a deep-seated hatred for both Madame Bai and Master Lin. Her gaze turned icy as she extended her hand through the railing, fiercely grasping Madame Bai's throat. Despite her petite and endearing appearance, Lin Shutang transformed into a different entity when provoked. Particularly striking were her piercing eyes, exuding a chilling coldness. Before Madame Bai could react, her breath was constricted. her face turning a ghastly shade as she struggled, gasping, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Shatang smirked coldly. "What do I intend? Naturally, to kill you. Madam Bai. Have you forgotten how you treated me all these years and how you harmed my mother?" Madam Bai clawed at Lin Shutong's fingers, her face flushed and purple, desperately kicking at the prison cart in an attempt to alert the guards. Lin Shatong glanced at the distant officials, then smiled again. "Madam Bai. Do you truly believe these guards care about you, a mere concubine? In cases of exile, concubines are often sent to serve as courtesans, and life is as insignificant as that of an ant. It is not uncommon for one to perish along the way." Tears streamed down Madam Bai's face as she reached for Master Lin. At that moment, Master Lin awoke from his slumber, startled by the commotion. He gasped at the sight before him, exclaiming, "You ungrateful girl, what do you think you are doing?" Lin Shadong tightened her grip on Madam Bai's throat, casting a disdainful glance at Master Lin. "Father, do you not see that I am avenging my mother?" "Oh, wait, it should be my own revenge." Madam Bai, along with Lin Wanwan and Zhou Shi, had conspired to drug the original owner and place her in Duan Yanzhou's chamber, leading to the original owner's tragic overdose and death. Each of them was indeed a murderer. Master Lin shouted in fury, "Ungrateful girl, release Roer at once." The way he called out Roer was imbued with a disturbing intimacy. Lin Shudang suddenly conceived a more amusing ploy. She gradually loosened her grip on Madam Bai, discreetly sprinkling a powder into her nostrils as she withdrew her hand. Madam Bai clutched her throat, gasping for air, inhaling the powder. This drug would not cause immediate death, but would hasten her decline until she perished. As beauty fades, she too should experience the taste of being scorned. Seeing her release, Master Lin immediately enveloped Madam Bai in his arms, asking tenderly, "Roer, are you all right?" Madam Bai shook her head, tears streaming. "My lord, I am fine." Watching this spectacle, Lin Shudang felt a wave of nausea wash over her. A smirk crept across her lips as she addressed Master Lin. "Father, there is something you may not yet know. Your beloved concubine has adorned you with a green hat, presenting you with a grand surprise." With that, she gestured towards the inner chamber where the third young master, Lin Tianhai, was languishing, having gone hungry for days. Master Lin turned to Lin Tianhai, his fury igniting. "Ungrateful girl, cease your nonsense. Tianhai is my son, from the original owner's memories." Lin Shutang recalled witnessing Madam Bai in a clandestine meeting. Lin Tianhai was indeed the offspring of her illicit liaison, subsequently doted upon by Master Lin. "Lin Yuanzhong, take a closer look. Does he resemble you in any way?" Lin Shutang raised her voice, laced with derision. Master Lin scrutinized Lin Tianhai once more. The boy's features did not align with his own, planting seeds of doubt in his mind. Often, once the seed of suspicion is sown, even the most steadfast denial can falter. Chapter 32, The consequences of provoking her are severe. Just then, a maidservant by Madam Bai's side rushed forward, exclaiming, "Miss, how cruel of you to wrong our madam. Do not forget, had it not been for our madam's care since your youth, you would not have survived to this day." Lin Shutang found this utterly laughable. As the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lin family, did she truly require a concubine's guardianship? She vividly remembered this maid, who had hidden needles in her garments and stones in her food. On her first menstrual period, the maid had hung her bloodied clothes outside as a means of humiliation. More egregiously, she had drowned the original owner's personal maid. Over the years, Madam Bai had forced her into submission, and now, she believed Lin Shutang still embodied the docile eldest daughter of the past, still brash and domineering, blaming her for the demise of the rightful mistress and the misfortunes of the Lin family. "You are a calamity, deserving of divine retribution." Lin Shutong's eyes glimmered with coldness as she withdrew a small pistol from her bosom, expressionless as she aimed it at the maid's forehead. Oblivious to the lethal danger of the strange object before her, the maid continued to provoke. "If not for you, your mother would not have perished." Bang! Without hesitation, Lin Shutong pulled the trigger, her aversion to anyone accusing her of her mother's death surging. The bullet pierced through the maid's forehead, silencing her incessant chatter. The raucous noise abruptly ceased as the maid's mouth fell open, eyes wide in shock, before she crumpled to the ground. Madam Bai and Master Lin were momentarily stunned, their ears ringing from the gunfire, still unaware of the unfolding events, only noticing the blood pooling at their feet, causing them to gasp in horror. Just then, the guards arrived, drawn by the commotion, demanding, "Who is it? Who goes there?" Lin Shutong immediately concealed the firearm, preparing to flee. However, as she turned, She collided against a sturdy figure. Duan Yanzhou shielded her within his embrace, draping his cloak over her, addressing the guards. It appears there were mountain bandits passing through. Mountain bandits? The guards looked up in confusion, scanning the rooftops for any sign of intruders. Duan Yanzhou continued calmly, "Gentlemen, you may not be aware, but there have been reports of mountain bandits in Luang County, known for their skill with hidden weapons. It seems they were disturbed by the noise from that young lady and threw a dart in retaliation. You ought to dispose of the body quickly, otherwise the stench will linger in the cart." The guards turned to inspect the prison cart. Madame Bai, clutching the lifeless maid, pointed at Lin Shudang, exclaiming, "It was not bandits. It was her, Lin Shudang." Duan Yanzhou coughed lightly. "My dear madam, my wife is delicate and has never trained in combat. How could she wield hidden weapons? Do not unjustly accuse her out of spite." His words prompted even Master Lin to question whether he had misjudged the situation. His daughter had indeed grown up in the household without any martial training. Madame Bai attempted to protest further, but Master Lin silenced her enough. As a prisoner, every action of hers is being monitored by the emperor in the capital. If anything goes awry, we will surely face his wrath. Madame Bai felt a surge of frustration. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Lin Shudang nestled in Duan Yanzhou's embrace. Yet soon, she had no time to quarrel with Lin Shudang as her once proud tresses began to fall away. As she raised her hand, she inadvertently tugged at a large handful of hair. What was happening? Aunt Bai gently ran her fingers through her long tresses, only to discover that her strands were cascading down like dandelion fluff, and soon, a significant portion of her hair had vanished. "My hair? What is happening? Why has it all disappeared?" Master Lin furrowed his brow tightly, clearly displeased at the sight of her partially bald head. Lin Shudang peeked out from Duan Yanzhou's embrace, her round eyes sparkling like clear water, radiating joy. Seizing this moment, Duan Yanzhou immediately wrapped his arm around her and led her into the inn. Outside the inn, a prison cart from the Long family stood, draped in windproof fabric. The gunfire had startled both Madame Zhou and Duan Chong, and when they lifted the cloth to look outside, Lin Shudang and Duan Yanzhou had already departed. The two lowered the curtain and resumed their slumber. In the biting cold, sleep was the only means to preserve their strength. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Shudang hesitated on how to explain the situation to him, but unexpectedly, he turned to her hand and softly inquired, "Did you hurt your hand earlier?" Chapter 33. The bitter cold approaches. Witness who can last until the end. Lin Shudang, somewhat taken aback, gazed at him with her glass-like eyes, nodding slowly. Her nod was rather innocent, appearing harmless, but moments ago, she had been a different person when drawing her weapon. Duan Yanzhou retrieved a hot water bottle from his cloak, placing it in her hand, and then squatted down, producing a pair of new shoes from somewhere, setting them at her feet. "Your shoes and socks seem to be wet. Here, wear these." "Oh." Lin Shudang, caught off guard, slipped off her shoes and socks in front of him, revealing her delicate, fair feet. Duan Yanzhou hastily stood, his ears tinged with crimson. "Shudang, you change first. I will check on my elder brother." "All right, go ahead. Brother is recovering well. In a couple of days, we can set out." As she spoke, Lin Shudang slipped into the shoes. Once Duan Yanzhou had left, she realized her husband, no matter how capable, was merely an ancient man, one who was somewhat bashful. She turned to gaze at his retreating figure, her eyes crescent-shaped with a bright smile. In the dead of night, after half a month of relentless snow and wind, the storm finally ceased, yet the temperature plummeted. Lin Shudang, covered with 2 layers of cotton blankets, still felt the chill. She hurriedly retrieved 3 or 4 hot water bottles and a thick down blanket from her space, which provided some warmth. Duan Yanzhou lay on the opposite bed, similarly covered with 2 layers of quilt, with the window by his bed allowing a draft to seep through. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shudang leaned out and called to him, "Yanno, are you cold?" Duan Yanzhou remained silent, his eyes closed. Lin Shudang emerged from her cocoon of blankets and slowly approached him, giving him a gentle nudge. "If you're cold, come sleep under my blanket, it's warm here." Duan Yanzhou turned his back to her and replied, "I'm not cold, you should sleep. How can it not be cold with a draft? Come here." "I'm freezing standing here," Lin Shudang said, her teeth chattering. Duan Yanzhou opened his eyes, concern etched on his face. He turned to look at her and, upon seeing Lin Shudang standing beside him in her thin attire, he did not hesitate any longer. He lifted her effortlessly into his arms and carried her to her bed. Lin Shuting felt the world spin around her, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself nestled under the covers. Duan Yanzhou tucked the blanket around her and began to turn away. Lin Shuting pulled him back, saying, "It's drafty over there, and your body is weak. It's warmer here." After saying that, she wondered if she had been too forward, continuing, "After all, we are husband and wife. We were already together in the carriage." Duan Yanzhou, still facing away from her, felt his heart race uncontrollably, his deep eyes clouded with confusion. But he quickly regained his composure. Retrieving a pillow from his own bed and lying down beside her, he truly just lay there, keeping his body rigid, not daring to move an inch. Seeing that he had settled down and remained still, Lin Shuting also relaxed and drifted off to sleep. The bed, warmed by the hot water bottles, indeed felt cozy. Duan Yanzhou even found it somewhat warm, struggling to sleep throughout the night, yet fearing to disturb her, he lay straight the entire time. That night, the temperature fluctuated dramatically. And by the next morning, it was starkly evident, as if one could freeze solid while walking outside. The ministers within the capital also sensed the unusual chill. After the imperial palace was emptied, the luxurious silk quilts were gone, leaving them with only a few large cotton blankets. The palace's excellent charcoal fires had vanished, prompting them to scavenge from the ministerial residences. However, those supplies were barely sufficient for the entire palace. In the spacious hall, the 2 charcoal basins were utterly ineffective. Thus, during the morning court session, the emperor shivered on his dragon throne while the ministers below trembled. The snow has ceased, yet it has grown even colder. Many places are frozen solid. Indeed, many of the chickens and ducks in the ministerial residences have perished from the cold. The emperor fears a calamity is upon us. What shall we do now? The emperor, wrapped in blankets on his throne, sneezed and remarked, "A calamity? What calamity? Is it not merely that this winter is a bit colder than usual? Nonsense. What you must do is help me find that thief." After saying this, he wrapped himself tighter in the blankets, adding, "And help me recover my wealth. That thief left me without even a single fur cloak. I must rely on the eunuchs to fetch things from outside the palace. But the items outside are nowhere near as good as what I have here." The more I think about it, the angrier I become. However, they remained oblivious to the impending true disaster. Outside the palace, the cold wind raged anew, and the snowflakes fell like feathers. Once this heavy snowfall passed, the entire land would be encased in ice, heralding the arrival of extreme cold. Chapter 34. The elder brother returns to startle them. Lin Shuting and Duan Yanzhou rested at the inn for 2 days, while the prison carts from the Long family and the Lin family lingered outside. Over these days, the snowstorm intensified, and even the constables could hardly endure it. Fearing that the 2 lords would freeze before reaching Chinon, they arranged for them to stay in the inn's woodshed. The woodshed, though drafty, was slightly better than the prison cart. On the 3rd day, as the elder brother's health improved somewhat, they began to pack their belongings to continue their journey. The family packed bedding, coats, and provisions back into the carriage. As they were gathering their items, the Long family also boarded the prison cart. Madame Zhou, upon seeing the gray mink coat worn by Jiang Shi, was consumed with jealousy, nearly losing her composure as she nudged Duan Chong beside her. "Look at that coat. How warm it must be to wear." Duan Chong, huddled up, glanced over nonchalantly. "It's just a mink coat. What is so special about it?" Madame Zhou sighed heavily, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Wanwan. "You jinx." Lin Wanwan bit her lip, feeling wronged, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Madame Zhou shot her another glare. "Crying again? All you ever do is cry." She scolded her daughter-in-law, clearly forgetting that she too had once been a daughter-in-law herself and had even sought Lin Wanwan out. As Jiang Shi and Duan Feng boarded the carriage, the 3rd sister and elder sister-in-law assisted their elder brother, who followed closely behind. Due to the fierce wind and snow, Duan Cheng'an wore a large hat that obscured most of his face. Yet the half of his visage was still recognizable to Madame Zhou. She gasped in shock, sitting upright and peering intently at Duan Cheng'an, exclaiming, my lord, look. The eldest son of the 2nd household has returned." Initially uninterested, Duan Cheng suddenly sat up, asking Madame Zhou, "Did you say Duan Cheng'an has returned? Where is he?" Zhou Shi pointed toward Duan Cheng'an, who was just about to board the carriage. Simultaneously, the others were roused from their stupor, and the entire family turned in unison to gaze in the direction she indicated. Upon seeing Duan Cheng'an, they were struck as if they had encountered a specter. Had he not perished? How could he have returned? Zhou Shi exclaimed in astonishment. The others echoed her sentiments. Incredulous that the Duan family's second branch had lost him long ago, was this truly a resurrection from the dead? Duan Chong, observing his nephew alive and well, felt no joy. His mustache bristled as his brow furrowed, a tempest of anger and resentment churning within him. It infuriated him to realize that this rascal had survived. What extraordinary luck the second branch possessed. His words dripped with bitterness. As Lin Shutang emerged alongside Duan Yano, she happened to overhear his remarks and smiled at them, saying, "Rest assured, my elder brother is blessed with a long life and will not come to harm. As for you, perhaps it would be wise to concern yourselves with whether you can make it to Chinon alive." Upon uttering this, her gaze swept over the individuals confined within the prisoner carriage. The biting cold and scarcity of food promised them many hardships. Lin Shutang did not linger. Moving forward to ascend the carriage. Just as she was about to mount, she heard someone call out from behind, "Shutang, wait." Turning around, she saw it was Duan Qingyang. Noticeably gaunt, with sunken eyes and deep dark circles, a testament to his suffering. "Shutang, please wait. After all, you are my wife. We have pledged ourselves to one another under heaven. You cannot leave with them." Lin Shutang nearly burst into laughter at his words. He had once scorned the original owner of her identity, and now he was imploring her to return. Did he think he could simply wish for whatever he desired? Before Lin Shutang could respond, Duan Yanzhou, with a stern countenance, addressed Duan Qingyang, "Young master, you must see clearly. This is my wife, whom I have welcomed into my home with great ceremony and shared a marriage bed with. Do not mistake her for someone else." With that, he wrapped his arm around Lin Shutang and boarded the carriage. Duan Qingyang, enraged by his words, turned a shade of green and shouted at Duan Yanzhou, "A marriage bed? You, a sickly wretch, can manage that? Are you not but a useless man putting on airs?" Lin Shutang frowned at his outburst and stepped down from the carriage to confront him. "Are you so eager to know?" Duan Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Shutang to return. Chapter 35, The Priceless Dowry of My Sister-in-Law. Lin Shutang smirked and whispered to him, "Since you are so keen to know, let me enlighten you. My husband may be somewhat frail, but he can endure for an hour. And what about you? How long can you last?" As she spoke, her gaze landed on Lin Wanwan, and she taunted, "Perhaps not even a quarter of an hour?" Lin Wanwan's expression faltered as if Lin Shutang had spoken a truth she wished to conceal, exclaiming, "Nonsense." The more flustered she became, the more it revealed her desire to hide the truth. Lin Shutang feigned understanding, raising an eyebrow and shaking her head, "Oh, my dear sister, your fate is truly wretched." With that, she tossed the items in her hand and turned to leave. Lin Wanwan was left in shock, her teeth clenching audibly. Meanwhile, Duan Qingyang was so enraged he could hardly breathe, inhaling deeply the medicinal powder Lin Shutang had scattered as she departed. "Lin Shutang, you," he stammered, but soon found himself at a loss for words, merely emitting muffled sounds. Lin Shutang glanced back and smiled as she settled into the carriage. Duan Yanzhou leaned forward to observe the blubbering Duan Qingyang, inquiring, "Shutang, what has happened to him?" Lin Shutang sat down and wiped her hands, explaining, "His words are so foul that I administered a little medicine to ensure he cannot speak for 10 days or half a month." Upon hearing this, Duan Yanzhou turned to look at Lin Shutang, a fond smile gracing his lips before he entered the carriage and lowered the curtain. The carriage began to move forward slowly, and to prevent slipping, they had specially bound chains around the wheels before their departure. Fortunately, the ground had yet to freeze, and while the thick snow slowed their pace, it remained steady. No sooner had they departed than the first branch, along with the Lin family, followed closely behind. Yet the prisoner carriage could not match the speed of the carriage they occupied. Lin Shutang soon left them far behind. By the afternoon, their party had exited the city and was en route to Chinon. The carriage swayed as they traveled, and Lin Shutang began to feel drowsy. She retrieved 2 bottles of warm rice wine from her space and offered one to Duan Yanzhou, saying, "Here, drink this to warm yourself." Duan Yanzhou took the bottle, inhaling the fragrant aroma, and asked, "Can you drink?" Lin Shutang took a sip and replied with a smile, "Indeed, I can drink without becoming intoxicated." Duan Yanzhou, skeptical, took a sip, but then suddenly recalled something and asked, "What did you mean earlier about an hour?" Lin Shutang froze, choking slightly on her drink, and began to cough violently. Duan Yanzhou quickly reached out to pat her back. "What is the matter?" Lin Shatong raised her slightly flushed face, feeling a touch embarrassed as she explained, I meant to say that we estimate we departed an hour earlier than they did. Duan Yanzhou regarded her with suspicion as he wiped the wine stains from the corners of her lips with a handkerchief. During this process, his fingertip accidentally brushed against her warm lips, causing both to freeze in place, caught in the moment, their hearts racing in unison. Thump, thump, thump. Eventually, they broke the silence together. Lin Shuting took the handkerchief from him to clean her own lips, while Duan Yanzhou turned away to discuss matters at hand, saying, We just left Liuhe County, and in 2 days, we shall reach Qinzhou, where my sister-in-law's maternal family, the Qin family, resides. Lin Shuting searched through the original owner's memories and exclaimed, You mean the wealthiest family in Qinzhou, the Qin family? Duan Yanzhou nodded, confirming, Indeed. That is my sister-in-law's maternal home. Lin Shuting was astonished to learn of her sister-in-law's substantial background. Duan Yanzhou continued, However, my sister-in-law is not favored at the Qin residence. The Qin patriarch and matriarch bore 4 daughters in quick succession, leaving my sister-in-law as the 4th. The patriarch grew displeased and subsequently took several concubines in pursuit of a son. Eventually, a concubine surnamed Zhang bore him a son, prompting him to cast aside his wife and hastily marry off all 4 daughters. My sister-in-law was promised to a man over 50 merely to obtain a parcel of land. In anger, she left home for the capital, where she encountered my elder brother. Lin Shuting listened intently, as if she were absorbing a tale of a beloved concubine's downfall. She was taken aback by the misfortune that had befallen her sister-in-law. So, is she returning to the Qin family now? She inquired. Duan Yanzhou replied slowly. Since we are passing through, it is only right that we pay a visit, especially since her mother's substantial dowry still resides with the Qin family. The Qin patriarch is a heartless man. The Qin matriarch was originally the sole daughter of a wealthy merchant, who entered the Qin family with a vast dowry to assist in their rise to prosperity, only to be cast aside later. The matriarch fell gravely ill and, under the care of Qin Wanru, passed away shortly thereafter. Lin Shuting took a sip of rice wine and whispered to Duan Yanzhou, What precisely was that immense dowry? Duan Yanzhou held up 3 fingers. Chapter 36. The Serious Consequences of a Jealous Husband. Lin Shuting calculated in her mind, 30,000 taels of gold? Duan Yanzhou shook his head. Lin Shuting pondered further, realizing, of course, that the Chonghua mansion possessed 5,000 taels of gold. So the dowry must be far greater than that. 300,000 taels? She guessed. Duan Yanzhou shook his head once more. Lin Shuting was at a loss. 30 million taels of gold? Duan Yanzhou corrected her. It is 30 million taels of silver, along with an additional 500,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuting couldn't help but marvel at what true wealth entailed. It appears that the esteemed Master Qin is not a person of remarkable talent. He merely acquired wealth through marrying a wife, relying solely on her dowry to become a tycoon. One might speculate that over the years of engaging in business, he has squandered quite a bit of silver. She raised her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. It is indeed time to reclaim what is rightfully hers. Some things, even if they are treated as refuse, should not be trifled with by those who are unworthy. Duan Yanzhou pulled back the curtain to gaze outside. After traversing 3 or 4 mountains and passing through 7 or 8 county seats, they should be nearing their destination. Upon reaching Qizhou, it would signify their arrival in the southern region, with only 10 days' journey remaining to Chinon. Lin Shuting, having finished the rice wine in her hand, felt a hint of dizziness wash over her, her body radiating warmth. She loosened her cloak and adjusted her collar. Duan Yanzhou, taken aback, hurriedly draped the cloak over her again, cautioning her against the biting cold. Lin Shuting, feeling quite lightheaded, struggled to comprehend his words, incessantly tugging at the cloak he had just placed upon her. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Duan Yanzhou quickly discerned something amiss. Shuting, it seems you are intoxicated. Lin Shuting narrowed her eyes and leaned against his shoulder, dismissively waving her hand. I am not drunk. I can typically consume a bottle of baijiu. So how could I possibly be tipsy from a bit of rice wine? Though she feigned clarity, she was indeed inebriated, as the original owner of this body had never touched alcohol. She had just downed an entire bottle of rice wine, and despite its low alcohol content, it had left her utterly disoriented. Leaning against Duan Yanzhou's shoulder, she became increasingly unruly, singing one moment and cursing the next, laughing and crying in quick succession. Duan Yenzhou sat quietly, allowing her to revel in her drunken antics, occasionally covering her with the cloak that she kept tugging away, concerned she might catch a chill. As their banter continued, Lin Shetong grew weary, resting her head on Duan Yenzhou's shoulder and murmuring a man's name. Duan Yenzhou's eyes widened, his ears perked up, as he recognized it as a masculine name. After she finished, she closed her eyes with a smile, softly uttering, "I miss you so much." Duan Yenzhou's expression darkened, colder than the ice outside the carriage. "Shetang, who is he?" Lin Shetang, in her drunken stupor, answered without a second thought, "My husband." Duan Yenzhou, perplexed, asked, "What?" Lin Shetang continued, "Oh, you don't know what husband means? It means my lord. Consort." Duan Yenzhou's countenance grew even more somber, his dark eyes glinting with an intensity that could pierce through. In truth, Lin Shetang had merely mentioned a character from a game. She continued to lean against him, murmuring that name with laughter. Duan Yenzhou sat silently, his face a mixture of gloom and determination. Yet he remained steadfast in ensuring she did not succumb to the cold. Lin Shetong, still under the influence of the wine, suddenly cupped Duan Yenzhou's face in her hands, her hazy eyes meeting his with an allure reminiscent of springtime peach blossoms. Duan Yenzhou's eyes widened, his body stiffening as he fought to contain himself. The veins in his neck throbbed with restraint. This time, it was not just his ears that burned, but his cheeks and neck as well. Lin Shetang, in her dazed state, gazed at him for a moment before a small smile graced her lips. "I was dreaming again. This time, I dreamt of you, my husband." With that, she unexpectedly pressed her lips against his. Their warm lips met, causing Duan Yenzhou's pupils to dilate, his breath quickening. As a rush of blood surged to his head, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Just as he felt he might lose control, Lin Shetang abruptly pulled away. Her half-closed eyes regarding him as she murmured, "Do you think it's possible for you to have an hour?" Duan Yenzhou seemed to grasp the implication of her words, his expression shifting once more. However, he quickly regained his composure, gently cradling her flushed face in his hands, his voice low and firm, "Shetang." Lin Shetang responded softly, "Mm." Duan Yenzhou's voice was husky, imbued with an intensity rarely seen, "Who am I?" Lin Shetang replied slowly, "Duan Yenzhou." Duan Yenzhou's fingers tenderly caressed her cheek, his deeply passionate gaze locked onto hers as he asserted, "Indeed, it is I, Shetang. I am your husband." With that, he leaned in to kiss her rosy lips, infused with a fervent possessiveness, gradually sweeping away the name she had just uttered, leaving only himself in her heart. Chapter 37. Duan Yenzhou, the husband in the making. Snowflakes danced in the air as the carriage progressed slowly through the vast, snowy expanse. Lin Shetang vaguely sensed the softness of his lips, her eyelids fluttering open to find Duan Yenzhou with his eyes closed, long lashes sweeping down. His warm breath caressed her face and the nape of her neck, sending shivers of delight coursing through her. It seemed she was genuinely intoxicated. She slowly raised her hand and gently rested it on his back, reciprocating his kiss. The embrace around her waist suddenly halted, only to tighten again, deepening the kiss. Outside, the snow swirled, drifting into the carriage and, unbeknownst to her, into the depths of someone's heart. Lin Shetang was oblivious to what transpired afterward when she finally awoke. She found herself peacefully nestled in her bed. Duan Yenzhou was no longer in the carriage. She quickly sat up and checked her attire, finding it still neat and tidy, indicating that they had merely shared a warm embrace through the night. At that moment, a voice called from outside the carriage, "Second sister-in-law, are you awake?" Lin Shetong donned her coat, pulled back the curtain, and replied, "Third sister, I am awake." Duan Yenzhou approached with a bowl of hot soup, offering it to her. "This is the hot soup that second brother just prepared. You should drink it while it's warm." "Yenzhou made it?" Lin Shetang inquired, slowly lifting her gaze forward. There, beside the carriage, a fire crackled and a pot hung over it. Duan Yenzhou, sleeves rolled up, focused intently on the pot's bottom, stirring the soup with a long spoon. Immediately, two words sprang to Lin Shetong's mind, husband. Her spouse, diligently preparing soup, radiated the essence of a devoted partner. Her heart skipped a beat. "Second sister-in-law." Duan Yenzhou softly urged, "Hurry and drink while it's hot." Lin Shetang snapped back to reality, cradling the steaming bowl and blowing away the rising steam before taking a sip. The flavor was pleasant, neither too salty nor too bland, with a hint of sweetness. Duan Yenzhou's culinary skills were impressive. She would be well fed in the days to come. Seated by the carriage, Lin Shutting swung her legs, savoring the warmth of the soup in her hands. Soon, her body felt warm, her cheeks flushed, and the snowflakes clinging to her lashes slowly melted, resembling droplets on her eyelashes. Meanwhile, the one stirring the soup appeared engrossed. Yet his gaze would occasionally dart towards Lin Shutting, his clear eyes brimming with affection. Duan Qinzhou, upon noticing Duan Yanzhou's unusual demeanor, caught his gaze lingering on Lin Shutong's face. She smirked knowingly and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Second brother, if you keep staring, the soup will burn." The ever-composed Duan Yanzhou, caught in the act, hurriedly averted his gaze, stirring the soup with renewed vigor. "It's not burning." Duan Qinzhou stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "Second brother, have you perhaps had feelings for second sister-in-law from the very beginning?" Duan Yanzhou paused, his grip on the spoon tightening as he stared ahead, his expression growing solemn. "No." Duan Qinzhou, intrigued, pressed further. "Then when did it begin?" Duan Yanzhou turned his gaze towards Lin Shutting, who was sipping her soup with a contented expression, and chose not to respond. Duan Qinzhou, sensing the moment was ripe, refrained from asking further, opting instead to take the remaining bowls of hot soup to their elder brother and sister-in-law. The elder brother and sister-in-law had just endured a heart-wrenching separation, a time when their affection for one another was at its zenith. She merely needed to place the soup at the carriage's entrance. After they had their fill, Duan Yanzhou tidied their belongings and resumed their journey. The snowfall intensified day by day, and the temperature continued to plummet. What had begun as fluffy goosefeather snow gradually transformed into granules akin to gravel. The biting cold wind stung their faces painfully. The horses struggled to endure, but fortunately, they soon arrived at Qingzhou's Feng County. Within Feng County, a silvery blanket of snow enveloped the landscape. Apart from a handful of rare passers-by, the streets lay desolate. In such weather, few would venture outside unless absolutely necessary. Duan Feng found lodging for the family at a relay station that was significantly better than the previous two. Inside, a stove crackled with warmth. Presenting the official documents for his appointment in Chinan, Duan Feng secured complimentary accommodation for his entire family. Throughout their journey, they had been quite comfortable, thanks to the hot water bottles, down jackets, down quilts, and windbreakers provided by Lin Shutting. Yet the horses were truly suffering. Seizing the opportunity while the horses were tethered in the stable, Lin Shutting brought them all into her storage space. Then, she released 3 or 4 horses that she had previously procured from the mountain bandits. Once this was accomplished, she returned to her storage space. It was clear that the storage space could only hold inanimate objects. Livestock such as cattle, sheep, horses, chickens, and ducks were not a viable option here. Just as she contemplated this, a notification chimed, indicating that the 10th level of the space was being upgraded to a ranch space, with 3 hours remaining until completion. Chapter 38. That night, the sister-in-law's wealth was seized. Lin Shutting was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been stated just days prior that there were still 15 days left? What had suddenly triggered the accelerated upgrade? With curiosity, she boarded the elevator to the 10th level, where she was greeted by a row of blue characters on the door. The host has activated the space trading system, allowing for the exchange of items and currency within the space, whether buying or selling. The acquired money and goods can be stored in the space to expedite its upgrade. Lin Shutting suddenly understood. A few days earlier, while in Luang County, she had shared a meat bun from her storage with Duan Yanzhou and happened to encounter a child. Noticing the child's eager gaze, she had given him a meat bun, only for the child to insist on giving her a copper coin in return. She had stored the copper coin in her space, inadvertently triggering the trading system. It appeared that henceforth, she could sell items from her space and deposit the earnings within to hasten the upgrade. The blue characters continued to scroll, revealing that upon upgrading, in addition to unlocking new floors, the market range would expand, and the duration of stay within the space would be extended. Lin Shutong's eyes brightened at the mention of extended stay durations. This meant that the 30 minutes spent in the space could transform into 3 hours, or even 3 days. Such a prospect was splendid for her, after all. A movie lasts 2 hours, and a major surgery could take 4. This was indeed fortuitous for her. With a heart full of joy, Lin Shutong exited the space and returned to the relay station. By then, night had fallen and everyone lay asleep. Upon entering her room, she found Duan Yanzhou waiting for her. "You've returned," he remarked, placing a freshly made pie on the table. "Hurry, eat while it's hot." Lin Shutting sat down and took a bite of the pie, observing her relish. Duan Yanzhou's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he tenderly offered her a napkin to wipe the crumbs from her lips. As she ate, she inquired, "Is my sister-in-law's family from Feng County?" Duan Yanzhou nodded, confirming, "Indeed. While you were away, the Qin family sent someone to visit." Lin Shutang looked up at him, puzzled. "The Qin family? They know my sister-in-law has arrived?" Duan Yanzhou poured her a cup of hot tea. "Yes, they are aware of her arrival. And they also know of father's demotion. Today, they came to deliver a severance letter, officially cutting ties with her." Lin Shutting couldn't help but harbor disdain in her heart. Knowing the Duan family had fallen from grace, they hurried to sever connections, showing no concern for their daughter's well-being. The Qin family was truly heartless. She pressed further. "What about the dowry? What of Madame Chen's dowry?" Duan Yanzhou replied slowly, "Their eagerness to sever ties is precisely to seize Madame Chen's remaining wealth. With a severance letter, everything belonging to the Qin family will no longer concern my sister-in-law." "And my sister-in-law? What is to become of her?" Lin Shutting asked earnestly. Duan Yanzhou responded, "Our parents have not allowed her to meet anyone from the Qin family, fearing it might upset her." Lin Shutong drained her cup of water and stood, declaring, "Yanzhou, since these are my sister-in-law's belongings, we must retrieve them all." Duan Yanzhou raised his head, in full agreement, "I share your sentiments." Having finished her meal, Lin Shutting took his hand and led him into the storage space. This time, the process was much simpler. They emerged from the space, standing atop a tall building not far from the Qin residence, surveying the entirety of the estate. Duan Yanzhou produced the map of the Qin residence that his sister-in-law had sketched the previous day, pointing towards a storage house on the southwestern side, which housed Madame Chen's dowry. The patriarch of the Qin family hoarded these treasures, even refusing to deposit them at the ticket office. Lin Shutong directed her gaze towards the storage house, then closed her eyes in concentration. When she opened them again, the entire storage house, doors and windows included, had been transported into her space. Indeed, she had directly moved the entire structure. Fortunately, her space had ample capacity. Duan Yanzhou then glanced at the map and pointed northward, indicating the granary, from which the Qin family had plundered a considerable amount of grain from the nearby villagers due to the incessant snow. It was estimated that an entire building was filled with grain. The granary was a 3-story building brimming with provisions. Lin Shutong's eyes narrowed, and she effortlessly relocated the entire structure into her space. Shortly thereafter, Duan Yanzhou embraced Lin Shutting and leaped to another corner of the tall building, where they gazed down upon a pasture. Numerous cattle and sheep were contained within, evidently far exceeding the number held by the mountain bandits. The livestock were huddled together in the snow. With the snow continuing to fall, these animals would not survive. Lin Shutting hesitated not a moment longer. With a focused thought, she gathered all the cattle and sheep into her space. Duan Yanzhou adjusted her hood, remarking, "It's chilly at night. Shall we return swiftly?" Seeing it was about time, Lin Shutting did not linger and quickly returned to the space with him. Inside the warm confines of the space, Lin Shutting felt a wave of comfort wash over her as she and Duan Yanzhou arrived at the 6th level of storage, where they found the Qin family's storage house and the granary. Lin Shutting opened the door to the storage house, revealing it to be filled with stacks of gold and silver, some boxes adorned with bright red wedding characters. She couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Madame Chen's dowry was indeed substantial. After all these years, a considerable amount remained. The bright red characters still stood, yet the once newlywed had turned her heart. Chapter 39. The Ranch Space and Spiritual Spring Water. Lin Shutting slowly approached a box, lifting its lid to discover an array of hairpins and jewelry. Among them, her eyes were drawn to a finely crafted emerald jade bracelet. This must have been one of Madame Chen's cherished possessions. Thankfully, Qinlei had been miserly, unwilling to distribute these treasures to his concubines, and had hidden them away in this storage house. Otherwise, they might never have obtained them. Carefully wrapping the bracelet in a cloth, she thought to herself that her sister-in-law would surely cherish this, as it might remind her of her mother. "I shall gift this to her. It will surely bring her joy," Lin Shutting declared. Duan Yanzhou turned to her, noticing the depth in her gaze, and felt a twinge of sympathy. She must miss her mother dearly. He stepped forward, taking her hand in his. "Very well, let us take this to your sister-in-law." Lin Shutting smiled and nodded in agreement. Apart from the bracelet, all these possessions belong to the eldest sister-in-law. Once they arrive in Chinon, She will present everything remaining to her. For the eldest sister-in-law, these items represent not merely wealth, but cherished memories of their mother. Lin Shutong emerged from the storeroom and made her way to the granary. The granary was brimming with provisions, and she set aside a portion to toss down from the city tower. There were many passers-by and refugees below who had originally lost these resources. Returning them was only just. After attending to these matters, Lin Shutong found herself once again troubled by the cattle and sheep. At that moment, a voice echoed from the space. Host, the upgrade to the 10th level of the space is complete. Lin Shutong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly boarded the elevator to the 10th floor before Duan Yanzhou could react. The door was ajar, and she gently pushed it open, revealing a vast expanse of grassland within. A meandering stream flowed through the prairie. She stepped inside, greeted by a refreshing breeze scented with grass. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the warm sun bathed her in light, imparting a sense of freshness and freedom. This truly was a splendid place. Turning back to glance at the door, she noticed it was labeled Pastoral Space. Often, she felt as though the space was attuned to her thoughts. Each upgrade arrived at just the right moment. Duan Yanzhou followed her in, his gaze fixed on the endless green expanse, momentarily rendered speechless. Where is this? Lin Shutong, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, replied, Here, we can raise the cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, horses, and even dogs. Duan Yanzhou stepped forward a couple of paces, arriving at the stream. What about this water? Lin Shutong leaned down to take a look. Noticing the stream's water was a unique shade of blue, unlike ordinary stream water. She scooped some up for a taste and found it sweet. However, she soon sensed something unusual. Her previously fatigued body felt rejuvenated. Startled, she quickly scooped another spoonful and sprinkled it on the grass. Remarkably, the green blades visibly surged upward. Lin Shutong gradually pieced together the answer in her mind. This was the spiritual spring water often mentioned in novels. Spiritual spring water could heal ailments, promote rapid growth in flora and fauna, and even revive the weary. Duan Yanzhou inquired, Shutong, are you well? Lin Shutong snapped back to reality, smiling at him. I'm perfectly fine, Yanzhou. We can cultivate the land and tend to the livestock here. Though Duan Yanzhou was perplexed by the strange sights he encountered, he steadfastly believed in one principle. Whatever his wife said was undoubtedly correct. He nodded, then we can house the cattle, sheep, and horses here. Lin Shutong's eyes narrowed with delight. Indeed. She turned, closed her eyes, and concentrated. All the living creatures stored in the storage space were seamlessly transferred to the pastoral space. Some cattle and sheep, having endured the cold, were weak and struggling to breathe. Lin Shutong hurriedly offered them the spiritual spring water. After drinking, they revived, full of vigor. She then tended to the weary horses, who soon began to shake their tails and come alive. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lin Shutong and Duan Yanzhou returned to the inn, which was still cloaked in the deepness of night. In the Qin residence, Master Qin was yet awake. Questioning the young servant who had delivered the severance letter earlier, Did you say you did not see the fourth young lady? The servant replied, Yes, my lord. The Duan family did not wish for us to meet. Master Qin scoffed, I suspect they are merely reluctant to part with our wealth. If we did not see her today, we shall return tomorrow. They must sign the severance letter. The servant lowered his head, hastily responding, Yes, my lord. Master Qin waved him away, his face contorted with disdain. Just as the servant left, another one rushed in, exclaiming, My lord, something terrible has happened. Our granary is missing. Chapter 40. Their granary, once brimming, has vanished. Missing? What granary has disappeared? Master Qin was utterly bewildered. The servant, trembling in fear, stuttered, My lord. It is the granary where you keep your silver. Master Qin's brows furrowed, incredulous. What nonsense! Such a large granary cannot simply vanish. He huffed, sitting on the bed, ready to sleep, while pulling out the ledger from under his pillow. Master Qin leafed through the ledger, which he always needed to count before he could rest. Beside him, the servant was nearly in tears, pleading, My lord, please go check. The granary is truly gone. Growing impatient, Master Qin rolled over and snapped, What granary is missing? Who could possibly move my granary? Hurry, away with you. The servant's eyes brimmed with tears, My lord. The granary is indeed gone, along with all the treasures within. Not a single piece remains. What? Not a single piece? Master Qin sat up abruptly. At that moment, the steward of the estate arrived. My lord, You must come and see, a grave incident has occurred. Hastily donning a robe and shoes, Master Chen hurried to the backyard. By now, a crowd of servants had gathered around the empty space, all displaying expressions of shock. Master Chen pushed through the throng to glimpse the area where the granary had stood, now reduced to a barren patch of land. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What is the meaning of this? My granary, my gold and silver. Where have they all gone? As he lamented, he rushed into the ruins, kneeling down to sift through the dirt, but after digging a hole, he found nothing. His hands trembled with rage, eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. Nearby, the servants and maidservants whispered among themselves. It was not just the granary. The entire granary building had vanished, an entire structure. Could it be that heaven could no longer bear to watch, sending someone to take away the master's possessions? Surely. It must be so. If not heaven, who else could possess such power? They blamed Master Chen for being so ruthless, leaving no path of retreat for his wife, nor sparing even the fourth young lady. Indeed, it was said that after the mistress's death, the eldest and second young ladies were scorned by their marital families, soon succumbing to despair. The third young lady had vanished without a trace, leaving only the fourth. How could their own blood be treated so differently? No wonder heaven was furious. They exchanged murmurs. Master Chen turned and barked silence. Speak another word, and I shall have you sold. The servants and maidens bowed their heads, too fearful to utter another word. Soon, another servant rushed in to report, My lord, our sheepfold and cattle pen are also empty. At this moment, Master Chen was indifferent to the livestock. He was solely preoccupied with discovering the fate of his wealth. Go investigate who visited our Chen residence today. He dismissed any notion of heaven's involvement, convinced that someone had employed sorcery to abscond with his riches. Upon returning to the estate, Master Chen found even his favorite pearwood imperial concubine chair had vanished. Just moments ago, Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou had taken a brief respite at the inn before returning to the Chen residence. Seizing the opportunity while the others were in the backyard, they removed everything from the estate. Master Chen had once relied on a single horse to bring Chen's wife into his home. Every brick and tile of the estate was unworthy of him. My precious glass cup, my painting, have both vanished. Lord Chen clutched his chest and fell rigidly to the ground. The butler and a young servant rushed forward to assist him. My lord, should we report this to the authorities? Lord Chen quickly scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, Yes, we must report this. However, as he reached the gate of the estate, he abruptly halted and, leaning against the wall, said with a fierce expression, I haven't even seen the face of the thief. How can I report it? At that moment, Aunt Zhang, the concubine who had recently given birth to a son, approached and remarked, My lord, we merely turned our backs and the items disappeared. What thief could be so swift? It seems that the heavens have taken back what belongs to them. As she spoke, she began to weep, cradling her 7 or 8-year-old son in her arms. Lord Chen faltered, finding some merit in her words. Could it truly be the heavens? He leaned against the wall, feeling desolate, and after a moment, suddenly remembered his property deeds. He dashed into his bedroom. As expected, the room was completely bare. Aside from a tattered undershirt, nothing remained. Not to mention the property deeds. Lord Chen could bear it no longer. He kicked his legs and collapsed once more, truly fainting this time. He did not awaken until the following morning. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that all the servants had vanished, leaving only the butler at his side. Grasping the butler's arm, he inquired, Where are the others? Chapter 41, Supporting my sister-in-law. With a deep sigh, the butler replied, My lord, after the strange events last night, everyone in the household was filled with trepidation. They say you have incurred divine wrath, and thus they departed the Chen residence in haste. How audacious of them! Have they forgotten that their contracts of servitude remain in my possession? Lord Chen reprimanded sternly, clutching his chest in indignation. The butler mumbled quietly, My lord, you forget that the contracts have also disappeared. Lord Chen's expression darkened, and he winced in pain. What of Aunt Zhang? Where has she gone? The butler's demeanor softened slightly. She is in the back courtyard, but the weather is bitterly cold, and we have no charcoal left for heating. We must procure some from outside. Lord Chen rose with difficulty, fumbling in his pocket until he found a copper coin, which he handed over, saying, Go buy some. The butler hesitated at the sight of the coin. My lord, this will scarcely buy enough charcoal. Lord Chen shot him a glare. I command you to go and procure it at once. The butler, resigned, sighed and shook his head as he turned to leave. Just before departing, he suddenly asked, My lord, shall we still send the letter for the severance of engagement for the fourth miss? Lord Chen quickly replied, yes, we must send it. The Duan family is in decline, and if we do not sever ties, we shall only bring misfortune upon ourselves. Not only must we sever it, but I shall also go in person. The butler furrowed his brow and shook his head. As the morning sun ascended, Lin Shuding, having risen early to wash, immediately took the bracelet she had retrieved from the Qin residence the previous night and made her way to her sister-in-law's room. She first checked the pulses of both her brother and sister-in-law. Elder brother, your injuries have healed greatly, but you must take your medicine on time. As she spoke, she handed him some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic pills from her space, instructing him to swallow them with water. Duan Chang'an accepted them gratefully. Sister-in-law, I am deeply indebted to you. It is no trouble at all, Lin Shuding smiled, then produced several packets of traditional medicine from her robe. Sister-in-law, this is your medicine for maintaining the pregnancy. If taken regularly, there should be no further issues. With the establishment of the hospital space, she no longer needed to brew the herbs in an inn. She could simply prepare them in the apothecary within her space. Thank you, Shuding, Chen Wanru said as she accepted the medicine, though her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, likely due to the distress caused by the letter of severance sent by Lord Chen the day before. Lin Shutang slowly revealed the jade bracelet, offering it to Chen Wanru. Sister-in-law, this is for you. Chen Wanru immediately recognized it as their mother's possession and reached out to hold it, her eyes glistening with tears. Shutang, where did you get this? Lin Shutang replied sincerely, I retrieved it from the Qin residence last night. You and the second brother? Chen Wanru asked in astonishment. Lin Shutang smiled as she explained, I heard that the Qin family was bullying you, so I specifically went to check on the situation, and fortuitously found this bracelet. Chen Wanru trembled as she held the bracelet delicately. This belonged to my mother. It was her most cherished jade bracelet. Shutang, thank you and your brother so much. Tears began to flow down her cheeks. Lin Shuding offered her a handkerchief to dry her tears and held her hand earnestly. Sister-in-law, the more others try to bully you, the more you must not concede. People tend to prey on the weak. Only when they fear you will they retreat. Chen Wanru paused, as if grasping the essence of her words. She wiped her tears and nodded with a smile. Yes, Shuding, thank you. She expressed her gratitude multiple times. And Lin Shuding beamed. We are family. It is only natural that we support one another. No need for thanks. Chen Wanru, overwhelmed with gratitude, held onto her hand tightly. Before departing, Lin Shuding gifted them 2 blankets, for the nights had grown increasingly frigid, and wearing only light clothing outdoors would surely turn one into a popsicle. By afternoon, Lord Chen arrived in a carriage at the inn. His household was empty, and he wore all the clothing he could muster, appearing somewhat disheveled. The butler assisted him down and they entered the inn. As soon as Lord Chen stepped inside, he inquired, Where is Chen Wanru? Hearing this, Jiangshi and Duan Feng, who were upstairs, immediately descended. Who are you? Lord Chen disdainfully glanced at them. I am from the Qin family of Feng County. Jiangshi quickly understood, realizing he was the ungrateful father of Chen Wanru. She retorted, Was it not made clear yesterday? Wanru will not see you, so you might as well give up. Lord Chen slammed the letter of severance onto the table. I merely seek to sever our ties. It is she who is avoiding me. Jiangshi, incensed, stepped forward. If you wish to sever ties, you must return her mother's belongings. Chapter 42, Sister-in-law Rising, Driving Away the Notorious Father. The mere thought of the wealth in his treasury caused Lord Chen's heart to ache, his face turning pale, yet he had to maintain a facade of indifference, asserting harshly, Return? Once it enters the Qin family, it belongs to the Qin family. How can a married daughter demand her inheritance? She is truly an unfilial daughter. Jiangshi had never encountered such outrageous behavior and was about to argue further when, Mother, Chen Wanru interrupted from behind her. It's all right, I will sign. Just moments ago upstairs, Lin Shuding had meaningfully advised her to boldly sign the letter of severance, and thus she confidently descended without a hint of hesitation. Seeing her willingness to sign, Lord Chen heaved a sigh of relief and presented the letter to her. Wanru, do not blame your father. Blame yourself for not being a son. If you were a male, I would treat you well and bestow upon you all my wealth, but alas, you are not. Chen Wanru accepted the document, examined it, and without a moment's hesitation pressed her seal onto it. Lord Chen, from this day forth, you are no longer my father. And I am no longer your daughter. From now on, we shall go our separate ways, and our paths shall not cross. Lord Chen quickly responded, Good. You should have been so straightforward from the beginning. Chen Wanru felt a sense of relief wash over her, as if she had shed a heavy burden. Feeling light and liberated, Lord Chen took the severance letter and turned to leave. Chen Wanru called out to him, "Wait." Lord Chen halted his steps. "What is it? Are you having regrets?" Chen Wanru strode forward, her gaze fixated on the jade ring in his hand, exclaiming, "This seems to be my mother's possession." Elder Chen's eyes turned icy as he retorted, "You claim not to covet my belongings, yet here you are eyeing a mere ring." In days gone by, Elder Chen would have scorned such a trinket, yet with his dwindling finances, he realized the ring might still fetch a handsome sum. This time, Chen Wanru did not hold back, she lunged forward to seize it. Despite her typically delicate demeanor, she displayed surprising strength, grasping Elder Chen's wrist and twisting it with fervor. Elder Chen trembled in pain, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "Return the ring to me," Chen Wanru demanded coldly. Elder Chen snorted disdainfully, a futile wish. Undeterred, she tightened her grip on his wrist. Elder Chen, racked with agony, cried out, "Let go." Yet, instead of relenting, she increased her pressure. The pain intensified, overwhelming him, and he gradually sank to the ground, pleading, "I will give it to you now." Only then did Chen Wanru release him. However, the moment she did, Elder Chen bolted. Just as he reached the station's exit, a sword flew through the air, landing at his feet and blocking his path. Startled, he turned to see Duan Cheng'an limping towards Chen Wanru, seizing the sword from the ground and pointing it at Elder Chen's throat. The ring, handed over. Elder Chen, terrified, stammered, "I'll give it to you." He obediently removed the ring and handed it to Chen Wanru, who accepted it with utmost care, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at the reclaimed treasure. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Chen hastily departed. From her vantage point above, Lin Shuding smiled broadly, reveling in her sister-in-law's triumph. "Tomorrow morning, we shall continue our journey," Duan Yanzhou said as he approached her. Lin Shuding inquired, "How long until we reach Chinan?" Duan Yanzhou looked towards the horizon. "Soon, I estimate we shall arrive in under 10 days. Following his gaze, Lin Shuding was filled with anticipation, for that place held the promise of their resurgence. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Qin residence, Elder Chen entered to find the household noticeably emptier. He turned to the steward, questioning, "Has someone left again?" As he prepared to summon concubine Zhang, the steward interjected, "Sir, concubine Zhang departed early this morning with the young master." "She took my son?" Elder Chen gasped, rushing into the house only to discover it stripped bare. His beloved concubine had absconded with their child, absconding with the last of his wealth. "Where are they? Where are they?" he bellowed in the desolate abode. The steward approached him, bowing slightly. "Sir, I saw concubine Zhang leave with a man, the second son of the Wang family." "What?" Elder Chen thundered, nearly losing his balance in disbelief. "She left with someone else behind my back." The steward continued, "Moreover, I heard the young master calling him father." Elder Chen's complexion turned ashen, his eyes wide with shock. "You mean to say my son called another man father?" The steward nodded, "Indeed. Sir, I heard it with my own ears. Concubine Zhang has long been entangled with that Wang family scion, merely using your wealth to secure her son's future. With the Qin family's fortune vanished, they have no reason to remain." Elder Chen spat blood, collapsing in despair. As snow fell heavily, the Qin residence stood desolate and cold. At the station, Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou had finished unpacking their belongings and were preparing to move on with their family. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered a frantic Elder Chen rushing towards them. Wanru, Wanru, I am your father," he cried out. Lin Shutang, upon hearing his voice, pulled back the curtain of the carriage and remarked with a smile, "Look at him, only when he has lost everything does regret surface." Duan Yanzhou joined her, observing, "Such shamelessness." Lin Shutang continued, "The heart of man is fickle. Do you truly believe he cares for his daughter? He merely seeks to rely on her for his own comfort now that he is alone." "Yanzhou, has concubine Zhang been sent away?" she inquired. "Yes, to the outskirts of the city." Upon seeing her lover, she left without a glance back, Duan Yanzhou replied. Lin Shutting smiled, then let A Dong hasten the carriage. "We must not allow him to catch up. Since he chose to sever ties, let it be absolute. Life and death are but fate, and he brought this upon himself." Duan Yanzhou wholeheartedly agreed, calling to A Dong, quickly, "Do not let him follow." A Dong cheerfully responded, "Yes, young master." A Dong and Chuanxiang were the only servants who had accompanied them from the Duan residence. Over the journey, they had become like family. sharing meals and clothing with Lin Shutang and the others. The other servants had largely scattered, with only a few rogue ones remaining in exile, now shivering in their prison carts. Meanwhile, Adong and Chuanxiang had donned the windproof clothing and hats Lin Shutang provided. Though they appeared somewhat odd, they were incredibly warm. Initially reluctant, Adong had grown fond of the attire after just one wearing, finding it perfect for driving the carriage. As he cracked the whip, the horses surged forward, followed closely by the others. At that moment, Chenwanra rested with her eyes closed, oblivious to the calls for her. Cocooned beneath the blankets, she seemed to hear nothing. Duan Chang'an held her hand, adjusting her cloak for her comfort. As the carriage sped ahead, Elder Chen struggled to keep pace, slipping on the icy ground. Wanru, you cannot abandon your father. Wanru. He lay on the ground, shouting after the retreating carriage. Regrettably, it sped further away, gradually vanishing into the endless expanse of snow. Rising from the ground, Elder Chen was overwhelmed with regret, but it was of no consequence now. He could only drag his frozen body back to his empty home. With no silver to sustain him, he was forced to sell land and property, yet the bitter cold deterred many from parting with their meager funds for worthless frozen soil. Without even the title deeds to his properties, he found no buyers. All that remained were a few steamed buns to sustain him. As the heavy snow ceased, the temperature plummeted once more. Lin Shutang and her party traveled for several days, and on the 7th day, the true chill arrived. Upon awakening and drawing back the carriage curtain, she discovered the trees lining the road encased in frost, and the river was thickly frozen. The landscape appeared as a glistening kingdom of ice. Merely opening a small gap in the curtain sent a biting wind rushing in. She quickly lowered it and retreated to her space. Within the expansive confines of her space, she found a thermal blanket at an outdoor supply store, followed by a portable electric blanket at a home goods shop. She then proceeded to a mobile phone store, acquiring several power banks. In a precautionary measure, she thoughtfully tested the power bank at a socket in the mall. Upon confirming its functionality, she wasted no time in retrieving her items. Upon seeing the assortment of peculiar objects she produced, Duan Yenzhou inquired, "What are these?" Lin Shutang first handed him the thermal blanket, saying, "Yenzhou, please take these to father and mother, as well as to eldest brother and sister-in-law. Use this to insulate the carriage." Subsequently, she presented the electric blanket and power bank, explaining, "This goes under the quilt." After providing brief instructions on its usage, she was relieved to see him grasp the concept quickly, and he departed the carriage with the items. In the biting cold, these provisions were woefully insufficient for the outdoors. Contemplating this, Lin Shutang ventured into the space and discovered portable heaters in the electrical store. She examined them closely. They resembled the traditional stoves used at home, albeit fueled by small canisters of gas rather than electricity. "This is a splendid find," Lin Shutang mused, delighting in her discovery and selecting 3 to distribute among their carriage. Duan Feng, observing the square heater adorned with a metal mesh, curiously asked, "What is this?" With a smile, Lin Shutang replied, "Father, this is something we procured from the Chen family. It is said to be a heater. Why don't you give it a try?" After demonstrating its operation, she activated the heater, revealing a warm, orange glow beneath the mesh, quickly warming the carriage. Duan Feng reached out to feel its warmth, astonished. "I had no idea such a marvelous invention existed." Lin Shutang adjusted the temperature and cheerfully responded, "Indeed, father and mother, please make use of it. We have plenty in our carriage." Duan Feng looked up, asking, "Shutang, do you truly have more?" Understanding his concern for her and Duan Yenzhou, she nodded reassuringly, "Yes. I assure you we will not suffer from the cold." This eased Duan Feng's mind. He gazed outside, estimating they would reach Qinnan in 3 days, where they would have a residence and no longer endure hardships on the road. Lin Shutang shook her head. Being together as a family does not constitute suffering. Duan Feng paused, taken aback by her words, before feeling a sense of gratitude, relieved to have such a good daughter-in-law. Otherwise, he could only wonder how they would cope. Jiangshi grasped Lin Shutong's hand, exclaiming, "Upon our arrival in Qinnan, we must host a proper wedding banquet for you and Yenzhou." Lin Shutong recalled that during her previous wedding, she had entered in her husband's sedan chair, while the betrothal gifts had been given to Lin Wanwan. Unbeknownst to Jiangshi, Lin Shutong had transferred all those items to her space, which only deepened her guilt. She resolved to treat Lin Shutong well when circumstances improved. However, Lin Shetong was indifferent to such matters. Her primary concern lay in how to help the family rise anew. With the current devastation wrought by the severe winter, significant upheaval was inevitable within the court. Although they had been exiled to Qinnan, the actions of Prince He could not be dismissed lightly. The mountain bandits had imprisoned Duan Cheng'an, evidently targeting the Duan family, and the recent raid on the Chonghua mansion might also be connected. They needed to strengthen themselves swiftly upon reaching Qinnan to preempt any surprise attacks from Prince He's men. After making necessary repairs to the carriage, they resumed their journey. With the electric blankets and heaters, the interior of the carriage contrasted starkly with the frigid conditions outside. While the icy winds howled without, warmth enveloped them within. Lin Shetong also procured hot cocoa and coffee from the mall space, pouring them into a thermos to alleviate any suspicions from Jiangshi and serving them to the family. They sat in their respective carriages, basking in the warmth of the stoves while sipping hot cocoa, finding some solace amidst the harshness. Yet, not far behind, the situation for the Long family and the Lin family was starkly different. The officials accompanying them could hardly endure the cold, huddled in layers of cotton padding within their carriages. Though it was not particularly warm, it spared them from freezing solid. The prisoners, however, fared much worse. The officials, in an attempt to prevent their death by exposure, provided them with many cotton garments and blankets, albeit malodorous. Despite the stench, it was preferable to freezing to death, and they all huddled under a single blanket. The biting cold wind chafed their faces, leaving their skin cracked and red. They could only drink cold water and eat steamed buns, feeling a profound despair, caught in a limbo between life and death. Zhou Shi sneezed repeatedly, pulling the blanket tighter around her. This weather is increasingly peculiar. By this time in previous years, spring would have arrived, yet the frost persists and heavy snow falls. If it continues like this in Qinnan, how will our family survive? As she spoke, tears began to flow. Her 3 daughters, huddled together, joined her in weeping. The previously frozen Lin Wanwan was awakened by their cries and interrupted, "Mother, what good is crying? Does weeping alleviate our suffering? We must find a way to survive in Qinnan." Chapter 45. The Long family weeps in despair. In recent days, the Long family had not regarded Lin Wanwan as a daughter-in-law. Yet Lin Wanwan was no pushover. She had learned many skills in the household from Aunt Bai. Otherwise, she would not have conceived the idea of swapping marriages with her own sister. Having pretended to be a pure and innocent figure for so long, upon realizing the Long family's inability to recover, she chose to discard the facade. However, Zhou Shi was no meek individual. She raised her hand and struck Lin Wanwan across the face. In retaliation, Lin Wanwan seized Zhou Shi's hair and yanked it fiercely, causing Zhou Shi to wail. "Let go of me. I am your mother-in-law. Quickly release me." Duan Qingyang, watching the altercation, widened his eyes and warned, "Lin Wanwan, if you don't strike back, I will divorce you." At that moment, Lin Wanwan was utterly exasperated. She turned to glare at Duan Qingyang. "Divorce me? Go ahead. I once looked upon you favorably because you were the heir, but look at you now, reduced to a state lower than a beggar. While our entire family suffers from hunger and cold. They say Duan Yanzhou is a useless good-for-nothing, yet I find you even more pitiable. Had I known, I would never have agreed to the marriage swap. Perhaps I could still be living a good life now." Lin Wanwan had always worn her regrets on her face, but expressing them in front of Duan Qingyang carried different weight. Infuriated, Duan Qingyang contemplated retaliating. However, at that moment, an official emerged from the carriage and lashed him with a whip, admonishing, "Young master, you ought to behave like a man. What honor is there in striking a woman? It is said that the second young master of the Chonghua mansion is inept, yet in comparison, you fall far short. I witnessed him personally cooking and preparing medicine for his wife at the inn. They had to support each other while walking through the snow. Remember this. Treat your wife and children well, for that is the path to longevity." With that, he retracted the whip. Both Duan Qingyang and Lin Wanwan stood in stunned silence. One was still secretly vying with Duan Yanzhou. Due to their similar ages, they were often compared. Yet Duan Yanzhou's handsome countenance had always garnered admiration. Whatever he did, Duan Qingyang felt overshadowed. After Duan Yanzhou fell gravely ill, Duan Qingyang finally found an opportunity to elevate himself over him. In this marriage swap, Duan Qingyang sought not only to disdain Lin Shetong but also to seize everything that belonged to Duan Yanzhou. Now that he had no use for Lin Wanwan, he naturally desired nothing from her. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan's heart ached. The thought of Lin Shatong being so cherished by Duan Yanzhou incensed her. Why is it that, despite her more striking beauty, her legitimate sister enjoys a far more fortunate fate? In truth, Lin Wanwan is treated as the legitimate daughter within the Lin household thanks to Bai Shuangshuang, while Lin Shatang, the original owner of this body, endures a life far less privileged. This circumstance has instilled in her a deceptive sense of superiority over Lin Shatang in all matters. In reality, Lin Shutong's beauty has long surpassed hers by a considerable margin. However, having spent excessive time in the inner quarters, Lin Wanwan has developed an air of unwarranted arrogance and self-importance. As her discontent brewed, she ultimately succumbed to tears. Her weeping triggered a chain reaction, leading her 3 younger sisters to join in, culminating in a chorus of sorrow from the entire family. Following the cries from the main residence, the Lin family nearby also joined in the lamenting, resulting in a cacophony of wails. Yet, amidst this tumult, a piercing scream broke through. "Oh no, it's terrible. The concubine has passed away." This lament was from Lu, a concubine of the Grand Tutor Lin, who had accompanied them in their disgrace, having previously conspired with Bai Yang to harm Lady Lin and had since borne a daughter, who was merely 2 years younger than Lin Wanwan and had yet to come of age. The scream had emanated from her. In the bitter cold and rudimentary surroundings, it was inevitable that some with frail constitutions would succumb to the harsh elements. Wrapped in a single quilt, the Grand Tutor Lin had neither the inclination nor the capacity to tend to these concubines. Indeed, Lu was the first among their group to succumb before reaching Chinon. The officials in charge merely discarded her lifeless body by the roadside before resuming their journey. It was not uncommon for individuals to perish along the route of exile. However, it gradually became apparent that this particular journey was fraught with unusual difficulties, as refugees intermittently appeared on the road, suggesting that calamity had truly struck. Chapter 46. Arrival in Luoyang County. The journey to Chinon initially promised a well-maintained official road, yet the relentless snow had rendered it treacherous, with accumulations of ice and snow creating a bumpy passage. The carriage swayed violently, leaving Lin Shatang feeling dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, after a day of travel, they arrived at Luoyang County, not far from Chinon. It seemed that the county magistrate, Lord Su, had anticipated their arrival, as he was already waiting at the city gate. In this region, snowfall during winter was a rarity, yet the continuous blizzards over the past month had caught the unprepared populace off guard. Now, they remained shuttered within their homes. Lin Shatong pulled back the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside, where she encountered Lord Su, a middle-aged man of short stature with a rotund figure. His smile revealed a face full of jowls, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Brother Duan, I heard you would be passing through, so I intentionally awaited your arrival for a brief visit," he said. Duan Feng assisted Jiang Shi from the carriage and responded with a smile. "Ah, Su, I did not expect to encounter you outside the capital." Lord Su was a fellow examinee who had participated in the imperial examinations alongside Duan Feng, thus they were somewhat acquainted. However, one had risen to the rank of a top scholar and held a prestigious position in the capital, while the other had merely passed the examinations and now served as a county magistrate in this modest locale. Lin Shatong furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Lord Su with a keen gaze. Perhaps it was her intuition, but she sensed something amiss about him. Clad in an expensive mink coat and adorned with a fine jade pendant at his waist, he hardly resembled the typical county magistrate. Duan Feng, known for his integrity, would not associate with such individuals, indicating that their bond ran deeper than it appeared. To exercise caution, Lin Shatong turned back into the carriage and retrieved 9 medicinal pills, carefully wrapping each in a sugar coating. Emerging from the carriage, she handed them to Duan Yanzhou. "Yanzhou, these are the candies I prepared earlier. Please distribute them to your parents. Catch them, each person should have one." Duan Yanzhou immediately recognized the significance of the candies. "Are you worried that Luoyang County might harbor treachery?" he inquired. Lin Shatong nodded, acknowledging that while she was uncertain, it was wise to be cautious. "Understood," he replied, clutching the candies tightly before departing from the carriage. He first distributed them to his elder brother, sister-in-law, and younger sister, before approaching their parents, taking advantage of Lord Su's lead to present them with the treats. "Father, mother, these are candies that Shatong purchased in the preceding county. Do give them a try." The couple, recognizing that they were gifts from Shatong, accepted them without hesitation, confident in their delightful flavor. Their simple exchange went unnoticed by Lord Su, who continued to guide them. Lin Shutang, along with her siblings, followed closely behind as they made their way to the Su residence. The Su residence was modest, likely a small compound suitable for a third wife. Upon entering, they were greeted by the main hall. While leading the way, Lord Su remarked with a smile, "My humble abode is quite simple. Please do not take offense, Brother Duan." Duan Feng stepped forward, saying, "We have fallen from grace and no longer enjoy the splendor of the capital. How could we possibly disdain your hospitality, Su?" Lord Su squinted his eyes, smiling broadly. "You are too modest, Brother Duan. Although you have been demoted, the Emperor has graciously spared your life. Should circumstances improve in the future, there is a chance the Emperor may summon you back to the capital." The main branch of the Donghua family had been stripped of their assets and exiled, while the second branch remained unscathed, an extraordinary stroke of luck in the eyes of others. Yet, Duan Feng did not share this sentiment. With a deep sigh and a shake of his head, he replied, "It is better to be away from the intrigues of the capital. At present, I simply wish to live a stable life with my family." Lord Su stroked his beard, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Brother Duan, you remain as carefree as ever." As he spoke, he summoned the maidservants to prepare the meal. "You must be famished after your long journey. Allow me to provide you with food and drink to fill your belly before you continue on to Jinan." Duan Feng turned to Jiang Shi, asking, "My dear, what do you think?" Jiang Shi grasped his hand and replied with a smile to Lord Su, "My lord, there is no need. After we feed our horses, we shall resume our journey." Lord Su raised an eyebrow. "Madam, what do you mean by that? Do you look down upon us? Do you not recall that in the capital, I once delivered letters on behalf of Brother Duan?" Jiang Shi suddenly remembered this incident. Observing Lord Su's insistence, Lin Shutong approached her and whispered, "Mother, perhaps we ought to stay and eat before we leave." Jiang Shi furrowed her brow, hesitant. "But..." Lin Shutong reassured her in a hushed tone, "Do not worry, we can eat well today." Seeing her daughter-in-law's insistence, Jiang Shi lifted her head and smiled at Lord Su. "Then we thank you, my lord." Upon hearing their agreement to stay, Lord Su's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Come, Brother Duan, madam, please take a seat." He gestured for Lin Shutong and her siblings to sit as well. Before long, the maidservants brought forth a lavish spread. Lord Su's generosity was evident, as the table was adorned with fine dishes, including the finest daughter's red wine. However, it is often the most exquisite offerings that conceal peril. Lin Shutong picked up her chopsticks and delicately sniffed the meatballs before smiling and savoring a bite. Chapter 47. Catching him off guard. As others observed her partake of the meal, they followed suit. From Duan Yanzhou to Jiang Shi and the elder Duans, they all harbored an inexplicable trust in Lin Shutong. Throughout their arduous journey, they had witnessed how she cared for them, and thus, some matters needed no elaborate explanation, a mere glance sufficed. From that point onward, whatever Lin Shutong consumed, they would also partake in. Remarkably, after more than half a month of travel, the opportunity to enjoy a warm meal was indeed a rare treat. Lord Su, watching them eat, smiled even more broadly and glanced toward the entrance. He himself had not touched a single morsel, but instead raised his wine cup and drank deeply. After Lin Shutong had her fill, she retrieved a diminutive vial from her bosom, from which a delicate fragrance wafted forth, a subtle hint of sweet orange. Upon catching a whiff, Lord Su gently inhaled and inquired, "What is this?" "This is an aromatic essence we brought from the capital. Would you care to take a sniff, Lord Su?" Lin Shutong rose gracefully, meandering around the room with the vial, allowing the scent to permeate the air. Lord Su took a deep breath, chuckling, "Indeed, the treasures of the capital are unparalleled. I have never encountered an aroma like this." It was not only his first experience, but also that of the others present. Once Lin Shutong completed her circuit of the room, she returned to her distant seat, resting her head on her hand, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my head feels quite dizzy." Beside her, Sen Mei hurriedly asked, "Second sister-in-law, what ails you?" Lin Shutong playfully scratched her palm. Duan Qinzhou immediately grasped her intent, clutching her own head. "What is happening? I feel dizzy as well." After uttering this, she collapsed onto the table, closing her eyes, and for added effect, shattered 2 bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Shi gasped, rising in alarm. "Qinzhou." At that moment, Lin Shutong also shut her eyes and gently slumped over the table. Soon after, her elder brother, sister-in-law, and Duan Yanzhou followed suit. Jiang Shi and elder Duan were thrown into a panic. "What is happening here?" Lord Su stood up and chuckled, "My dear lady, Brother Duan, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, It lies with those you have offended. I am merely the agent of recompense for another's grievances. Elder Duan glared at him, demanding, "Who is it? Who sent you to ambush us?" Lord Su approached him, lightly patting his shoulder. "Brother Duan, think carefully. Have you offended anyone in the court?" Elder Duan pondered. He rarely made enemies, and due to his amiable demeanor and diplomatic handling of affairs, he had garnered many friends. Even after his demotion, several ministers spoke in his favor. Who would dare to strike at them here, not far from Chinon? As he contemplated, unexpectedly, Lord Su, in a fit of arrogance, divulged, "Brother Duan, in the spirit of our past camaraderie, let me offer you a hint. Think of who it might be. Years ago, the old duke abducted a beautiful concubine, and she bore a child 7 months later. That child is you. The old duke raised you as a bastard son, yet always harbored doubts about your lineage. For years, he allowed you to reside in the second house of the Duan family out of pride, all the while secretly tormenting you. He has channeled all his fury and resentment onto you, oblivious to the fact that the concubine he seized was actually the beloved of the late emperor. Do you understand now, brother?" Lord Su's tone rose, laced with amusement. Whether Duan Feng comprehended or not, Lin Shutting certainly did. Duan Yenzhou's father, her father-in-law, was indeed the late emperor's illegitimate son. By lineage, he was the brother of the dog emperor and the elder of Prince He. Should the dog emperor remain childless, it would be her father-in-law who would inherit the throne, followed by Prince He. It was apparent that Prince He had dispatched bandits to capture Duan Cheng'an for this very reason, intending to use him as leverage. However, he had not anticipated that they would raid the bandits' lair en route to Chinon and rescue Duan Cheng'an. Today's events were undoubtedly orchestrated by Prince He. The demise of Duan Feng's family had aroused the emperor's suspicion, hence the choice of a location far from the capital. However, Prince He had underestimated this family. Lin Shutting slowly lifted her head and clapped her hands, saying, "Lord Su, your strategy is quite clever. You intended to drug us." Upon hearing her voice, the smile on Lord Su's face froze, and he turned abruptly to her. "You? Were you not just unconscious?" Lin Shutong brushed aside her fringe, squinting playfully indeed. "I was unconscious. Overindulgence can induce a bit of dizziness." At this moment, Duan Qinzhou also gradually lifted her head, rubbing her neck. The elder brother and sister-in-law rose as well, their complexions radiant. Duan Yenzhou straightened up, directing his gaze toward Lord Su. "What is going on here?" Jiang Shi exclaimed, startled, but quickly realized it was a ruse orchestrated by Lin Shutting to extract the truth from Lord Su. They had not anticipated their family's hidden identity. Lin Shutting smiled at her parents. "Do not worry, father, mother, we are quite well." Elder Duan was momentarily taken aback, but seeing his family unharmed, he sighed in relief. Pulling Jiang Shi protectively behind him and angrily addressed Lord Su. "So, it was Prince He who sent you?" Lord Su, no longer preoccupied with responding, glanced at the gradually awakening members of the Duan family, suddenly alarmed, stepping back. Were you not affected by the drug I administered?" Lin Shutting raised an eyebrow at the remnants of food on the nearby table, smirking. "It was merely a trivial sedative. Earlier, I had everyone take an antidote. Not only would your drug have no effect, even poison would be futile against us." Lord Su, incredulous, stared at her, speechless. "How could you possibly know I would poison you?" Lin Shutong glanced at the jade pendant hanging at his waist. "That exquisite piece was gifted to you by someone from the capital, wasn't it?" Lord Su looked down, realization dawning upon him. He had not anticipated her discerning eye. Lin Shutting, having a fondness for jade and a keen understanding of its worth, had emptied the palace of similar treasures before their departure, thus recognizing it instantly. She approached him, stating, "Furthermore, I can surmise that aside from you, there is a cadre of assassins on their way here. You are responsible for administering the drug, while they are poised to take action. This way, you can report that Lord Duan was slain by bandits on the road." Lord Su was dumbfounded. "How did you know?" Lin Shutting surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of attendants. "With only you here, how could you manage everything? Moreover, since our arrival, you have frequently glanced toward the door, as if awaiting someone." Her words struck a chord with Lord Su, who, in a desperate rage, barked, "Indeed, now that you have arrived in Luoha County, do not expect to leave alive." Lin Shutting smiled slyly. "Oh, is that so? Regrettably, you will be sorely disappointed." At that moment, Lord Su suddenly felt dizzy, clutching his chest as nausea overcame him, sinking to the ground in agony. Lin Shutting bent down, grinning. "It seems the effects of your own drug are taking hold?" Lord Su looked up bewildered. What did you say? Lin Shatong replied calmly, I naturally added a little something to the food you provided. This vial. She produced the small vial once more, contains not an aromatic essence, but rather poison. Since we had taken the antidote, it is ineffective against us. However, for you, having consumed alcohol, the toxicity is doubled. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen, veins bulging on his forehead, roaring, You, how dare you poison me? Beware. I shall have you all executed publicly. Lin Shatong stepped closer, placing her foot on his chest, coldly declaring, Execute us? Lord Su. I fear you shall never have that opportunity. Lord Su coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his vision spinning, and he suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. Just moments ago, Lin Shatong and her companions feigned unconsciousness, while Lord Su truly succumbed to the faintness. Jiang turned to her earnestly, asking, Shutting, what should we do next? Lin Shatong surveyed the estate before replying, Father, Mother, you must quietly slip out through the back courtyard and take a carriage away. Yanzhou and I will remain to handle the aftermath. Jiang, realizing the urgency of the situation, promptly agreed. Very well, Shutting, do take care of yourselves. Indeed. Lin Shatong nodded in acknowledgement. Accompanied by her elder brother and third sister, Jiang exited through the rear door, taking with them the eldest sister-in-law and the second master. Once they departed, Duan Yanzhou glanced at the fallen Lord Su and inquired, Is he dead? Lin Shatong replied slowly, Of course not. We entered Su's residence in front of everyone. If I were to poison him here, it would leave us vulnerable, and Prince he would undoubtedly use this against us. Duan Yanzhou looked towards the entrance, deducing, So you intend to wait for the assassins to arrive and let them take action? Precisely, Lin Shatong affirmed with a smile. Yeah, no. Come help me. Without hesitation, Duan Yanzhou stepped forward. Together, they moved Lord Su to a nearby table, draping Duan Yanzhou's cloak over him to conceal his face. Once everything was arranged, Lin Shatong seamlessly made her way to the back courtyard of Su's residence. Despite its modest size, the place was filled with treasures of jade and stone. Lin Shatong had no time to admire the surroundings and swiftly gathered the ill-gotten wealth Lord Su had amassed through corruption over the years. After their departure, a throng of assassins surged into the front courtyard. They stormed into Su's residence and without a moment's hesitation, shot an arrow at the figure clad in Duan Yanzhou's robe. The arrow pierced his right shoulder, awakening him with a piercing scream. Only then did the assassins realize their mistake, as one of them ripped away the cloak. Exclaiming in anger, How could it be you? Chapter 49, Assassins? Fear not, for we have guns. Lord Su lay on the ground, clutching his wounded shoulder. Trembling in pain, shouting, They've escaped. An assassin kicked him contemptuously, declaring, Useless fool. You couldn't even guard yourself. With his right shoulder injured, the kick exacerbated his suffering. Gritting his teeth, Lord Su pleaded, The higher-ups were too cautious. They discovered the poison I administered. For the sake of our past efforts, please forgive me this once. The assassin, masked save for his shadowy eyes, coldly regarded him, saying indifferently, His Highness Prince, he has decreed that we do not require useless individuals here. Lord Su's eyes widened in terror as he stammered, No, please grant me another chance. Yet the assassin paid no heed to his desperate pleas, drawing his dagger. The blade glimmered ominously, and with a swift motion, blood splattered as Lord Su's life was extinguished. The assassin sheathed his bloodied knife and turned to his companions, instructing, Spread the word. The magistrate of Luoyang County has fallen victim to bandits. Yes, my lord, his subordinates responded in unison. The assassin then kicked Lord Su's lifeless body, cursing. This worthless scoundrel not only failed his task, but also alerted the target. We must pursue them immediately. Perhaps we can still capture them. The subordinates nodded obediently, yes. My lord. They wasted no time lingering, realizing they had aroused the attention of the Duan family, and swiftly followed the trail of the carriage wheels. Inside the carriage, Lin Shatong peered through the curtain, aware that the assassins would undoubtedly pursue them. As they approached Chinon, she reflected on the dangers posed by these assassins from the capital. Her demeanor shifted from the usual cheerful disposition to one of grave contemplation. Duan Yanzhou joined her side, observing, with the heavy snow and disaster, it would take at least a month for the capital to send more assassins. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, we should capture this group of assassins without delay. Their thoughts aligned seamlessly. Lin Shatong glanced at Duan Yanzhou before resolutely retrieving a sniper rifle and 3 grenades from her spatial pouch. She handed the grenades to Duan Yanzhou. He examined the round objects in his hands, asking, "What are these?" Lin Shatong explained slowly, "These are akin to your current gunpowder. Pull the safety pin and throw them, and they will explode." Duan Yanzhou's eyes widened with excitement at her words. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind them. "Go! Go! They are right ahead. Pursue them. We must not allow them to reach Chinon alive. Hurry!" Lin Shuting peered through the curtain and saw more than 30 figures in black pursuing them on horseback, each appearing to be a formidable opponent. They had been lying in wait in Luoyang County, intent on claiming their heads. It seemed they had overestimated their own capabilities. Otherwise, they would not have waited until now to take action. Swiftly, Lin Shuting readied the sniper rifle, attaching the suppressor and aiming at the assassins. The lead assassin, galloping in front, knocked an arrow, preparing to shoot at their carriage. In a critical moment, Lin Shatong aimed for his forehead and pulled the trigger. The bullet zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking true. The assassin's arrow never left his bow as he fell from his horse, lifeless, his eyes wide open, blood oozing from the wound in his forehead. His subordinates rushed forward, crying out, "My lord! My lord!" Several dismounted the carriage to check for signs of life, exclaiming in alarm, "My lord, he is no longer breathing." It was them. They used hidden weapons. The group collectively turned their gaze towards Lin Shutong's carriage. "Go! Quickly catch up and kill them to avenge our leader." The subordinates, filled with rage, mounted their horses and continued their pursuit of Lin Shuting and her companion. The sound of hooves grew ever closer. Lin Shuting recalibrated her aim, targeting the foremost assassin. The bullet flew forth, piercing through his chest with a resounding crack, causing him to collapse to the ground. The horses, startled, nearly tripped several of the assassins in front. The remaining assassins began to feel fear. What is this hidden weapon? It is incredibly powerful, striking down with lethal precision. Chapter 50, Arriving in Chinon before nightfall. Forget about hidden weapons. We must pursue swiftly. Today, we must avenge our fallen brothers. The speaker was the right-hand man of the fallen leader, renowned for his exceptional martial skills and agility. He urged his horse forward, leaping over the fallen assassins. Lin Shatong smirked, recognizing the absurdity of those who now sought their own demise. She tightened her grip on the gun, preparing to fire again. However, the assassin suddenly wised up, maneuvering his horse to evade her line of sight, attempting to dodge the hidden weapon. Lin Shuting found it amusing, clearly. He had never encountered the might of a sniper rifle. With a smile, she aimed for his left leg and pulled the trigger. The assassin, believing he could evade the bullet, quickly realized his folly as Lin Shutong's marksmanship was impeccable, easily hitting a moving target. The bullet struck his leg, eliciting a cry of pain as he nearly fell from his horse. Regaining control, he glanced up and caught sight of Lin Shutong's half-exposed face in the carriage, exclaiming, "It's a woman. Hurry, capture her. I want her to suffer 1,000 deaths." Hearing his words, Lin Shuting chuckled, aiming for his forehead once more. The desire to inflict such torment would have to wait until the next lifetime. With that thought, she squeezed the trigger once again, and the bullet flew, delivering another fatal blow. Silently observing from the side, Duan Yanzhou was not idle. He pushed open the carriage door, stood up and instructed the driver, a dong, to hasten the horses. The carriage sped forward, creating distance between itself and the pursuers behind. In this moment, he hurled a grenade towards the assailants. A resounding explosion followed, echoing loudly. Lin Shuting had not heard such a sound in quite some time, and for a moment, her ears buzzed. When she glanced back at the carriage, she found that all the menacing attackers lay sprawled on the ground, not one remaining. To her surprise, Duan Yanzhou had learned quickly. A single grenade had annihilated the entire group. Indeed, he was decisive and efficient. Lin Shatong retracted her firearm into her space and called out to Duan Yanzhou, "Yanzhou, let us continue our journey. We should reach Chinon County before nightfall." Duan Yanzhou, still astonished by the power of the little device in his hand, soon exhaled deeply and returned to the carriage. Observing his shaken demeanor, Lin Shuting smiled and remarked, "You utilized it quite well just now. Keep the remaining 2 for future use." Duan Yanzhou glanced at the 2 remaining items in his hand, then turned to conceal them, looking at Lin Shuting with earnestness as he replied, "All right, let us hasten our pace." At this moment, Jiang Shi and their elder brother and sister-in-law also heard the commotion and leaned out to look behind. "Yanzhou, What just transpired? We heard a tremendous bang, and it felt as though the entire carriage shook. Duan Yanzhou replied, Mother, we were pursued by assassins, but fortuitously encountered thunder. They held long spears and were struck down by the lightning, collapsing on the road. Jiang Shi and the others came to a sudden understanding, glancing back to see no one in pursuit, and they all felt relieved. Thank goodness for the thunder. Yan O, you and Shutting must be cautious. Let us quicken our journey. Once we arrive in Chinan, they will no longer be able to act so brazenly. Understood, Mother, Duan Yanzhou responded, settling back into the carriage. Lin Shutting took the opportunity to retrieve some spiritual spring water from her space to nourish the horses. After drinking the water, the horses appeared revitalized and galloped much faster. As the carriage sped along, they reached the gates of Chinan County before dusk. Chinan, located in the south, was surrounded by towering mountains, often plagued by miasma before the onset of extreme cold. Now, with heavy snow falling, the once verdant hills had transformed into icebound peaks. Lin Shutong drew back the curtain to gaze outside, where she was met with a breathtaking expanse of glaciers. Rivers had frozen solid, and glaciers stretched endlessly, creating a stunning spectacle. Shutting, we have arrived, came Jiang Shi's voice from outside as the carriage came to a gentle halt. Lin Shutong dismounted alongside Duan Yanzhou. The group approached the entrance of the county office. Duan Feng knocked on the door, and a constable soon appeared, dressed in thick clothes, shivering as he impatiently opened the door. Who goes there? Duan Feng presented the official documents and replied solemnly, We are the newly appointed county officials from the capital. Upon hearing they were from the capital, the constable scrutinized Duan Feng and then called out to someone inside, Sir, there is a person claiming to be a county official from the capital. Shortly after, a series of coughs echoed from within. Cough, cough, from the capital? Yes, sir. The constable responded. A gaunt, white-haired elder slowly opened the door. Upon seeing Duan Feng, his eyes widened in surprise, Your Majesty. Duan Feng was taken aback and replied, Esteemed sir, you have mistaken me. I am the newly appointed county minister, surnamed Duan. The elder rubbed his eyes and gradually composed himself. It is County Minister Duan. Please come in. This elder was the county magistrate of Chinan, surnamed Yan, who had once held a high position in the capital, but had been relegated here for reasons unknown. Having served as magistrate for over a decade, the miasma had taken a toll on his health. Now, with the onset of winter, his condition had worsened, leaving him resembling a living corpse. Lin Shutting and Duan Yanzhou followed behind, entering the dilapidated county office, which was in dire disrepair, leaking from all sides and worse than the homes of ordinary folk. It was no wonder that people referred to this place as a land of hardship. Lin Shutting looked around, realizing that to reside here, reconstruction was essential. As Magistrate Yan walked, he addressed them, You all must have committed some transgressions to be exiled here, for this place is far inferior to the capital, a desolate land. Although there are many mountains, access is nearly impossible. With limited arable land, the harvests are poor. This year, we have also encountered an unprecedented ice disaster, making life unbearable. The Emperor must not wish for you to survive in this place. After speaking, he erupted into a fierce coughing fit and gestured towards a nearby ramshackle house. That is the county minister's residence, consisting of 5 rooms, which should suffice for your family. However, it is bitterly cold, and we have no extra bedding. Jiang Shi looked towards the indicated direction and sighed, Magistrate Yan, we brought some bedding from the capital, but you seem gravely ill. Magistrate Yan clutched his chest, forcing a bitter smile, just an old ailment. With your arrival, it is time for me to depart this world. He then turned his gaze back to Duan Feng. County Minister Duan, may I ask who your parents are? Duan Feng replied, My father and mother passed away long ago. I have been raised in the Chonghua mansion for many years. A look of disappointment crossed Magistrate Yan's face, but upon seeing Duan Yanzhou behind them, he was suddenly taken aback. He resembles someone, too much. Lin Shutang, intrigued, turned to Duan Yanzhou, resembles whom? Just as she pondered this, their elder brother stepped forward. Magistrate Yan, is it not true that you were the companion of the late emperor and the esteemed teacher of the current emperor, Yan Taisher? Magistrate Yan paused, looking at him in surprise. I did not expect anyone to still remember me. Duan Cheng'an, having served in the court for some time, had certainly heard tales of Yan Taisher's past. Duan Feng also recalled, So you are indeed Yan Taisher. Magistrate Yan waved his hand dismissively. I am no longer a Taisher. I am merely a lowly county magistrate now. After saying this, he broke into another violent coughing fit, this time coughing up blood. Duanfeng hurried forward to support him. "Esteemed sir, have you seen a doctor for your ailment?" Magistrate Yen chuckled bitterly. In this place, even finding a meal is a challenge, let alone a doctor. But it matters little. At my age, I have lived long enough. He continued to lead Duanfeng and the others into the house. Lin Shuding was astonished to find that the room lacked even a coal fire. She quickly instructed Duan Yenzhou to fetch some. Duan Yenzhou moved swiftly, bringing back coal and igniting it in a bronze basin. The previously frigid room soon warmed up considerably. Magistrate Yan's complexion improved noticeably as he gazed at the flickering flames, tears welling in his eyes. The constable approached. "Delighted, sir. Look, it has become warm. Finally, it is warm." Lin Shutang, witnessing this, felt a pang of sorrow. She looked around and finally understood why the emperor had so readily exiled them here. It seemed he had anticipated the hardships they would face. However, it mattered not. With her presence, they would rebuild. If the emperor wished for them to fend for themselves, then she would transform this place into a second capital. After spending a brief moment in the county office, they proceeded to the adjacent county minister's residence. In a quaint courtyard stood 5 dilapidated houses. Lin Shuding first retrieved a waterproof tarp from her spatial storage to patch up the damaged areas. Seizing the opportunity while the Jiang family was still absent, she brought out all the furnishings she had previously stashed away: beds, wardrobes, tables, chairs, and a copper mirror, and arranged them meticulously. The beds had been transported from the Duke's residence as well as their former home, some having been slept in by the Zhou family, while others belonged to Lin Shutang and her kin. Additionally, the wardrobe was salvaged from the palace, and the tables, chairs, and copper mirrors had been acquired from her uncle's estate during their journey. By the time the Jiang family entered, the once desolate house had transformed into a space brimming with familiarity. Why do these items appear so familiar? Jiang pondered, staring at the somewhat recognizable furniture in bewilderment. Lin Shutong quickly diverted the conversation, saying, "Father, mother, the furnishings in our usual residence share a certain resemblance, which explains the familiarity. Let us hasten to move our belongings inside before darkness falls." Chapter 52. An abundant forest awaits in the space. Jiang regained her composure and cheerfully agreed. "Indeed. Let's bring our luggage inside." They had brought an entire cart filled with belongings. Aside from some leftover rations, there were numerous bedding sets and garments. Among the bedding, several exquisite silk quilts had been retrieved from the spatial storage, far lighter and softer than ordinary cotton quilts. As everyone busied themselves with the move, Lin Shutang slipped into the kitchen. Though the kitchen's roof had some leaks, the stove remained relatively intact. She promptly produced kitchenware from the Duke's residence, along with grains, oils, eggs, and some simple vegetables, and also released a large yellow dog, a well-behaved guardian that could help keep watch over their new abode. Not wishing to draw undue attention upon their arrival, she only revealed a fraction of her spatial treasures. "Shutong." Duan Yenzhou's voice resonated from behind her. Lin Shutong turned to see him striding toward her, carrying something in his hands. "What is that?" she inquired, glancing down to see a lump of dark substance in his grasp. Duan Yenzhou broke it open, releasing a plume of steam. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it as roasted sweet potatoes. "Where did you acquire these?" Duan Yenzhou glanced next door, explaining they were sent over by the county magistrate, who, seeing us traverse such arduous terrain, kindly provided these roasted sweet potatoes to help fill our bellies. Lin Shutting took one in her hands, inhaling its delightful aroma, confirming it was safe, and then took a bite. "How sweet." The magistrate, despite having nothing for himself, still thought of us. What a kind-hearted man. We must send him a portion of our evening meal in return. Agreed. Duan Yenzhou nodded, lifting his gaze to the dilapidated roof. "Tomorrow, my brother and I will repair this house. I notice the surrounding area is sparsely populated, with only a few residents. We can borrow some timber." With the cold winter prevailing, all the wood was blanketed in ice and snow, leaving them with no option but to venture to the glaciers for supplies. Even if they managed to fell trees, transporting them would be a challenge. As she contemplated their next steps, a notification echoed through her mind. "Host. The upgrade to the 11th level of the space has been completed." Lin Shutang calculated the timing, realizing today marked the completion of the 11th level upgrade. She eagerly set aside the roasted sweet potato and smiled at Duan Yenzhou. "Let us venture into the space and see what surprises await us." Often, Lin Shutting felt as though she were the favored daughter of the spatial system, which seemed intent on ensuring she never faced hardship. Whenever she desired something, it appeared without delay. Grabbing Duan Yanzhou's hand, she stepped into the elevator, ascending to the 11th floor. The door to the 11th floor was firmly shut. Yet a message was inscribed upon it. The 11th level upgrade has been completed. The 12th level will require 30 days. She dashed forward, ready to push the door open when suddenly a small bird flitted out through the crack. Duan Yanzhou, swift in his movements, caught the bird, perplexed. Is there a bird in there? Lin Shutong's eyes sparkled with realization, already guessing the wonders that awaited within. She forcefully swung the door open, revealing a lush, dense forest, reminiscent of a secluded mountain. Towering trees obscured the sunlight above, creating a breathtaking canopy. This is a forest, Lin Shutong murmured, taking slow steps into the verdant realm. Duan Yanzhou followed closely, his gaze cautious as he surveyed their surroundings. Fortunately, it appeared devoid of immediate danger. As Lin Shutong traversed through the thicket, she beheld the azure sky above. Continuing her journey, she stumbled upon a precipice, from which cascaded an endless array of peaks. This place is indeed a treasure trove of forests, she exclaimed. Under normal circumstances, such landscapes would seem ordinary in Chinon, a region already replete with mountains. Yet, in the grip of this biting cold, the peaks had transformed into glaciers, rendering this verdant paradise infinitely more precious. Here, an abundance of timber, pine, and various hardwoods was ripe for construction, shipbuilding, and machinery. The red clay on the mountains could be fashioned into bricks and tiles, while the woods teemed with wildlife, and beneath the peaks lay rich mineral deposits. All of these resources were invaluable to them. Lin Shutong patted a nearby pine tree and turned to Duan Yanzhou with a smile. Tomorrow, we shall have all the timber we need for repairing the house. Duan Yanzhou stood in awe, astonished by the sight before him. He had never imagined that such a compact space could harbor an entire forest. Lin Shutong retrieved a chainsaw from her spatial hardware store, instructing Duan Yanzhou in its use. In swift succession, they felled several trees and transported them out of the space. Upon their exit, they found the magistrate's courtyard in a state of uproar. Lin Shutong and Duan Yanzhou entered the yard, straining to see what was happening next door. A stout man, clad in a heavy coat, accompanied by 3 or 4 lackeys, was in the midst of a home invasion. Do not presume that just because you are the magistrate I will not dare to act against you. Hand over your silver and grain, or I shall break your legs. The magistrate was pinned to the snowy ground by 2 burly men, his face bruised from the cold, his frail body appearing as though it could be crushed at any moment. Nevertheless, he spat defiantly, "You imbecile, my office has long been emptied. There's no silver. Only my old life." Chapter 53. A couple unites against bullies. The man's face contorted with rage as he berated, "You old fool, it seems you prefer punishment over reward. Let me see if I do not break your legs." With that, he seized a nearby stick, aiming to strike the magistrate. Just as Lin Shutong arrived in the courtyard, she witnessed the unfolding scene and promptly picked up a frozen stone from the ground, hurling it at the man's hand. The icy projectile struck with force, leaving deep gashes and drawing blood. He screeched, relinquishing the wooden club. The crowd gasped, turning their attention to Lin Shutong. "Miss, they are mere ruffians. You must flee," the magistrate urged. Ruffians? What sort of ruffians could so brazenly assault the magistrate? Although Chinon was a rough and wild land, such scoundrels should not be allowed to run rampant. If Lin Shutong and her companions wished to establish a foothold here, they could not allow such lawlessness to persist. Moreover, having received a roasted sweet potato from the magistrate, she felt indebted to repay his kindness. Without waiting for the man named Zhou Tong to react, Lin Shutong seized another chunk of ice and aimed it at his foot. He let out a piercing scream, clutching his wound as he collapsed to the ground, and commanded his attendant with a fierce tone, "Quick, seize that wretched woman." Yet, before anyone could act, Duan Yanzhou had already leapt forward, seizing the man's throat and holding him hostage. "How dare you commit such heinous acts in broad daylight at the county office? You must not wish to live." His voice was calm, yet it exuded a chilling intensity. The man, oblivious to the imminent danger, bellowed at his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take action." Lin Shutong, having learned some basic combat skills, found it more than sufficient to deal with these ruffians. Without waiting for them to close in, she swiftly kicked at them. The group staggered back in retreat. At that moment, Duan Yanzhou forcefully slammed his captive onto the ground, delivering a barrage of punches to the man's abdomen. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding lackeys finally grew anxious. This man, known as Zhou Tong, was actually a bailiff from Chinan County. With some skills under his belt, he had taken to terrorizing the area under the guise of the county magistrate's authority. His crimes ranged from abducting innocent women to murder and robbery, committing every conceivable atrocity. Once the magistrate became aware of these transgressions, he dispatched men to apprehend Zhou. However, emboldened by the remoteness of his dominion, Zhou and his men revolted, establishing themselves as local tyrants in Chinan. Consequently, the magistrate was rendered powerless. After becoming a local despot, Zhou grew even more audacious, demanding money and grain from the populace each month. In the biting cold of winter, with half the residents having fled, the remaining citizens had nothing to offer him. Thus, he turned his sights on the magistrate. With the magistrate living a life of frugality, there was no silver to be had, prompting Zhou to take him by force. Despite the beating he endured, Zhou remained undeterred, shouting to those around him, "Why aren't you calling for help? Capture them all." Duan Yanzhou pressed him into the snow, his brow furrowing as he raised his fist to strike the man's face. The punch landed with a crack, shattering one of Zhou's teeth. In agony, Zhou writhed, yelling, "Quick, come save me." The lackeys exchanged fearful glances, too terrified to advance. At that moment, the elder brother and the third sister arrived. "Second brother, what has happened?" Duan Cheng'an inquired. Lin Shudeng stepped forward, explaining, "Elder brother, these men are brigands. They are attempting to rob the county office." Duan Qinzhou immediately grasped the situation, brandishing his sword as he leapt forward, glaring at them. "To dare rob our county office, I shall see your heads roll." The lackeys, already frightened, were further intimidated by Duan Qinzhou's fierce demeanor. They had thrived in this small locale, but upon encountering true authority, they were utterly cowed. "Help me someone, please." Zhou continued to scream. Duan Yanzhou unleashed another punch, striking him again, causing his eyes to bulge and his mouth to twist. Yet Zhou persisted in his cries. Duan Yanzhou delivered another blow, this time to his brow. Zhou's eyelids fluttered, and his limbs trembled, gradually losing his previous bravado. Duan Yanzhou maintained a stoic expression, refusing to relent as he delivered several more punches to Zhou's grotesque visage. Zhou, thoroughly frightened, begged for mercy, "Please spare me. Don't hit me anymore." Grasping Zhou by his collar, Duan Yanzhou hoisted him up and tossed him before Magistrate Yan. "Since you are the magistrate, this man is in your hands. Dispose of him according to the law." Magistrate Yan, raising his head from the ground where he had been moaning, slowly rose and, after a moment of shock, instructed the two remaining bailiffs, "Apprehend him." The two bailiffs were elderly and frail, one limped while the other was missing an arm. Lin Shudeng sighed deeply, understanding why this magistrate seemed so ineffectual. Seeing the bailiff's physical limitations, Duan Qinzhou stepped forward, binding Zhou and escorting him into the courtroom. The courtroom had clearly not seen visitors in ages, with dust covering every surface, and even the plaque proclaiming its integrity was askew, threatening to fall. Zhou knelt on the floor, gazing at the unfamiliar faces, and demanded, "Who are you? What business do you have in Chinan County?" Duan Qinzhou yanked Zhou's hair, admonishing, "Silence in the courtroom. Are you unaware of this rule?" Zhou winced in pain, tears welling in his eyes. "I merely wish to inquire who you are, as you do not appear to be locals." At that moment, Duan Feng and Jiang Shi arrived. Duan Feng interjected, "We are officials dispatched from the capital, here to take up our posts." He exaggerated his title, knowing that in this remote place, Zhou would be ignorant of the difference between a county magistrate and a mere subordinate. Indeed, upon hearing that they were officials from the capital, Zhou was struck with terror. Stammering, "We are truly blind, please do not hold it against us." Magistrate Yan, supported by Lin Shudeng, approached slowly, rebuking Zhou, "You have committed countless atrocities for years. Yet you still hope for mercy? How foolish." With a limp, he entered the courtroom and thumped the table. "Zhou Tong, your years of wrongdoing and the suffering you have inflicted upon innocent citizens end here today." Zhou panicked, "No, my lord." However, before he could finish, the bailiffs had already dragged him to the guillotine. Outside, snow fell like gravel, and the guillotine had likely lain and used for years. Zhou trembled at the sight, his fear overwhelming him until he fainted. Magistrate Yan first ordered Zhou to be imprisoned, and once the remaining brigands were apprehended, he slumped wearily onto the table. stating to Duanfeng, your presence here is a blessing for the people, but given the current calamity and harsh weather, I advise you to leave this place and seek refuge elsewhere. Lin Shuting hurriedly approached to take his pulse. Magistrate, please do not rush. The magistrate paused, surprised. Are you a doctor? Lin Shuting smiled gently. I have studied some medicine, though I cannot claim to be a doctor. The magistrate began to cough violently, lamenting. You have only just arrived, and yet I have subjected you to such fright. It is my incompetence. Lin Shutong's expression grew serious, my lord. It appears your old ailment has recurred. Were you wounded in the past? Magistrate Yen replied slowly. When I was demoted to this place, I encountered mountain bandits on the road and sustained some injuries. Lin Shuting withdrew her hand, assuring him, my lord, while your old ailment has worsened, it is by no means untreatable. I can cure your illness. The magistrate's eyes widened in disbelief. You say my condition is treatable? Lin Shutong's eyes sparkled with a smile. Of course, my lord. You need not worry. As long as I am here, you shall live at least another 20 years. However, I must ask for your assistance, as my family and I are unfamiliar with this place and require your guidance. The magistrate's eyes moistened. I arrived alone in this desolate land, yet I have unexpectedly encountered benefactors. Lin Shuting realized that this magistrate Yen was no ordinary person. Rather, they were fortunate to have crossed paths with him. My lord, could you enlighten us about the man who intruded earlier? With a deep sigh, Magistrate Yen recounted the entire tale of Zhou Tong. He then spoke of the various tribulations faced by Qinan over the years. Aside from the flatlands surrounding the county office, the area was encircled by treacherous mountains. The common folk predominantly reside in the vicinity of the county office, yet due to the unsuitability for rice cultivation, they rely on the mountains, subsisting through hunting, achieving a semblance of self-sufficiency. However, with the advent of heavy snowfall, hunting has become untenable, prompting many to flee in search of sustenance. Lin Shuting spoke slowly, observing that apart from Qinan, other regions face similar hardships. Even in their flight from famine, they would likely endure the same frigid conditions and hunger. The county magistrate raised his head, inquiring if other areas are also afflicted by disaster. Lin Shuting affirmed with a nod, confirming not only the calamity, but that it is even graver than in Qinan, particularly in the north. One could surmise that conditions have devolved to a point where stepping outside could result in freezing solid. Qinan, being the southernmost region, while cold, does not reach the severity where one's breath could freeze instantly upon exhalation. When the extreme cold subsides, it will also be among the first to warm up. The county magistrate sighed deeply, lamenting that such natural disasters could potentially lead to widespread chaos. Duanfeng approached his side, saying, my lord, regardless of the state of the realm, we must simply safeguard our own territory. The magistrate, regaining his focus, grasped Duanfeng's arm and nodded in agreement. Lin Shuting lifted her gaze towards the square where Zhou Tong had just been taken away and asked the magistrate, where is that man's residence? The magistrate gestured towards the southwest, indicating, it lies over there. Lin Shutong's eyes gleamed. A bully like Zhou Tong would undoubtedly hoard a plethora of useful goods in his abode. With him apprehended, it would be remiss not to seize the opportunity to collect what remains. Chapter 55. With her presence, my husband is free from ailments. Zhou Tong's residence rested at the foot of a mountain in the southwestern region. Although it was merely a modest brick house, the interior was vastly different. Upon witnessing Lin Shutong's inquiry to the magistrate, Duan Yanzhou immediately discerned her intentions. After they returned from the neighboring county office, Lin Shuting was about to speak when Duan Yanzhou interjected, all right, I shall accompany you. But Lin Shuting, puzzled, asked, but what? Duan Yanzhou gently led her to the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and began to light a fire, stating, we must eat dinner before we go. You've traveled all this way without a proper warm meal. They had been preoccupied with their journey, unable to linger, often resorting to early stored steamed buns and pastries. Occasionally, she would retrieve some food from her space for a treat. Yet, as Duan Yanzhou noted, she had not savored a proper hot meal. At that moment, Zhang's maid, Chuanxiang, arrived and, upon seeing Duan Yanzhou starting a fire, exclaimed, second young master, you shouldn't be doing such labor. Duan Yanzhou interrupted, it's nothing. Chuanxiang, please assist my mother in tidying the house. I can manage here. Chuanxiang wished to protest further, but was gently ushered out by Duan Yanzhou. Go on, or it will be dark soon, and the house will remain in disarray. Unable to oppose him, Chuanxiang departed the kitchen. Duan Yanzhou returned to the stove, put the rice to cook, and then inquired of Lin Shuding. What would you like to eat? After a moment's thought, Lin Shuding smiled. I would like roasted chicken and braised pork. Duan Yanzhou replied, very well. I shall prepare it. In truth, it was not merely Lin Shuding's desire, after such an arduous journey. They needed to replenish their protein to fend off the cold and prevent illness. Lin Shutong, appearing uncertain, asked, can you cook? Perhaps I should handle it instead. As she spoke, she retrieved a chicken and a piece of pork belly from her space. The preservation space was remarkably effective. These items had been stored from the palace and remained fresh despite a month's lapse. Far superior to any refrigerator. Duan Yanzhou accepted the chicken and pork from her, stating, I will take care of it, you must be tired, so rest for now. Though his expression remained somewhat aloof, there was a gentleness in his demeanor. Duan Yanzhou, though appearing noble, bore none of the airs typical of a scion. His culinary skills were commendable. He swiftly seasoned the chicken and placed it on a rack above the flame. Lin Shuding was somewhat taken aback. This seemingly frail second young master not only possessed martial prowess, but also exhibited remarkable culinary talent. Her curiosity about him deepened. She had assumed he could merely prepare porridge or soup, yet he handled the cooking with practiced ease. Seemingly perceiving her intrigue, Duan Yanzhou explained, years ago. When my health was poor, my parents sent me to Zhoushan for treatment. My master, eccentric and indifferent to wealth, cherished food instead. During my years there, I was tasked with cooking for him daily, and in time I naturally honed my skills. Lin Shuding seized upon this particular information, asking, so, have you recovered from your illness? Duan Yanzhou looked up, not entirely. His gaze conveyed sincerity, affirming the truth of his condition. Lin Shuding was momentarily taken aback. She had always assumed he was feigning illness, and hastily offered, let me check your pulse. Duan Yanzhou, holding the spoon, quickly withdrew his hand, no need. Although my illness is not fully cured, my long-term martial training has rendered me largely unaffected. Lin Shuding sensed something amiss, stepping closer with a furrowed brow. Let me see your hand. Usually amiable, her demeanor transformed when angered, exuding an aura of authority. Duan Yanzhou, however, bent down to add more firewood to the stove. Lin Shuding strode forward, seizing his hand and pulling it away. Fearing to hurt her, Duan Yanzhou did not resist as she grasped his right hand. With swift precision, Lin Shuding placed her fingers on his pulse, concentrating intently. As Duan Yanzhou gazed at her serious expression, he mused that he was indeed in good health. His previous ailments at the Duke's residence had merely been for show. Lin Shuding's expression grew solemn as she switched hands, continuing her examination. Duan Yanzhou attempted to withdraw his hand, yet she held on firmly. As she focused on his pulse, it appeared shallow at a glance, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed irregularities, rapid beats interspersed with pauses, indicating a compromised heart and weakened vitality. She looked up, questioning, have you sustained serious injuries in the past? Duan Yanzhou's eyes widened. How did you know? Chapter 56. From now on, the officials belong to her. Lin Shutong gradually lowered her hand. This aligns correctly. It seems you have not only suffered from severe illness, but also endured significant external injuries in your youth, leading to damage to your heart. Duan Yanzhou was not taken aback by her diagnosis. His master had spoken similarly years ago, stating he would be lucky to live until 30. By that estimate, he had merely a decade left. At that moment, Lin Shuding suddenly smiled. Now that we know the ailment, it can be treated. Did your master not say you would only live until 30? Duan Yanzhou's eyes widened in shock as he nodded, indeed. A flicker of despondency passed through his clear gaze. Over the years, he had never allowed this statement to trouble him. Life is fleeting. Whether it spans a mere 30 or 80 years, one should be content to traverse this world once. Yet now, as he reconsidered those words, an inexplicable dread consumed him. He had promised to care for the person before him. How could he leave her alone? Lin Shutang, noticing the brief glimmer of sorrow in his eyes, raised her brows and reassured him, your master claimed you would only live for 30 years, but I can ensure you live for an additional 50. Duan Yanzhou was momentarily stunned, lifting his gaze, his eyes reflecting depth. You can cure my ailment? Lin Shuding nodded, certainly, but it will require your cooperation. Upon her utterance of the word husband, Duan Yanzhou's pupils visibly constricted, the earlier melancholy fading, a hint of joy surfacing at the corners of his lips. However, it appeared that he remained oblivious to his own peculiarity. Until Lin Shutung awakened her, she instructed, from tomorrow onward, you must take your medication punctually each day and indulge in medicinal baths. You shall be healed in less than 6 months. Duan Yanzhou came to his senses and nodded. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Thus it was decided. Lin Shuting beamed, declaring that she adored compliant patients. Although Duan Yanzhou felt somewhat awkward, he rarely denied her requests. At that moment, an enticing aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, and a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Please wait a moment, she said with a smile. Duan Yanzhou looked at her in confusion. All right. Lin Shutung ventured into the spatial realm, descending to the first floor of the marketplace, where she discovered a fried chicken shop and ordered a generous portion to bring back. Do you have a taste, she said, extending it toward Duan Yanzhou. He picked one up and, having never tasted it before, his eyes lit up with delight upon taking his first bite, relishing the flavor. Lin Shuting chuckled. Later, I shall deliver some to my parents. Duan Yanzhou nodded and turned back to continue cooking. Before long, Duan Yanzhou had prepared a feast of 4 dishes and a soup. The soup was a meatball broth with greens floating within. By the time the family finished their bustling preparations, night had fully enveloped the sky. The Jiang family gazed at the table laden with dishes, astonished. Particularly upon seeing the fried chicken, each of them bore a look of curiosity. What is this? Lin Shuting handed one to each of them. They cautiously took a bite, and just that one mouthful brought forth expressions of joy. Sister-in-law, your roasted chicken is simply divine, exclaimed one. Indeed, sister-in-law, I have never tasted such exquisite roasted chicken, chimed in another. The third sister and the eldest sister-in-law exchanged praises, while even the usually less gluttonous elder brother devoured 2 pieces in quick succession. Lin Shuting ladled herself a bowl of meatball soup, gulping it down eagerly, feeling warmth spreading through her belly. Seizing the moment while everyone was engrossed in dinner, she tucked 2 chicken legs under her arm and made her way to the neighboring residence of the county magistrate, who was currently sipping on thin porridge. Sir, Lin Shutung called out to him. The magistrate looked up. Miss, what brings you here? With a smile, Lin Shuting replied, today, having enjoyed your roasted sweet potatoes, I brought you some roasted chicken. She placed it on the table, urging, do taste it while it's hot. The magistrate, having not indulged in meat for quite some time, quickly rose, saying, No, that would be too much. You have traveled from the capital with these provisions. You must save them for yourselves. Lin Shuting insisted, Sir, I promise to cure your ailment. You must promise me to take good care of yourself. You need to eat well to recover. As she spoke, she placed a boiled egg and a meat pie on the table as well. The magistrate, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with gratitude. Miss, how can I accept all this? Lin Shuting smiled. If you wish to thank me, perhaps you could lend me your constables in the future. Constables? The magistrate looked puzzled. We only have 2 here. Lin Shuting continued. If needed, more can be recruited. I can pay them monthly wages and provide rations. Given the current calamities, there will surely be many displaced persons. Having constables at the county office would be beneficial for them, deterring any potential miscreants and ensuring the safety of the residents of Chinon County. The magistrate hesitated. Mississippi. Lin Shuting reassured him, Fear not, with me around, no one at the county office will go hungry. Faced with the offerings on the table, the magistrate found it difficult to refuse and nodded. Very well, I shall accept your proposal. However, I truly cannot accept all these provisions. Sir, please accept them. Focus on recuperating, and later you can return to the capital with us, Lin Shuting said, turning to leave. She feared that lingering would compel the magistrate to insist on returning the chicken legs. As she exited the county office, the magistrate paused at the mention of returning to the capital, his eyes glistening with tears, brimming with longing for his family. After departing from the neighboring county office, Lin Shuting did not return immediately but instead went to Zhou Tong's residence. The small, unremarkable rooms were filled with charcoal and bedding. He had indeed stockpiled quite a few good things. As she walked further in, she noticed grains and silver. Besides rice, there were also substantial amounts of soybeans. Although the silver was limited, in this small county, it was already a considerable fortune. Lin Shuting collected everything into her space, grateful that the house was empty, allowing her to do so seamlessly. Zhou Tong's wife, surnamed Su, was a formidable character from another region. Upon noticing Zhou Tong's sudden absence, she immediately dispatched someone to search for him and had yet to return. Before leaving, Lin Shutang glanced back at Zhou Tong's residence and was suddenly reminded of her own house, which had leaks. An idea struck her, and she collected all the roof tiles. Upon returning to the county magistrate's residence, she found Duan Yenzhou waiting for her. He had not accompanied her today, feeling somewhat uneasy. As he saw Lin Shutang return, he quickly rose. How was it? Did anyone from his household discover anything? Lin Shutang approached with a smile. Rest assured, everything went smoothly. She then produced a tile, asking, "What do you think of this?" Duan Yenzhou looked at the tile and inquired, "Is this from the Zhou household?" Lin Shutang narrowed her eyes with a smile. Indeed. These tiles should suffice to patch up our leaky roof. Duan Yenzhou took the tile in hand, saying, "All right, I will call my elder brother to help with the repairs." "But what if my brother asks?" Lin Shutang queried. Duan Yenzhou glanced towards the back of the house. "I shall say there are spare tiles in the courtyard." Lin Shutang found this excuse quite satisfactory and then retrieved 2 bags of soybeans from her space, mentioning that these 2 were found in the dilapidated house. Soybeans can be used to make tofu. The soy milk can be used for making bean skins and dried tofu. Quite a valuable resource. Duan Yenzhou looked at the 2 bags of soybeans. "Very well, I shall inform my brother and the others." His movements were swift. And soon he summoned Duan Chang'an and the 3rd sister. The 3 brothers, along with their 2nd uncle, quickly set about repairing the roof of the house. Not only that, but they also wrapped the walls with the thermal blankets Lin Shutang had previously placed in the carriage. With the roof repaired, the windows fixed, and the charcoal fire rekindled, the house soon became warm and cozy. Lin Shutang surveyed her bedroom, contemplating before retrieving a mattress and pillows from the marketplace. Once everything was settled, a warm and soft bed emerged. She lay down, relishing the rare sense of relaxation. However, life was far from easy for the Zhou family. Upon returning home, Mrs. Zhou lamented, not only about the loss of wealth and provisions, but also about the missing roof. Standing at the entrance, she cried out, "Where is my bed? My chairs? My curtains? Even the tiles, where have they all gone? Who did this? Who is responsible? When I catch you, I swear you shall not have a good end. My silver, my roof." The nearby residents were few, and even if there were some, they would not emerge upon hearing her cries. Having been bullied by this family in the past, one could only say it was poetic justice. Lin Shutang rolled over in bed, the blankets and electric heating pad beneath her providing a delightful warmth, and she felt utterly comfortable. In her hazy state, she sensed someone lying beside her and instinctively wrapped her arms around him. His slender waist fit easily within her embrace, prompting Lin Shutang, in her drowsy state, to burrow further into his arms. As Lin Shutang gradually awakened from her slumber, she suddenly sensed an unsettling feeling, as if something was amiss. With a swift motion, she opened her eyes and cautiously lifted her gaze ahead. In Chapter 58, amidst the treacherous mountains and desolate waters, Duan Yenzhou lay beside her. His eyes closed, but his brow furrowed in apparent discomfort, his ears slightly flushed. In an instant, Lin Shutang's awareness sharpened. She gently released her embrace around his waist, carefully retracting her hand. Yet, just as she began to lift her hand, Duan Yenzhou seized her wrist, drawing her back into his warm embrace. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she soon found herself enveloped in the faint scent of sandalwood emanating from him. "Do not move," he murmured softly by her ear. Lin Shutang gradually let her hand, which he held tightly, fall gently against his back, remaining still in his embrace as she slowly closed her eyes once more. His hold was warm, almost fervent, and she unknowingly drifted back into slumber. Upon her awakening, Duan Yenzhou slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with tenderness as he beheld her profile. He gently raised his hand to pull the covers over her, tenderly brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead, and silently watched her for a considerable time. Only as the night deepened did he finally close his eyes and succumb to sleep. That night, Lin Shutang enjoyed an unusually peaceful rest, free from nightmares. When she awoke in the morning, the room was already warmed by a crackling charcoal fire. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that Duan Yenzhou was no longer there. Quickly, she donned her clothes, donned her hat and cloak, and ventured outside, discovering that everyone had already begun to repair the house. Duan Yenzhou was sawing wood. Her elder brother was mending, while her younger sister was passing supplies. The 3 siblings worked in perfect harmony. At that moment, her sister-in-law turned to her with a smile, saying, "Shutang, this morning Chuanxiang has made Yangchun noodles. Come and have a taste." Lin Shuting replied with a bright smile, "Sister-in-law, I'm coming." Her voice chimed like silver bells in the courtyard. Duan Yanzhou, who had been seriously sawing wood, paused, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of uncontainable joy. After washing up, Lin Shuting made her way to the front room. The house was modest, with rooms connected closely together, requiring only a few steps to traverse. Seeing her approach, Jiang Shi brushed the snow off her shoulders and said with a smile, "Shuting, hurry and eat, or the noodles will cool and lose their flavor." "All right, mother," Lin Shuting replied cheerfully. "Have you and father eaten?" She sat down and took a bowl of noodles, noticing 3 boiled eggs nestled within. Jiang Shi seated herself beside her, replying with a smile, "We have eaten." In recent days, Jiang Shi had taken the medicine prescribed by Lin Shuting, and her spirits had improved significantly, her complexion rosy and youthful. Meanwhile, Duan Feng was perusing the documents pertaining to Chinan County, sighing repeatedly. While eating her noodles, Lin Shuting inquired, "Father, what troubles you?" Duan Feng stroked his beard and sighed deeply. Chinan is already a land of mountains and forests, yet it is plagued by these tyrants. Besides Zhou Tong, there is another man named Lu, an official. Lu originally hails from Qizhou, and after years of commerce, he purchased an official position here in Chinan, using it to oppress the common folk and seize their scant fertile land. With the mountainous terrain and poor soil, there is little arable land as it is, and his usurpation of the good fields only serves to drive the people to despair. Duan Feng spoke with righteous indignation, and one could not help but acknowledge his genuine concern for the welfare of the populace. He set down the documents, pressing his fingers to his temples, his face clouded with worry. Lin Shuting finished her last bowl of noodle broth and comforted him, saying, "Father, now that we are here, we will surely protect this place." Duan Feng felt a swell of gratitude at his daughter-in-law's words. While they deliberated on Lu, he too was discussing them. "Have you confirmed? They truly come from the capital?" "It appears they arrived yesterday, a certain Duan, the newly appointed county magistrate." Lu took a puff from his pipe, scoffing. A county magistrate is merely a criminal exiled from the capital. His so-called appointment is nothing but a demotion. "Did you notice the 3 beauties accompanying him?" The servant nodded eagerly. "Indeed, I saw them. However, there was something strange yesterday. Zhou Tong went to seek something from County Magistrate Yan, yet he has yet to return. His home was even robbed last night." Lu exhaled a cloud of smoke. "If he hasn't returned, so be it. For years he has acted as a local tyrant, seizing many treasures from me. It is high time he was dealt with. You, tonight, send someone to capture those 3 beauties for me. I have not indulged in such pleasures for far too long in this desolate place." This region was already impoverished, with many of the populace having left, and those who remained had long been ravaged by these tyrants. Here, far from the reach of authority, it was a veritable lawless land. In Chapter 59, preparations began to construct a greenhouse for planting vegetables. Lin Shuting sneezed, feeling a chill on her back, sensing something peculiar, not merely cold. She extended her hand to warm herself by the fire, noticing a few pots of flowers that had long since wilted. An idea struck her. She retrieved some spiritual spring water from her space and watered the pots. To her astonishment, the flowers that had withered for years began to sprout green leaves even amidst the harsh cold. Watching the tender shoots emerge, she was suddenly struck by a bold idea: to construct a greenhouse behind the house and use the spiritual spring water to grow vegetables. Thus, even when the vegetables in her space were depleted, they would have a continuous supply of fresh produce. Elated, Lin Shuting resolved to set her plan into motion. She gathered the necessary materials from her space to build the greenhouse, but the frigid weather made it arduous, and after working for a short while, she could bear it no longer and retreated indoors. As Duan Yanzhou entered, he found Lin Shuting warming her frostbitten fingers by the fire. He hurried over, taking her chilly hands in his, blowing gently on them. The lingering rationality that usually restrained him was overtaken by concern. "Where have you been?" he asked. Lin Shutong's eyes sparkled as she smiled, revealing a dimple, and shared her idea of using the spiritual spring water to cultivate vegetables. Seeing her hands warm up, Duan Yanzhou replied earnestly, "I shall help you plant. Tell me how to build the greenhouse." Lin Shuting nearly doubted her ears. The second son of the Duke's household wished to learn how to grow vegetables. Since he was so eager to learn, she welcomed the opportunity for another student. "All right. I will teach you shortly, but you must teach me lightness skills in return." She had trained in combat and was an exceptional military medic, But the ancient art of lightness was foreign to her. The ability to traverse rooftops and walk on snow without leaving a trace fascinated her. Duan Yanzhou remained silent. Not because he did not wish to teach, but out of concern for her well-being. Noticing his silence, Lin Shuding took the initiative to link her arm through his, her round eyes resembling those of a curious kitten as she looked at him. Do not worry, even if you cannot teach me well, I will not hold it against you. Her glass-like orbs sparkled with anticipation. Duan Yanzhou gazed at her, momentarily entranced, as if something within him was slowly melting. Very well. I will teach you. Fantastic. Lin Shutong exclaimed joyfully, and in her excitement, she leaped up, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Duan Yanzhou froze, his expression momentarily blank. His normally cool and elegant features flushing crimson in an instant. Soon regaining his composure, he shook his head, revealing a tender smile. At that moment, Lin Shuding had already stepped into her space, rummaging for various materials suitable for constructing a greenhouse. Her commercial space was quite remarkable, as it even contained a hardware store and a seed shop. In the seed shop, an array of seeds for various fruits and vegetables was displayed, many of which were unknown in ancient times. If she could cultivate these, perhaps once the frigid winter ended, they could be a source of wealth. Lin Shuding had already begun to devise her grand plan for prosperity. After extracting the seeds, Duan Yanzhou assisted her in constructing a greenhouse, and by nightfall, they finally saw the initial outline of their endeavor. Just as Lin Shuding was about to head to the front room for dinner, she overheard voices outside the back wall of the estate. It seems the official from the capital has brought along quite a few valuable items. For the kitchen even carries the scent of meat. I thought only our merchant family could indulge in such luxuries. To my surprise, the county magistrate's household is even more opulent. Upon hearing the mention of a merchant, Lin Shutong's eyes brightened. It appeared they had attracted the attention of Lu Yuanwei. The two men continued, "All right, no more dawdling. Hurry inside and incapacitate those three beauties to take them away." "Understood. I will do that right away." With that, a middle-aged man's head emerged from behind the wall. Soon after, the two men leapt down and adjusted their hats before striding inside. Lin Shutong, arms crossed, emerged from within, raising an eyebrow. "If you wish to visit the Duan family, shouldn't you first enter through the front door?" The men were taken aback upon seeing her, exclaiming, "Who are you?" With a slight smile, Lin Shutong furrowed her brow, her gaze piercing as she addressed them. "You come to the magistrate's residence and ask me who I am?" Just then, a young servant recognized her. "Oh, isn't this the beauty that accompanied the newly appointed magistrate?" "Big brother, this little beauty is truly stunning. The merchant will surely take a liking to her," he said, rubbing his hands together lecherously. "Quick, let us capture her." "All right." The two men advanced together. Lin Shudong smirked coldly, thinking it was the first time she had encountered someone delivering themselves to their doom. Before they could pounce on her, she swiftly spun around and seized control, leaping to deliver a kick to their backs. The sudden blow sent them crashing into the snow. "Ouch! My waist?" Lin Shutong twisted her wrist and rolled her neck. It had been a long time since she trained, and today was an opportune moment to stretch her muscles with these two human punching bags. Before they could rise from the snow, she aimed another kick at their midsections. Though they presented themselves as formidable, they were merely bluster, quickly laid low and unable to move. However, unwilling to concede, they struggled to their feet, preparing to lunge at Lin Shutong. "You filthy wench, I'll make you pay for this." Lin Shutong swung her fist, striking one man squarely in the face. He cried, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground, groaning, "My teeth, my teeth." The other man, now terrified, retreated a few steps. "Miss, now that you've hit him, please spare me." "Very well. I shall not harm you." Lin Shutong grinned, raising her hand to strike at his eyes. The man let out a blood-curdling scream. They finally understood the lesson. Appearances can be deceiving, and this petite beauty was not to be trifled with. Lin Shutong stepped forward, placing her foot upon their backs. "Who sent you?" Enduring the pain, the men quickly replied, "Miss, it was Lu Yuanwei who sent us." Lin Shutong cast them a disdainful glance, thinking how spineless they were, revealing the answer with but a single question. The men bowed their heads, pleading, "Miss, please let us go. We were merely doing our master's bidding." "Doing his bidding? Since you are so loyal to your master, I shall grant your wish." With that, she raised her hand and struck at their necks, causing them to lose consciousness. She retrieved a sack and stuffed the two men inside before entering her space and directly arriving at Lu Yuanwai's bedroom. Fortunately, she had been astute enough to inquire about the magistrate's estate today. After tossing the two young servants onto the bed, she took a quick tour of the room before Lu Yuanwai arrived. This old man certainly knew how to indulge himself. The room was filled with an abundance of porcelain. It was indeed ironic that in this impoverished land, where the common folk had no rice to cook, he possessed a trove of expensive yet inedible trinkets. Lin Shuding had no interest in these items, but she also did not wish to let Lu Yuanwai benefit from them, promptly collecting everything she saw into her space. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside, and she swiftly retreated into her space, leaving the premises, ultimately arriving at the back courtyard of Lu Yuanwai's residence. The courtyard housed stables, a woodshed, and a granary. The snow-covered hills were merely piles of firewood. Lin Shutong's eyes narrowed. The once bustling courtyard quickly transformed into a barren wasteland. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanwai had stumbled into the house. Upon seeing the sack on the bed, he was momentarily elated. Oh, they moved so quickly today. The beauty has arrived. He approached slowly, patting the sack. There's quite a bit of meat in here. The individuals inside the sack gradually began to awaken, struggling. But their hands and feet were bound, their mouths sealed. Whimper, whimper. Lu Yuanwai heard the sounds and paused, before chuckling, "My dear beauty, it seems you've caught a chill. Your voice has gone hoarse." After saying this, he raised his hand and forcefully patted the direction of the sack again. The two men inside fought desperately to break free. Whimper, whimper. Yet the more Lu Yuanwai listened, the more exhilarated he became, hastily shedding his clothing, eager to untie the sack. But once it was opened, the sight of the bruised and battered young servants caused Lu Yuanwai to stumble back in shock. What are you doing here?" The two servants, their faces streaked with tears, could only whimper, their mouths still gagged. Lu Yuanwai shivered without his shirt, unsure if it was from fear or the cold draft. Just as he was about to ask more questions, he looked up and realized that all the porcelain from his room was gone. These were his prized possessions, brought from afar in Qizhou. Where are my porcelain pieces? Where is my exquisite jade vase? Where have they gone? He disregarded his lack of clothing and searched the room frantically. There was not a single piece of porcelain left, nor even his wardrobe. Who is it? Who has taken my treasures? Lu Yuanwai's anger boiled over, and he bellowed, tears nearly welling in his eyes. Oh heavens, my celadon glaze, my bell vase. Where could they have gone? Lu Yuanwai searched through the room like a madman. Who has the audacity to steal from me? His furious gaze fell upon the two servants on the bed. The two servants, tearful-eyed, rolled off the bed, whimper, whimper. Lu Yuanwai strode over, removing their gags, demanding, "Who sent you here today?" The servants attempted to speak, but found themselves still unable to utter a word, continuing to whimper. Frustrated, Lu Yuanwai raised a hand and slapped each of them. "Speak. Who sent you?" The two, still dazed from the slap, finally pointed toward the magistrate's office. Lu Yuanwai, being somewhat clever, immediately deduced, "So it was that magistrate from the capital who sent you, was it?" The two servants nodded vigorously. Lu Yuanwai slapped his thigh in anger, scolding, "How dare they steal from the Lu family? Go, gather men and head to the magistrate's office." With that, he donned his clothing and turned to leave, only to be met at the door by two hurriedly approaching young servants. "Master, something terrible has happened. Just now, the granary, stable, and firewood house in our estate have all vanished." Lu Yuanwai staggered, nearly losing his balance. Grabbing one of the young servants, he spat out angrily. "What do you mean the granary is gone? Surely no one could have moved the mountains of grain I have stored away." But, master, it truly is gone," the servant insisted, closing his eyes and raising his voice. Lu Yuanwai hurled him to the ground and stormed towards the backyard. As expected, the granary he had hoarded for so long, along with every brick and tile, had completely disappeared. He gasped in fury. Before he could regain his composure, the servant brought even graver news. The gold bricks hidden in the wall crevices were also missing. When Lin Shuding departed, he had not noticed anything amiss, merely intending to take away some tiles and bricks, only to discover there were gold bricks within. Without these possessions, Lu Yuanwai felt as though a lifetime of hard work had been in vain. He collapsed to the ground, muttering, "It must be that family from the capital. It has to be them." The servant interjected, "Master, with so much grain, even a dozen men would take a whole day to carry it all. How could that family possibly have moved it all so stealthily in such a short time?" Lu Yuanwai pondered this, his brow furrowing. Yet, Who could this thief be? The servant mused. Master, do you think it could be the madam? In his days as a struggling scholar, Lu Yuanwei had a devoted wife. As his business flourished, they grew apart, leading him to a life of debauchery and the wrongful abduction of maidens. Disheartened, his wife sought to report him to the local magistrate, but he, with a heart of malice, took her under the pretense of visiting her family in Chizhou, only to push her off a cliff along the way. Freed from her restraints, he became increasingly reckless, even daring to target the daughters of the county magistrate. Lu Yuanwei's face paled. She had been dead for 5 years. How could she possibly come back to steal from him? The servant, eyes wide with fear, glanced around and said, Master, look at all this. An ordinary person could never carry it away. It must be the ghost of the madam. Lu Yuanwei felt a chill run down his spine at the servant's ramblings and spun around, glancing behind him to find nothing there. Trembling, he exclaimed, Nonsense! How can there be ghosts in this world? The servant, emboldened by his own words, insisted, If it's not a ghost, then who could it be? Lu Yuanwei could not articulate a reason and commanded the servant, Search again. Search! He breathed heavily, insisting even as his eyes darted nervously around. As the saying goes, those with a guilty conscience fear the knock at the door. Lu Yuanwei had committed too many misdeeds. Not only would he be terrified by a ghostly visit, but even the arrival of a pair of shoes would be enough to send him into a panic. Not far from Lu Yuanwei's estate, Lin Shuding had just returned. Passing by the dilapidated entrance of the residence, she spotted a woman in a wide-brimmed hat lurking about. Lin Shutong's gaze sharpened as she approached the door, noting the woman's face turning red and chapped from the biting cold wind. She recognized her immediately as Chuanxiang, a maid who had accompanied Jiang Shi. Chuanxiang had come to the Duan family at the tender age of 12 and had stayed there for over a decade. Sensing her unease, Lin Shuding gently asked, Sister Chuanxiang, where do you intend to go at this late hour? Startled, Chuanxiang lowered her head and stammered, Second young madam, I. Lin Shuding fixed her with a steady gaze. If you find Chinan's poverty unbearable, you can certainly speak to the madam and request to leave. Chuanxiang shook her head vigorously. No, second young madam, I do not wish to leave. I only want to see my mother. Lin Shitang, puzzled, inquired, Your mother? Are you from Chinan County? No, Chuanxiang replied, I am not from Chinan County. I lived in Chizhou as a child. My father was a local merchant. When he saw I was a girl, he sold me away, taking my mother with him, and I was later taken in by the Jiang family. Lin Shudong began to piece together the story. So your father is Lu Yuanwei, isn't he? Chuanxiang's eyes filled with tears as she confirmed, Yes, but to me, he has long ceased to be my father. Years ago, the madam had sought to reunite Chuanxiang with her family, only to learn that her parents had moved to Chinan. Chuanxiang had initially intended to visit her mother, but upon hearing of her death, she abandoned the idea. Just before leaving the capital, the maid who had served her mother wrote to tell Chuanxiang that her mother had been killed by her father. Chuanxiang had thought that since she was here, she ought to pay her respects to her mother, yet she did not know where her grave lay, which was why she was wandering about the entrance. Lin Shutong understood the situation and took Chuanxiang's icy hand in her own, saying softly, Now that you are here with us, you are family. And as family, there is no need for you to stand on ceremony. If you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Look at you, standing here alone. Your face is almost cracking from the cold. Chuanxiang felt a wave of emotion wash over her, sniffling as she replied, Thank you, second young madam. Lin Shutong gazed into the distance. If she wished to establish a foothold here, it was essential to eliminate any hindrances posed by Lu Yuanwei. To execute him swiftly would be too lenient. After a moment's thought, she asked Chuanxiang, Do you resemble your mother? Chuanxiang pondered for a moment, I don't quite remember. But the maid said I look like her. Lin Shutong's mind sparked with an idea. Would you like to avenge your mother and yourself? Chuanxiang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously, Of course. My family in Chizhou was just an ordinary one, able to eat and dress warmly. He sold me purely because he thought I obstructed his path to having a son. If it weren't for the madam, I would have starved to death in Luali years ago. Seeing her resolve, Lin Shutong's brows lifted slightly as she led Chuanxiang inside to warm herself by the fire. After they had warmed up, they set out for Lu Yuanwei's residence. Lin Shuding instructed Chuanxiang to wait at the door while she stealthily entered the Lu household. When the coast was clear, she retrieved a drone from her space, attaching a white cloth to it before flying it outside Lu Yuanwei's window. Lu Yuanwei lay on his bed, sighing heavily, still preoccupied with his cherished porcelain and the wealth he had amassed over a lifetime. As the cold wind howled outside, he turned to look out the window. Just then, the window was pushed open, and a white figure flitted past. Lu Yuanwei was struck dumb. Thinking he must have seen wrong, he rubbed his eyes and saw the white figure again. The words of the servant echoed in his ears, "Master, do you think the madam has returned? The madam has returned?" Lu Yuanwei trembled, cold sweat pouring down his back. He disbelieved in the supernatural but rose to close the window. At that moment, a white figure suddenly flew towards him. This time, he clearly saw it, a specter suspended in midair. Lu Yuanwei stumbled backward, trembling as he shouted, "Ah, a ghost? A ghost has come." He hurriedly flung open the door and ran outside, calling out, "Help! Someone help!" Lu Yuanwei repeated his cries, but no one came. Meanwhile, Lin Shetang smirked from a distance, knowing that all the servants were sound asleep, under the influence of her sleeping potion. The entire estate was now left with Lu Yuanwei, frantically darting about. "Ghost! Help! Save me!" He sprinted forward with great urgency, yet it was only a matter of time before the drone caught up with him. Madam, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please, do not follow me any longer. Whatever you desire, I shall incinerate it for you tomorrow. Just spare me." Lu Yuanwei shouted as he ran, but in a moment of distraction, he stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground. His face collided with the icy snow, turning his cheeks a deep shade of purple from the cold. The drone continued its pursuit, the white fabric fluttering in the night breeze reminiscent of a woman's flowing gown. Lu Yuanwei rose from the snow and resumed his frantic dash, this time not veering into the house, but heading straight for the gate. As the gate swung open, Chuanxiang stood there, her gaze cold and unwavering as she regarded the flustered Lu Yuanwei. Upon seeing her familiar visage, Lu Yuanwei abruptly halted, his complexion draining of color. Chapter 63. The Long family continues to suffer. Chuanxiang raised the corners of her lips in a slow smile. "My lord, I have returned. Why do you not open the door for me?" Lu Yuanwei's eyes widened in disbelief as he recoiled. "Madam, is it truly you?" Chuanxiang lowered her voice, a chilling smile gracing her lips. "My lord, if not me, who else could it be?" Lu Yuanwei shook his head vehemently. "Impossible. You fell into the abyss long ago. How could you possibly return?" Chuanxiang lifted her gaze, her eyes icy. "My lord, who says I have returned alive?" Lu Yuanwei gasped, his face ashen, sweat pouring down his brow in terror as he screamed, No. Leave me. Madam, I did not intend to kill you. It was your decision to report to the officials. If you do so, how am I to survive?" Chuanxiang, clad in the roller skates gifted by Lin Shetang, glided forward, her long skirt billowing as though she possessed no legs beneath it. Lu Yuanwei's pupils dilated in sheer horror, his fingers clawing into the snow. Suddenly, he sprang up and charged at Chuanxiang. "You wretched woman. I have killed you once, I can do so again." Chuanxiang nimbly evaded his grasp, leaving him to tumble into nothingness. At this moment, he was utterly paralyzed by fear, shouting, "Come, end my life." Lin Shetang piloted the drone, the white fabric drifting closer. Lu Yuanwei, despite his bravado, found himself speechless in the face of the approaching specter, instinctively fleeing forward. The ground was blanketed in snow, obscuring the jagged peaks, rendering it impossible to discern where the summit ended and the base began. Lu Yuanwei dashed madly ahead, but before long, he misstepped and plummeted down the slope. A scream escaping his lips, Lin Shetang emerged slowly from the residence, joining Chuanxiang. Watching Lu Yuanwei's retreating figure, Chuanxiang's eyes grew red, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls set loose from a broken string. Lin Shetang peered at the place where Lu Yuanwei had fallen, noting that the height was not great. Even if he survived, he would likely be maimed. Ultimately, karma had caught up with him, alleviating the grievances his mother had endured for so many years and resolving the troubles before them. In Chinon County, there were 13 villages, sparsely populated, with barely enough souls to fill a ledger. Aside from those who had fled from hardship, most were unfortunate souls left behind. Yet, there were always village bullies like Lu Yuanwei and Zhou Tong. With one less, it was a small victory. As the biting wind howled through the night, Lin Shetang did not linger, pulling Chuanxiang back to the county office. Upon entering, she found Duan Yanzhou waiting inside. His expression was grave, upon seeing her return. He hurried to her side, examining her intently before suddenly enveloping her in a tight embrace. Lin Shetang, taken aback by his sudden display, patted his hand. Yanzhou. What troubles you? Duan Yanzhou tightened his grip, a blend of care and concern evident in his voice as he rasped, I thought you had left. Lin Shuting smiled gently, I am your wife. Where could I possibly go? As she spoke, she revealed the drone in her hand. I was experimenting with this. Would you like to learn? Duan Yanzhou gazed at the peculiar contraption before him, puzzled. Can this truly fly? Lin Shuting nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it can. Slowly, Duan Yanzhou released her, his interest piqued by the strange object. Seeing his fascination, Lin Shuting eagerly led him outside to try it. Their laughter soon echoed throughout the snowy night. Meanwhile, some dozens of kilometers away along the official road, the Long family and the Lin family trudged forward with great difficulty. When they departed from the capital, they had traveled with a prisoner cart. However, along the way, the officers exchanged their cart for provisions. Thus, they were left to walk. Bound by chains that clinked with every step, their sounds ringing loudly through the still night. Zhou Shi glanced up into the distance and asked Duan Chong, when shall we arrive in Chinan? Duan Chong coughed violently, soon. The biting cold had worn them down, leaving them susceptible to the chill, their spirits dampened. No longer retaining the bravado they had possessed upon leaving the capital. In contrast, the Lin family was in disarray. Bai Yinyang, at this juncture, still vied for favor among Lin Taifu's concubines. Having lost her youthful beauty and hair, Lin Taifu barely allocated her even half a bun. She glared enviously at Sun Yinyang, who held a whole bun, and complained to Lin Taifu, my lord, why does she eat one while I am left with only half? Lin Taifu regarded her with disdain. You deserve only half. His expression bore no resemblance to the affectionate man who once called her sweetheart. Furious, Bai Yinyang bit her lip, trembling all over as tears streamed down her face. Just then, the officer's cart ahead came to an abrupt halt. Zhou Shi and Bai Yinyang turned to see a throng of refugees rushing toward them. What is happening? They gaped in shock, and before they could gather their wits, the refugees surged forward, seizing whatever they could find. Chapter 64. Refugees emerged to pillage the Long family. Give it to me. Quickly. The refugees, young and old alike, swarmed forward, tugging at the Long family's clothes and belongings with desperate fervor. In the frigid weather, food and clothing became invaluable commodities. These refugees had journeyed from the north, expecting milder temperatures in the south, only to find themselves confronted by glaciers and snow. Driven by hunger, they pounced upon Zhou Shi, who clutched the last remnants of bread in her pocket, like wolves scenting prey. Zhou Shi had never encountered such chaos. She clutched the bread tightly, shouting, Stop. You know who I am? I am the lady of the Donghua mansion. You unruly peasants. Stop. Lady of the Donghua mansion. Just a banished criminal. A tall woman snatched the bread from her grasp, shoving it into her mouth amid the chaos. Other refugees reached for her, and Zhou Shi, battered and bruised, swallowed hungrily. When the refugees realized they could not extract the remaining morsel, their attention turned to the others. Lin Wanwan clutched half a bun, reluctant to eat, allowing only a nibble each day. Terrified by the crowd, she curled up, too frightened to look up. The officers brandished their blades, shouting, Get lost. These are wanted criminals. If you harm them, you risk your lives. But the desperate refugees paid little heed. To them, the choice was between starving or fighting for their survival. And they lunged at the officers as well. A keen-eyed middle-aged man spotted Lin Wanwan and tugged at the arm of the person beside him, exclaiming, Do you see that young woman? She's being guarded so closely. There must be provisions within. The shorter man eagerly nodded in agreement. Let us hurry. With that, the two rushed toward Lin Wanwan. Sensing the impending danger, she quickly pulled Duan Qingyang and the others aside. Despite Duan Qingyang's self-proclaimed prowess in both literature and martial arts, he was merely a fade, startled by the unfolding scene. He gripped Lin Wanwan's shoulder and inadvertently pushed her toward the approaching men. Lin Wanwan, hindered by the iron chains on her feet, stumbled and fell, causing the half-steamed bun in her arms to roll away. The sight of the bun brought joy to the two men, who swiftly lunged to seize it. Lin Wanwan, still reeling from her fall, looked up to find only disdain in Duan Qingyang's gaze. In such dire circumstances, he coldly remarked that protecting food was akin to courting death, and he willingly surrendered the last of his bun and cake. The refugees, having snatched the food, then set their sights on the garments worn by the group, especially Duan Qingyang's large coat, which he had procured after much entreaty from the officials. The officials, fearing their demise on the road, had provided him with it. The refugees, indifferent to their plight, advanced and began stripping them of their clothing. Stop. Cease at once. Duan Qingyang, who had previously scorned Lin Wanwan, now struggled to retain his coat as fiercely as she did. In the biting cold, losing their coats could easily lead to death. A burly man raised his foot and aimed a kick at Duan Qingyang's hand. He cried out in agony. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhou felt a pang of compassion and shouted, Qingyang, give them what they want. Just let them take it. On the road of famine, desperation can drive one to commit unspeakable acts, and cannibalism is not unheard of. Fortunately, these refugees had not yet reached such extremes. They were merely robbing food and clothing. Meanwhile, at Lin Taifu's residence, a large number of refugees surged in, but he was more astute, orchestrating the voluntary surrender of food and garments from his household. After all, it was better than facing violence. Aunt Bai initially clung stubbornly to her coat, but relinquished it only after a stern reprimand from Lin Taifu, her eyes brimming with tears. When the crowd dispersed, the families of the eldest branch and the Lin family were left with nothing but the thin prison garb on their backs. The group shivered in the frigid wind. Bah! An official stood up, brushing the snow off his clothes, lamenting his misfortune at encountering refugees on the official road. This official, surnamed Wan, had been reluctant to take on this assignment from the start and was now filled with deep resentment. Another official, surnamed Liao, who had just been struck on the head by a refugee, was still dazed. We just need to walk one more day and night to reach Chinan County, he mused. Official Wan glanced back at the beleaguered crowd and sighed heavily. In this icy weather, even if we reach Chinan, it won't necessarily be any better. We must hasten our journey and return to the capital. Indeed. Official Yao perked up in response. The two men led the group onward, with the Lin family closely trailing behind. Clad in thin garments, Duan Qingyang trudged through the snow, his lips already turning a shade of blue. Beside him, Lin Wanwan had long lost sensation in her frozen feet. Gritting her teeth, she turned to him and suggested, Qingyang, why don't we escape? Chapter 65, Medicinal Bath for Duan Yanzhou. Duan Qingyang paused momentarily before continuing to walk forward without replying. Lin Wanwan pressed on. If we can find a way to free ourselves from these chains, we could flee. Yet, Duan Qingyang remained silent. However, his expression betrayed that he was indeed tempted by her proposal. Just then, the two officials turned to glare at them, ordering, be quiet. We'll soon reach Chinan. Regaining his composure, Duan Qingyang whispered, if we run now, we would only confirm our guilt. We're nearly at Chinan, let us find shelter first, and later devise a way to clear our names and have a fresh start. Lin Wan'an wished to persuade him further, but Duan Qingyang was disinterested in further discourse. He fixed his gaze ahead, interrupting her. What? Are you still having second thoughts? Are you so concerned about that sickly one? Have you forgotten how you begged me to marry you? He continued, Lin Wan'an, don't even think about leaving the Duan family. Since you've come into our family, you are a Duan, even in death. What is so special about Duan Yanzhou? You think he can escape the torment of exile? Chinan County is notorious for its desolation. Especially now amidst the frost, they may not even have enough to eat. As for Duan Yanzhou, he has but a few years left. The doctor has said he may only live to 30. Lin Wan'an's eyes widened in disbelief. 30? That's hardly any time at all. Duan Qingyang sneered, indeed. If he were to catch a chill and worsen his condition, he might only last another year or two. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan felt a slight alleviation in her heart. What about my elder sister? At the mention of Lin Shatong, Duan Qingyang recalled the humiliation he had endured at her hands and clenched his fists in resentment. Humph. Let her weep at the grave. Lin Wanwan's gaze softened as a flicker of anticipation emerged within her. However, they likely would not live to see that day. First, they needed to reach Chinan safely. And second, Duan Yanzhou might very well outlive them. That night, after teaching Duan Yanzhou how to operate the drone, Lin Shuteng remained mindful of his illness. The following evening, while he and the others were repairing the house, she prepared a medicinal concoction in her medical space, then retrieved a large tub and filled it with the herbal bath. When Duan Yanzhou returned, the room was enveloped in a veil of fragrant steam. What is this? He inquired, gazing at the dark brown liquid in the tub. Lin Shuteng took his hand and led him closer. This is a special herbal bath I concocted for you. You must soak in it for half an hour each day. To eliminate the root of Duan Yanzhou's ailment, it was imperative to combine the bath with Western medicine and acupuncture. This was an old remedy taught to her by her grandmother. Lin Shatong rolled up her sleeves and smiled at him. Now undress. She patted the edge of the tub. Duan Yanzhou froze momentarily, taken aback. Undress. Lin Shatong lifted her gaze, playfully stirring the herbal water. What else would you do? Of course, you must undress. Hurry, or the water will cool. As he watched her delicate wrist stirring the liquid, his heart raced, and he turned slightly. Shutting, please wait over there for me. Lin Shatong found his bashful demeanor amusing and approached him. If you don't undress soon, I might just have to help you. With that, she gently placed her hand on the waistband of his trousers. Duan Yanzhou's ears flushed red as he grasped her hand. I can manage on my own. Lin Shatong withdrew her hand, chuckling. Just get undressed and hop in. I'll fetch the silver needles. The medicinal bath needed to be accompanied by acupuncture for it to be effective. After saying this, she turned and entered the bedroom behind the screen. The room, warmed by charcoal fires and 2 portable heaters, was cozy due to the insulation blankets covering the roof and walls. Once Lin Shatong left, Duan Yanzhou finally shed his layers and stepped into the tub, surrounded by the rising steam. When Lin Shatong returned with the silver needles, she caught sight of his back half submerged in the water. His skin was pale, appearing almost sickly at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, one could see the defined musculature. It was evident how he had honed his martial skills with such a frail body. Fortunately, due to his prolonged training over the years, he had managed to survive beyond the age of 30, contrary to what that master had foretold. Lin Shatong approached him from behind, her fingers gently resting on his shoulder. The warmth of her fingertips seeped through his skin, igniting a fervor within him. Startled, Duan Yanzhou abruptly opened his eyes, only to gradually close them once more. His hands clenching into fists beneath the water, desperately striving to suppress the relentless wave of desires surging within him, until the veins beneath his delicate skin began to protrude like thinly veiled cicada wings. Lin Shatong retrieved a silver needle and delicately pierced the nape of his neck, inquiring about his sensations. Duan Yanzhou responded softly, indicating no discomfort, his voice slightly hoarse. Unbeknownst to Lin Shatong, she continued to guide the needle further down to his chest. Chapter 66. His Deceptive Illness. Duan Yanzhou's brow gradually furrowed, and soon after, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shatong smiled, declaring, Now that the blood has been released, your heart meridians are unblocked. After retracting the needle, she instructed him to continue soaking, promising to return shortly for another treatment. Duan Yanzhou opened his eyes, slowly loosening his previously clenched hands, his taut body beginning to relax. However, just as Lin Shatong turned to leave, an object fell from her. Duan Yanzhou looked down to find a small pouch embroidered with begonia flowers. He reached down to pick it up, discovering that it was adorned with the character for city. Suddenly, Duan Yanzhou's expression darkened, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented chill. At that moment, Lin Shatong also realized that her own possession had fallen, turning to see her small pouch. This pouch had been a cherished item she had kept close ever since she had inadvertently found it when leaving the house. In her memories, it was a beautiful piece, so she had never considered discarding it. She stepped forward, extending her hand to retrieve it, saying, "Thank you." Yet, Duan Yanzhou abruptly grasped the pouch tightly, raising his gaze to ask, "Did you embroider this yourself?" Lin Shatong shook her head. "No, it was I." Before she could finish, Duan Yanzhou suddenly seized her wrist, coughing violently, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, exuding a captivating yet heart-wrenching charm. "What is wrong? Has your illness worsened?" Lin Shatong inquired earnestly. Duan Yanzhou gazed at the pouch in his hand and softly said, "I wish to have a pouch of my own." Hearing this, Lin Shatong quickly responded with a smile, "All right, I will fetch one for you from my space." But Duan Yanzhou coughed again, "No." Lin Shatong gently patted his back and murmured, "It's all right, I have plenty more." Duan Yanzhou lifted his profound gaze to meet hers, stating, "I desire one that you have embroidered yourself." Lin Shatong paused, glancing again at the character on the pouch, suddenly recalling something. From the depths of her memories, she remembered that the character city was indeed the signature of Duan Qingyang. The original owner had once harbored feelings for Duan Qingyang, which is why she kept this pouch adorned with his name close to her. It seemed Duan Yanzhou thought that she wore it daily because she still harbored feelings for his cousin, hence the jealousy. Looking at the pouch again, Lin Shatong felt a wave of discontent wash over her. The original owner truly lacked discernment. What was so admirable about Duan Qingyang? A mere wastrel? Do you refuse? Duan Yanzhou urged her. Lin Shatang quickly came back to her senses. All right, I will embroider one for you. How many would you like? Upon hearing this, Duan Yanzhou's previously dimmed eyes brightened, but after a moment's contemplation, he replied, never mind, I shall forego it. Embroidery strains the eyes. With that, he returned the pouch to her. Lin Shatang took it and tossed it into the refuse bin, smiling as she said, no worries, embroidering one will not harm your eyes. Duan Yanzhou looked at the pouch in the refuse bin, momentarily taken aback, before a faint smile graced his lips, as if he felt a flicker of joy. At that moment, his illness seemed to have improved, he no longer coughed, and his complexion appeared somewhat revitalized. Lin Shatang observed this with increasing intrigue, preparing to leave. Just as she stepped forward, a knock resounded from outside, the voice of Chuanxiang calling, second young madam, the master and madam have sent a message, stating that there are refugees entering the county, and we must not venture outside. Refugees, Lin Shatang murmured to herself. It had barely been a month since the calamity struck, and already there were refugees, a testament to the severity of the cold. She immediately began to stow away the items in her space. While most refugees were merely ordinary victims of disaster, a few rogues could easily infiltrate their ranks. Moreover, when people find themselves at the end of their rope, they are capable of any act. She needed to be prepared. Chapter 67, The Arrival of False Refugees and Her Plan. Amidst the icy ravines, the biting wind whipped snowflakes like daggers against their faces. On the path leading to Chinon County, a group of refugees trudged through the thick snow, comprised of both men and women, though predominantly middle-aged individuals. The leading man raised his head to observe the lights gradually brightening in the night, exclaiming, another household. This time, we can seize more goods. These individuals appeared to be refugees, but in truth, they were merely a band of bandits masquerading as such. They had once belonged to a merchant family named Sun in Yuano, engaged in the spice trade. Yet, with the bitter cold, no one was purchasing spices. Business had plummeted, leaving them in significant debt, and thus they had embarked southward, a family of 200, only to be scattered along the way. In the end, only this group of 20 or so remained. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they could not endure the meager existence of foraging for roots and herbs. Led by the young master Sun, they devised a scheme to survive by disguising themselves as refugees and plundering one household after another. Initially, they targeted food, money, and clothing. But gradually, they began to capture people as well. As the Lin family encountered those so-called refugees en route, they crossed paths with the Sun family. The clothing of the refugees now adorned their bodies, while those who had not escaped were tied up like cattle, dragged along. Lin Shatang, upon hearing Chuanxiang speak of the refugees, donned a cloak and went to the county gate to observe through a telescope. She quickly spotted the bound refugees, her brows knitting together as she turned to Chuanxiang, instructing, go tell the master and madam, as well as the eldest young master, third young lady, and county magistrate Yen, to remain in their respective rooms and under no circumstances should they venture outside. Chuanxiang, puzzled, replied, second young madam, they are merely refugees. Can't we just offer them some food to send them on their way? Lin Shatang turned back, her expression serious. What did madam instruct you just now? Chuanxiang paused before responding. She instructed that the second young master and second young madam should not leave the house. Lin Shatang further inquired, did madam tell you why you must not go outside? Chuanxiang nodded. She feared there might be bandits among the refugees. Lin Shatang scanned the approaching figures, her voice low. What if I told you that these refugees are all bandits? Or perhaps even more vicious than mere bandits? Chuanxiang gasped in shock, her almond-shaped eyes widening in fear. Lin Shatang commanded, hurry and go. Chuanxiang quickly nodded, refraining from further discussion as she turned to inform everyone of the situation. Lin Shatang first retrieved landmines from her space, burying them at the county office entrance. Afterward, she returned to her bedroom. Duan Yanzhou had already dressed, and upon seeing her grave expression, he asked, these refugees seem suspicious? Lin Shatang affirmed, indeed, they are not ordinary refugees. Duan Yanzhou turned to fetch his sword, preparing to leave. I shall go take a look. Lin Shatang intercepted him, exclaiming without the need for further observation that they were not merely here for monetary gain, as they tethered the lambs. Duan Yanzhou paused momentarily. Lin Shatang continued, Yanzhou, I, along with you and our third sister, can confront them, yet our elder brother has yet to recover, and our sister-in-law is with child and must not be startled. I have a plan that requires your assistance. What plan? Duan Yenzhou inquired. Lin Shutang surveyed her surroundings, for this residence had been painstakingly repaired, and she could not allow it to be destroyed. I will transfer the entire county magistrate's residence, along with the neighboring magistrate's estate, into the 10th level of the spatial pasture. You must help me ensure our parents remain calm, keeping doors and windows secured without noticing anything amiss. They can stay within the space for a brief half-hour, during which time I will deal with those false refugees. Upon hearing this, Duan Yenzhou's gaze darkened. The situation was perilous. You must enter the space with us. Lin Shutang smiled at him. These intruders will not depart easily. They must be dealt with. Or when the time elapses, should they still be present, we will emerge into danger. Very well, but wait for me. I will ensure things are arranged for Mother. Then I shall remain here with you, Duan Yenzhou replied with gravity. After he spoke, he turned and exited the bedroom, heading to the quarters of Jiang and their elder brother. After he left, Lin Shutang approached the county office entrance, and without waiting for Duan Yenzhou's return, she focused intently on the estate before her. At the instant she silently willed it, the entire county office was absorbed into the spatial pasture. As Duan Yenzhou entered Zhang's chamber, he sensed something was amiss. He hurriedly drew the curtains to shield the windows, urgently instructing them, "Father, Mother, stay here and do not venture outside." Jiang voiced her concern. Are they not mere refugees? Duan Yenzhou did not respond but reassured her, "Mother, rest here. Shutang and I will promptly expel them." With that, he left the room, only to be greeted by a verdant expanse of grass. Duan Yenzhou frowned slightly, realizing that Shutang, fearing for his safety, had swiftly relocated the estate upon his entry. He lingered not, but proceeded to the quarters of the county magistrate and their elder brother, drawing the curtains to block the windows. After ensuring they were secure, he finally made his way to the room of their third sister. Meanwhile, the Sun family had arrived at the county office's entrance. Sun Heir raised his gaze to the solitary county office doorframe hanging in the open air, asking Sunda, "Elder brother, wasn't the light on a moment ago? How has it turned into just a doorframe?" Chapter 68. Her traps came into play. Sunda stepped forward, peering ahead and discovering that, where the county office's plaque had once been, lay a barren wasteland. There was not a flicker of light, nor a dilapidated abode in sight. What is going on? He and his two younger brothers stood perplexed. The Sun family had previously thrived on highway robbery before turning to commerce, however. All members were trained in martial arts. It was this very skill that had enabled them to plunder with impunity. Sunda directed his two youngest brothers, "You two, go inside and see if there are any houses in the back." "Yes, elder brother," they replied in unison. The twins, Sun Wu and Sun Lu, looked strikingly alike. One held a knife in his left hand while the other wielded one in his right, moving in perfect synchrony as they took lives. As they approached the desolate ground, Sun Lu remarked, "Elder brother, second brother, do you think the people in the county office have discovered us and hidden away?" Sun Heir shot them a glance. "Hurry inside and take a look. Do not give away our presence." Upon hearing this, the twins grinned but failed to temper their demeanor, striding boldly onward. Sun Lu declared loudly, "What is there to fear? It's merely a decrepit county office. With a little effort, we can make them comply." Just as he finished speaking, Sun Wu suddenly pulled him back. "Wait, Lu, there's something beneath our feet." Sun Lu, impatient, retorted, "Fifth brother, why are you being so timid?" Sun Wu pointed down, "Lu, it seems we have something underfoot." Sun Lu looked where he pointed and saw a small object resembling a box, laughing, "I tell you, fifth brother, it is just a box. What is there to be afraid of?" With that, he tugged at Sun Wu, bending down to retrieve the box. However, as they released their footing, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending flames soaring and smoke billowing. The Sun family members nearby were knocked to the ground, and when they looked up again, they found Sun Wu and Sun Lu had been blown away. Their figures vanished, leaving only their knives, scattered in the distance. Sunda scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with terror as he surveyed the chaos, calling out, "Fifth brother. Sixth brother. Where are you?" As the smoke cleared, only tattered remnants of clothing remained. "Fifth brother. Sixth brother." Sunda took a step forward, but was quickly pulled back by Sun Heir. "Elder brother, be cautious." Sunda gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, muttering, "What is happening? Where have they gone? Where are fifth and sixth brothers?" The rest of the group, pale and shaken, echoed his fears. "Elder brother, is this the wrath of heaven?" "Indeed, it must be. The heavens have punished us for our sins." "Yes. It is surely so. Among them, some were so frightened that they stumbled backward, exclaiming, "No, I cannot continue in this life of crime. I must return to the Sun family." As he spoke, he retreated a few steps, turning to flee toward the base of the mountain opposite the county office. However, as he ran, he misstepped and tumbled down the slope. Shinan was already mountainous, with the county office situated halfway up. The accumulated snow appeared flat but concealed treacherous cliffs beneath. The onlookers watched in horror as one of their own tumbled down, their hearts racing. They had committed numerous wrongs, and now guilt weighed heavily upon them. Could it truly be the heavens? Sun San shouted, his cowardly, pale face reflecting his fear. Is heaven coming to collect us? Sun to chastise them, enough with the nonsense. There is no such thing as heaven. If there were, would we be suffering like this? And when you were feasting and reveling, you did not think twice about it. Now you wish to be virtuous. Everyone, behave yourselves. You and you. Start searching the area. If there are no county offices, we will find other residences. We must secure a place to rest tonight. Sun Air chimed in, exactly. Stop your rambling. If we do not find a place to shelter, we shall all freeze to death tonight. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the empty space inside the county office. Lin Shudang concealed herself behind an icy stone, her sniper rifle at the ready. This time, she had fully loaded the ammunition, prepared to confront these intruders decisively. Chapter 69. Successfully evading a crisis with the entire family. At that moment, Sun Air discovered a woman's earring on the ground, exclaiming, "Everyone, come and look. An earring. There must be someone hiding here." Lin Shetong focused intently, recognizing it as Chuanxiang's. It was likely dropped during their encounter with Lu Yuanwei that fateful night. She studied her aim at Sun Air, contemplating, "If you seek to rob and take lives, you shall find your reckoning below." With a smirk, she pulled the trigger. The gun was fitted with a silencer, and the bullets flew through the night like shooting stars, swiftly and silently piercing the air. Just as Sun Lao was preparing to advance further in his search, one such bullet traversed the back of his skull with a soft pop. The smile on his face had yet to fade when he collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Sun Lao's eyes widened in shock as he strode over to his brother's side, calling, "Erdi. Erdi." After several frantic calls, he realized that Sun Lao had ceased to breathe, a crimson pool forming beneath his head. "Erdi?" Panic seized him, and he quickly scanned the surroundings. Who is it? Who is using hidden weapons? But the area remained eerily silent, not a single chirp to be heard. Among the crowd, someone cried out, "Karma. Truly, it is karma. The heavens demand our lives. We must leave this place at once. Quickly." In that moment, the crowd lost all semblance of composure, rushing chaotically down the mountain. The snow beneath their feet had long since hardened into ice, and as they fled, many slipped and tumbled down the slope, rolling towards the base of the mountain. Soon, a chorus of anguished screams echoed through the air. Sun Lao shouted at them, "Serves you right. I told you to be brave. I refuse to believe there is truly a heaven." After his outburst, he bellowed into the night, "Show yourself. Come out and face me one-on-one. Hiding in the shadows is no true skill." Lin Shetong smiled, thinking it foolish to hide when one could. She then aimed her weapon at Sun Lao and pulled the trigger. However, fortune favored him this time. As she fired, he stepped forward, and the bullet grazed his right arm instead of piercing his forehead. Sun Lao cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching his bleeding arm. His face contorted in agony. Gritting his teeth, he shouted into the night sky, "Who are you? Show yourself. Hiding like a turtle is no true talent." "Of course it is," Lin Shetong retorted with a smirk. "If you have the ability, then you should hide too." With that, she aimed once more, this time at his left leg. The bullet fired, and Sun Lao, clutching his leg, let out another pain scream, rolling on the ground, unable to rise. The onlookers exchanged worried glances, seeing only darkness around them, their fear escalating. To them, Sun Lao was invincible, with him incapacitated before even confronting his opponent. It seemed they were truly doomed. "Let us go. We must leave. If we don't, we'll die here." The remaining individuals turned to flee, opting for the higher ground, as they deemed it safer than descending further. Sun Lao yelled after them, "Stop. Come back." Yet, they pretended not to hear him, scurrying away in disarray. Lin Shetong observed as they strayed from the path, heading directly towards a cliff, where escape would be impossible. In this frigid night, their fate appeared grim. She couldn't help but ponder the possibility of divine retribution. Just as she readied her gun to aim at Sun Lauda again, two captives, brought by them, suddenly rose from the ground and hurled stones at Sun Lauda. Before he could react, a stone struck him on the head, rendering him unconscious. The two captives seemed intent on avenging their families, dragging Sun Lauda's ankle down the mountain. Lin Shatong exhaled in relief, realizing she wouldn't need to intervene further. Meanwhile, within the confines of the ranch, Samay Duanchinjo sensed something amiss. Her second brother had always forbidden her from looking out the window. Seizing the moment when Duan Yenjo stepped away, she stealthily approached the window and cautiously drew back the curtains. Chapter 70, Nearly Discovered. Peering out, she was greeted by an endless expanse of grassland. Her eyes widened in astonishment, frozen in place. Just then, the door swung open. Sam Mei. It was Ersa. Ersa. Look outside. Quickly. Lin Shatong approached her with a smile. What is it outside? Duan Qinzhou took her hand and led her to the window. I just saw a vast grassland. You must see it. Lin Shatong laughed. Grassland? Is that true? Let me take a look. Following the direction Duan Qinzhou pointed, she smiled and said, Sam Mei, where is the grassland? This is our courtyard, isn't it? Duan Qinzhou looked up and saw that the lush green grassland had transformed into a small courtyard blanketed in thick snow. Rubbing her eyes, she gazed out again, still seeing the desolate courtyard under the night sky. What is happening? I clearly saw it just now. Lin Shatong reassured her with a smile. Sam Mei, you must have been too tired and mistook it. Those fake refugees have taken a detour and tonight, there will be no trouble. You should rest well. Duan Qinzhou looked out once more, beginning to doubt her own vision, but fortunately, she had not forgotten the matter at hand. Ersa, have those fake refugees truly left? Lin Shatong nodded. Yes, they likely thought our courtyard too shabby, so they've gone elsewhere. With that, Duan Qinzhou felt relieved. I wanted to deal with those fake refugees, but my second brother kept holding me back. I wonder where he has gone now. Your second brother should be looking for me, Lin Shatong noted, relieved that she had skillfully concealed the county office's residence in her space just in time. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. Thankfully, tonight had passed without incident, preventing those ruthless imposters from disturbing everyone. It was likely that Duan Yenjo was already outside attending to the bodies and bloodstains. As Duan Qinzhou noted the darkness settling outside, she released her grip on Lin Shatong. Ersa, you should return and rest early. Lin Shatong smiled and nodded yes. As she glanced around her room, she asked, is it still cold? Duan Qinzhou shook her head. Not anymore. Following your method, the room is particularly warm now. Lin Shatong had placed a portable heater in her room. The stove required a gas canister to be replaced periodically, so she had checked it before leaving. If it gets cold, just let me know. I still have charcoal at my place. Duan Qinzhou nodded. Got it. Ersa, you should hurry back. Or my second brother will worry if he can't find you. She said this as she escorted Lin Shatong to the door. Lin Shatong donned her hood and turned to leave for her own room. Upon entering, she found Duan Yenjo had returned, having changed into a fresh set of clothes after finishing his tasks. Lin Shatong asked, is everything cleaned up? Duan Yenjo approached her, his worry easing as he checked for any injuries. He slowly inquired, why didn't he wait for me to come out? Lin Shatong had anticipated this question. With a playful smile revealing her dimples, she replied, because you needed to comfort San Mei and the others. If they discovered my secret, it would have been disastrous. Duan Yenjo gazed at her intently, asserting, from now on, we shall face everything together as husband and wife. You need not shoulder it alone. Today's bandits were ruthless. Had you been hurt, what would we do? As he spoke, his brow furrowed in genuine concern, especially when he had been cleaning the bloodstains earlier. His heart raced with fear for her safety. Lin Shatong met his gaze with a smile, reassuring him, no, do not worry. I am always prudent in my actions. Before deciding to take action, I had already considered how to protect myself. As Duan Yenjo gradually regained his composure, he lowered his gaze slightly and turned to retrieve a steaming basket of buns from the table. Shutang, you must be hungry. These buns are freshly steamed. Lin Shutang looked down and noticed they were unlike the frozen buns she had in her space. Sensing her confusion, Duan Yenjo explained. After finishing the repairs in the kitchen today, I took the liberty to steam some buns. It's my first attempt, so I'm unsure of their flavor. Please give them a taste. In his past, he had prepared simple dishes while training in martial arts, but this was his inaugural experience with steaming buns. Drawing from the memory of watching his master, he ventured a try and was pleasantly surprised by the appealing appearance of the buns he had made. Lin Shut-tongue admired the round, plump buns and was quite taken with them. She picked one up, took a bite, and found the savory meat filling to be infinitely superior to the frozen varieties from her space. Initially, she was not hungry, but once she tasted them, she found herself unable to stop, devouring several in quick succession. Yanzhou, with your culinary skills, we could easily open a small shop here and never worry about business, she remarked with a radiant smile, her words laced with praise. Duan Yanzhou took out a handkerchief to wipe the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. If you enjoy them, I shall steam some more tomorrow. Lin Shutting smiled and nodded. I will help you with that. As Duan Yanzhou gazed at her smiling face, he found himself momentarily entranced, the flickering candlelight reflecting only her visage in his eyes. Outside, the rare stillness of the cold wind had settled, and the branches of the barren trees did not emit their usual creaks. Not far from them, on a small hillside, the Long family and the Lin family huddled together under threadbare blankets scavenged from who knows where. The officials, having lost their horse-drawn carriage, collected some dry branches from the surroundings to build a small fire, trembling in the bitter cold. When will we arrive in Chinon County? One of the officials, his lips frozen and turning purple, asked with a quivering voice. Another official, hiding his face in his coat, replied shiveringly, soon, just a bit further. What a stroke of bad luck. It's my first time escorting prisoners through such circumstances. I wonder if we will survive to reach Chinon, they lamented repeatedly. While they still had coats, the Long family and the Lin family had been stripped of theirs by the refugees, relying solely on the meager warmth of the fire. If luck was on their side, they might endure the night. If not, they would likely freeze to death in this desolate place. In this dire situation, the Long family clustered together, with Duan Chong disregarding everyone else as he squeezed deeper into the warmth. As they crowded together, a small maid was pushed out from the throng. This maid was the personal servant of Duan Chang's concubine, who bore the surname Wan. One of the concubines exiled alongside them. Years earlier, she had given birth to a daughter and was somewhat favored in the Chonghua manor. For years, she had survived by clinging to the Zhou family, but now, in their misfortune, she no longer maintained her previous level of respect. Lianer, where have you taken my Lianer? Lady Wan cried out, rousing the drowsy crowd. Lady Zhou shrank back, impatiently retorting, it's just a little maid. If she has lost, then so be it. Lady Wan, dragging her iron chains, groped along the periphery until she found the nearly frozen maid, barely clinging to life. She lifted the girl in her arms, crying desperately. Lianer, please wake up. Her cries incited anger in Duan Chong, who snapped, it's just a maid. If she dies, she dies. Stop the noise, or I'll have you thrown out. Trembling, Lady Wan fell silent, gazing at the feeble breath of her beloved maid, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She shuffled the maid closer to the officials. Thankfully, these officials were not entirely heartless. They sighed deeply and carried the maid to the fire, adding more dry branches to stoke the flames. Gradually, the maid's complexion improved. Lady Wan sighed in relief, holding Lianer's warming hand, her tears falling like rain. Once favored in the Chonghua manor, she now saw the true nature of this family, a selfishness that regarded human life as mere fodder. Her gaze toward Lady Zhou and Duan Chong turned fierce, imbued with deep-seated hatred. As they continued to push through the crowd, both appeared disheveled and cracked in skin, yet still emanated an air of haughtiness despite their plight. Lady Wan repressed her fury, silently vowing to make them pay. As the wind and snow subsided, the temperature became slightly more bearable. Otherwise, with only this scant firewood and their tattered blankets, survival would be nearly impossible. However, they were not dead yet, though their situation was hardly improved. The first to show signs of distress was Duan Qingyang, who found himself urinating blood from the cold. The officials led him to the snowy ground behind them. Initially oblivious to the abnormality, he was horrified upon opening his eyes to the bloodstains on the ground and shouted, "What is happening? How can there be blood?" Having been pampered with doctors and warmth since childhood, he had never encountered such a sight. An official approached, took a glance, and chuckled, "Oh, young master, are you perhaps a girl? Why are you having your monthlies?" Duan Qingyang's face darkened at the implication. The official yanked him back and tossed him into the crowd, mocking Duan Chong and Lady Zhou. "You've raised a son for all these years, and he turns out to be a woman, having his monthlies, no less." The crowd turned in unison to stare at Duan Qingyang, who felt the world was collapsing around him, tears welling in his eyes. Duan Chong stood in shock. What woman? The official pointed behind. The young master has urinated blood. Duan Chong and Lady Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. In the crowd, a lady who had witnessed such ailments before, exclaimed, "That's not a monthly. The young master is urinating blood. His kidneys have been damaged by the cold." Initially relieved, Duan Chong and Lady Zhou were now alarmed. If the kidneys are damaged, can he still bear children? Lady He shook her head, sighing, "I am no expert, but it's hard to say." At this, the world seemed to crumble for Lady Zhou. Lin Wanwan was equally distraught. Duan Qingyang fainted, his eyes rolling back. "Qingyang! Qingyang!" The group cried out. Yet, their own circumstances were no better. After calling out, Duan Chong erupted in a violent cough, his cheeks flushed, having caught a chill. Lady Zhou's 3 daughters were also afflicted, suffering from abdominal pain due to the cold. The other 4 concubines experienced sharp pains in their knees and incessant coughing. Only Lin Wanwan appeared unaffected, having grown accustomed to the cold from the long journey. However, the chill had already penetrated her body, weakening her constitution. In the icy wilderness, this exile was but a slightly better punishment than execution. Meanwhile, the Lin family faced their own tribulations, though it was not their young master suffering but Lin Taifu, who had recently expressed disdain for the elderly and unattractive Lady Bai, now finding himself in her contempt. By the time they resumed their journey, they were nothing more than a group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Within the county office, Lin Shutong retrieved a considerable amount of timber from her space. The previously repaired rooms were complete, and they could construct 2 additional rooms at the back. This would provide a bit more space for the family. Both her eldest brother and Duan Yanzhou worked swiftly, with the nearby officials lending a hand. Lin Shutang and her 3rd sister assisted the county magistrate in arranging the bedrooms, adding 2 beds and windproof blankets for warmth. Yan County Magistrate expressed his profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you both immensely. Were it not for your timely assistance, an old man, might have perished from hunger and cold right here." Lin Shutang replied with a smile, "My lord Yan, just remember to assign me some constables." The magistrate stroked his beard and chuckled, "Rest assured, I shall not forget." He proceeded to sift through the registers of the various villages, noting that the number of households residing there had dwindled significantly. While there were indeed able-bodied men, few were suitable for the role of constable. "But I will keep a watchful eye for you." Lin Shutang nodded appreciatively, "Thank you, my lord." Just as she and Duan Qinji were about to return indoors, they spotted Chuanxiang approaching, exclaiming, "Second young mistress, 3rd young lady, come quickly. Is that not the master and Lin Taifu?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Shutang turned to see a group of individuals clad in prison garb making their way towards them. Their faces were chapped and bruised from the cold, and their hair was in disarray. It took her a moment to recognize them as members of the Zhang family and the Lin family. Calculating the time, she realized they had indeed arrived on schedule. Remarkably, they had survived the arduous journey to Jinan. Yan County Magistrate also heard the commotion and turned to see. "Are these the exiles from the capital?" Lin Shutang confirmed, "Indeed, my lord." The magistrate stroked his beard again, "Ah, splendid. Finally, some prisoners have arrived, which means we shall have help in cultivating the wasteland." Most exiles were demoted to servitude, and as the magistrate of this region, he could indeed command them. Lin Shutang found this rather amusing. The young lords and ladies of the past, now reduced to serving as slaves in this harsh land, would surely find this fate more intolerable than dying on the road of exile. Meanwhile, Duan Qingyang caught sight of the plaque at the county office, shouting, "We have arrived. We are here." A wave of elation washed over the group as they looked up. Tears of joy filled their eyes. "We have finally arrived. How wonderful." Indeed. No more suffering from the cold and hunger. Why hasn't the county magistrate come to greet us yet? The officials waved their whips, scolding, "What noise is this?" "So, what if you've reached the county office? Do you think you are still in the Chonghua mansion? You are now slaves, so behave and follow the magistrate's orders. If you provoke the magistrate here, even death will go unnoticed. We have brought you this far. Your future is now in your own hands." Chapter 73. Duan Qingyang and Lin Wanwan found themselves housed in a pigsty. The sky was overcast, and snowflakes fell like goose feathers, accumulating thickly on the ground. Both Duan Qingyang and Zhou Shi had received 2 lashes, causing them to shiver in pain as they trudged along with their already frostbitten legs. Upon reaching the county office, Duanchang suddenly recalled that the family of the second branch held the position of county deputy here in Jinan. Zhou Shi looked up. Indeed, that is correct. She glanced at the dilapidated county office before raising an eyebrow and continuing, "What of the county deputy? Isn't he still residing in this rundown place? I doubt he can even afford a warm meal." Duanchang felt a slight sense of comfort, but soon noticed smoke wafting from the roof of the county office. He caught a whiff of rice cooking. After enduring the winds and snow on their journey, they had long been deprived of proper meals. The luxurious feasts of the past had become mere dreams. Zhou Shi, Lin Wanan, and Lin Taifu also caught the scent, their gazes fixated on the county office. Lin Taifu swallowed hard and urged the officials, "Please, take us in quickly, we are on the verge of starvation." An official swung his whip, barking, "What? You think you can dine at the county office? Look at yourselves. You are prisoners from the capital. Just wait here quietly for the magistrate." Lin Taifu wished to retort but remained silent, fearing another lash. He hunched his shoulders, revealing only his sunken yellow eyes. With newfound courage, Duanchang inquired, "Sir, what about us? Can we enter? My younger brother is the county deputy. We are family." "Bah." The official spat. "Family? I have seen everything on this journey. Young Master Duan is the county deputy. What relation do you have? You have long severed ties. You are strangers now. Do not make foolish claims of kinship. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. He is the county deputy, and you are a prisoner. Do you think you are worthy?" Lin Shutong overheard their exchange, nearly bursting into laughter. Yan County Magistrate emerged, dressed properly and flanked by 2 constables. Lin Shutong followed suit, hiding behind the main gate to scrutinize the 2 families before her. Each one bore dirt-streaked faces and disheveled hair. Zhou Shi, who once bathed in milk daily to care for her skin, now had cracked, darkened skin and a face lined with wrinkles, appearing a decade older. Lin Wanwan had changed even more drastically. Once delicate as a camellia, her cheeks now bore the flush of frostbite, her lips cracked, her hair sparse, and her cheeks hollow. She bore none of the grace of a Lin family young lady. Duan Qingyong kept his head down, his eyes tinged with a sickly hue, a mere shadow of his former self. Lin Taifu, once a stout figure, had become a frail old man. Exile truly transforms one as appearance. Yan County Magistrate examined the exiles before him, inquiring, "You hail from the capital?" For officials stepped forward, replying, "Yes, my lord. Here is the imperial edict." The lead official produced the edict and presented it to the magistrate. After perusing it, Yan County Magistrate closed the document and addressed the Zhang family. "You were once high-ranking officials in the capital, but here, you shall henceforth be slaves. Do not think to pressure me with your past titles." He gestured towards a thatched hut at the foot of the nearby hill, stating, "There are no other accommodations. You shall reside in the pigsty." This thatched hut was once the pigpen of a local family, who had long since vacated, leaving only the structure behind. "What? You expect us to live in a pigsty?" exclaimed Duan Yumei, the eldest daughter of Zhou Shi. They had anticipated reaching their destination and finding proper lodgings, only to be met with such a disgraceful fate. Yan County Magistrate was not inclined to be accommodating and replied tersely, "If you refuse to stay in the pigsty, then you may build your own shelter in the snow." They had always been attended to by servants for meals and bathing, and were utterly unfamiliar with the concept of building a shelter. Duan Yumei fell silent. Zhou Shi tugged at her, softening her tone as she addressed the magistrate, "My lord, is there truly no other option but the pigsty?" The magistrate frowned. "I do not wish to repeat myself. You may stay in the pigsty if you wish." He then turned to the Lin family, pointing to a ramshackle shed not far from the pigsty. "You will reside in the cowshed." Lin Taifu looked up and saw it was marginally larger than the pigsty, quickly interjecting, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Duan Chang shot him a disapproving glance, thinking, what is there to be grateful for about a cowshed? Lin Taifu raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "A cowshed is still superior to your pigsty." He cast a glance at the Zhang family, continuing to laugh. Only a herd of pigs would be suitable for a pigsty. Chapter 74. Zhou Shi received a slap across the face. Unable to contain himself, Duan Qingyong stepped forward, admonishing Lin Taifu, "Father-in-law, given our current plight, we should be supporting one another. Your previous words were truly hurtful." Lin Taifu shot him a glare. "You, with your frail constitution, refrain from calling me father-in-law. When you sought to drive my daughter away, you did not possess this demeanor. And do not make false claims of kinship with me." He spoke as he bowed to the magistrate of Yan County, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for arranging accommodations for our family. We shall rely on your care in the days to come." His demeanor was markedly more respectful than that of the Duan family. The constables ceased their whip-cracking. "You may proceed to gather your belongings and settle in," the magistrate replied coldly, stroking his beard as he issued his orders. The constables escorted the Lin family away. However, upon their arrival at the cattle shed, Lin Taifu realized he had spoken too soon in his gratitude. One half of the shed had collapsed, while the other half contained only a small window, yet thankfully it was not drafty. Unfortunately, the floor was strewn with cow dung. The previous occupants had failed to clean up before their departure, and with the onset of cold weather, the waste had frozen solid. Lin Taifu stood in shock, while Bai Yinyang and her favored son Lin Tianhai were equally taken aback. Since Lin Taifu had begun to harbor suspicions about Bai Yinyang, he no longer held the same regard for his son. Lin Tianhai's treatment was far inferior to that of Duan Qingyang. Nevertheless, he was young and strong, having only lost a bit of weight during the journey, without any illness. Gazing at the cow dung before him, he nearly wept. "Mother, I do not wish to stay here. I want to return to the capital." Lin Taifu raised his hand and slapped him, crying, "All you do is weep. What kind of man are you? Is it merely cow dung? We shall clean it up." Lin Tianhai dared not weep further, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, father, I understand. I shall go do it now." Bai Yinyang wiped her tears, yet could only pick up a shovel to clean the dung. At the entrance of the county office, the Duan family still refused to stay in the pigsty. The magistrate showed no interest in their plight, leaving them to fend for themselves. He turned and led 4 constables into the office. Seeing them about to leave, Duan Chong hurriedly called out, "My lord, could you grant us some food?" The magistrate paused, turned back and replied, "Here, you must fend for yourselves. If you wish to eat, you shall plant your own food." Duan Chong, in a moment of desperation, stepped forward, but the county door slammed shut behind him. Lin Shudong continued to observe them through the gap in the door. Duan Chong and Zhou Shi stood outside, sighing repeatedly, ultimately unable to withstand the wind and snow, and reluctantly led their family to the pigsty. Inside, the remnants of pig waste and the lingering scent of past feed filled the air. Zhou Shi felt nauseous upon entering, saying, "No, I refuse to stay here." Duan Qingyang and Lin Wanwan covered their mouths and noses, hesitating at the entrance. Yet Aunt Su and Aunt Wan boldly entered with their maids. Having endured hardships before, they considered themselves fortunate to have any shelter from the elements, and they were not picky. The other 2 concubines followed suit, entering and finding a corner filled with straw. They huddled together in the straw for rest. When Zhou Shi finally brought her 3 daughters inside, she found that the only available space was the dung-covered area. She strode forward, attempting to shoo away Aunt Su and Aunt Wan. "You lowly maidens, get away from me." Previously silent, Aunt Wan suddenly rose and delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Shi. It seemed she had been waiting for this moment, using all her strength. The sound echoed in the foul-smelling pigsty. Zhou Shi fell to the ground, clutching her swollen face in disbelief. "You dare strike me?" Aunt Wan replied without hesitation, "Indeed. I struck you. Do you think this is the Duke's residence? Are you still the lady here? We are all the same, mere slaves. Today, we shall sleep here. What will you do about it?" Silence. Duan Chong approached, angrily reprimanding her. Zhou Shi's 3 daughters rushed forward to protect their mother. Aunt Wan sidestepped and slapped Duan Chong as well. Having been ill lately, he lacked strength and fell backward, nearly landing in the dung. "Father!" Duan Qingyang exclaimed in shock. Chapter 75, Unexpectedly Acquiring a Great Secret. Aunt Wan shook her stinging hand and glared at him. "Duan, let me tell you. Do not think you can flaunt your power before us now. Had it not been for your insistence on taking us as concubines, would we be in this situation today? If we can speak civilly, we may yet survive, but if not, we shall all suffer together." With that, she turned and returned to her place, huddling with the other 3 concubines. Duan Chong, infuriated, struggled to rise and retaliate, but his head spun, and he collapsed again. Duan Qingyang quickly helped him to the side, saying to them, "We are all family, let us not quarrel. We must think carefully about how to survive this situation." On their journey, the constables had kindly shared some steamed buns with them. Now, the constables had completed their duty, and they could only search for food themselves. In the icy weather, they could catch no game, plant no crops, and had no means to fish. If this continued, they would truly have to resort to gnawing on tree bark. Should the weather grow even colder, they might find even the bark to be unattainable. Aunt Wan and the others fell silent, their faces etched with worry. Within the county office, Jiang Shi prepared a simple meal alongside Chuan Xiang. The fare was modest, comprising a bowl of meat and 3 bowls of vegetables. Lin Shutang, mindful of not drawing too much attention, ensured that the ingredients were just enough. Fortunately, her greenhouse in the backyard had been established, allowing her to claim the vegetables as her own. Today was special, as Jiang Shi had invited the magistrate and the 4 officials who had traveled from the capital to dine together. The 4 officials, having endured much hardship on the journey, were visibly famished, swallowing hard at the sight of the food. Lord Duan, it is good to see you again, the constables greeted with utmost respect. Duan Feng smiled at them. You have all endured a difficult journey. They sighed deeply, recounting how perilous the journey had been, nearly losing their lives several times. Had it not been for heaven's protection, we might have perished on the road. Tears glistened in their eyes as they spoke. At this moment, Lin Shutang interjected. The heavy snow has yet to abate, and calamities have arisen all around. Returning now would surely be fraught with danger. Her words struck a chord with the 4 officials, resonating with their concerns. The magistrate, smiling, continued, why not remain here for a while? Serve as clerks in our office until spring arrives, and then you can return to the capital? The 4 officials hesitated, considering their families back in the capital. The magistrate further assured them, though Chinon County may be poor, if you stay, we will provide for you. With disasters occurring everywhere, there are often refugees and bandits. I wish to recruit more clerks to help safeguard this county. Provided food? 2 of the officials inquired. The magistrate nodded. Though the meals may be humble, they will keep you from going hungry. The 2 officials were tempted, and after some deliberation, they agreed, very well, we shall stay. The other 2, however, remained adamant about leaving. The magistrate did not press them further and directed everyone to continue their meal. The 4 were truly famished, and soon they devoured 2 large bowls of rice each. Once they had eaten their fill, the magistrate arranged accommodations for the 2 who would remain, while the other 2 were escorted out of the city. After seeing them off, the magistrate approached Lin Shutang. Miss, I have successfully retained those 2 officials. Lin Shutang, adhering to custom, first administered acupuncture to him. With her assistance, the magistrate's health had improved significantly. After completing the treatment, she said, thank you, my lord. In the coming days, Duan Chong and Lin Taifu's families will undoubtedly cause trouble. You should have those 2 officials keep watch over them. As they journeyed along, they had long since fallen under the strict authority of the officials, possibly rendering their words more effective than our own. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Yen found merit in the suggestion, chuckling, indeed, Miss Lin possesses a clever mind. After saying this, he stroked his beard and suddenly recalled something, inquiring, during your trip from the capital, did you happen to pass through Suha County? Lin Shutang shook her head, responding that they had not, and asked why the magistrate was curious about it. Yen glanced outside to ensure no one was within earshot before slowly divulging, Miss Lin, you saved my life. You are my savior. There is a matter I had intended to take to the grave. However, having crossed paths with your family, I feel compelled to share it with you. Lin Shutang, intrigued, asked, what is this matter, Sir Yen? The magistrate sighed deeply. In the days when the late emperor still lived, he resided in Suha County for a time, captivated by its picturesque landscapes. Before his death, he concealed a portion of his wealth there, intending it as a support for the crown prince, now the current emperor. However, disheartened by the prince before his passing, he confided only in me. The late emperor mentioned that besides the riches, there exists something there that could govern the world. But as for what it specifically is, I am unaware. Lin Shutang listened attentively, astonished that Magistrate Yen possessed such confidential knowledge. This could prove immensely beneficial to them when they returned to the capital. Chapter 76, Rescuing an Old Acquaintance from the Capital. Suha County lies adjacent to Qinnan. Lin Shutang took note, resolving to visit once the snowstorm subsided. The following day, the 2 remaining officials, adhering to Magistrate Yan's orders, kept a watchful eye on the Long family and the Lin household, ensuring they did not escape. They were also tasked with breaking the ice on the lake at the mountain's base to fish. The lake was already covered with a thick layer of ice, making the task exceedingly difficult. The Long family, initially reluctant, had no choice but to comply, as they were desperate to fill their stomachs. Today, Lin Shutang donned a thick windproof outfit, slipped on non-slip shoes, and wrapped herself in a fur cloak as she ventured into the mountains. She carried the map given by Magistrate Yen. According to the map, by traversing several mountain peaks to the east, they would reach Suha County. And further east lay the neighboring Xian Kingdom. Continuing south over a dozen mountains would lead to the coast. However, the map was rather rudimentary. The winding paths of Qin piqued her curiosity, and she hoped to find a shortcut to Suwa County. Duan Yanzhou accompanied her, sword in hand, clearing the way of obstructive branches. After crossing a small hill, they encountered a few households. Smoke wafted from the rooftops, yet the entrances were eerily deserted. Lin Shatong glanced at the county records in her hand and remarked, "This must be Chuanhe village." The villages in Qinnan were sparse, scattered throughout the mountains. During the time of Lu Yuanwei and Zhou Tong, life had been quite harsh for the villagers. Just as Lin Shatong turned to continue her journey, a woman's anguished scream erupted from one of the small, smoke-emitting houses. Stop hitting me, please." Lin Shatong turned back toward the village in alarm. At that moment, the door of the earthen house burst open, and a disheveled woman stumbled out. Her face was gaunt, hair unkempt, and bruises marred her skin. "Nurse?" Duan Yanzhou's voice suddenly rang in Lin Shatong's ear. She turned to him, asking, "Do you recognize this woman?" Duan Yanzhou scrutinized the woman, his brow furrowed. "She resembles my wet nurse, but she passed away a decade ago. How could she be here?" Lin Shatong followed his gaze and reasoned, "If we inquire, we shall find out." She stepped forward, but just then, a burly man charged out of the house, seizing the woman and delivering several resounding slaps to her already swollen face. The woman spat blood and trembled, pleading, "Please, no more. I will bring you food, I promise." The man spat at her, snarling, "That's more like it. You should have listened sooner." With that, he tossed her to the ground. The moment the woman was released, she attempted to flee. The man, startled, chased after her, bellowing, "How dare you run away? I'll kill you." Seeing this, Lin Shatong rushed forward, shielding the woman. "Stop it." The moment the woman laid eyes on Lin Shatong, her gaze widened with shock, Mississippi. Before she could finish, the man advanced, glaring menacingly at Lin Shatong. "Who are you, little girl? Get lost and don't interfere with my family matters." He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront her. Duan Yanzhou leaped forward, kicking the man squarely in the chest. The man staggered back several steps, then slipped on the icy ground and fell flat on his back, exclaiming, "You dare to lay hands on me? I will report you to Lu Yuanwei." "Reporting to him? That's quite amusing," Lin Shatong replied with a smirk. "You are unaware that Lu Yuanwei has gone mad?" "Mad? That's impossible. I saw him just half a month ago, and he was fine," the man stammered. But after scrutinizing Lin Shatong and Duan Yanzhou again, he asked, "Who are you?" Lin Shatong responded, "We are the newly appointed county officials. Lu Yuanwei has long been deposed, and is now considered insane. This is no longer the lawless place you imagined. Beating a woman is a grave offense." The man scrambled to his feet, quickly adopting a different demeanor. "My lady, sir, this is merely a family matter. This woman is disobedient, and as her husband, I must discipline her." "Nonsense," Lin Shatong retorted, repulsed by his insincerity. "Who says this is a family matter? You have beaten her to such a degree. You deserve to be punished with imprisonment and lashes, perhaps even death." After stating this, she took the woman's hand, saying, "Come, we shall seek justice from the magistrate." The woman looked at Lin Shatong, her eyes brimming with tears. Sensing something amiss, Lin Shatong called to her, "Auntie? Auntie?" The woman snapped back to reality, sobbing, "Miss, it truly is you." Lin Shatong, puzzled, asked, "Do you know me?" The woman, tearfully gazing at her, replied, "You are the eldest daughter of the Lin family." "Are you not?" Lin Shatong nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is I." The woman exclaimed, "It truly is you. I never expected to see you again after so many years." Lin Shatong, increasingly bewildered, speculated, "Are you from the Lin family?" The woman quickly shook her head. "I am not from the Lin family. Many years ago, I was a maidservant in the Prime Minister Zhao's household." "The Prime Minister's household?" Lin Shatong was astonished at this unexpected connection. Chapter 77, Acquiring a Living Map. The woman wiped her tears and continued, "Miss, this tale is long and requires careful explanation." Lin Shatong turned to the burly man, instructing Duan Yanzhou, "Take them to the county office. We shall discuss this later." "Understood," Duan Yanzhou replied. The man attempted to flee again, only to be knocked down by another kick from Duan Yanzhou. Though he was fierce when striking women, he was utterly powerless against Duan Yanzhou, revealing himself to be nothing more than a cowardly bully. Lin Shatong led the woman to the county office, where she poured her a cup of warm water and applied ointment to her wounds. Tears streamed uncontrollably down the woman's cheeks as she lamented the striking resemblance between the young lady and the esteemed Madame Lin. Lin Shuting chuckled. Are you referring to my likeness with Madame Lin? The woman shook her head, saying, No, I mean the resemblance to Lady Zhao, the wife of Chancellor Zhao. Lin Shuting was momentarily befuddled, questioning, what connection do I have with Lady Zhao? The woman, holding her cup, wept as she recounted, years ago. Lady Zhao and Madame Lin were close friends. They both found themselves with child at the same time. However, Chancellor Zhao had an affair with Lady Zhao's younger sister, intending to take her as a wife, and would go so far as to harbor murderous intentions against Lady Zhao. One day, as Lady Zhao made her way to the Lin residence, she was ambushed by assassins, leading to a premature birth. Before her death, she entrusted you to Madame Lin. Coincidentally, Madame Lin had just delivered a stillborn child and took you as her own daughter. As Lady Zhao's personal maid, I was pursued by assassins sent by Chancellor Zhao. Fearing I would reveal his dark deeds, I barely managed to escape to the deep mountains of Qinan, only to be captured by that man earlier. I never expected to encounter you here. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Lin Shuting quickly grasped the implications of her words. It meant that the despicable Lin Taifu was not her father. Rather, her true father was the even more nefarious Chancellor Zhao. Contemplating this revelation, she inquired of the woman, How did you recognize me? She found it hard to believe that there could exist someone with such an uncanny resemblance. If she indeed bore a likeness to Lady Zhao, how had the original owner of her identity not been recognized by others throughout her years as a young lady of the Lin family? The woman slowly raised her hand, pointing to a small birthmark concealed within Lin Shutong's hair behind her ear. Lin Shuting was taken aback and hurried to a mirror, parting her hair to reveal the small mark. In her haste these past few days, she had failed to notice it. At that moment, Duan Yanzhou approached and asked the woman, Do you know of a wet nurse by the surname Foam? Upon hearing this, the woman looked up at him, exclaiming, You are of the Duan family? Duan Yanzhou replied affirmatively, and the woman continued, her gaze shifting back to Lin Shuting. What a coincidence. Your wet nurse, Foam, is my sister. Years ago, she served as a wet nurse for the second master of the Duan family. When Lady Zhao was pregnant, she even visited the Duan residence with me, and your mother expressed her intention to betroth you both. Lin Shuting looked up at Duan Yanzhou, astonished by this newfound connection. The woman then surveyed their surroundings before asking, Miss, what brings you to Qinan? This place is infamous for its treacherous miasma. Lin Shuting explained her circumstances regarding Exile. The woman's face was etched with compassion, yet she also felt a sense of vindication, realizing the tribulations endured by both Madame Lin and the young lady. That Lin deserves it, she declared. Lin Shuting responded with a smile. He is likely still busy chiseling ice on the frozen river. The woman turned her gaze toward Lin Shuting and Duan Yanzhou, asking, Miss, are you and this young master from the Duan family? Lin Shuting smiled and glanced at Duan Yanzhou, replying, We are already wed. The woman beamed with joy, exclaiming, Who would have thought that the playful words of the two ladies years ago would come to fruition? You two truly share a bond. She then looked toward the door, whispering, Miss, if you wish to leave this place, just seek me out. Over the years, I have become intimately familiar with the mountain paths here. Wherever you wish to go or whatever you seek, I can guide you. Lin Shuting felt a pang of sorrow at this revelation. The woman had been held captive for over a decade, and in her desire to escape, she had meticulously learned the terrain. Had Lin Shuting not arrived in time, it was likely the woman would have suffered further at the hands of that brutish man. From now on, you shall reside at the county office and need not return, she declared. The woman's eyes glistened with disbelief, as if struggling to accept that she was finally free from that man. She fell to her knees before Lin Shuting, saying, Thank you. Mississippi. Lin Shuting helped her up, soothing her. Rest now, your husband will speak on your behalf to the magistrate. The woman nodded, then turned to Lin Shuting, asking, How has Chancellor Zhao been these years? Recalling the memories of the original owner, Lin Shuting realized she knew little about the Zhao family, only aware that they had thrived in recent years. At this moment, Duan Yanzhou interjected. Chancellor Zhao has fathered 3 sons in recent years and has been favored by the Emperor and King He. The woman seethed with resentment, exclaiming, How unjust. Chancellor Zhao and that woman have committed numerous atrocities. Why should they remain unscathed? Lin Shuting felt a twinge of regret, wishing she had cleared the Zhao residence of its contents when she left. Yet, She consoled herself with the thought that there would be future opportunities. With a determined smile, she grasped the woman's hand, saying earnestly, "Rest assured, they will ultimately face retribution." After the woman dried her tears and nodded, Lin Shadeng ensured she was settled before stepping outside with Duan Yanzhou. She marveled at the serendipity of encountering an old acquaintance in such desolate mountains. Duan Yanzhou looked towards the horizon, stating, "I too did not realize we were betrothed since childhood. Thus, from the very beginning, our engagement was with each other." Lin Shadeng smiled. "It appears so. After all the twists and turns, it is still you and me." Duan Yanzhou slowly extended his hand, firmly holding hers, proclaiming, "In the future, no one shall cause you distress." His palm was warm, gradually warming her icy fingers. "Indeed," Lin Shadeng replied with a nod, then raised an eyebrow playfully. "Did you hear what the woman said about how well she knows these mountain paths?" Duan Yanzhou answered, "I did." Lin Shadeng smiled. "Then we have ourselves a living map. The mountains here are numerous, and the intense cold has transformed them into glaciers. One misstep could send us tumbling down a cliff, just as those bandits did before. To thrive here, they must know the terrain well. Often, what appears to be a treacherous mountain can serve as a natural barrier, preventing others from encroaching. Should we establish our dominion here, those who wish to attack will find it nearly impossible, ultimately benefiting our plans against the nefarious figures in the capital." With a spirited glint in her eyes, Lin Shadeng gazed longingly towards the direction of the capital. Chancellor Zhao? King He? A trio of scoundrels. Alongside that dog of an emperor, 3 vile creatures. In the capital, the dog emperor wrapped himself in a blanket, sneezing as he turned to the young prince pouring hot tea beside him. "King He, now that the Duanfeng family has been exiled to Jinan, what do you still have to worry about?" King He lifted his teacup, taking a measured sip, his dark eyes glinting with intensity. "Brother, you should have banished them altogether." The dog emperor sighed. "I acted in accordance with the late emperor's decree. King He, rest assured, in this frigid weather, that family will not last long in Jinan." He glanced around his empty palace, lamenting, "Bring me more coal." King He set down his cup, assuring, "Do not worry, brother. I will dispatch someone shortly." The dog emperor beamed, momentarily forgetting the regal demeanor expected of him. Yet, King He's expression grew increasingly somber. The dog emperor continued to chuckle. "The Duanfeng family is likely gnawing on tree bark by now." He sneezed once more. Meanwhile, in the county office of Jinan, Lin Shadeng and her companions were indeed eating, but not tree bark. They were enjoying a hotpot meal. Lin Shadeng emerged from the bustling hotpot restaurant in the mall, carrying a pot brimming with lamb. The family gathered around the charcoal fire, indulging in a delightful feast. "Second sister-in-law, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This lamb soup is simply exquisite," Duan Qinju praised, sipping the broth beside her. Lin Shadeng modestly deflected the compliment, attributing her success to the splendid resources of her space. "Take more if you enjoy it, there's plenty more in the kitchen," she encouraged, ladling lamb into Duan Qinju's bowl. When she had first brought the hot pot to the table, her third sister and elder brother and sister-in-law had looked on with curiosity. Thankfully, Duan Yanzhou stepped in to explain that they had captured a runaway goat during their excursion to the mountains that day. Although the elder brother and the others remained somewhat skeptical, they did not pursue the matter further. As the family savored the steaming hot pot, a comforting warmth enveloped them, making the chill in the air seem less biting. Outside the county office, the Chang family, having spent the entire day chipping away at ice, returned empty-handed, chastised by the officials. Now, they were left to gather dry tree bark, hoping to boil water for a meager meal. As they passed by the county office, the enticing aroma of lamb hot pot wafted through the air, causing their mouths to water. "What is that? It smells incredible," Zhou Shi exclaimed. Antwan cast a glance towards the county office. What else could it be? The second master and his family are enjoying a fine meal. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shi's salivation turned into tears of longing. She was overcome with envy. Not just her, Lin Wanwan bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 79. The second family enjoys lamb. The tantalizing scent of lamb hot pot continued to drift from within the county office. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhou Shi climbed atop the wall surrounding the office, peering inside. There, the second family sat around the hearth, relishing their fragrant hot pot, steam rising from the pot, and their faces aglow with warmth. Duanfeng offered meat to Jiang Shi with his chopsticks. "Here, have some more. In weather like this, having meat is a great fortune. Especially fresh lamb." The elder brother carefully served a bowl of soup to his sister-in-law, Wanru. Drink this while it's hot. Chen Wanru accepted the bowl, but did not forget to serve Lin Shudang meat as well. Lin Shudang, having a modest appetite, felt satiated after just 2 bowls. Duan Yanzhou brought her a cup of hot tea, which she sipped slowly. Zhou Shi, peering over the wall, couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the succulent lamb. Duan Chong shouted from below, "Have you seen enough? If you have, hurry back." Zhou Shi, tearful, pulled at Duan Chong, "Come and see, the second family is eating meat." Upon hearing this, Duan Chong's eyes lit up, and he quickly scrambled up to join her. He gazed at the pot of steaming soup inside, swallowing hard. Soon, their 3 daughters followed suit, climbing up as well. A row of heads quickly appeared over the wall. "Father, mother, it smells so good. I wish I could have a bite," the eldest daughter lamented, drooling as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Why must all of us from the Duan family suffer such different fates? I want to eat meat too." Lin Wanwan, observing their despondent expressions, scoffed. "What's so special about eating meat? It's no big deal. In this freezing weather, how long can they enjoy their meat?" After speaking, she wiped her tears and stomped off towards the pig pen, with Aunt Wan following closely behind. Duan Qingyang watched his parents' pitiful display and urged, "All right, father, mother. Let us go before they notice us and ridicule us again." Despite his words, he too couldn't help but swallow hard. Inside, Duan Qinju, who had been dining, looked up to see a row of heads over the wall. "Father, mother, look. Isn't that the Chang family?" Duan Feng and Jiang Shi turned to glance outside and confirmed the sight. Duan Qinju stood, "I'll go shoo them away." However, sister-in-law Chen Wanru stopped her. "No. Let them watch if they wish, they can only observe, and they want to get to eat." Realizing the truth in her words, Duan Qinju sat back down. She picked up her bowl, savoring each bite of meat, relishing the flavor. Zhou Shi and the others watched intently, saliva dripping down their chins. Lin Shutang, who had already eaten her fill, mimicked Duan Qinju, holding her bowl by the window. "Isn't this just an eating broadcast? I can do it too." The chunks of lamb were generous, accompanied by sweet white radish. Each bite was a delightful blend of flavors. The 3 daughters of Duan Chong's family, already hungry, felt their stomachs grumble louder at the sight of Lin Shudang and her family relishing their meal. "Mother, should we ask our second uncle for some food? After all, we are family. Perhaps they will share a piece of meat once their anger subsides." Zhou Shi shot them a disdainful look. "Have we not asked before? They hold grudges from the past and wouldn't even consider us." She added angrily, "Don't be spineless. Once their supplies run out, let us see how carefree they remain." After saying this, Zhou Shi, in a fit of frustration, climbed down from the wall. Perhaps due to her hunger and rage, she accidentally stepped wrong and fell to the ground with a thud. "Ouch!" Zhou Shi landed hard, wincing in pain. Her eldest daughter hurried down to help her up. "Mother, are you all right?" Zhou Shi, clutching her waist, exclaimed, "You nearly broke my bones. Let us go home." Her eldest daughter, head downcast, confessed, "Mother, I don't want to return to the pig pen. I want to go back to the capital." Seeing her daughter in tears, Zhou Shi suddenly had an idea. "You may. How about we find you a husband here? That way, you won't have to endure such hardships with us." Duan Yui, once a young lady of the Chonghua residence, had only been matched with sons of high-ranking officials in the capital. Now, her mother wanted her to marry a common farmer in this desolate place, which she vehemently opposed. "Mother, I refuse to marry. I would rather starve than be forced into such a fate." Chapter 80. Not even bones for the dogs. Zhou Shi, seeing her unwillingness, chose not to press the issue further. As they prepared to leave, they were suddenly interrupted by the opening of the county office gate. Zhou Shi and Duan Chong halted, turning to see Duan Qinju approaching with a bowl filled with leftover lamb bones. Duan Yumei's eyes lit up with joy, and she excitedly grasped Zhou Shi's arm. "Mother, look. I told you, my second uncle wouldn't be so heartless. See, they brought us lamb bones." Zhou Shi glanced at the bowl. "Just lamb bones? I thought it would be something more substantial." Though she spoke dismissively, for those who hadn't had meat in a long while, bones were indeed a treasure. As she uttered these words, she unconsciously swallowed hard. Duan Qinju cast a stern glance at them. "You lot, stop loitering at our door. Get out of the way." Zhou Shi's face paled, and Duan Chong stood frozen in place. In front of everyone, Duan Qinju called out, "Xiao Huang! Xiao Huang!" Her voice echoed through the woods. And soon a large yellow dog came bounding towards her. This dog, released from Lin Shutong's space, was meant to guard their home against any ill intentions. The large dog barreled towards them, nearly knocking Zhou Shi and her family off their feet. As Duan Chong followed Mrs. Zhou to evade danger, they both tumbled onto the snow-covered ground, which was encased in a thick layer of ice. "My back! My leg!" they cried out in pain. "We warned you not to block the way, yet you chose to ignore us." Duan Qingzhou affectionately patted the large yellow dog and fed it the bones from his bowl. The dog wagged its tail joyfully, eagerly gnawing on the bones. Mrs. Zhou and Duan Wei stood there, astonished. "Duan Qingzhou, are those meant for the dog?" Duan Wei bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Duan Qingzhou shrugged. "What else would they be for? Did you think they were intended for you?" Instantly, the faces of Mrs. Zhou and Duan Chong flushed crimson. They had, to their embarrassment, been coveting dog food. Duan Qingzhou burst into laughter. "Duan Durun, Duan Furen. When did you two fall so low as to covet what belongs to a dog?" Ironically, Mrs. Zhou watched in envy as the dog devoured its meal, unable to suppress her own saliva. Duan Yumei, feeling famished, even felt an impulse to snatch the food away, sensing their ill intentions towards its bones. The large yellow dog growled and bared its teeth at them. "Woof! Woof!" Duan Qingzhou crossed his arms and warned, "Our dog has a fierce temperament and is fiercely protective of its food and home. If you dare to touch its belongings or ours, be wary of it snapping your neck." The dog obediently barked again, revealing its sharp fangs. Initially skeptical, Mrs. Zhou and Duan Chong were soon filled with panic as the dog lunged towards them, abandoning their daughters and fleeing in terror. "Father! Mother!" Duan Yumei cried, chasing after them in distress. Once their figures disappeared into the distance, Duan Qingzhou clapped his hands and patted the dog on the head. "Well done. I'll give you some more bones later." The dog wagged its tail in delight, nudging against her leg. Lin Shudang, observing from afar in the courtyard, noticed the Long family had been driven away and called out to Duan Qingzhou, "Third sister, it's cold outside. Come in and have some tea." Duan Qingzhou looked up with a smile, replying, "Of course, second sister-in-law." With that, she took the empty bowl and merrily returned indoors. Inside, having just finished a hot pot meal, the room was warm, and both Lin Shutang and Duan Qingzhou's cheeks were flushed. However, the Long family was not faring well. Despite having patched the drafty spots, the pigsty remained cold and uncomfortable. Yet, they would not freeze to death. Lin Wanwan returned early, boiling water to prepare the tree bark and roots she had gathered that day. Soon, the pot was filled with a murky concoction. While the taste was far from pleasant, it could at least satiate their hunger. Lin Wanwan ladled out a bowl, holding it in her hands, but hesitating to take a bite. Aunt Wan snatched it away, exclaiming, "The young ladies of the Lin family clearly have never known hardship. Don't you realize that in years of famine, tree bark is a precious resource?" Without regard for the dark, unappetizing contents, she gulped it down. The bark and roots were somewhat tough, but perhaps due to her prolonged hunger, she began to detect a hint of sweetness as she chewed. Aunt Wan remarked, "It's not half bad." Lin Wanon, intrigued, filled another bowl, asking, "Really?" Aunt Wan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, give it a try." Holding her nose and suppressing her discomfort, Lin Wanwan took a bite, finding it devoid of sweetness and instead filled with a muddy, earthy flavor. Unable to hold back, she gagged and vomited it out. Chapter 81, A Family Repeatedly Pierced by Heartache. Aunt Wan observed, frowning, "If you can't eat it, then don't. There's no need to waste food. In this bitter cold, who knows when it will relent? In a few more days, we may not even have tree bark to eat." With that, she snatched the bowl from Lin Wanwan's hands and handed it to a maid behind her. Lin Wanwan's eyes filled with tears, and she could not stop them from flowing. Aunt Wan, witnessing her delicate demeanor, scoffed, "What's there to cry about? This is all your own doing. You chose to enter the Duan residence, and you desired to marry the heir. What right do you have to feel wronged?" Lin Wanwan, often, do not blame others. Even if you hadn't exchanged the marriage, do you think marrying Duan Yanzhou would lead to a better life? I have heard that your dear sister toils daily for their family, repairing houses and clearing land to plant vegetables. Can you endure such hardship? If you cannot even stomach tree bark, it matters not whom you marry. You will still end up starving. Aunt Wan's words exposed Lin Wanwan's hypocritical facade. With her head raised, Lin Wanwan glared fiercely at Aunt Wan, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "I am still better than you, a concubine." This statement enraged Aunt Wan. She seized the hot tree bark soup and splashed it over Lin Wanwan's head. The scalding liquid cascaded from her head to her feet. Lin Wanwan stood up, screaming and frantically wiping the water from her hair. "Have you lost your mind?" Aunt Wan, throwing the pot to the ground in frustration, replied, "Indeed. I have lost my mind. Lin Wanwan, you call me a concubine, yet you are even beneath that. At least I was brought into the Duan family with a purchased steed. What about you? You ride in the sedan of the second household yet lie on the bed of the first. What a colossal joke that would be if it got out. Tell me, when you were flirting with the heir, did you learn your tricks from the courtesans?" Each of Aunt Wan's words struck deep. At that moment, Mrs. Zhou and the others returned. Having been humiliated by Duan Qingzhou earlier, they were feeling dejected. Seeing the quarrel in progress only fueled their anger. "Wan Xiangyu, if you keep making noise, get out," Duan Chong shouted at her. Aunt Wan had endured their antics for long enough. She stood up, smirking. "You think I want to stay? If it weren't for those two officials, I would have fled long ago. Staying with you will only lead to my death from hunger and cold." Duan Chong raised his hand and slapped her across the face. "You have truly gone too far. I should have taught you a lesson the last time we met on the road." Upon hearing him mention that prior incident, Aunt Wan's rage intensified. And she spat out a mouthful of blood. "What? Am I wrong? Your entire family, male and female, young and old, are utterly useless. Toiling all day yet unable to break through even a sheet of ice. It's one thing to be incompetent. But you all dare to dream of being young masters and mistresses. Wake up to reality. In this Jinan, no one will return. You." Duan Chong was so infuriated by her words that he clutched his chest, nearly losing his balance. Aunt Wan, dragging her maid, stormed towards the exit. Just as she stepped outside, Mrs. Zhou grabbed her hair and yanked her back. At that moment, two officials strode in, demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" One of the officials, surnamed Fong, was a bachelor in his 30s who had taken a liking to Aunt Wan during their travels. Otherwise, he would not have lingered here. He protectively shielded Aunt Wan, brandishing his whip towards the Duan family. "Behave yourselves. If you keep arguing, you'll all be sent to chop wood." Duan Chong and Mrs. Zhou immediately quieted down after receiving a lash. Duan Qingyang, who had gone to gather firewood, returned at that moment. "My lord, please calm down. We were in the wrong." The official's expression softened slightly. Aunt Wan, standing behind them, discreetly wiped her tears. The official surnamed Fong, observing her distress, dropped the pretense and said straightforwardly, "Duan Chong, if you wish to drive her away, then she will follow me from now on." He then turned to Aunt Wan, reassuring her, "Don't worry, with me. Although there may not be great wealth and luxury, you will at least have food to eat." Aunt Wan had endured considerable hardship. She understood the significance of even a meager meal in the present circumstances. Without hesitation, she nodded and declared, "Sir, I shall accompany you." The crowd gasped in astonishment, not anticipating such a turn of events. Lin Wanwan slowly rose, observing Aunt Wan sheltered behind her, and then glancing at the ineffectual Duan Qingyang. She found herself envying Aunt Wan. This envy was shared by Duan Yueme as well. Not only them, but even Mrs. Zhou cast her gaze toward another constable. Chapter 82. They discovered an alternate way of life. The chilly wind whistled through the dilapidated pigsty. The constable named Fong, upon hearing Aunt Wan's consent, addressed Duan Chong without preamble, "I shall take her now. From this moment forth, she shall have no ties to the Duan family." With that, he seized Aunt Wan and strode purposefully toward the exit. Duan Chong felt momentarily dazed, his complexion darkening as he stepped forward to block their path. "You are utterly lawless. How dare you attempt to snatch away my concubine?" The constable cracked his whip, striking Duan Chong and bellowing, "What do you mean by snatch? She is willingly coming with me. Just a moment ago, you were clamoring to send her away. How dare you now recant?" The whip struck Duan Chong's face, leaving a crimson mark on his withered, cracked skin. Clutching his stinging face, he remained defiant. "Even if I no longer want her, it is not your place to take her. Release me at once." Mrs. Zhou, who had long harbored disdain for Aunt Wan, felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing Duan Chang's fervent concern. If she wishes to leave, let her go. What good is a constable to her? Their meager salaries are hardly enough to sustain her. Though she voiced these sentiments, her eyes frequently darted toward another constable at the door. Duan Chong, furious, seethed, regardless of her feelings, if she runs off with another man. "It will be a disgrace to me. Even if she must perish, let it be within the confines of the Duan family." "Bah!" Aunt Wan spat defiantly. "I have tolerated you for far too long. Have you looked in a mirror lately? You are neither man nor ghost. You expect me to remain faithful to you for the rest of my life?" Her anger flared as she recalled their reckless behavior on the road. Scanning her surroundings, her gaze fell upon a nearby stick. Grabbing it, she hurled it at Duan Chong, exclaiming, "You wish to curse me. I, Wan Xiangyu, have no desire to remain with you." The stick struck Duan Chong squarely on the back. He cried out in agony, "You have gone too far. How dare you lay a hand on me?" Aunt Wan, emboldened by her previous act of defiance, swung the stick again, landing 2 more blows. Mrs. Zhou, distressed, rushed forward to intervene. However, Aunt Wan's 3rd strike landed on Mrs. Zhou's head. Mrs. Zhou staggered, clutching her head, nearly losing her balance. Duan Qingyang moved to support her while attempting to seize the stick from Aunt Wan's grasp. Yet, the constable beside Aunt Wan delivered a sharp whip across Duan Qingyang's hand, forcing him to withdraw. The constable continued to lash out with his whip, barking, "Behave yourselves. Otherwise, it will not matter if your entire family meets their end here. The capital will remain oblivious. The roads are perilous, and even if you perish, the news will not travel." Duan Qingyang quickly regained his composure, soothing his parents. "It is merely a concubine. If she wishes to depart, let her do so." Yet, Duan Chong's countenance remained grim. He could not swallow this affront, though he had no choice but to endure it. At that moment, the constables took Aunt Wan and her maid, Lianer, away. Lin Shutang and Duan Qinju were tidying the flower pots in the courtyard when they saw them escorting Aunt Wan back inside. The county magistrate had originally arranged for them to stay with the constables, but it was too cramped for 4 people, so he provided them with a small, low house adjacent to the county office. The 2 constables, one surnamed Fong and named Fong Hanzhong, and the other surnamed Wu and called Wu Shanong, held low positions but were not particularly cruel or malicious individuals. Typically, on the road to exile, officers like them would have seen the daughters of the Duan and Lin families lose their virtue long ago. Besides being somewhat stern, these constables had not engaged in any outrageous behavior. Fong Hanzhong, this time taking Aunt Wan, was simply unable to watch her suffer any longer. Duan Qinju glanced up and smiled. I wondered why they were reluctant to leave. It was all because of Aunt Wan. Lin Shutang, digging out the withered grass from the flower pot with a spade, reflected on their safe journey to Chinon and concluded that they must possess exceptional qualities. Otherwise, they would have perished on the road long ago. Besides their concern for Aunt Wan, Lin Shutang believed they anticipated the dangers of the journey. After turning the soil in the pot, she fetched a watering can and poured some spring water into it, then scattered a handful of cilantro seeds before placing the pot inside. The warmth of the room, combined with the spring water's nurturing, would likely yield a bountiful harvest of cilantro soon. During the lamb hot pot earlier, she had felt something was missing and realized it was cilantro. Thus, she immediately planted it. There were still 7 or 8 pots in the courtyard. Swiftly, she revitalized several more, placing them all on the windowsill inside. Along with cilantro, she also planted mint, scallions, cherry tomatoes, and strawberries, vegetation that was both aesthetically pleasing and edible. Chapter 83. The concubine enjoys meat, infuriating them. Once their tasks were completed, Constable Fong Hanjing led Aunt Wan to the county office. Duan Qinju urged Lin Shutang to join her in observing the unfolding drama. Fong Hanjing approached the county magistrate, stating, "Sir, I am aware this may be improper, but I merely wish to live a good life with her. I humbly request your permission to marry Wan Xiangyu." The county magistrate furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you aware that she is currently a slave?" Fong Hanjing nodded. "I am aware, but I do not mind. Sir, if you are concerned about the additional mouth to feed, I will take on extra work." Aunt Wan interjected, "Sir, I can also work. I know how to weave and sew shoes. I understand that the county office does not support idleness, and I will not eat without contributing." After her statement, she bowed deeply to the county magistrate. He stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before replying, "Very well, under these circumstances, I grant my approval. However, I must remind you that a convict is still a convict. Do not cause any disturbances in my presence, or I shall show no mercy." Fong Hanjing expressed his profound gratitude, bowing repeatedly, "Thank you, sir." Aunt Wan was equally delighted, tears of joy streaming down her face. The county magistrate instructed them to return to their quarters. Thus, Aunt Wan took up residence in the adjacent low house. This small house comprised 3 rooms, one for Aunt Wan and Fong Hanjing, one for the other constable, and one left vacant. It was not as warm as the county office, but with the addition of a charcoal fire, it was far superior to the pigsty. Lin Shutang turned her gaze toward their departing figures and, struck by a sudden idea, smiled at Duan Qinju. "Sister, would you like to witness an amusing spectacle?" Duan Qinju nodded enthusiastically. Lin Shutang grinned. In a moment, We shall send the leftover lamb soup from the kitchen to those two constables. Duan Qingju, puzzled, asked, Sister, what is your plan? Lin Shetang replied with a knowing smile, You will see shortly. All right, sister, Duan Qingju responded cheerfully, turning to carry out the task. Before long, she returned with a bowl of lamb soup for the two constables. Aunt Wan had been famished for several days, and Feng Hanzheng offered her the pastries he had saved. Here, eat this for now. In the evening, the county magistrate will provide a meal. Madame Wan took the pie and first broke off a piece for Lianer. The two of them gazed at the pastry in their hands, tears streaming down their cheeks. Upon witnessing this, Feng Hanzheng promptly produced a handkerchief to wipe their tears, urging them to eat, for the weather was frigid and hunting was not an option. He promised that once the heavy snow ceased, he would venture into the mountains to see if he could find any hibernating game. Madame Wan's sobs grew more intense at his words. It had been a long time since anyone had shown her such kindness. Concerned that she might choke, Feng Hanjing turned to pour her a glass of water. At that moment, Duan Qingju called out, Gentlemen, my sister-in-law has mentioned that you have been working hard these days, so she has specially sent you both some lamb soup. The two officials inside the room immediately felt a surge of joy and quickly stepped outside to express their gratitude. Madam Second Young Master, your kindness is greatly appreciated. Duan Qingju glanced into their room and added, My sister-in-law also said that given the current harsh weather, life is difficult for you both, so if you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to inform us. These two officials were grateful and responsive, their hearts swelling with appreciation as they replied, Thank you, Madam Second Young Master. Without further ado, Duan Qingju set down the bowl and turned to leave. Feng Hanjing took the lamb soup, dividing a bowl for Wu Shanong and Lianer, and then handed his own bowl to Madame Wan. Holding the warm soup in her hands, Madame Wan's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. It was the first time she had tasted meat on this arduous journey. The lamb soup was savory and rich. She relished it, hesitant to drink, savoring each sip. However, halfway through, she noticed Feng Hanzheng had not yet eaten, so she offered him her bowl. As they gently pushed it back and forth, they were spotted by Su Yinyang from outside the window. Seeing Madame Wan being taken away, she had come to take a look, only to find her indulging in the fragrant lamb soup. Su Yinyang felt a mixture of jealousy and envy, her craving intensifying, and in a fit of frustration, she stomped back to the pigpen. When Zhou Shi saw her return, she coldly inquired, Well, what of that little wretch? Su Yinyang leaned against the wall, letting out a long sigh, lamenting the stark differences in fate among people. She eats meat while we are left to sip on tree bark soup. Zhou Shi perked up. What did you say? She has meat to eat? Su Yinyang nodded vigorously, wiping her face, unsure whether it was tears or saliva. Indeed, I saw her holding the bowl, eating heartily. Where did she get the meat soup? Zhou Shi stood up, her face darkening, her lips trembling as she spoke. Chapter 84. The Two Mothers-in-Law Knock at Night. Su Yinyang replied, I suspect it was given by County Magistrate Yan. Currently, those two officials are serving as aides to him, so they would naturally provide meals. While the county office looks shabby, the food there is plentiful. Madame Wan is indeed fortunate. Being with that official means she need not worry about food and is spared from our daily labor. Zhou Shi seethed with an inexplicable anger. What a useless thing. Duan Chong chimed in, Isn't it just a bowl of lamb soup? Compared to the bird's nest and sea cucumber we used to eat, it is mere dregs. His eldest daughter echoed, Exactly. However, Zhou Shi's envy and jealousy were insurmountable. Gritting her teeth, she stomped her foot in anger and sat down, choosing silence. Suddenly, Lin Wanon, who had been quiet, looked up at Su Yinyang and asked, Are you certain you saw them eating meat? Su Yinyang nodded emphatically, confirming. Not only Madame Wan and those two officials, but even Lianer had something to eat. What? Lianer also had meat. Zhou Shi could no longer contain herself. Ever since their exile, they had fallen to the lowest depths, seeking superiority only among the servant girls who accompanied them. To Zhou Shi and her cohorts, Lianer was deemed inferior. If they were suffering, Lianer ought to suffer even more. Yet now, even the maid was eating meat while they were left gnawing on their dark, bitter tree bark water. She turned with a fierce glare at the pot of black water, her fingers trembling in fury. Su Yinyang sighed deeply, her voice choked with emotion. When will this life come to an end? Lin Wanwan withdrew her gaze, looking out the window, a glint of cunning in her dark eyes suggesting a scheme. That night, the cold wind howled outside. Lin Shetang added a heap of charcoal to the brazier and warmed her hands over it. Duan Yanzhou was beside her, sketching a map. All day, he had been working with Granny Feng on the topographical map of Chinon. Granny Feng recited while he drew, and they were nearing completion. Occasionally, Lin Shutting would peek through a small crack in the window. Duan Yanzhou approached with a cloak, draping it over her shoulders, gently asking, "What is happening outside?" Lin Shutting, munching on sunflower seeds, smiled, "Tonight, there will be a spectacle." Indeed, soon after, commotion arose outside the courtyard. As night deepened, a woman cautiously approached the pigpen of the Chang family, her head bowed and body hunched, making her way towards the small house of the two officials. She circled the small house, and then knocked softly at the window of Wu Shanyong's room. "Wu Go, are you asleep?" The room fell silent, and after a long pause, the woman mustered her courage to raise her voice. "Wu Go, do you remember me? I am very grateful for your care during our journey. Might you come out to see me?" Still, there was no reply. Growing anxious, the woman stepped back a few paces, suddenly feeling something underfoot. She quickly turned her head to see Zhou Shi lurking in the shadows, her face darkened. "Madam, what are you doing here?" Zhou Shi had arrived first, not having had the chance to knock before seeing someone approach, and instinctively stepped back. Little did she expect it was her daughter-in-law. "Lin Wanwan, are you not afraid of my son finding out?" Lin Wanwan quickly retorted, "Aren't you afraid of father knowing?" Zhou Shi shot her a glare. "Get back this instant." Lin Wanwan was unwilling to yield. "If anyone should retreat, it's you. Mother, just look at yourself. You are aging and losing your looks. Anyone would be repulsed by you." Zhou Shi's anger flared, and she reached out to grab her hair. "Say another word, and I will tear your mouth apart." Their voices grew louder, finally waking the sleeping Wu Shanong inside. He pushed open the window, glaring outside. "What is all this fuss? Can't anyone get a moment as peace?" Zhou Shi and Lin Wanwan froze in place. Wu Shanyong looked at the two of them, astonished. "What are you doing outside my window?" Then, as if a thought struck him, he added, "Was it you who just called out to see me?" Zhou Shi and Lin Wanwan were left speechless. At that moment, Duan Chong and Duan Qingyang, having noticed their partner's absence, were approaching to look for them. Chapter 85. Zhou Shi and her son catching the two in the act. Zhou Shi and Lin Wanwan were questioned, but remained silent. Wu Shanong, growing impatient at their lack of response, barked, "If there's nothing, then get lost. Or beware, I shall whip you." He showed no mercy towards the two women. Zhou Shi pulled Lin Wanwan behind her, stepping forward with a smile. "Sir, we've known each other for quite some time during this journey. Given our shared history, could you spare us some food?" Wu Shanyong cast a fleeting glance at them and curtly replied, "No, you can figure out what you want to eat yourselves. Don't bother me." With that, he prepared to shut the window. Zhou Shi hurriedly stopped him, raising her eyebrows and casting a flirtatious glance his way. "My lord, don't be so hasty. I want to take advantage of you. Just look at you, not exactly young anymore. It's high time you settled down." Wu Shanong, rather dull-witted, momentarily failed to grasp her insinuation. He glared at her and retorted, "Why should my affairs concern you? Get lost." He attempted to close the window again. Zhou Shi reached out to block him, pleading, "My lord, just take a look at me." Wu Shanyong lifted his gaze to her, noting her disheveled hair, dry skin, and the persistent grin on her face. Once a dignified lady at the Chonghua mansion, the hardships of exile had stripped her of her grace, leaving her resembling an ordinary woman of the streets. Wu Shanyong furrowed his brow, brandishing his whip, and admonished, "What are you looking at? Do you wish for me to see just how large your face is? Let me tell you, no matter how big it is, don't expect to beg for food here." With that, he slammed the window shut. Zhou Shi, flustered, retorted, "You ungrateful wretch. To think I even considered you is a monumental blessing for you. If this were back in the capital, you'd be on your knees polishing my shoes." At that moment, Wu Shanyong finally comprehended her implication and reopened the window, crossing his arms with a mocking smile. "Oh, so that's why you knocked on my door in the dead of night, was it to sneak into my bed? Puh, I'm not as sordid as you." He spat at them, "You have hands and feet. Why not work instead of coming here to embarrass yourselves? Does Master Duan know about this?" His voice echoed loudly. Hearing the commotion, Duan Qingyang and Duan Chong rushed over. "Mother, Lin Wanwan, what are you two doing here at this hour?" Duan Qingyang inquired sternly upon seeing them. Lin Wanwan cowered behind Zhou Shi, remaining silent. She had rarely washed her face clean and styled her hair neatly today, and though she wore no makeup, it was evident she had put in effort. Duan Qingyang felt an uneasy sensation and furrowed his brow as he stepped forward, forcibly bringing her closer and demanding, "Speak up. What are you doing here?" Duan Chong echoed, indeed. What brings you here? Are you trying to sneak off and do something shameful? Zhou Shi, feeling cornered, stammered, my lord. Qingyang, we merely ventured out at night to seek some food. Duan Chong was not convinced. Why not come out during the day? Do you expect food to fall from the sky at night? Zhou Shi hung her head, struggling to find an excuse. Wu Shanong, irritated by their disturbance, interjected loudly. Duan Chong, keep a close watch on them. They came to knock on my window in the dead of night, wanting to converse with me about whether I'm married and offering to become my wife. With just a few sentences, he laid bare the events of the night. Duan Qingyang and Duan Chong's faces paled, transforming from ashen to a furious shade of green, their foreheads glowing ominously in the night breeze. Together, they bellowed at Lin Wanwan and Zhou Shi, you have some audacity. Lin Wanwan, lowering her head and trembling, sobbed softly, Qingyang, father, it wasn't me. I merely passed by and happened to see mother here, so I came to check. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Shanong pointed at her, raising an eyebrow. Passing by? By your voice, it's clear you were the first to knock on my window. Zhou Shi, seeing Lin Wanwan attempt to distance herself, swiftly turned to accuse her instead, striking her across the face. Lin Wanwan, you truly lack shame. I saw you sneaking around here, knocking on the window, which is why I came to find you. Yet here you are, accusing me. After saying this, she glared at Wu Shanong. Don't get the wrong idea. It was her who came looking for you tonight. Wu Shanong, though simple-minded, never minced words. What nonsense. The one knocking is her, while the one wanting to be my wife is you. At your age, can't you be more discreet? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Duan Qingyang and Duan Chong's faces turned an even deeper shade of green. Chapter 86. Snacking on melon seeds with my third sister. Wu Shanong took the opportunity to deliver another blow. You two are utterly useless, unable to even break a block of ice, leaving your wives and daughters starving. No wonder they seek to become someone else's wives. After saying this, he waved his whip and commanded, if there's nothing else, all of you get back to your business and break ice tomorrow morning. Duan Qingyang and Duan Chang's eyes blazed with anger, itching to confront Wu Shanong, but the sight of his whip deterred them. Frustrated, they seized Lin Wanwan and Zhou Shi, dragging them toward the pigsty. The four of them stumbled along, pulling and pushing one another. Duan Qingyang, trembling with rage, gritted his teeth as he scolded Lin Wanwan. I can understand if you regret not following Duan Yanzhou. But now you're trying to flirt with a mere constable? Am I not even better than a lowly officer? Lin Wanwan winced as her arm was pulled painfully, struggling to defend herself. Qingyang, please calm down. I truly didn't. Zhou Shi spat at her. You still dare to deny it? Just look at how you've dressed yourself up so flamboyantly, clearly intending to attract that constable. No sooner had she spoken than Duan Chong slapped her across the face, leaving her dazed. Zhou Shi, clutching her swollen cheek in disbelief, looked at Duan Chong. You hit me. Once a figure of authority, Duan Chong had now revealed his true colors. He was merely a coward who dared only to strike women. Trembling, Zhou Shi began to weep, feeling utterly aggrieved. In the past, she had been the one delivering blows to others, but since her exile, she had endured countless beatings, and now even Duan Chong had turned against her. As Duan Chong coughed, he scolded, You disgrace the Duan family's name. If I don't strike you, should I praise you instead? Zhou Shi sobbed uncontrollably. You will meet a terrible fate for this, Duan. Oh, now you dare to curse me? Duan Chong rolled up his sleeves and shouted back. Their commotion soon reached the county office. Lin Shuting, munching on melon seeds with Duan Qinzhou, leaned against the door to watch the spectacle. Sister-in-law, what are you eating? Duan Qinzhou whispered. Lin Shuting offered her a handful. These are sunflower seeds. Try some. Sunflower seeds were less common than watermelon seeds, making Duan Qinzhou curious as she imitated Lin Shuting and began to crack them open. The two of them enjoyed their snack thoroughly. Outside the county office, Zhou Shi and Duan Chong were embroiled in a fierce quarrel. After being slapped, Zhou Shi, instead of remaining submissive as before, retaliated with 2 slaps of her own. The sound echoed, causing snowflakes to tumble from the treetops. Duan Chong spun around, clutching his face, seething with anger. You shameless woman. How dare you strike me? I'll divorce you. Zhou Shi clapped her hands together. Oh, do go ahead. Divorce me now. Perfect timing for me to remarry. With that, she turned and headed toward the pigsty. Furious, Duan Chong hurried after her, grabbing her hair and yanking it. Zhou Shi cried out in pain. Ah, Duan Chong, you beast. Let go. His grip was strong, Just as he intended to pull her toward the pigsty, he inadvertently slipped on the icy ground, dragging Zhou down with him in a heavy fall. Zhou groaned, clutching her back as another cry of pain escaped her lips. Their voices grew increasingly louder, rousing the other occupants of the pigsty, who rubbed their eyes and turned to gaze at them. Seeing his parents entangled in a chaotic scuffle, Duan Qingyang buried his head, unwilling to witness any more, and seized Lin Wanwan's hand, pulling her into the pigsty. Soon, the pigsty echoed with Lin Wanwan's intermittent sobs. Duan Qinzhou shuddered. This family from the long residence truly exhibited a selfish and malicious nature. Yet, they deserved it. Their downfall stemmed from their own corrupt practices, and their separation from us was a consequence of their unprincipled actions. Sister-in-law, I am grateful that it was you who married into our family, rather than that Lin Wanwan. Lin Shatong rose, playfully ruffling her hair. I too am fortunate to have married Yan Zhou and not that Duan Qingyang. Duan Qinzhou exchanged a knowing smile with her and led Lin Shutang back into the house. This third sister, who typically presented herself in a boisterous manner, was, in truth, as innocent as a child. Lin Shutang shared a deep bond with her. Just as the two of them entered the house, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the courtyard, rattling the windows. Lin Shutong focused her gaze outside and, after a moment, turned to Duan Qinzhou and Duan Yanzhou, saying, It seems a snowstorm is approaching tonight. A snowstorm again? Duan Qinzhou exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 87. The snowstorm approaches, the Long family is doomed. Lin Shutang looked out at the swirling snow and nodded, urging her sister, quickly, go inform elder brother, sister-in-law, and our parents, as well as the county magistrate, Lady Feng, to ensure they secure the doors and windows tonight. They must not venture outside. Duan Qinzhou replied, understood, sister-in-law, I shall go at once. She moved swiftly, dashing out the door while remembering to close it behind her. Duan Yanzhou was not idle either. Without needing Lin Shutong's instruction, he turned to stoke the fire with more charcoal. After reinforcing the fire, he picked up a hammer, glancing around the room, relieved that he and elder brother had fortified the house today, making it capable of withstanding tonight's storm. Yes, as long as we remain indoors, we shall be fine. Lin Shutting approached and noticed his previously fair hands were now covered in various cuts. She asked in confusion, what happened to your hands? Duan Yanzhou withdrew his hands, smiling lightly, it's nothing, just some minor injuries from working during the day. Lin Shutang retrieved ointment from her belongings and handed it to him, insisting, apply this twice daily, or be wary of scarring. Duan Yanzhou had previously been indifferent to the wounds on his hands, but upon receiving the ointment from Lin Shutang, he suddenly felt the injuries were worth it. He clutched the ointment tightly, lowering his head, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. Lin Shutong cautioned him, be sure to remember to apply the medicine. Yes. Duan Yanzhou replied earnestly, carefully placing the ointment away. Lin Shutang approached the table, observing the map Duan Yanzhou had drawn, and inquired, is there a small path to Suha County? Duan Yanzhou returned to the present, stepping beside her, yes. But even if there is a path, traversing it now in this icy weather would be quite challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shutting said slowly, we will plan once the storm subsides. There are items left by the late emperor there, and we must find them before the He family does. Duan Yanzhou softly affirmed, yes, understood. The two had been busy all day and were now weary. Over the past few days, they had fallen into a comfortable routine of sleeping soundly. However, as time passed, there were subtle changes. For instance, while they had previously slept back to back, Lin Shutting now often woke to find herself nestled in Duan Yanzhou's embrace. It was unclear whether she had initiated the closeness, or if he had. In Lin Shutang's mind, she was certain it was she who had moved first. This night, she again felt restless, exhilarated from the day's excitement. As she dreamt, laughter bubbled forth from her lips. Duan Yanzhou, startled awake, worried she might catch a chill, gently covered her with the blanket. Yet, no sooner had the blanket settled than Lin Shutang burrowed into his arms. Duan Yanzhou froze, not daring to move, his breaths becoming cautious. Shutan? He called softly. Lin Shutang, as if lost in a beautiful dream, murmured sleepily, quiet, quiet. Upon hearing this, Duan Yanzhou fell silent, tenderly holding her close. Outside, the snowstorm raged, shaking the windows with a cacophony. Duan Yanzhou quickly enveloped her in his arms, protecting her tightly while covering her ears. The wind howled ominously, as if threatening to uproot the entire house. Thankfully, he had fortified the structure today, and aside from the terrifying wind, they were relatively safe. Lin Shudang slept soundly in his embrace, soon settling into a peaceful silence, no longer speaking in her sleep. While they found solace in each other's company, the Long family was far from comfortable. Lin Wanwan, exhausted from crying, gradually opened her eyes to the fierce wind. A sudden gust of frigid air sent shivers through her. She called out urgently to Duan Qingyang, "It's bad. The snowstorm is here, wake up." Duan Qingyang, wrapped in a tattered blanket, ignored her. But as the storm intensified, a loud crash signaled the gale's ferocity, flipping Duan Qingyang's blanket over. Awakened by the cold, he and the others scrambled to their feet, bewildered. What is happening? Where did our blankets go? The biting wind continued to howl, distorting their features. Lin Wanwan exclaimed, "It's the snowstorm. We must find somewhere to hide." The others remained oblivious to the impending danger until they looked up at the roof of their pigsty, jolted into realization. Quickly, "Look, the roof of our pigsty is gone." Zhou Shi and Duan Chong, along with the others, raised their heads to see only the darkened sky and the swirling snowstorm. Chapter 88. The roofs of both families have been uprooted. Where is the roof? Where has it gone? Zhou Shi cried out, shivering and sniffling, directing her voice to the darkened heavens. Where is the roof? The snowstorm howled mercilessly, the wind and snow stinging their faces with a cold, painful bite. Lin Wanwan huddled closer, shouting at them, "Forget the roof. We must find shelter." After speaking, she bolted toward the exit of the pigsty. The storm grew fiercer, threatening to uproot the surrounding dead trees. Zhou Shi, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by the wind. Duan Qingyang rushed to help her, urging, "Mother, we must find somewhere to hide." Zhou Shi scrambled up, grasping his hand, tears streaming down her face. "Where can we go?" Duan Qingyang pondered, glancing outside. "We'll find a cave to take refuge." Zhou Shi nodded in agreement. Duan Chong quickly followed behind them, and the three daughters, along with 2 remaining aunts, joined the fray. Lin Wanwan was the first to discover a cave, entering just moments before Duan Qingyang and Zhou Shi followed closely behind. As soon as Zhou Shi stepped into the cave, without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and slapped Lin Wanwan angrily. "How dare you abandon us and run off on your own? Lin Wanwan, I'll tell you this. Since we came together, no one is to escape. If you wish to avoid suffering with us, you will suffer with us." Lin Wanwan's face turned a shade of blue from the cold as blood spurted from her nose from the slap. She protested, "Mother, I called for you." Zhou Shi was well aware that Lin Wanwan had indeed called out. She was simply venting her frustration at having been chilled. Soon, the adjacent Lin family's cattle shed was also uprooted. They too sought refuge in the cave, and thus, the 2 families were once again gathered together. Lin Wanwan rushed towards Lin Taifu, pleading with desperation, "Father, please let your daughter return. Even if it means starving, I must come back to the Lin family." Upon seeing her battered visage, Lin Taifu's heart softened slightly. However, the concubines nearby vehemently opposed her plea. "My lord, let us not forget our own dire situation. Adding another mouth to feed means one less morsel for each of us." Hearing this, Lin Taifu hesitated. Lin Wanwan, sensing his indecision, was overwhelmed with despair and cried out, "You are nothing but a deceiver. You once professed your love for me, yet now, you abandon me for the sake of a single meal. I should have seen through you long ago. Lin Shudang is also your daughter, yet you disregard her life just the same. You have never truly cared for us. Your only concern is your own survival." Lin Taifu, feeling a twinge of guilt, stepped forward, but his son Lin Tianhai blocked him, saying, "Father, the concubines are right. We cannot even safeguard our own lives. How can we concern ourselves with hers? Tonight, we must endure in this cave until the blizzard passes. And then we can repair our home." The other concubines chimed in, "Tianhai is correct." Lin Wanwan felt a profound sense of betrayal as she beheld their true natures. Biting her lip, she took a few steps back, finally recognizing the selfishness of each person around her. In the face of disaster, every individual was solely focused on their own survival. No longer pleading with the Lin family, Lin Wanwan turned and curled up in a corner of the cave. Though it provided shelter from the howling winds, the cold was unbearable. They lit 2 small fires, but even that did little to warm the frigid air. By dawn, Aunt Sue from the elder branch was left barely alive, her body burning with fever as she lay on the ground, coughing incessantly. Starved and cold, each person pushed their limits further. Zhou Shi lamented from the ground, "Had I known it would come to this, I should never have married into the Duan family." Lin Taifu seized upon her words to mock, Had you foreseen this, you should not have continually targeted the second branch. If you had treated them better, perhaps they would have shared a morsel with you out of brotherly affection. This is self-inflicted misery. Fuming, Zhou Shi retorted, isn't your Lin family the same? You deserve this. Famished and weary, Lin Taifu could no longer tolerate their bickering. He turned away from them, refusing to engage further. Meanwhile, in the county office, Lin Shetong rose early to find another layer of snow blanketing the courtyard. The chill deepened, and a sheet of ice formed atop the thick accumulation. She donned a down jacket, layered with an additional robe and a cashmere sweater to stave off the cold. Jiang Shi and Aunt Feng prepared porridge early in the morning. Shutting, come eat while it's hot. Aunt Feng served freshly steamed buns. Did the storm frighten you last night? Lin Shetong approached. Taking a warm bun and taking a bite, I wasn't scared. Our house is quite sturdy. Despite Duan Cheng'an and Duan Yenzhou having once been the young masters of the Duan household, they proved remarkably resilient, fortifying the house against the biting cold. It was no wonder Duan Yenzhou bore so many wounds on his hands. Just then, her sister-in-law arrived. Your brother mentioned he would go ice fishing tomorrow. Perhaps we can catch some fish. Lin Shutting set down her bun. Didn't we already arrange for the Lin family and the elder branch to go ice fishing? Her sister-in-law sighed. Those two families are utterly useless. They've been at it for 2 days without success. An idea struck Lin Shutting in the afternoon. I will go with Yenzhou. Are you going to ice fish? Her sister-in-law asked, surprised. Lin Shutting narrowed her eyes. Isn't it just about catching fish? We don't necessarily have to rely solely on ice fishing. Her sister-in-law, confused, was about to protest when Duan Yenzhou arrived. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will look after Shutting. She will be safe. Lin Shutong exchanged a knowing smile with him. They had a good supply of rice and grains, as well as chickens and ducks. But fish and fresh vegetables were scarce. Tired of pork and lamb, they occasionally craved fish. In the afternoon, Lin Shutang and Duan Yenzhou made their way to the ice lake known as Shanghai Lake, aptly named for its vastness, resembling a sea without end. A hole had been cut into the ice, but it was too thick to penetrate. Lin Shutong crouched down, brushing aside the snow on the ice surface to peer inside. The water was deep, and even through the thick ice, she could faintly see the shadows of fish swimming beneath. Elated, she pulled Duan Yenzhou over. Look. There are indeed fish. The incompetence of the elder branch was evident. So many fish lay beneath the surface, and if they exerted just a little more effort, they wouldn't be facing starvation. Duan Yenzhou followed her gaze and shared her excitement, rolling up his sleeves to begin chiseling the ice. Wait. Lin Shutang stopped him. I have a plan. He paused, looking up at her. Lin Shutang produced an electric ice drill from her space. This is far more effective than those axes and chisels. She handed it to Duan Yenzhou and demonstrated its use. He quickly grasped the concept, placing the drill against the ice, gripping the handle with one hand while turning on the power with the other. The drill whirred to life, swiftly creating a circular hole in the ice. Lin Shutang smiled approvingly as she retrieved the drill and prepared fish bait, tossing it into the newly made hole to attract the fish. The methods of fishing and catching were indeed slow. With focus, she drew in all the fish within her view into her space, leaving a small portion behind. After tossing in some fish food and covering the hole, she clapped her hands, satisfied that the remaining fish could thrive until her next visit. Duan Yenzhou hurriedly offered her a cloth to wipe her hands. It's cold here. We should return. Lin Shutting nodded, not forgetting to take 2 of the largest fish from her space to hand to Duan Yenzhou, smiling. Tonight, we shall have fish soup. With 2 hefty fish in hand, Duan Yenzhou chuckled. Very well, I shall prepare it. The pair made their way toward the county office. Just as the elder branch and the Lin family emerged from the cave, starved and desperate for food. Father, Mother, look. Fish! Exclaimed Duan Wenmei, astonished. Zhou Shi and Duan Chong squinted in disbelief. Where did fish come from in this frigid weather? Duan Qingyang stepped forward. They are from the ice lake. An ice lake? Zhou Shi gasped. Isn't that the one we tried to break through days ago? Duan Qingyang nodded. Indeed, though we failed to breach it, they got there first. Zhou Shi frowned. Why didn't you say so earlier? We must hurry. Duan Qingyang glanced at the women behind him. I can't break through that ice alone. Pointing at the already distant Duan Yenzhou, Zhou Shi retorted. What? Are you saying you can't match that sickly fellow? Her words stung Duan Qingyang. I'll go, he declared, grabbing an axe and heading towards the ice lake. He toiled for 2 or 3 hours, ultimately managing to carve out but a diminutive hole. Unable to catch any fish, he resorted to fashioning a makeshift fishing rod. The fish in the lake had diminished significantly, making it unlikely for him to catch any soon. Lin Shutang and her family returned home with a bountiful catch, their hearts brimming with joy. 2 sizable fish were expertly cleaned by Granny Foam, while Duan Yenzhou salted one for preservation, using the head of the other to prepare a savory soup and the flesh for a delightful fish slice hotpot. The remaining fish scraps were set to simmer with radishes, and soon, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma of fish. Lin Shudeng instructed Duan Yenzhou to save a piece of fish to send to Magistrate Yen. The magistrate, upon receiving it, turned it into a hearty soup, inviting his officers to partake in the meal. The 2 officers, accompanied by concubine Wan and Liener, enjoyed the fish soup together. As night fell, after finishing his fishing, Duan Qingyang returned to the cave, where Zhou Shi and Lin Wanwan had come outside to greet him. To their surprise, he appeared empty-handed. "Where are the fish? Did you catch none?" Zhou Shi scolded him. With hands rendered purple from the cold, he stammered, "Mother, the fish in the lake are scarce and without bait. It was exceedingly difficult to catch any." Zhou Shi sighed repeatedly, lamenting, "How can you be so inferior to Duan Yenzhou, unable to find even a single fish?" At that moment, the 2 officers who had dined at the magistrate's office emerged, laughing. Today's fish soup was truly delightful. Indeed, it is a rare blessing to enjoy fish soup here. We are fortunate to have stayed, otherwise, we would have surely faced a blizzard on our journey back from Chinan, meeting our demise. Exactly, it is thanks to Magistrate Yen and the Duan family that we are alive. One officer mused, "It is curious how all share the surname Duan. Yet the fortunes differ so greatly. No wonder the first branch faced exile while the second was merely demoted. Mark my words. The second branch of the Duan family will eventually return to the capital. If we treat them well, they may remember our kindness and assist us in the future." The 2 officers nodded in agreement. Zhou Shi, overhearing this, felt a surge of jealousy. Return to the capital? Such a fantasy, she muttered in anger. Yet, this was merely her own speculation. Since Duan Chong had been demoted, he could very well be promoted again in the future. Meanwhile, in the capital, a blizzard had recently passed. The emperor and his ministers were enduring difficult times, desperately stoking the fires in their chambers. However, in such frigid weather, even the warmth of charcoal fires was insufficient to stave off the cold, often waking them in the night. Indeed, late at night, the emperor found himself roused once again by the chill. Wrapped in thick blankets, he called out, "Quick, summon Lord He." A young eunuch promptly replied, "Yes, your majesty." In the palace, if the emperor was suffering so, others surely fared no better. The concubines in the harem clamored daily, one group demanding food, while another insisted on charcoal. Previously, they quarreled over gold and jewels. Now, they quibbled over a single basin of charcoal, creating an uproar. Lord He found his circumstances rather comfortable. Being summoned by the emperor in the dead of night, displeased, he inquired, "Why have you called for me at such an hour, your majesty?" The emperor sat up, his eyes darkened by fatigue. "I had a dream of the late emperor leaving something for me in Suha County." Lord He was taken aback. "Suha County?" The emperor nodded. "The late emperor visited there many times. He must have left something for me. Hurry and send someone. Yet, there are disasters requiring funds." Lord He bowed, "Your majesty. The journey is perilous with wind and snow. It may take over a month." "No matter, a month is but a month." The emperor grew impatient. Lord He reluctantly acquiesced, then lowered his voice, "Your majesty, the Duan family is likely already in Chinan. I feel it is too lenient toward them." He had heard that Duanfeng's family was faring well, and it lingered in his thoughts. The emperor, however, had no time to ponder the Duan family, raising an eyebrow. He waved dismissively, "Now that they are in Chinan, let them fend for themselves." Lord He wished to argue further, but was swiftly dismissed by the emperor, whose mind was consumed with thoughts of Suha County. At the Chinan County office, Lin Shutong arrived early, discovering a new row of characters on the wall of the teleportation space. The space had upgraded, expanding the teleportation range to 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers? Lin Shutong read the words multiple times, her heart filled with delight. This meant she could traverse to any location within 100 kilometers through the space. Thus, traveling to Suha County would require no arduous mountain paths. Chapter 91, Arrival at Suha County. The journey from Chinan to Suha County typically demanded traversing several mountain peaks. In the present icy conditions, navigating the mountain paths would take a minimum of 10 to 15 days. Lin Shatong gazed at the words in the space and concentrated. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself staring at the characters spelling Suha County. The snowstorm in Suha County proved even more severe than in Chinon. The landscape was blanketed in pristine white snow, and the narrow streets bore few houses, likely due to many residents fleeing from the disaster. She surveyed her surroundings and spotted the Zhao residence, renowned as a wealthy merchant in Suha County. The late emperor had always stayed at their estate during his visits, and treasures were hidden in the mountains behind the Zhao residence. Approaching the Zhao residence, she noticed lights still burning within. Lin Shatong climbed over the wall and ventured inside, only to find the courtyard filled with kneeling commoners. These individuals were likely refugees who had fled here. The master of the Zhao residence was distributing grain to them, and they expressed their gratitude with repeated bows. Having witnessed countless wealthy merchants and officials exploiting the common people, this was her first encounter with a benevolent figure aiding the needy. She paused to observe, but soon, the Zhao master retreated indoors. The commoners, clutching their steamed buns, bowed fervently until he disappeared, after which they devoured the food ravenously. Lin Shatong had merely intended to scout the area and had no intention of intervening. However, as she turned to leave, the commoners suddenly began vomiting violently. What is happening? Could there be poison in the buns? Lin Shatong focused intently and saw them expelling dark blood. It dawned on her that the Zhao master had never intended to help these refugees. He had poisoned the buns to eliminate them for his own comfort. How naive she had been to think him benevolent, only to discover his true cruelty. Seizing the opportunity as the Zhao master's men departed, she disguised herself as a refugee and approached them, saying, "Come, I have medicine for you." She then discreetly handed them the antidotes she had concocted. Desperate, the refugees grasped the medicine and swallowed it hastily. Lin Shatong seized the chaos to enter the space and return to the Chinon County office. Duan Yanzhou had been anxiously awaiting her return, and upon seeing her, he rose, asking, "Are you all right?" Lin Shatong had spent longer than usual in the space today, causing him great concern. Seeing her return unharmed visibly relieved him. "I'm fine. I have good news to share. Next time we can go directly to Suha County." Lin Shatong took a seat at the table, poured herself a cup of hot tea, blew on it, and took a sip. Duan Yanzhou always heeded her words, trusting that if she said they could go, then they surely could. So he said nothing more and brought over a plate of pastries. "Try these. They're sweet rice cakes made by Granny Feng today." Lin Shatong was indeed hungry. As she held a piece of sweet rice cake in her hand and took a bite, her eyes narrowed with a smile as she remarked, "The flavor is truly delightful, surpassing that of the chefs in the capital." Duan Yanzhou also sampled a piece, noting that it was a common delicacy in the capital. He then handed a piece to her. Although it was a familiar sweet rice cake, the original owner had never tasted it, which is why Lin Shatong found it so novel. Duan Yanzhou's gaze towards her reflected a hint of tenderness. However, Lin Shatong remained oblivious to this. And as she looked at the cake in her hand, an idea struck her. She retrieved some cookies from the space of her commercial establishment and offered them to Duan Yanzhou. Why not give this a try? Duan Yanzhou accepted it, examined it briefly, and then took a bite. Upon tasting it, his eyes visibly brightened. Lin Shatong smiled and inquired, "How does it taste?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It's different from the flaky pastries we usually have, but it's delicious." Lin Shatong beamed, "Precisely. Once the famine passes, should we sell these? Do you think anyone would buy them?" Duan Yanzhou responded thoughtfully, "Ordinary folks may not be able to afford much, but perhaps the nobles in the capital would be interested." Lin Shatong nodded in agreement. Indeed, her commercial space not only provided sustenance during the famine, but could also generate income in the future. That night, as she drifted into slumber, she envisioned her small fortune. The prospect of earning money implied that she could continuously upgrade her space, and perhaps one day, she might even return to the modern world. As Lin Shatong dreamt sweetly, the following morning, at the break of dawn, she rose and took her younger sister with her to the greenhouse. The vegetables in the greenhouse were flourishing, with potatoes and radishes beginning to sprout. Lin Shatong watered them with the water from her spiritual spring, anticipating a bountiful harvest in 10 days to half a month. Chapter 92. The family grinds soybeans to make tofu. After finishing watering, her younger sister suggested, "Sister-in-law, should we expand the greenhouse a bit more to plant some soybeans? Soybeans can be ground into soy milk and made into various bean products, which are quite beneficial. However, there was no immediate need to plant more, as she still had plenty in her space. Sister, we brought back 2 large bags of soybeans from the capital last time. Since the blizzard has passed today, why don't we grind the beans? Duan Qingzhou was delighted. Did we bring back soybeans this time? Lin Shuting nodded, yes. I packed some when your second brother and I left the capital. Whenever she mentioned Duan Yenzhou, the entire family would trust whatever she said. Duan Qingzhou grinned, all right. I'll go tell father and mother. Jiang Shi and Granny Feng were in the house, warming themselves by the fire while making shoes, with Aunt Wan assisting. The weather was frigid and materials for making shoes were scarce, yet the 3 of them did not wish to remain idle, so they did whatever they could. Duan Qingzhou hurried over. Mother, Granny, second brother, and sister-in-law brought soybeans. We can make tofu today. Jiang Shi and Granny Feng were both elated. Very well. I shall inquire where we can find a stone mill for grinding tofu. Duan Qingzhou replied cheerfully, sure, mother. Jiang Shi then went to the neighboring county office. Fortunately, there was indeed a stone mill available, which had been prepared by the county magistrate when he first arrived in Chinan. The family promptly set to work, soaking the soybeans in water in the afternoon, preparing to grind them. Duan Yan'o and his elder brother Duan Cheng'an temporarily set aside their house expansion tasks to lend a hand. Before long, the aroma of soy milk wafted from the kitchen of the second household. Meanwhile, the first household, the Zhang family, was still occupied with repairing their pigsty and cattle shed. Duan Qingyang struggled clumsily with the work, unable even to split firewood. Duan Cheng was no better, as he couldn't even climb a ladder. The family labored throughout the day, yet there was no sign of activity from the pigsty. The 3 daughters of the first household waved their hands dismissively, saying, Father, Mother, if we can't fix this house, let's just live in the cave. Zhou Shi shot her a disapproving glance. The cave is freezing cold. We'll freeze to death sooner or later. As she spoke, she urged Duan Qingyang, hurry up, or we'll have to sleep in the cave again tonight. Exhausted, Duan Qingyang finally managed to fit a beam onto the roof. Not long after, they caught a whiff of the tofu's fragrance drifting from the county office. The entire family turned to look at the office, their faces reflecting envy. Only Zhou Shi and Duan Cheng gritted their teeth in discontent. They just want to eat. At that moment, in the distance, Officer Fang Hanjing approached, holding tofu given to them by the magistrate, and smiled. Some people have food to eat, which is certainly better than none for you. All you can do is envy. He teasingly waved the bowl of tofu in front of them and continued. I heard you disturbed Brother Wu a few days ago, hoping to get food, and got chased away by him? Zhou Shi and Lin Wanwan simultaneously lowered their heads. This incident had always been a thorn in their hearts. Whenever Duan Qingyang and Duan Cheng looked at them unfavorably, they would bring up this matter to reprimand them. Now, with Fang Hanjing mentioning it, they felt utterly humiliated. Fang Hanjing observed their reactions and chuckled. Don't get your hopes up for that in the future. Brother Wu has a childhood sweetheart. He doesn't look at you at all. Zhou Shi was infuriated upon hearing this. That mere officer dares to look down on me? How ridiculous. Fang Hanjing paid them no further heed and returned to his room with his bowl of tofu. Lin Wanwan, feeling insulted, turned away to wipe her tears, not daring to look at Duan Qingyang again. Frustrated, Duan Qingyang tossed the wood aside, abandoned the work, and walked straight towards the cave. Inside the county office, the family of the second household was gathered around, enjoying a stew of tofu. Lin Shutang added eggs to the tofu, and soon the enticing aroma filled the entire residence. Jiang Shi served them rice, saying, Here, Shutang, eat more. Lin Shutang received it gratefully. Thank you, mother. Jiang Shi then served a bowl to her sister-in-law. Here, Wanru. Over the past month, Wanru's belly had noticeably grown. Lin Shutang had given her several supplements for iron and calcium from her space, and with this nourishment, the child was growing swiftly. Chen Wanru accepted the bowl with a smile. Thank you, mother. Duan Cheng, standing nearby, urged, Come, let us eat. Unlike the first household, there was an unwritten rule in the second household that the women would always eat first. Duan Feng, Duan Cheng'an, and Duan Yenzhou would only begin eating once the women had started. In their view, in such a harsh world, even in death, they must protect their wives first. As long as they remained, this family would endure. Chapter 93. The Discovery of the Late Emperor's Great Treasury. Lin Shutang sipped the tofu soup, feeling warmth enveloping her. Life here was simple, revolving around the pursuit of food and warmth. Yet, she experienced a warmth she had never felt before, transforming an otherwise mundane existence into something rich and flavorful. Watching her family enjoy their meal, her heart swelled with joy. After dinner, Lin Shuding took Duan Yanzhou back to their room. "Yeno, are you ready?" Duan Yanzhou paused for a moment, glancing at the bed, his ears flushed with embarrassment. I. Before he could finish, Lin Shuding pulled him along, smiling. "We're all set. Let's hurry and get going." At that moment, Duan Yanzhou realized he had been overthinking things. Lin Shuding pulled him into the space, and the two quickly arrived at Suha County. Meanwhile, the men dispatched by Lord He were hastening towards Suha County. As Lin Shuding and Duan Yanzhou emerged from the space, they fortuitously arrived at the Zhao residence. This night, the Zhao residence was markedly different from the previous one. Last night, it was teeming with refugees. Tonight, however, it lay eerily desolate. Just as Lin Shuding was pondering this change, she overheard a conversation among the young servants next door. Indeed, last night was peculiar. The master had poisoned those commoners. Yet astonishingly, they all revived upon turning away. Yes, it was truly unfortunate for the master, as he was seized and beaten by them. Thankfully, they had escaped swiftly, otherwise, the master would have surely slaughtered them. "Come on, let us hurry and bring water to the master. He has been gravely injured this time." Lin Shuding understood the situation. It seemed that after she had saved those refugees, they had risen in revolt and beaten Zhao Leoi. He deserved it, if he was worried about supplies. He should have refrained from saving them only to poison them later. What a moral depravity. It was indeed fortunate that Zhao Leoi was injured. She could now head directly to the storeroom on the back mountain. The late emperor had known that the emperor he chose was a spendthrift, so he secretly left behind some wealth. Unfortunately, the late emperor died too suddenly and did not have the chance to disclose this before his demise. He had assumed that the county magistrate Yan would inform the emperor. Little did he know, shortly after the late emperor's death, Yan was demoted. Given how the emperor treated him, how could he possibly reveal such a secret? Lin Shuding took out the blueprints given to her by Magistrate Yan and made her way to the back mountain. Duan Yanzhou led the way ahead, ensuring a clear path for her. Fortunately, there were no guards here. It seemed even Zhao Leoi himself was unaware. Following the blueprints, they traversed a snowy expanse and arrived at a cave. Continuing deeper, they discovered a massive banyan tree. If it had not withered, it would have cast a dense shadow, completely concealing the area. Amidst a pile of dry branches, they soon spotted a stone door behind. Lin Shuding stepped forward towards the stone door. Duan Yanzhou swiftly interjected. "Let me." Lin Shuding paused and turned to look at him, observing as Duan Yanzhou strode up to the stone door and forcefully pushed it open. As the door creaked ajar, a long tunnel was revealed. Lin Shuding retrieved a lantern from the space, saying, "Let us go in and take a look." Duan Yanzhou accepted the lantern from her and ventured into the tunnel, slowly illuminating the way. The tunnel was deep, and Lin Shuding lost track of time as they walked. Gradually, they reached the end, where another stone door awaited them. Duan Yanzhou approached and gently pushed it open. As the stone door swung wide, beams of golden light spilled forth. Following the golden glow, Lin Shuding peered inside, astonished to see neatly arranged gold ingots filling the space behind the door. Above the ingots hung several enormous luminous pearls, casting a bright light throughout the storeroom. For the first time, Lin Shuding truly comprehended the meaning of being dazzled by riches. The storeroom was overflowing with gold, surpassing the wealth of the Long family and the Lin family combined. The late emperor had indeed possessed foresight, anticipating that his son's treasury would be depleted, and the gold left here was sufficient to resurrect the dog emperor. Duan Yanzhou moved deeper inside, discovering not only gold but also an array of weapons, various sharp spears and swords. He could not help but exclaim, "Shuding, come look at this." Chapter 94, Emptying the Late Emperor's Treasury. Hearing Duan Yanzhou's call, Lin Shuding approached him, asking, "What is it?" Duan Yanzhou gestured ahead, saying, "Look." Lin Shuding lifted her gaze in the direction he indicated and saw not only stacks of spears and swords, but also an abundance of armor. She stepped closer, gently placing her hand on the sturdy armor, gradually realizing that the late emperor had left behind not only wealth for the dog emperor, but also military supplies that could facilitate his resurgence. Duan Yanzhou led her further along. Aside from the weapons at the entrance, they soon encountered towering heaps of supplies. These resources could sustain an army of 30,000 soldiers. Lin Shuding's eyes sparkled with delight as she remarked, this visit was certainly worthwhile. Duan Yanzhou picked up a sharp spear to test its edge. It was indeed a fine weapon, truly a testament to the late emperor's affection for his seemingly useless son. Lin Shuding picked up a curved blade nearby and, with a teasing smile, remarked if he had invested this effort in educating his children, he would not have had to resort to such desperate measures. The current emperor in the court was not only foolish, but also dim-witted, driving away loyal ministers while surrounding himself with treacherous advisors and favoring Lord He, which would inevitably lead to his own demise. Of course, the only correct decision he made was to exile the Long family. Lin Shudong set down the curved blade and continued deeper into the storeroom, soon discovering a series of war chariots. Ancient war chariots primarily featured 2 or 4 wheels, and there appeared to be no less than 1,000 of them. It was evident that the late emperor had invested considerable time in excavating this secret storeroom. As they moved further in, Lin Shudong did not stop to examine each weapon, but hastily began to fill the storeroom's contents into her space. In the blink of an eye, the entire storeroom, including the luminous pearls on the ceiling, was emptied. Lin Shudong clapped her hands and smiled at Duan Yenzhou, saying, "Since we are here, why not take the Zhao residence as well?" Duan Yenzhou turned and walked towards the storeroom's exit, noting that the night was still young, allowing ample time for their task. Lin Shudong shared a knowing smile and followed closely behind him as they departed. The two entered the space, moving in and out of the Zhao residence with stealth, completely depleting it without a trace. As she left, Lin Shudong deliberately left behind a few buns laced with a potent laxative. Since Xiao Leoi took such pleasure in poisoning others, he should experience the bitterness of being poisoned himself. By tomorrow, when he devours those buns and finds no toilet paper, he would likely be stuck in the outhouse. Having completed this mischief, Lin Shudong returned to Chinan County before dawn. As they emerged from the space, the charcoal fire in the room still flickered. Suddenly, Lin Shudong recalled Magistrate Yan's words. "Yenzhou, I remember Magistrate Yan mentioned that the late emperor left behind something that could govern the world in Suha County. Yet it seems we did not come across it earlier." To verify this, she went back into the space to check the items they had collected, but found nothing particularly remarkable. After some contemplation, Duan Yenzhou replied, "That item is likely not in the storeroom." When the late emperor passed, Magistrate Yan believed he had lost hope in the crown prince, but that was not the case. Therefore, the late emperor concealed it from him and did not disclose the location of that item. Lin Shudong could not help but admire. He was indeed cunning. However, it is of no concern. We can search for it at our leisure, as we can visit at any time. With that, she smiled and stepped out of the space. In the following days, the extreme cold weather that had persisted after the snowstorm began to show signs of improvement. The next day, Lin Shudong opened her door and noticed that the clouds had lessened, allowing a brighter sky to emerge, complemented by the glistening white snow, which was almost blinding. Stepping outside, she observed that townsfolk were gradually appearing outside the county office, suggesting that after the snowstorm, the residents of the county had begun to venture out in search of food. Chinan County is not large. Apart from the villages nestled within the surrounding mountains, the county government is flanked by streets and the abodes of its inhabitants. The streets are paved with cobblestones, winding their way through the area, where one might occasionally glimpse a couple of households. This place has historically been impoverished, unlike other flourishing counties. Within Chinan County, mountains and trees dominated the landscape, but now they stand as mere silhouettes of frost and withered branches, remarkably disregarding the frigid weather. This locale resembles a fairyland blanketed in ice and snow, adorned with silver and jade-like branches, presenting a breathtaking panorama. Lin Shudong, however, was too preoccupied to admire the scenery. She turned and entered her greenhouse, where the potatoes and radishes she had planted yesterday had grown considerably. She retrieved seeds from her space and sowed tomatoes and onions, which were absent in this region. Chapter 95, A Relative Visits. As she glanced around, she realized the greenhouse was becoming insufficient. At that moment, Duan Yenzhou approached and said, "I've just felled some trees. I will help you expand this greenhouse tomorrow." "All right," Lin Shudong nodded, remembering to take out the necessary materials for constructing the greenhouse. Seeing this, Duan Yenzhou assisted her in organizing the items and rolled up his sleeves to continue working. Once the tomatoes and onions were planted, Lin Shudong raised her head and heard someone calling from outside the greenhouse. "Second sister-in-law, someone is looking for you." Startled, Lin Shudong wondered who could be seeking her in Chinan. She stepped out of the greenhouse, only to find her third sister. "Second sister-in-law, you must come and see. It seems that person claims to be your relative." Lin Shuding paused, her mind racing. A relative? The original owner of this identity had been neglected since childhood and had lived a difficult life, with no relatives ever reaching out to her over the years. Why would they come now that she had been demoted alongside the Duan family? With a sense of confusion, Lin Shuding followed her third sister to the neighboring county government. There, she found two young individuals, a man and a woman, dressed in thick fur coats, clearly not refugees, but rather from a wealthy family. Upon seeing Lin Shuding, their faces lit up with joy. "Cousin, it's really you, cousin." Lin Shuding scrutinized them and, from the fragments of the original owner's memories, discerned that these were her cousin and cousin sister, the eldest son and second daughter of the Su family from Yuanzhou. Their mother, Madame Hai, was a biological sister to Madame Lin. However, the bond between these two sisters was fraught with discord. They shared no true blood relation, as Madame Lin was born of the original wife of the Hai family, while Madame Hai was the child brought into the household by a stepmother. Madame Lin passed away early, and the two families had only met once a year prior, never again keeping in touch. What could possibly bring these two here so unexpectedly? Lin Shuding inquired, "Cousin, cousin sister, what brings you here?" The second daughter of the Su family hurried forward, her smile diminishing as she glanced at Lin Shuding's attire. Yet, she quickly feigned a smile and said, "Cousin, my brother, and I heard that you were exiled to Chinon shortly after your marriage. So we came specifically to take you back to the Su family." The mention of the Su family left Lin Shuding with an unsettling feeling. The eldest son of the Su family interjected, "Cousin, with the ongoing ice disaster and food shortages, you might starve or freeze to death here. It would be better for you to return with us to the Su family." The second daughter of the Su family grasped Lin Shutong's hand and added, "Look. Your hands are so red from the cold." Lin Shuding glanced down, realizing her hands were slightly reddened from washing with hot water after planting, not from the cold. The eldest son of the Su family cast a disdainful glance at the dilapidated county government and exclaimed, "Is this truly a place for humans to reside? Cousin, the Duan family is finished. Come with us to Yuano, and we will find you another household." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Yanzhou strode over, acknowledging them with a cold demeanor. "Ah, it is my cousins. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." His expression was notably grimmer than usual as he regarded the two visitors with a frosty gaze. Lin Shuding smiled at them, saying, "Thank you for your kind intentions. But I am doing well in the Duan family and shall not accompany you to Yuanzhou." The eldest son of the Su family grew agitated. "Cousin, going with us means living a life of luxury. If you stay here, you will only suffer with them." Lin Shuding narrowed her eyes, gazing at him with a mocking smile. "Is it truly a life of luxury?" As expected, a flicker of unease crossed the eldest son's eyes. If her memory served her right, the Su family in Yuano was indeed renowned for their wealth, particularly for their fine horses. They owned their own stud farm and supplied thousands of war horses to the military each year. These two had lived in privilege and now they were pleading with her, claiming no ulterior motives. She found it hard to believe. Calculating the distance, she noted that Yuano was not far from here, perhaps a little over 100 kilometers. Just one mountain range further than Su County. "Cousin, of course, it is a life of luxury. Are you unaware of the Su family's standing?" the eldest son asserted, thumping his chest. Their determination to brave the elements to reach her suggested the matter was serious. Lin Shuding smiled and said, cousin sister. You need not beat around the bush. Please speak plainly." The second daughter of the Su family, unable to maintain her facade, retorted, "Lin Shuding, we have come here humbly to seek your favor. Do not be ungrateful." Lin Shuding shot back, "What if I choose to be ungrateful? During my years of hardship in the capital, I never saw you come to take me back to the Su family. You didn't even attend my mother's funeral. Why think of me now? Even if I were to starve here, I would not go with you. Return to where you came from. And right now, considering the harsh weather, you should be more concerned about how to protect your horses." Chapter 96. They came to deliver horses. In this icy world, people can wear clothes and warm themselves by the fire, but horses cannot. And there are so many horses. Clearly, the Su family was not faring well. The second daughter of the Su family stomped her foot in frustration, muttering under her breath, "What a disaster." Even her words are ominous. Before she could finish her sentence, Duan Qingzhou raised his hand and unexpectedly slapped her across the face. "You wretched girl, who permitted you to insult my sister-in-law?" The second daughter of the Su family covered her face, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. "How dare you strike me? You exiled slaves have the audacity to lay hands on me. Upon witnessing his sister being struck, the eldest son of the Su family was instantly consumed with rage, pointing at Duan Qingzhou and declaring, "You hit my sister. I will have your skin today." With that, he prepared to charge forward. Duan Yenzhou swiftly kicked him in the chest, sending him tumbling backward, howling in pain. "Someone! Quickly!" At that moment, a throng of attendants rushed in from outside the government office, helping the eldest son of the Su family to his feet. "You have some nerve." Duan Yenzhou positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Shutang and Duan Qingzhou, sternly addressing them. "It seems you are mistaken. We are not exiled criminals. This is the county government. My father is the county magistrate. While the Su family is indeed wealthy, assaulting a government official and their family is a serious crime." The eldest son and second daughter of the Su family were momentarily taken aback, whispering among themselves, "Didn't we hear that the Donghua government was confiscated and its officials exiled? How did it become a county magistrate?" At that time, one of the attendants hurriedly interjected, "Young master, miss, we just inquired. This is the second branch of the Duan family, not the first heir of the Donghua government. They indeed have not been exiled." Upon hearing this, the eldest son and second daughter of the Su family fell silent, though their eyes still reflected disdain. At this moment, Lin Shutting suddenly called out loudly toward the entrance, "Xiao Huang, we have thieves at home." As soon as she spoke, a large yellow dog suddenly charged in from afar, lunging at their group with bared teeth. Where did this dog come from? We must flee. Quickly." In the midst of the chaos, the two siblings from the Su family fled in a panic. Once they had departed, she swiftly shut the door of the county office. Duan Qingzhou approached, fuming, "Second sister-in-law. It seems they have set their sights on you." Lin Shutting nodded, pondering, "But what do I possess that would draw their attention?" At that moment, Duan Yenzhou arrived, declaring, "It's about the fateful connection." "Fateful connection?" Duan Qingzhou and Lin Shutong exchanged bewildered glances. Duan Yenzhou explained, "Years ago, I heard tales of the Su family. They ingratiated themselves with the governor of Yuanzhou, committing numerous misdeeds. Yet, due to their annual tribute of war horses to the imperial court, both the emperor and the governor turned a blind eye to their transgressions. The old master of the Su family has long suffered from an ailment and has been dependent on medicine. Even before our exile, the Su family had posted notices far and wide seeking a person of exceptionally strong fate to bring him good fortune." Lin Shutong's eyes widened in realization. "Am I the person they seek?" Duan Yenzhou nodded. "Given the current cold weather, it is likely that the old master's condition has worsened. Thus, these two siblings have braved the storm to find you. They believe that since you have endured hardships alongside your banishment, a simple act of kindness would compel you to follow them willingly." At this, Duan Qingzhou gasped, "They intend to marry you off to that ailing old man. But what if he dies after the marriage?" Lin Shutong queried. Duan Yenzhou's gaze darkened slightly as he replied, "Then you would be sent to accompany him in death." Duan Qingzhou was taken aback and quickly grasped Lin Shutong's arm, exclaiming, "How cruel-hearted these people are." Lin Shutang felt a surge of indignation. It was one thing for the two families to have no contact, but to scheme from over 100 kilometers away was sheer folly. Any sympathy she had felt for those horses evaporated. Her ranch had ample space. She could accommodate not just 100,000, but even 200,000 steeds. Chapter 97. Her mind was abuzz with schemes for profit. The Su siblings, undeterred by their previous failure, contemplated a second attempt, albeit with a more aggressive approach. Seated in their carriage, they plotted. The second Miss Su crossed her arms in frustration, declaring, "Brother, I think we should simply send someone to abduct her. After all, this is a remote area. What can the county magistrate do against us? We have the numbers." Su Dajuan, deep in thought, responded, "Sister, you are indeed correct. We outnumber them, and should a confrontation arise, they would surely be at a disadvantage. However, it would be best to avoid direct conflict. Instead, we can wait until they are asleep tonight, then drug Lin Shutting and take her away. By the time they awaken, we will already be on the road to Yuanzhou." After a moment's hesitation, the second Miss Su smiled. "All right, I shall follow your lead, brother. Mother has stated that as long as we can bring Lin Shutting back, we may resort to any means necessary. Father's illness cannot be delayed, and we haven't divided the family assets yet. He can pass after the division." Su Dajuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot allow those illegitimate sons to benefit. I have heard that the concubines have been attending to father closely, and he has already dispersed considerable wealth among them. If we can bring him good fortune, surely he will reward us for our filial piety. The second Miss Sue's eyes sparkled at the mention of substantial wealth, as if imagining riches already in her grasp. Over the years, the old master of the Sue family had taken several concubines and fathered numerous sons, while the deceased first wife had birthed 3 sons. However, since the High family entered the household as the secondary wife, the original 3 sons had been cast out, leaving only 1 son and 1 daughter to claim the status of the legitimate heir. Now, as the old master lay dying, perhaps he had a moment of conscience, thinking of his 3 sons. Thus, the siblings feared that their rightful inheritance might be divided, prompting them to seek a way to bring the old master good fortune. The old master had a trusted diviner who calculated the birth date and fate of the good fortune bringer, and upon seeing that it matched Lin Shudong's, the High family hastily dispatched their children to fetch her from Chinon. Yet, the siblings had not anticipated that Lin Shudong would prefer to endure hardships rather than comply. After finalizing their plans, the second Miss Sue noticed a peculiar bird overhead. She paused, perplexed. What is that? The old master followed her gaze, watching as the strange bird soared into the distance and vanished. Rubbing his eyes, he mused that the mountainous region of Chinon was home to many rare and unusual creatures. The second Miss Sue withdrew her gaze, dismissing her doubts. Meanwhile, within the county magistrate's residence, Lin Shudong retrieved her drone. Knowing that the Sue siblings would not easily give up, she had intentionally released the drone to follow them. She had clearly overheard their scheming, and with a smirk, she remarked, "If you wish to abduct me, let us see if you possess the capability." With that, she turned and stepped into her space. The lights in the commercial space remained perpetually bright, rendering day and night irrelevant. As there had been no transactions, her space had not expanded in duration. Yet the progress bar for the 12th level continued to rise steadily, indicating 10 days remaining. Lin Shudong entered the dessert shop on the first floor, gazing at the array of confections, her desire to open a store reaching its zenith. After circling the window, she suddenly realized that since her space allowed her to travel anywhere within 100 kilometers, she was not limited to opening a shop in Chinon. She could venture to other prosperous locations as long as she returned daily through her space. With her plan solidified in her mind, she recognized that first, she needed to address the Sue siblings. After gathering a collection of medicinal herbs from the medical space, she emerged from her realm. As night fell, Lin Shudong went to bed early, before Duan Yanzhou returned. With the days growing shorter and nights longer, she typically completed her greenhouse tasks before sleeping. However, this evening felt different. Duan Yanzhou sensed something amiss and gently touched her forehead. "Are you unwell?" Lin Shudong turned, curling deeper into her blankets, and recounted the siblings' plot to abduct her. With her eyes closed and a languid demeanor, she appeared entirely unconcerned. Yet Duan Yanzhou's expression shifted to one of tension. "Had I known of their malicious intent, I should have broken their legs today." Though his tone was calm, it belied a simmering anger. Lin Shudong extended her fair hand from beneath the covers, tugging at his sleeve reassuringly. "Fear not. They cannot breach our defenses. Let us take this night to rest well. We must embark on a journey later tonight." Chapter 98. Her Counterattack. Duan Yanzhou glanced at her hand grasping his sleeve, his expression softening. He bent down and adjusted the blanket covering her, shielding her exposed arm. "Tonight, rest easy. I shall keep watch." Lin Shudong released his sleeve, withdrawing her hand and nodding as she closed her eyes. Though she initially felt wide awake, the warmth of the blankets soon lulled her into a gentle slumber. Duan Yanzhou extinguished the lamp and lay beside her, his eyes trained on the door, vigilant against any potential threats. The night deepened, and the lights of Chinon County gradually extinguished, enveloping the area in a cloak of darkness beneath a sky thick with clouds. After giving instructions to the servants he had brought along, Master Su and his younger sister sought refuge in the carriage. They dared not take matters into their own hands, instead waiting for the servants to capture Lin Shudong. Upon arriving at the back door, the servants were met with a dense, swirling mist. As they inhaled the mist and looked up, they could vaguely discern a shadowy figure overhead, but the darkness of the night obscured their vision, revealing only the silhouette of a bird. The leading servant urged them softly, "Hurry up." The others, shaken from their stupor, complied and continued forward. Just as they were about to scale the wall, several of them suddenly clutched their chests and began to retch. The 2 leading servants, alarmed, turned back and demanded, "What is wrong?" The two servants waved their hands dismissively, swaying as if intoxicated. "We're fine. Let us proceed with capturing them." Upon finishing their words, they turned around and headed towards the Su siblings' carriage. The leading servant, now panicking, called out, "What are you doing? Come back." No sooner had he spoken than he too fell into a fit of retching, and the scene before him began to twist and distort. In an instant, he was as dazed as the others, rushing towards the Su siblings. Inside the carriage, the siblings waited anxiously. Soon, they heard footsteps approaching. "Have they brought the person so quickly?" Miss Su remarked with a smile. Master Su, equally pleased, joined her in lifting the carriage curtain, asking, "Have they brought him?" A number of servants, heads bowed, approached with vacant eyes, resembling soulless automatons. Seeing them empty-handed, Miss Su fumed. "Weren't you supposed to capture someone? Where is he?" The dazed servants suddenly lifted their eyes to her, and with a renewed fervor, they exclaimed, "Yes, binding him. Quickly, Lin Shutang is here, let us act." These servants, under the influence of a hallucinogenic drug, had lost all semblance of reason. To them, everyone appeared as Lin Shutang, indifferent to the identities of the eldest son and the second daughter. A throng surged forward, raising their clubs to strike at Master Su and Miss Su. Miss Su was poised to scold them haughtily when a club struck her on the head, causing her to clutch her head and emit a piercing scream. "How dare you lay your hands on me? Brother, quickly, beat them to death." These privileged young masters and mistresses were no strangers to the brutal treatment of servants. Despite the fact that the servants were under the influence of a drug, their pent-up resentment towards the siblings fueled their aggression. As soon as she finished speaking, the servants did not relent. They raised their clubs and struck at Miss Su again. This time, the blow landed on her shoulder, causing her to double over in pain, tears welling in her eyes as she looked pleadingly at her brother. Master Su, a mere dandy, had no martial skills to speak of and was too preoccupied with his own safety, trembling as he took 2 steps back. "Let us talk this over. Don't you want silver? I'll give it to you, I promise." The servants, however, remained in a daze, their singular focus on capturing someone. "No silver, just bind them. Quickly, let us take them to the young master and young lady." At the command of their leader, they pressed forward. This time not merely with clubs, but with bare hands. The group overpowered the siblings, pinning them firmly in the carriage. Master Su, unable to endure any longer, shouted, "Let me go, or you'll regret it when we reach Yuanzhou." A servant raised a hand and slapped him across the face. Smack. Unyielding, Master Su continued, "You'll be sorry." Smack. Another slap followed. His face swollen, he persisted in his threats. "You'll meet a terrible fate." Smack smack. A flurry of 3 or 4 slaps ensued, leaving Master Su's mouth bleeding. Miss Su, aghast, cried out, "Brother! Brother!" Yet her plight was no better. 2 servants bound her with ropes, stuffing her mouth with a foul shoe and shoving her into a sack. She struggled desperately within the confines of the sack. One of the servants kicked her twice, warning, "Stop moving or we want to be polite." Skeptical, she continued to writhe, attempting to break free. After a few more forceful kicks, she finally lay still. Subsequently, the servants bound Master Su and stuffed him into another sack. As they had promised, the number of servants was ample. They worked in unison, rendering the siblings powerless. The group carried the 2 heavy sacks through the frigid night, traversing an unknown number of circles in the mountains, before finally returning to the main road, where they discarded the sacks by the roadside. It was estimated that they would not regain consciousness until the following morning. Meanwhile, Lin Shutang awoke in the dead of night, retracting her drone and observing the footprints at the back door, surmising that her plan had succeeded. She clapped her hands, declaring the task accomplished. Duan Yenzhou approached her from behind, asking, "What happened?" Lin Shutang turned with a smile. "I administered a little medicine to them, teaching them a small lesson." After speaking, she pulled Duan Yenzhou into the spatial realm, urging, "Come with me." Duan Yenzhou, understanding her intentions, remarked, "Yuanzhou's Muxian County is 100 kilometers away from here. From there, it's just a 3-kilometer journey to the Su family's residence." The spatial realm allowed for a teleportation of up to 100 kilometers, enabling them to reach Muxian County and then ride to the Su residence, which would take no more than half an hour. Without hesitation, Lin Shutang declared, "Let us get to it." Focusing her energy, she and Duan Yenzhou emerged from the spatial realm in Muxian County. Familiar with the area, Duan Yanzhou led them as they retrieved horses from the spatial realm and rode along the narrow paths towards Yuanzhou Prefecture. In what seemed like half a stick of incense, they arrived at the gates of the Su residence. The Su residence stood against an expansive grassland, which housed numerous horses. Now, in the biting cold, the grassland had transformed into a vast sea of snow. Lin Shetang and Duan Yanzhou entered the spatial realm, heading first to the stables of the Su family's horse farm. Inside, the horses huddled together, many appearing sickly, while others were emaciated. It was clear that the Su family had been preoccupied with squabbling over wealth, neglecting the proper care of these horses. These horses likely won't last 3 days, Duan Yanzhou remarked, frowning. In such frigid weather, with not even a straw laid on the ground, it's a miracle they aren't frozen solid, Lin Shetang said as she approached and patted a horse's back. Had I not come, it truly would have been a shame for these fine creatures. With that, she concentrated and summoned all the horses into the pasture space. In total, there were 80,000 horses, a significant reduction from the original count of over 100,000 due to the harsh winter claiming half their lives. Lin Shetang and Duan Yanzhou returned to the spatial realm, guiding the horses to drink from the spiritual spring. After quenching their thirst, the previously listless horses became invigorated, lifting their heads and wagging their tails, resembling spirited steeds. Observing this, Lin Shetang let out a sigh of relief. The pasture space would regenerate grass every 3 days, ensuring there would be ample sustenance for the horses, especially the goats, which favored grass roots. Without this pasture space, they would surely have struggled. Duan Yanzhou stroked the horses' heads, suggesting, why not take some extra supplies with us? Lin Shetang turned to him with a smile, saying, no one understands me better than you. In recent years, the Su family has basked in unbridled glory, and her affable aunt has enjoyed the same winds of fortune. Throughout these years, the two families have maintained a deliberate distance, primarily because this aunt fears that her past indiscretions in the capital might be unearthed by her own sister and brother-in-law. Before marrying Mrs. Hai harbored aspirations of becoming a concubine to the esteemed Lin Taifu, but he deemed her unworthy. In her desperation, she resorted to poisoning Lin's wife for a time. However, once her scandal was exposed, she abandoned that course and ensnared the elder Su instead. Mr. Su was already a married man, yet she willingly lowered her status to become his mistress for many years, ultimately marrying into the Su household as his second wife. She eagerly awaited the day when Mr. Su would pass, intent on claiming the entirety of the family fortune, even willing to sacrifice her own niece for this ambition. Lin Shetang pondered the implications if she were to discover that the Su family was but an empty shell. Would she lament her machinations over the years? Chapter 100. Eavesdropping with a Twist of Fate. Lin Shetang emerged from her sanctuary and, accompanied by Duan Yanzhou, explored the grounds of the Su estate. Behind the Su family stables, they stumbled upon a storage house. Yet, upon entering, they were met with a startling sight. It was completely devoid of any contents. The Su family, with its vast wealth, had a storeroom that held not even a single coin. Lin Shetang could not help but express her astonishment. Duan Yanzhou gazed around the barren storeroom and remarked, I had heard whispers that Mr. Su, in his illness, bequeathed his wealth to his deceased first wife's 3 sons. It seems there is truth to this. He had long concealed the transfer of these assets from others. Lin Shetang chuckled. At least Mr. Su retained a semblance of conscience before his demise. As she spoke, her gaze drifted back toward the Su residence, sensing that although the storeroom was empty, there must be another location harboring hidden treasures. What place do you mean? Duan Yanzhou inquired, speculating, are you referring to your aunt? Lin Shetang nodded, convinced that her aunt had amassed considerable wealth during her years in the Su household. However, driven by insatiable greed to monopolize the entire Su estate, she had callously disregarded Lin Shutong's life. If she desires to claim what she has schemed for, she shall not succeed. Duan Yanzhou turned to her, observing the fury etched upon her face, and gently reassured her, I visited the Su family many years ago and can guide you through the estate's layout. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shutong's eyes sparkled with a smile. My aunt's insatiable love for wealth ensures she will not stray far from it. The treasures she hoards must surely reside within her chambers. Duan Yanzhou made his way toward the storeroom entrance. Very well, let us proceed. Once again, Lin Shetang, and he entered the sanctuary. The space's teleportation capability could be utilized numerous times for short distances, but for longer spans, akin to 100 strategies, it could only be employed once more after an hour. They navigated between the sanctuary and the Sioux estate, swiftly arriving at Mrs. Hai's courtyard. The lights in her room remained aglow. Approaching the window, Lin Shutting could overhear a conversation within. The old wretch only thinks of those 3 sons, completely disregarding me. Once I bring Lin Shutting here, let him linger a few more days. You must find a way to procure the key to the storeroom. Mrs. Hai sat within, flanked by the Sioux family steward. This steward, a scholarly man, had been brought into the estate by Mrs. Hai after the previous steward's passing. Their scheming had commenced years prior. Lin Shutting felt as though she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. She listened intently as the steward gently squeezed Mrs. Hai's hand, saying, "You bring the girl, and I will devise a plan. But can that practitioner truly predict outcomes? Is your niece truly as resilient as they say?" Mrs. Hai smiled slyly. Resilient or not, it's merely a matter of employing a young and beautiful woman to provoke that old fool. The steward appeared puzzled, but why must it be Lin Shutting? Mrs. Hai pounded the table in frustration. My sister has always looked down upon me, as has Lin Taifu. For years, I have wished for their downfall. And fate smiled upon me when the Lin and Duan families were subjected to confiscation and exile. Yet, that is not enough. My sister has always favored her daughter above all. I shall ensure she witnesses her daughter wed that decrepit old man, enduring a living burial. As she uttered these words, her teeth clenched in rage, revealing a grotesque visage. Not only did Lin Shutting outside the window recoil in horror, but even the steward felt a chill run down his spine. The atmosphere in the room grew suffocatingly tense. Lin Shatong recalled the last time she had eavesdropped, which was beside the window of Bai Yinyang and Lin Taifu. Surviving in this world was no easy feat, as everyone seemed intent on her demise. Thankfully, as long as she remained, none would succeed. Lin Shatong discreetly sprinkled a powder into the room. Duan Yanzhou instantly grasped her intent. Wait. With those words, he turned and departed. Before long, a commotion erupted in the front courtyard of the Sioux estate. A maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Madam, there's trouble. A fire has broken out in the front hall." Mrs. Hai inhaled the powdered substance, sneezing violently. The steward beside her also succumbed to a coughing fit. They hastily adjusted their garments and flung open the door. How could a fire have started out of nowhere? Has it been extinguished? The maid replied, "Madam, the fire has not been quelled. You must come quickly." In truth, it was not a significant blaze. Merely a case of miscommunication that had transformed a small flame into an uncontrollable inferno. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Hai grew frantic and hurried with the steward toward the front courtyard. As they walked, they scratched at their wrists and arms, oblivious to the peculiar sensations overtaking them. Just as they departed, Duan Yanzhou returned. "Let us go. They will not be back anytime soon." Lin Shutting smiled in acknowledgement and proceeded to Mrs. Hai's bedroom. She wasted no time, sweeping her gaze across the room and collecting everything into her sanctuary, leaving behind only the large bed, which she deemed too filthy to touch. Chapter 101. The Malicious Ant Reaps a Grim Fate. While Lin Shutting gathered her spoils, Duan Yanzhou approached a wardrobe. After a moment's concentration, he knocked on the wardrobe, his eyes brightening as he forcefully pushed it forward. Behind it lay a concealed door, and upon opening it, they found a small hidden chamber illuminated by the flickering light, revealing numerous large red wooden boxes, an estimated 30 or more. "Shutting, over here," Duan Yanzhou called. Lin Shutting approached, confirming her suspicions that treasures were indeed hidden within the room. She ventured into the hidden chamber, opening the red boxes to discover them brimming with silver. When Mrs. Hai wed into the Sioux family, she had no dowry. It was likely that these funds were pilfered from the Sioux estate during the steward's tenure. Lin Shutong focused intently and collected everything into her sanctuary. With the treasures secured, she and Duan Yanzhou retreated to the sanctuary just as footsteps approached. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard of the Sioux estate, Mrs. Hai rushed in haste, only to find a mere pile of useless timber ablaze. "Is this the grand fire you spoke of?" She chastised the maid, who lowered her head in embarrassment. "I did not know, I merely relayed what I heard." Having realized she had been alarmed for naught, Mrs. Hai turned to return to the rear courtyard. Yet, after just a few steps, she was horrified to find her body covered in red welts, itching intolerably. To her dismay, the affliction extended below her waist. After a few more steps, she could bear it no longer and called to a nearby maid, "Quickly, fetch a doctor for me." "Yes, madam," the maid hurriedly complied. The steward, too, found himself in a similar predicament, consumed by an itch that plagued his entire body. Moreover, both individuals were beset by an eruption of rashes upon their faces. The Lady Hai was startled, bewildered by the turn of events. Steward Su approached her, scratching at the itch while offering reassurance. "Madam, it is likely that you have been bitten by some insect. We shall await the physician's arrival." The Lady Hai, besieged by relentless itching, gritted her teeth in agreement and followed him to the front hall to rest. At that moment, the concubines of the Su household arrived, having heard of the fire, eager to witness the situation. To their surprise, they found the flames had long been extinguished, and their enthusiasm waned. They promptly turned to leave. However, just as they were about to exit, the physician arrived. Their eyes sparkled with intrigue upon seeing him, sensing that something noteworthy was afoot, and they halted to observe. The physician strode into the hall, bowing respectfully to the Lady Hai. "Madam." The Lady Hai, already suffering from unbearable itchiness, grasped her arm where the rashes had formed and presented it to him. "Pray, what is this?" The physician hastily examined the rash on her arm, took her pulse, and after a moment, his brow furrowed. "Madam," this the Lady Hai, growing impatient, demanded, "Speak plainly, what is it?" The physician suddenly knelt before her. "Madam," the observing concubines drew closer, casting glances at her rash. "Oh, how frightful the rash on the madam's arm looks. Could it be some loathsome disease?" "Indeed, it is alarming." The physician seems hesitant. "It must be a malady of unspeakable nature." They exchanged remarks, each voice adding to the cacophony. The Lady Hai, incensed by their chatter, bellowed, "Silence. Speak no more nonsense, lest I tear your tongues from your mouths." The concubines, chastened, lowered their heads, refraining from further comment. Among them, one bolder concubine murmured while looking down, "We spoke no falsehood. Such a terrifying rash must signify something dreadful." The Lady Hai's fists tightened, nearly compelling her to rise in anger. The physician quickly intervened. "Madam, you are afflicted with the pox." Upon uttering this, a stunned silence enveloped the room. The Lady Hai, her hand frozen midair, her eyes wide with disbelief, finally managed to utter, "What did you say? The pox?" The physician nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Your symptoms and pulse align precisely with those of the pox." The concubines erupted into a chorus of astonishment. "Madam, no one in the household has suffered from such a vile affliction. What could have befallen you?" "Indeed, the master has been ill for quite some time. Unable to visit your chamber. Could it be you have been entertaining other suitors?" Their words became increasingly accusatory, pricking at the Lady Hai's heart. Furious, she chastised the physician. "What pox? You speak nonsense. How could I possibly contract such a disease?" Rising, the physician retorted, "Madam, if you do not trust my expertise, you are welcome to summon another physician." With that, he stormed out in indignation. The Lady Hai, in disbelief, shortly thereafter summoned another physician. This one, upon observing her rash and taking her pulse, stepped back in alarm. "Madam, you have contracted the pox." The Lady Hai's eyes glazed over. "Is it truly the pox?" The physician nodded vigorously. "Indeed, madam. Typically, only courtesans are susceptible to such an affliction. Why would you, residing in the household, be afflicted?" The concubines began to revel in her misfortune. "Yes, madam. How could you have come by such a vile disease? Have you concealed something from the master?" Frantic, the Lady Hai barked, "Cease this chatter at once." As her words fell, her fierce gaze landed upon Steward Su. At that moment, the physician noticed him as well and remarked, "This gentleman too has the pox." Steward Su, startled, quickly countered, No, it is merely an insect bite." The physician shook his head. "No, you too bear the pox. Your rash mirrors that of the madams." Gasps filled the air among the concubines. "The madam has the pox. And the steward as well. Could it be they share a secret liaison? How deceptive appearances can be. One would not have expected such a scandal from the madam." They clamored to inform the master. The Lady Hai, unable to stop them, shot a furious glance at Steward Su and then asked the physician, "Is there any hope for my recovery?" The physician replied, "There is hope, but it will require 1.5 years." The Lady Hai felt as though the world had collapsed around her. She sank into a chair, gripping the armrests, trembling with despair. How could this be? I was well. How could I have contracted such an ailment? The physician cast a sidelong glance at Steward Su, rolling his eyes discreetly. "Perhaps only you know the answer to that, madam." The Lady Hai turned her ire towards Steward Su and, in a fit of rage, stormed towards the rear courtyard, with Steward Su trailing closely behind. Neither could have anticipated their shared fate of such a loathsome affliction. Unbeknownst to the Lady Hai, the powder applied by Lin Shuting was a poison, capable of inducing rashes and mimicking the symptoms of the pox. Upon reaching her chamber, she hastily shut the door. "What is the meaning of this? Have you frequented a brothel?" she demanded, turning to Steward Su, who quickly protested, "Madam, I assure you, I have not. I swear on my life. There exists no other woman apart from you." The Lady Hai remained unconvinced, pivoting to retrieve a teacup from the table. To her astonishment, she found the room utterly barren. "What has happened to my belongings?" she gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Steward Su, following her gaze, exclaimed, "Madam, it appears a thief has ransacked your chamber." The Lady Hai hurried to the window, frantically scanning the surroundings. "Where are my hairpins and jade bangles? And my entire wardrobe?" Steward Su sought to soothe her. "Madam, I shall send someone to investigate." The Lady Hai shot him a disdainful look. "Investigate? How will we face the master after our disgrace has been revealed? Perhaps we should flee. After all, I still possess silver." As she spoke, a sudden thought struck her. "My silver. My silver," she murmured, rushing to the cabinet, pushing it aside to reach the hidden room, forcefully flinging the door open. The night breeze wafted through, revealing an empty space, devoid of any remnants. Not even the large red wooden chest remained. Steward Su hastily followed, and upon seeing the vacated hidden chamber, furrowed his brow, his gaze towards the Lady Hai growing colder. She sank to her knees, leaning against the wall, on the verge of tears. "My silver. Where is my silver? Where is it? I have saved for a lifetime." The Lady Hai wandered the empty hidden room, her hands trembling, face ashen, lips turning blue. Steward Su glanced around, hypothesizing. "It seems the thief created a diversion to abscond with your silver." The Lady Hai shot him an incredulous look. "Impossible. The Su household is guarded by sentinels. Such a large sum could not have been taken easily." Steward Su felt the gravity of the situation, but was aware that he too bore the mark of the pox, and their scandalous affair was now laid bare by the master's concubines. He could no longer endure his presence in the Su household. "My silver. The silver I intended for purchasing land and shops." The Lady Hai clung to the wall, weeping profusely over her lost fortune. As Su Butler retreated a few steps during her tears, Hai wiped her eyes and looked up, noticing his intent to leave. "Where are you going?" she inquired. Su Butler promptly replied, "I shall send someone to pursue that thief." Clutching her handkerchief, Hai stepped forward decisively. "No, we cannot let this matter be known. We must not allow anyone in the household to discover that I have absconded with such a sum from the accounts." For years, she had guarded these riches, refraining from spending them for fear of being discovered. Each day, she would hide them in her room, occasionally sneaking a glance, fantasizing about the day when, after the Lord's demise and the division of the estate, she could lavishly squander the wealth. Alas, before she could indulge, it was all gone. Her sobs grew more intense, leaving her breathless and on the verge of fainting. Not only could she not make a scene, but she also could not report this to the authorities. Once the money was lost, it was truly lost. Su Butler's eyes flashed with disdain as he thought only of departing. Taking a deep breath, he quickly altered his statement. "I shall fetch a carriage. Regardless of whether we have silver, we must leave at once." Hai intercepted him again, insisting no need to go. "We shall remain in the estate. What if those concubines learn of our relationship?" "It matters not. The Lord lies bedridden and unconscious, so they cannot dismiss me. As long as I remain here, I shall have the opportunity to procure more silver." Hearing her reasoning, Su Butler found merit in her words and immediately changed his demeanor. Approaching her to offer support, "Madam speaks wisely. After all, the Lord is still incapacitated. Even if he were to learn the truth, he could do nothing to us. So long as we adamantly deny it, those concubines will not stir up any trouble." Meanwhile, Lin Shuting eavesdropped from a distance in the courtyard, where she and Duan Yanzhou had yet to depart. She had initially intended to witness Hai's heartache upon discovering the loss of her fortune, but instead, she was confronted with her brazen demeanor. An idea sparked in her mind, and she turned to Duan Yanzhou, asking, "Yanzhou, are you adept at disguise?" Duan Yanzhou nodded, recalling that he had learned some techniques during his apprenticeship. Lin Shuting tiptoed closer, whispering in his ear, "Let us play the role of divine physicians tonight." Half an hour later, a knock echoed at the door of Su Manor. The third young master of the Su family, a son born of the concubines, hurriedly opened the door to find a young man clad in a blue robe and gray coat, accompanied by a tall woman. The woman was notably statuesque, while the young man possessed a delicate, fair face. He blinked in surprise. "Who are you two?" Lin Shutting had disguised herself as a male doctor, while Duan Yenzhou assumed the guise of her wife. The two presented a peculiar sight, yet Hai would undoubtedly fail to recognize them. "We are physicians passing through, having had a prior connection with your esteemed lord. Recently, we heard that he is gravely ill, so we came specifically to examine him," Lin Shutting explained, stroking the fake beard affixed to her chin. The third young master, known for his integrity and disinterest in family disputes, genuinely cared for his ailing father. Upon hearing that a doctor had arrived to treat his father, he was filled with joy and bowed in greeting. "Gentlemen, please come in." As Lin Shutting stepped into the manor, she glanced ahead at the estate, noting that it was her first time entering through the main entrance. Duan Yenzhou, adorned in women's garments, swayed his hips gracefully, drawing the attention of nearby servants. Lin Shutting smiled at the sight, realizing that Duan Yenzhou, as a woman, was indeed a striking beauty. Under the guidance of the third young master, they slowly approached the room of the ailing lord. Indeed, Su Lord was gravely ill. Lying emaciated on the bed, his breath barely perceptible. At that moment, he resembled a living corpse, teetering on the brink of the afterlife. The third young master approached, wiping his father's face tenderly. "Father, today a doctor has come, a friend from your past, to see how you are faring." Although Su Lord appeared lifeless, his dark, glistening eyes suggested he was still aware. Lin Shutong assessed him thoroughly and, after a moment, bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to Su Lord. May I inquire if you would permit me to take your pulse?" Su Lord, though unfamiliar with Lin Shutting, had met numerous individuals over the years, so it was not unusual for him to forget a few faces. He blinked, signaling his consent. Lin Shutting approached Su Lord's bedside, taking his pulse. The complexity of Su Lord's condition required an extended examination. After a considerable time, she stood and addressed the third young master. "Your father can be saved." Overjoyed, the third young master exclaimed, "Really?" Lin Shutting nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is true." Chapter 104, Closing a Deal with the Su family to earn silver. After suffering for years, it was better to trust her medical skills than the notion of her bringing good fortune. The third young master was overwhelmed with excitement, bowing deeply to Lin Shutting. "Thank you, esteemed doctor. If you can save my father today, I shall be eternally grateful." Lin Shutong retrieved her silver needles, stating, "Allow me to administer acupuncture to the Lord first." The third young master quickly stepped aside. "Yes, doctor." Lin Shutting placed the silver needles on the table and assisted Su Lord to sit up. The third young master immediately summoned several servants to lift Su Lord into a seated position, facing away from Lin Shutting. Lin Shutong began by inserting 3 needles into Su Lord's head, then proceeding down the spine, extending to the tailbone. Once the needles were in place, she lit moxibustion cones, filling the medicine box with herbs and moxa, and applied them to each of his acupoints. About half an hour later, Su Lord's pallid cheeks began to regain color. Seizing the moment, Lin Shutting produced a homemade pill, instructing the third young master to dissolve it in warm water and administer it to Su Lord in 3 doses. The third young master complied without hesitation. Soon after the moxibustion concluded, Su Lord's fingers twitched. The third young master, who had just fed him the last dose, was taken aback, his eyes welling with joy. "Father, your fingers can move." "Father." His call roused Su Lord, who had long since lost the will to live. His eyes brightened at the sound. At that moment, his feet also stirred slightly. Lin Shutong carefully removed the needles from the tailbone, leaving only 3 in the head. Su Lord's mouth began to tremble, producing faint sounds. "Sanner, Sanner." Seeing his father call his childhood name, the third young master was overwhelmed, kneeling beside the bed, weeping like a child. "Father, I am here, father." Su Lord slowly raised his hand, gently resting it on his son's head, his own eyes turning red. Lin Shutong withdrew the last 3 needles and instructed the third young master. "Su Lord has blood stasis in his head. Recovery cannot be rushed. I shall provide a prescription for 3 months. You must administer it daily and perform regular massages." With that, she taught him several basic massage techniques. The third young master listened intently, quickly committing the instructions to memory. Calculating that the time was right, Lin Shutong tidied her silver needles, gathering her medicine box to depart. The third young master hurriedly produced some silver, offering it to her. "Doctor, Please take this. Lin Shutting smiled, no need for that. However, third young master. Were you sincere when you mentioned your promise to repay my kindness? The third young master replied earnestly, I always keep my word. Lin Shutting had been waiting for this affirmation. I have heard that the Su family has ongoing trade relations with the neighboring Xian kingdom. The third young master nodded, indeed. We supply them with tea and spices, which we sell in return. However, the weather has turned frigid, and vast expanses of tea trees have succumbed to the frost, rendering future harvests unlikely. It is not merely the act of selling. Nearly half of Xian's tea supply originates from the Su family. This revelation came to her attention only upon discovering the ledgers in the storeroom. The profits from tea far surpass those of war horses. Presently, not only is the great Yuan nation in turmoil, but Xian is also experiencing its share of calamity. The affluent and powerful cannot do without their tea. Lin Shutting responded. What if I were to provide you with tea? Young Master Su abruptly lifted his head. Doctor, do you possess tea? Lin Shutting nodded. I stockpiled some before the winter's onset. Given the snow-laden roads, selling it is challenging, so I thought to engage the Su family in this venture. I shall supply you with tea, and you will help us sell it, with the profits divided as 3 to you and 7 to us. She was here to conduct business, not to engage in charity. She intended to secure her rightful share. Young Master Su immediately replied, Very well, I accept. However, a 3-7 split is unacceptable. Lin Shutting frowned slightly, about to protest. Young Master Su bowed to her, saying, You are a benefactor of our Su family. How could we possibly shortchange you? If we are to proceed, let us agree upon an 8-2 division. With that, he broke into a hearty laugh. Lin Shutting's lips curled into a smile, agreed. In 3 days, I shall deliver the first batch of tea. The second batch may take a little longer. Young Master Su replied cheerfully, No matter when the doctor arrives, it is all acceptable. Having reached an agreement, Lin Shutting did not linger longer, but bid farewell to young Master Su and departed the Su residence alongside Duan Yanzhou. Once outside, Duan Yanzhou inquired, Shall we return to Chinon now? Lin Shutting looked towards the Su residence. Let us first observe the festivities. We can depart later. Upon finishing her words, she exchanged a knowing smile with Duan Yanzhou. Inside the Su residence, Madame Hai and Steward Su were not shying away from outsiders. They remained indoors, unaware that Lord Su's condition had improved. However, the concubines were well informed. Earlier, they had brought up Madame Hai's illness in front of Lord Su, and now that he had awakened, they were embellishing the tale. Lord Su was naturally furious, instructing his personal attendant, Bring them to me. Though his speech was still somewhat halting, as long as he could command the household, he remained the master of the Su residence. The attendant obeyed and stormed into Madame Hai's courtyard. Chapter 105. Madame Hai caught in adultery, she achieves her revenge. Madame Hai was lamenting the loss of her silver while nestled in Steward Su's embrace. She could not fathom when she might amass such wealth again. If only Lord Su would relent and grant her and the children half of the family fortune. Upon hearing half of the family fortune, the steward's lips curled into a smile, though it did not last long as the door was suddenly flung open. The guards of the estate burst in. Madame Hai panicked. How dare you trespass into the ladies' quarters? The leading attendant approached, saying, We come at the behest of the master to escort the lady and the steward to the front courtyard. The master? Isn't he ill? How can he command you? Madame Hai was incredulous. The attendant replied, A divine physician has come to treat the master. He can now speak. He is aware of your affair with Steward Su and intends to hold you accountable. A divine physician? How unexpectedly fortunate. Madame Hai's heart raced. Her earlier intent to invigorate Lord Su was merely to prolong his life, not to restore his health. If he recovered, her position in the Su residence would become untenable. The more she pondered, the more panic set in. She took several steps back, but the guards wasted no time in apprehending them, bringing them directly before Lord Su. After taking his medicine, Lord Su appeared somewhat better, casting a cold glance at the two before him without uttering a word. Adultery? Madame Hai looked up, attempting to feign innocence. However, Steward Su stepped forward first, pointing at her. Master, I have always been loyal to you and never sought to be entangled with the lady. It was she who, seeing my youth and vigor, deliberately seduced me. I was coerced. She threatened to go to my hometown and capture my parents if I did not comply. Madame Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Steward Su knelt repeatedly before Lord Su. Master, please forgive me this once. Spare my life. Lord Su, being astute, saw through their deceit and raised his hand to instruct young Master Su. "Third son, you shall take charge and handle this matter." Young Master Su replied, "Father, what shall I do?" Lord Su patted his hand. "You are now in charge. It is time for you to assume responsibility." During this grave illness, he had originally intended to bequeath the family fortune to his first wife and their 3 children, yet he now entrusted it to his third son, who possessed both talent and the capability to manage the family wealth. Young Master Su was not a man of indecision. He rose and commanded, "Madam Hai has committed adultery and shall be punished according to the family law, after which she is to be discarded and expelled from the Su residence. As for Steward Su, he will have his legs broken and be cast out of Yuanzhou." Madam Hai shook her head vigorously. "No, no, master. You cannot treat me this way. I have borne you a son and a daughter." Lord Su remained unyielding. "Take them away." Regardless of their pleas and cries, the guards seized their arms and escorted them out. "Master, master, please spare me." Madam Hai's voice faded into the distance. Lord Su exhaled deeply, reclining back onto the bed. Lin Shuteng observed Madam Hai being punished in the ancestral hall before finally departing the Su residence. Sometimes, one must face the consequences of their own actions. Had she not provoked him, this predicament might have been avoided. Lin Shuteng turned to the beautiful figure beside her, smiling. "Shall we return home?" Upon finishing her sentence, she took Duan Yanzhou's hand and stepped into the spatial realm. They traversed through the spatial realm to a small town 10 kilometers from Chinon County, where they enjoyed a bowl of wontons. After waiting for half an hour to pass, they returned to the county magistrate's residence in Chinon County. At this moment, the 2 siblings of the Su family were being loaded onto a carriage, heading back to the Su residence, still unaware of their mother's disgrace and plotting their revenge. "It must be Lin Shutong's doing. Once I return, I shall ensure mother deals with her properly." Miss Su, shivering and with a face pale from the cold, stammered, "We truly are your children, father." The Su siblings knelt at the gate, crying out for their father, but the entrance remained firmly shut, and no one paid them any heed. They could not understand how, after merely stepping out, they had gone from being the esteemed eldest son and daughter to being labeled as the offspring of infidelity. They cried at the door for several hours, until the biting wind forced them to rise and leave. With only a few coins they had brought, they managed to afford a couple of meals. But accustomed to a life of luxury, they found it unbearable to endure such hardship and sought refuge in an inn. Yet, this meager shelter would only suffice for a single day. Thereafter, devoid of refuge, they would inevitably find themselves forced to endure the elements like common folk, scrounging for sustenance. Within Chinon County, Lin Shutong returned to the former residence of the county magistrate and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, she first set about organizing the tea leaves she had transported from the palace and the duke's residence. These would suffice for the initial shipment. The remaining tea leaves would be harvested from the mountainous space she possessed, which was adorned with ancient tea trees nestled deep within the woods. A casual stroll through the forest would yield an ample supply of tea leaves, yet the matter of harvesting them required careful deliberation. Emerging from her space, Lin Shuteng fortuitously encountered her younger sister, who, with a beaming smile, recounted the tale of the Su siblings' hasty nocturnal departure. She gazed towards the courtyard, incredulous at their swift exit. Regardless of whether they had fled, she had resolved to teach them a lesson they would not soon forget. "Rest assured, there is no need for your intervention. They will surely find themselves in dire straits," Lin Shuteng remarked, a slow smile gracing her lips as she envisioned the siblings being cast out from their home. "There is a saying, those who bring misfortune upon themselves shall not live long." Du Nqnzhu nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, elder sister, you speak true." The two settled beside the charcoal fire, their cheeks and hands flushed with warmth. At that moment, Jiangshi entered, offering them each a roasted egg, urging them to eat while it was still warm, fresh from the hands of Granny Foam. Lin Shuteng cradled the egg in her hands, savoring its warmth, and inquired, "Mother, how's your health faring?" Jiangshi replied with a gentle smile, "With the medicine you provide, I am feeling significantly better." Just as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man clad in a green coat appeared outside the residence. His peculiar countenance, coupled with a limp, drew his voice into the courtyard, calling, "Master Duan, Master Duan." Jiangshi looked up, recognizing him as the son of the village chief from Yuanshan village, who had visited their home a few days prior in their absence. Expressing a desire to Lin Shuding's brow furrowed. Desire to do what? Jiangshi hesitated, her words feeling somewhat scorching as she finally disclosed. He wishes to marry Qinzhou. Lin Shuding nearly choked on her own saliva, exclaiming, what? He wants to marry my sister. That man, though not yet 40, is already in his mid-30s, and he dares to seek my sister's hand. Though the Duan family had fallen on hard times, they still held the title of county magistrate in Chinan. At that moment, Du Nqnzichu sprang to her feet, indignantly declaring, Mother, I refuse to marry. I have no intention of wedlock. Jiangshi gently grasped her arm, soothingly replying, I understand, dear. Your father and I have already turned him down. Yet it seems he has returned today. This suitor, known as Zhuang Dehai, was in his late 30s, but he was no bachelor. He was already wed with 2 daughters. Since the calamity struck, his family had taken refuge in a small dwelling made of mud bricks, hoarding grain for survival. Somehow, he had learned of the unmarried daughter of the newly appointed county magistrate and set his sights on her, hoping to leverage the magistrate's status to secure a position in this impoverished region, while also coveting the Duan family's resources and provisions. In pursuit of this ambition, he had even sent his own wife and children back to her family. Both Du Nfeng and Jiangshi vehemently opposed this union. While Du Nqnzichu exhibited a bold and carefree demeanor, they held marriage in high regard, believing in quality over quantity. The daughters of the Duan family were not compelled to marry. The last time Zhuang Dehai had come, Du Nfeng had expelled him, finding him utterly distasteful and wishing to shield Du Nqnzichu from such vile propositions. Little did he expect that the man would dare return. Du Nqnzichu seized a nearby sword, rising with fierce determination. Let me handle this. Today, I shall break his legs. Chapter 107. Drive away that foolish dreamer. Jiangshi swiftly intervened. Qinzhou, it would be best if you do not confront him. This is not the capital. Rumors spread quickly in Chinan County and its outskirts. If you were to meet him, people would surely concoct tales about you. I shall go, she declared, rising to leave. Lin Shuding stepped forward, offering, Mother, I shall accompany you. Jiangshi hesitated. Shuding, it is better for you to remain inside. Yet Lin Shuding was eager to confront this shameless man, assuring her, Do not worry, Mother. We are at the county office, and he shall not be allowed to run amok. Jiangshi nodded lightly before leading Lin Shuding towards the entrance of the county office. Mother, elder sister. Du Nqnzichu insisted on following them. Lin Shuding turned to her, smiling, Sister, why not assist us by preparing a fish from the kitchen? With a wink, she urged her on. Understanding the cue, Du Nqnzichu grinned. Yes, the fish has yet to be prepared. I shall do it right away. With that, she dashed off to the kitchen, while Lin Shuding and Jiangshi continued towards the county office. Upon their arrival, Zhuang Dehai greeted them with a broad smile. Madam, young madam, I have come today to propose marriage for the 3rd young lady. Jiangshi frowned, displeased. We have yet to consent to this marriage. What business do you have proposing? Zhuang Dehai persisted with his grin. This marriage merely requires a matchmaker's consent. The groom simply needs to propose for it to be valid. What is there to consent to? He called out to his companion, Madam Chen, come here. A woman approached slowly. Lin Shuding could not help but marvel at Zhuang Dehai's preparedness in locating a matchmaker in this desolate place, yet it was a futile endeavor. He was merely chasing a futile dream. Madam Chen waved a red handkerchief, smiling, Madam, every daughter must eventually marry. Look at Zhuang Dehai, he is honest and kind. Following him, you shall enjoy endless blessings. Bah! Jiangshi rarely lost her composure, angrily retorting, You have such audacity. Attempting to force a marriage upon us at the county office. Let me make it clear, this marriage shall never come to pass. Madam Chen lowered her head, her smile faltering. Madam, you must not say such things. You come from the capital and have fallen from grace. For the village chief's son to desire your daughter is indeed her fortune. Before she could finish, Lin Shuding interjected, Fortune for you, perhaps. Go marry him. Madam Chen was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words as she regarded the sharp-tongued young lady before her. Lin Shuding stepped closer. A marriage proposal requires 3 matchmakers and 6 gifts. Do you have 3 matchmakers? 6 gifts? Without these, you dare to pursue my sister? Are you here to forcefully abduct a maiden? With that, she pointed towards the county office, declaring, If that is the case, let us seek the authorities. As her words echoed, the officers Fang Hanjing and Wu Shan Yong hastened to their side. Madam, young madam, what is the trouble? They were tasked with maintaining order and swiftly intervened. Lin Shuding gestured towards the two intruders. These individuals seek to forcibly abduct a maiden. Apprehend them at once. Yes. Feng Hanjing and Wu Shanong, seasoned in dealing with criminals, brandished their whips, glaring menacingly. You two ruffians dare to abduct someone right at the magistrate's residence. Zhuang Dehai recoiled a few steps, having assumed that his status would suffice to secure the marriage simply by bringing a matchmaker. He never anticipated that this family would look down upon him. In his eyes, no man in the surrounding 10 miles could compare to him. With an air of enigmatic confidence, he addressed Lin Shuding, proclaiming, "I have come to seek your esteemed lady's hand purely out of admiration. Should you treat me this way, you shall surely regret it." Lin Shuding could not suppress a laugh, responding, "Regret, regret." At that moment, Duan Qinju, who was in the midst of gutting fish inside the house, approached, wielding a bloodied cleaver. "Who dares to create a ruckus at our doorstep?" Zhuang Dehai looked up, only to be met with the sight of a woman, drenched in blood and wielding a large knife. Duan Qinju shot him a glance. "Is that you?" "I just dispatched one. I wouldn't mind dispatching another." With that, she brought the cleaver down forcefully, splitting a nearby stone in two. All present turned their gaze toward the cleaved stone, as if time itself had frozen for a fleeting moment. Zhuang Dehai stood before Duan Qinju, too terrified to breathe, his legs beginning to tremble. Who is this valiant woman?" Lin Shuding chuckled. "This is my third sister. Did you not claim to admire her? How can you not recognize her?" Zhuang Dehai's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Duan Qinju. She raised an eyebrow, the bloodied cleaver glinting in her hand. "You admire me?" Zhuang Dehai, as if struck by lightning, hastily shook his head. No, I do not." With that, he turned and fled. Chapter 108. The Zhou matriarch wishes to marry off her daughter. Qin the matchmaker called after him, "Dehai. Slow down, Dehai." However, Zhuang Dehai barely took 2 steps before slipping on the ice and landing flat on his back. Lin Shuding and Duan Qinju exchanged amused glances before turning to walk inside, linking arms with Jiang Shi. Once inside, Lin Shuding addressed Jiang Shi, "Mother, there are still many villagers living in the nearby hamlets. We should conceal some of our resources. Human nature is unpredictable. If they discover that we have vegetables and grain, more individuals like Zhuang Dehai will surely come knocking." Jiang Shi nodded in understanding, realizing why Lin Shuding had initially spared those 2 constables. As disasters escalate, chaos will ensue, and in the absence of law, moral boundaries will erode. People may commit heinous acts for their own gain. To survive in such circumstances, one must fortify their defenses. Lin Shuding assisted Jiang Shi into the house and secured the door. Meanwhile, not far from them, behind a large stone, Duan Chong and Zhou Shi peered out. "The second house truly lacks awareness. I've heard that the Zhuang family has ample provisions," Zhou Shi remarked, nudging Duan Chong beside her. "What do you think? Should we marry our daughter over there? At least we could have a meal." Duan Chong hesitated. Our young lady from Chonghua Mansion marrying a country bumpkin. He still harbored resentment over Zhou Shi's previous entanglement with the constables and shot her an annoyed glance. "Do not demean yourself. And do not drag our daughter down with you." Among the 3 daughters who had accompanied them, the second and third daughters were not Zhou Shi's biological children, but rather offspring of a former concubine of the Duan family, who had since passed away. Zhou Shi cared little for them. Despite Duan Chang's objections, Zhou Shi remained undeterred. Upon returning to the repaired pigsty, she stealthily approached her second daughter, Xiaofeng. "You are of an age now, it is time for you to marry." The eldest daughter, Duan Wenmei, eavesdropped nearby. Duan Xiaofeng, keeping her head lowered, dared not speak, merely nodding in agreement. "Yes, mother." Zhou Shi leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper. "I have a good match for you. I wonder if you would accept?" Duan Xiaofeng, having been cowed by Zhou Shi all her life, replied submissively, "What do you say, mother?" Zhou Shi continued, in a nearby village. "The village head's son is seeking a wife. If you marry him, you will not only have enough to eat, but also enjoy meat regularly." Hearing this, Duan Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled. It had been ages since they had had meat. However, Duan Wenmei grew increasingly incensed, rising to protest. "Mother, you are biased. Why do you offer her the good match, and not me?" Zhou Shi shot her a disdainful look. "Be quiet." Duan Wenmei was further incensed and began to cry. "You are partial. I am clearly older. If anyone should marry first, it should be me. Why should you give this opportunity to her?" Zhou Shi found her stubbornness frustrating and snapped silence. But Duan Wenmei was oblivious to her mother's ire, feeling both wronged and furious, and she stomped outside. Zhou Shi attempted to pursue her, only to be stopped by the returning Duan Chong. "What just transpired?" he inquired. Zhou Shi, fearing discovery, hastily shook her head. Nothing. Duan Chong shot her a disapproving glance. "Do not entertain any foolish ideas. If you continue to act out, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, he slammed down the axe. Zhou Shi trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Duan Yuanmei dashed outside the pigsty, just as Chen the matchmaker was preparing to leave. Spotting the young woman before her, she approached with a smile. "Which family do you belong to, my dear?" Duan Yuanmei wiped her tears and replied, "The Duan family." Chen the matchmaker, assuming she was also a daughter of the Duan family, beamed. "Might I inquire if the young lady is already betrothed?" Duan Yuanmei shook her head. With a broad smile, Chen the matchmaker said, "I have a splendid match for you. Would you be interested?" Duan Yuanmei looked up, curious. "What is this good match?" Chen the matchmaker explained, "The village head in Yu Mountain has a son who is yet to marry. Though he lives in a village, his family possesses land and is not wanting for food." Upon hearing this, Duan Yuanmei realized it was the match her mother had mentioned. "Is it true that they do not lack for provisions?" she asked. Chen the matchmaker nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is true." Duan Yuanmei, biting her lip and recalling the days of hardship, responded, "Very well, I accept this match." Chapter 109. The Emperor discovers the previous Emperor's treasury is empty. Chen the matchmaker, having secured Duan Yuanmei's agreement, promptly took her to the village head's home, as Duan Yuanmei was going to make the proposal herself. And the village family waived both the betrothal and the dowry. As they were departing, they happened to catch the eye of Granny Feng. Granny Feng took a few steps forward, craning her neck for a better view. When Lin Shutang emerged from the house, she noticed Granny Feng's peculiar posture and approached with a smile. "Granny Feng, what brings you here?" Granny Feng came closer and quietly informed her, "Miss, the young lady from your family has gone with the matchmaker to the village head's home in Yu Mountain." Upon hearing this, Lin Shutang immediately grasped the situation, glancing toward the pigsty outside. It seemed they had turned their noses up at the match, and the main family had taken an interest in it instead. In times of desperation, people tend to lower their standards infinitely. First, the two matriarchs sought to entangle themselves with constables, and now they wished to marry their daughter to a reckless scoundrel. Lin Shutang could not help but smile. The actions of some truly merited their suffering. Granny Feng sighed. "The main family is truly misguided. Is that family even suitable for marriage? Miss, you are new to Chinon and may not know that the village head's wife is notoriously fierce. The last daughter-in-law was forced to wash clothes by the river while in confinement. Although I am not from their village, I have heard tales." Lin Shutang linked her arm with Granny Feng as they walked inside. No matter how dire their circumstances, they have made their own choices. We need not concern ourselves with their troubles. "Granny, how about fish ball soup for dinner? My third sister caught a fish today." Madame Feng, pulled from her reverie, chuckled. "Very well, I shall prepare the fish ball shortly." "Thank you, madam," Lin Shutang replied with a sweet smile. Soon, their laughter echoed through the courtyard. Outside, snowflakes drifted gently from the great banyan tree, while the evening glow painted the horizon in subtle hues of gold as the sun sank into the west. As night fell over Suha County, Prince He received the Emperor's command and dispatched a retinue to search for the late Emperor's treasury. Initially comprising 20 members, the group braved the treacherous weather until only 10 remained. Upon arriving at the Zhao residence, they were astonished to find it utterly deserted. "Where are the inhabitants of this estate?" the leading guard inquired, surveying the surroundings, only to discover that the house was entirely devoid of life. According to Prince He, the late emperor had frequently resided at the Zhao estate, and if any valuables were indeed left behind, the Zhao family would surely be aware. However, after searching the premises thoroughly, they encountered not a single soul. Unbeknownst to them, after Lin Shutong's last visit, the Zhao family had vanished overnight, and the household had succumbed to a mysterious affliction. Moreover, the very populace they had nearly poisoned had begun to retaliate, compelling Lord Zhao to disperse his servants and flee with his family to safety. As the guards scoured the estate, one of them stumbled upon a concealed passageway leading to the back mountain. "My lord, we have discovered something," the chief guard exclaimed, elated. They hurried to the storeroom within the secret passage, only to find it barren, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. In desperation, they hastily penned a letter and dispatched a rider to return to the capital with the news. In the days that followed, no further blizzards beset the region. It was only 10 days later that Prince He and the Emperor received the letter, delivered by a horse that had perished from exhaustion. The Emperor, believing it to herald good tidings from Suha County, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Is it true? Has the late Emperor left behind a treasury?" Prince He opened the letter, and his expression grew grave. "Your Majesty, it is indeed true that the late Emperor had a treasury." The Emperor, filled with elation, paced the hall twice, exclaiming, "Excellent. Let us promptly send for it." However, Prince He continued, "Your Majesty, while it is true that a treasury exists, it is empty. They report that the Zhao family vanished overnight, likely absconding with the late Emperor's wealth." The Emperor's smile froze instantly, morphing into a visage of rage. He slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "What insolence! How dare they steal from me? Dispatch men to pursue them." Prince He bowed in compliance, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Emperor's face flushed with anger as he rubbed his temples, his voice tinged with despair. "Our treasury is depleted, and the palace has been pillaged. The concubines in the harem are incessantly complaining about the lack of bird's nest soup. I am utterly exasperated." Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Prince He. "Brother, how much wealth remains in your residence?" he inquired, casting a cold glance at Prince He. Prince He bowed low, "Your Majesty, my estate has also been emptied recently." "What do you mean your estate is empty?" The Emperor sat up in shock. "Has the thief dared to rob you as well?" Prince He nodded. "Indeed. I suspect the thief employed some dark sorcery to abscond with all the wealth from both the palace and my residence overnight." Before Lin Shudang departed, she remained unaware of Prince He's malevolence, thus not having visited his estate, so how could he claim it had been plundered? It was merely a ruse orchestrated by Prince He himself. He had no intention of relinquishing his wealth to the Emperor without a fight. Over the years, he had discreetly sent beauties to his elder brother, deliberately depleting the Emperor's resources, biding his time until the Emperor's demise would allow him to claim the throne rightfully. He relished the thought of his brother living in a desolate palace, worse off than an ordinary minister. Chapter 110, Upgrade of the Planting Space completed. The Emperor, wholly convinced by Prince He's words, sighed repeatedly. "I must capture that thief. When I do, I shall have them torn to pieces." Prince He turned his head, exhaling in relief with a hint of amusement in his expression. The Emperor, dejected, sank back into his seat and asked Prince He, "Is there any news from Chinon?" Prince He replied, "None recently. The journey from the capital to Chinon is long, and the last message took several horses to deliver. With the roads now covered in ice and snow, conveying news has become exceedingly challenging." The Emperor nodded thoughtfully. "Very well. Ensure that Lin Tianhai keeps a close watch on the Duan family." Lin Tianhai, the sole son of the esteemed Lin Taifu, had been promised by Prince He that if he kept an eye on the second branch of the Duan family, he would find a way to bring him back from Chinon. Thus, Lin Tianhai had remained particularly obedient, believing that he would eventually return home. Upon hearing the Emperor's orders, Prince He rose and responded, "As you command, Your Majesty." The Emperor waved his hand, signaling for him to withdraw. As Prince He exited, he, being 12 years the Emperor's junior, was tall and strikingly handsome, though his cunning was evident in his phoenix-like eyes. At the palace doors, he glanced back, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh, elder brother, I wonder how long you can maintain your grip on the throne." With that, Prince He departed hastily. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, the lives of the high-ranking officials in the capital became quite burdensome. Charcoal fires had to be stoked continuously. Even a moment's neglect could leave one's hands and feet frostbitten. Yet, charcoal eventually runs out, forcing many households to resort to firewood, which, while providing warmth, filled their homes with smoke. Prince He was among the few who enjoyed relative comfort. At the onset of the first blizzard, he had dispatched men to stockpile an entire storeroom of charcoal, enough to last him a year without running out. After leaving the palace, he returned to his estate with a smile on his face. In Chinon County, over the past 10 days, Lin Shudang had packed all the tea leaves from the storeroom. One afternoon, she utilized the space to travel to Yuano, arriving at the Su residence. In recent days, Lord Su's health had improved significantly, and young Master Su had gradually taken charge of the entire Su household. Lin Shutong brought with her more than 10 carts of tea leaves. Young Master Su's face lit up with joy upon seeing them. "Sir, are these all your tea leaves?" Lin Shutting nodded, "Indeed. Given the recent severe weather, transporting tea leaves would have been arduous for you. As for the pricing, I leave that to your discretion. Here, you will find premium Tiguanyan and Bilyuakan. Feel free to inspect the goods." Young Master Su opened one of the tea packages, inhaled deeply, and smiled. Excellent. This is indeed fine tea. Lin Shutong's eyes sparkled with delight. Of course, it was fine tea. Most of the leaves had been transported from the palace, where the emperor had always held tea in high regard and demanded only the best. Inferior tea could never enter the palace. After accepting the tea leaves, young Master Su took out an abacus to calculate the amount and subsequently sent a considerable sum of silver to Lin Shutong. The silver was delivered in 3 large chests, a significant amount. Lin Shutong understood that young Master Su's trust stemmed from her life-saving assistance to Lord Su, which is why he so readily handed over the proceeds from the tea sales in one go. Sir, please accept this, young Master Su said, bowing with a smile. Lin Shutong returned the gesture. Thank you, young master. Young Master Su arranged for the silver to be transported outside the estate and loaded onto her cart. Once she had departed from the crowd, she swiftly stored the carts and the silver into her space. After organizing everything in her space, a row of blue characters suddenly appeared above her head. Host has completed a transaction, earning a 100-kilometer teleportation range. Lin Shutong's heart leapt with joy upon seeing this. To traverse a distance of 100 kilometers implies that she can now effortlessly teleport within a 200-kilometer radius, thanks to her spatial abilities. Without hesitation, she focused her mind and, indeed, found herself back at the county office of Chinon, over 100 kilometers away. Furthermore, a mechanical voice resonated from the space, congratulating her on the successful upgrade to the 12th level. She had been mindful of this event and calculated that the time had indeed arrived for the upgrade's completion. Lin Shutong took the elevator to the entrance of the 12th level space. As she gently pushed the door open, she was greeted by an endless expanse of plains, a canvas of azure skies adorned with fluffy clouds, interspersed with vast fields. Beyond the fields lay a stretch of fertile black soil. Lin Shutong instantly realized that this was a planting space. In the preceding days, she had been contemplating how to expand her greenhouse. With this planting space, she could cultivate as much as she desired. Slowly, she approached a vacant patch of land, took out some tomato seeds, and scattered them across the ground. Here, devoid of the Duan family's watchful eyes, she was free from the daily constraint of watering with just a few drops of spiritual spring water. Lin Shutong fetched a generous spoonful of spiritual spring water from the space and applied it in 3 portions to the freshly sown tomato seeds. Soon enough, the seeds began to sprout. After an hour, she returned to water them again, and the little green shoots visibly grew taller. This cycle of watering continued, and within just a day and a night, the tomatoes in the space bore fruit. Lin Shutong plucked one, washed it, and took a bite. It was refreshingly sweet and quite delicious. It appeared that this planting space inherently possessed a function to accelerate growth. However, the vastness of the land required careful planning regarding its utilization. Upon exiting the space, she encountered Duan Yanzhou, who had just completed repairs on the house. Duan Yanzhou and his 2 sons, along with the county officials and laborers, had successfully installed the beams of the newly constructed house, awaiting only the roofing and the finishing of doors and windows before they could move in. As Duan Yanzhou sat down to enjoy a cup of hot tea, he turned to her with a matter of importance. Shutong, I just saw Lin Tianhai lurking outside the gate. I suspect he is an internal spy sent from the capital to monitor us. An internal spy? Lin Shutong inquired, puzzled. You mean Lin Tianhai? Duan Yanzhou nodded solemnly, yes. Look at this. He produced a homing pigeon. Lin Shutong regarded it with surprise. In such frigid winter, a homing pigeon? Duan Yanzhou affirmed, indeed, it is rather strange. I spotted one from a distance and intercepted it immediately. It had just delivered a message to Fengong County, over 100 kilometers away. These pigeons must be kept in a coop, and if one is frozen to death during a delivery, it can still be used to convey messages. Lin Shutong's expression grew serious as she remarked, it appears that Lin Tianhai has been transmitting information to Fengong County via homing pigeons, which is then relayed to the capital. Duan Yanzhou nodded. It seems that, even after arriving in Chinon, the emperor and king he remain unconvinced about our safety. Lin Shutong approached the door and glanced at the snowy ground outside. Even in the absence of Lin Tianhai, they would send others. Let us turn the tables. We shall send them false information. This should assuage their suspicions and allow us to secure some peaceful days. I share the same sentiment, Duan Yanzhou replied, producing paper and ink and imitating Lin Tianhai's handwriting to compose a message. He then bound it to the homing pigeon and discreetly sent it out through the window. In the future, I will keep a closer watch on the Lin family. As he spoke, he noticed that Lin Shutong's shoes were wet. Did you go to Yuano earlier? He inquired. Lin Shutong paused, realizing she had merely changed her attire and makeup without changing her shoes. She smiled. I just delivered some tea leaves to Yuano and received a sum of silver in return. Come with me, I wish to show you something. With that, she led Duan Yanzhou to the planting space. Duan Yanzhou gazed at the fertile fields before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Fortunately, he was accustomed to grand sights and quickly regained his composure. He knelt down, scooping a handful of soil and kneading it. Such excellent land deserved diligent cultivation. Lin Shutong picked a tomato, washed it, and handed it to him. Try this. Duan Yanzhou, encountering the vibrant fruit for the first time, hesitantly took a bite. His eyes brightened. What is this? Lin Shutong smiled gently. This is called a tomato. You do not have it here, but it is quite delicious. It can be eaten raw or cooked. Duan Yanzhou took several more bites, savoring the sweet flavor that surpassed even the fruits found in the mountains. Rising slowly, he surveyed the vast fields and remarked, Shutong, these fruits are exceedingly rare. If we sell them, we would certainly fetch a handsome price. Lin Shutong nodded in agreement, indeed. With this precious space, we can simply await the influx of silver. As they continued, although the space boasted fields and land, cultivating a large area would require considerable effort. Fortunately, Duan Yanzhou was quite diligent. When Lin Shutong casually suggested the idea, he took up a hoe and, within just 20 minutes, had prepared a patch of land and sown the seeds. By the time they emerged from the space, he was drenched in sweat. Lin Shutong offered him a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from his brow. You are still recovering. It would be wise not to overexert yourself. Duan Yanzhou accepted the handkerchief with a serious expression. It is nothing. I have trained in martial arts for years. This level of physical labor is trivial to me. As Lin Shutong poured him a cup of hot tea, she turned to find a sandalwood box on the table, which had not been there before. Curiously, she picked it up and asked, What is this? Duan Yanzhou, standing with his back to her, seemed to avoid her gaze. While cutting wood today, I came across some fine timber and carved you a sandalwood comb. Upon hearing this, Lin Shutong opened the box to reveal a beautifully crafted sandalwood comb. It was unlike any she had used before, featuring a delicate floral carving at the end and a weightier feel than her usual combs. Duan Yanzhou approached her from behind. This comb serves a purpose beyond merely grooming. As he spoke, he took her hand and gently pulled the floral carving, revealing a small, exquisite dagger concealed within the handle. This dagger? Lin Shutong turned her head to look at him. Duan Yanzhou replied, I discovered this finely crafted dagger in the storage room of the late Emperor of Suha County. It is not only capable of slicing through iron but is also compact, making it ideal for self-defense. I concealed it within the comb so you can carry it with you daily. Though Lin Shutong possessed a space where she could summon any weapon at will, Duan Yanzhou's concern was not without merit. Accidents could happen, and having an additional weapon could prove advantageous. She tucked the comb into her bosom. Duan Yanzhou's gaze shifted to the window. The patch of land we just sowed will take at least 3 days to yield results. Since the hour is still early, we might as well attend to another pressing matter. Lin Shutong met his gaze and understood. You wish to visit the Huangfu? Duan Yanzhou withdrew his gaze. Rather than allowing them to keep a close watch on us, it would be better to take the initiative. Lin Shutong echoed his sentiment. It would be best if we could make them face some difficulties. Duan Yanzhou nodded. However, the journey from Chinan to the capital spans over 2,000 kilometers. Can we reach the capital using your Qianquan bag? Lin Shutong pondered for a moment, her eyes brightening as she smiled and said, My Qianquan bag allows for a displacement of over 200 kilometers with each use, but it requires a half-hour interval before it can be employed again. To travel from Chinan to the capital, we will need to rest 9 times, which amounts to nearly 4 hours. Duan Yanzhou calculated the time, deducing that if we depart at the hour of the monkey in the afternoon, we would arrive by the hour of the pig at night. Lin Shutong nodded affirmatively. Fortunately, her tea trade had enabled her to double the distance covered in one journey. Otherwise, it would take the two of them an entire day to reach the capital. Duan Yanzhou contemplated the timing and concluded that if they were to go, it would be best to choose tomorrow. Moreover, if they went, it would not suffice to visit just one place. He turned to Lin Shutong, stating that a visit to the residence of Chancellor Zhao was essential. Chancellor Zhao was, after all, the biological father of the original owner. She suspected that Chancellor Zhao had long known about his daughter's lineage, otherwise he would not have hastily conspired with King He to drive the Duan family to Qinnan. She replied, "Yes, we must go. I am quite curious to see what kind of person Chancellor Zhao truly is." Lin Shutang and Duan Yenzhou were in complete accord. They retired early that night. Although the couple had known each other for several months, they had maintained a respectful distance. This was not due to Lin Shutang's modesty or Duan Yenzhou's rigidity, rather. Both had been engrossed in their respective pursuits, seemingly indifferent to the matter of intimacy. Yet, each time Lin Shutang was roused from her nightmares in the dead of night, she would find a warm embrace enveloping her tightly. The following morning, Lin Shutang sought out Jiang. "Mother, today I wish to travel to Yuano with Yenzhou." "To Yuano?" Jiang inquired, puzzled. "Given the harsh winter, it may not be safe to venture out." Lin Shutang replied with a smile, "Yuano is merely a day's journey from here." "Yeah, no, and I wish to procure some supplies." Jiang initially intended to dissuade her further. However, Duan Yenzhou approached, assuring Mother, "Do not worry. I will take care of Shadong. Nothing will happen." Jiang felt reassured by her son and, after a moment's hesitation, retreated indoors to fetch some provisions, placing them into their hands. "Take these for the journey. The earlier you leave, the earlier you return." Lin Shadong, seeing her consent, accepted the provisions with a radiant smile, thanking her, "Thank you, Mother." With that, she turned and shared a knowing smile with Duan Yenzhou. He quickly averted his gaze, his ears flushing as he turned to tend to the horse-drawn carriage. After Lin Shutang gathered the provisions and packed their belongings, she and Duan Yenzhou boarded the carriage, setting off towards the nearest post station. Once they had evaded the gaze of the onlookers, they entered the space, traveling over 200 kilometers to another post station. Due to the frigid weather, not all post stations were operational. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance, spending half an hour in the space before emerging to drive the carriage onward. When the time was right, they would again retreat into the space. By this method, they departed early in the morning and arrived in the capital by noon. Chapter 113, Arriving at Chancellor Zhao's home. As they emerged from the space, the two transformed their appearances to resemble ordinary peasant folk in order to avoid detection. The capital had changed significantly due to the recent calamities. The streets were desolate, blanketed in frozen white snow, with scarcely a soul in sight except for a few servants clad in thick coats, likely from nearby households. Most residents were holed up indoors, warming themselves by the fire. Their carriage seemed somewhat out of place as it traversed the empty streets. Fortunately, there were few pedestrians, and none paid them any mind. Duan Yenzhou, guiding the carriage, suggested to Lin Shutang, "Perhaps we should find a place to rest and act under cover of night." Lin Shutang nodded in agreement. The carriage continued onward, stopping in front of an inn. Just as Lin Shutang was about to disembark, she noticed a servant rushing past them, exclaiming, "Hurry, fetch a doctor. The young master has not eaten for 3 days. If he isn't treated soon, he may not survive the night." Upon hearing this, Lin Shutang pulled back the carriage curtain and called out, "Which household do you serve?" The servant, panting heavily, replied, "We are from Chancellor Zhao's residence." Lin Shutang's eyes brightened at this revelation, and she smiled. "You are in search of a physician?" The servant sighed deeply. "Our young master has fallen ill with a strange ailment. The palace's imperial physician and local doctors have examined him, yet none have been able to cure him. Now, my master has dispatched us to seek help beyond the city." Lin Shutang squinted slightly and responded, "My ancestors have practiced medicine for generations. Perhaps I could examine your young master." The servant hesitated. "Miss, our young master is quite precious. If you cannot heal him, it may bring trouble upon us." Lin Shutang replied with a smile, "Whether I can heal him can only be determined through an examination. Regardless, you must venture out of the city to seek assistance. Why not take me to your residence?" The cold was biting, and despite their heavy coats, they felt as if pierced by needles in the icy wind, naturally wishing to avoid further discomfort. After a brief moment of deliberation, the two servants inquired, "Are you truly a doctor?" Lin Shutang nodded affirmatively. With a collective resolve, the two servants led her and Duan Yenzhou to Chancellor Zhao's residence. Fortunately, both had already disguised themselves, and even the most discerning eye would struggle to recognize them. Under the guidance of the servants, they arrived at Chancellor Zhao's residence. Although both were surnamed Zhao, the grandeur of Chancellor Zhao's residence dwarfed that of the Zhao family from Suhe County. The Chancellor's estate was at least 3 or 4 times larger than the previous merchant's residence. Even the entrance was twice as grand. It rivaled the former Donghua estate in magnificence. As Lin Shutang slowly entered the estate, she noted its eerie quietude. The servant spoke as they walked. Due to the recent calamities, my master fears that the food and coal in the residence may not suffice, so he has dismissed most of the household staff, retaining only a few to serve him. Lin Shutang observed her surroundings. The wealth and grain reserves accumulated by Chancellor Zhao over the years should not render him incapable of maintaining even a single servant. It was merely a matter of believing that providing coal for them was wasteful, rather than allowing them to freeze to death within the estate. It was better to dismiss them, thus preserving a good reputation. As for the fate of those dismissed, that was no concern of the Chancellor's residence. Walking through the desolate corridors, Lin Shutang felt a chill creeping into her bones. They soon reached the rear courtyard, and as they stepped through the doorway, they encountered a noblewoman adorned in a gray mink coat, her hair adorned with a golden hairpin. It was likely the infamous Madame Zhao, who had driven her sister to her demise in order to ascend to her position. "Has the doctor arrived?" she demanded sharply of the servant. The servant pointed toward Lin Shutang, saying, "Madam, the doctor is here." Madame Zhao glanced at Lin Shutang, her expression betraying disdain at the sight of her peasant attire. "Is this the doctor you speak of? Where did you find this village woman? Quickly, throw her out." The servant trembled, bowing his head repeatedly. Lin Shutang stepped forward, asserting, "Madam, I assure you, I am indeed a physician. If you do not believe me, I can examine your young master's pulse." Madame Zhao shot her a disdainful glance, wishing nothing more than to expel her at once. However, just then, a young maid rushed out from within, exclaiming, "Madam, it's bad. The young master has begun to vomit again." Chapter 114. She took away all the charcoal from the King He's room. Madame Zhao's complexion turned pale, nearly causing her to falter. "Quickly, fetch a doctor. We must not let him die." Upon hearing her words, Lin Shutang frowned. Such a statement did not resonate with the words of a mother faced with her son's grave illness. Seizing the moment of chaos, she entered the room to examine the 12-year-old young master's pulse. It was not a serious ailment. He had merely consumed something that did not agree with him. She had merely been fed something inappropriate. Hastily, she retrieved the antiemetic to administer to the young master. At that moment, Madame Zhao burst into the room, exclaiming, "Who allowed you to touch him? Get out." Lin Shutang took a step back, responding, "Madam, the commoner has already given the young master his medicine. He should no longer vomit at this time." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhao turned her gaze to the young master on the bed and found that he indeed had not vomited again. A nearby maid chimed in with delight. "The young master is no longer vomiting, madam." Only then did Madame Zhao begin to believe that Lin Shutang truly possessed the skills of a physician, her tone softening slightly. "What ailment has befallen my young master?" Lin Shutang replied, "He has been chilled by the frigid weather, affecting his internal organs." As she spoke, her eyes fell upon a bowl of dark liquid. "What is this?" Madame Zhao's gaze flickered. "It is the prescription given by the imperial physician." The maid beside the young master interjected, "It is said to be a remedy that can enhance one's intellect." Lin Shutang instantly grasped the situation. It appeared that this concoction was the cause of the young master's distress. Her gaze shifted back to Madame Zhao, piecing together the preceding events. It seemed that this young son was not truly hers, likely a child from one of the concubines. Hence, her concern was not genuine. She merely feared that the Zhao family's legitimate heir, whom she was raising, might suddenly perish. A child who was not her own would naturally not evoke her sympathy. She wished for him to become clever, to please the master, and thus had given him something unsuitable to consume. This Madame Zhao, even after ascending to her current position, remained as ruthless as ever. After treating the young master, Lin Shutang was assigned to the guest room of the Zhao residence. Upon entering the guest room with Duan Yanzhou, they discovered that there was not even a coal fire lit. Duan Yanzhou's eyes darkened with displeasure. "Shutang, I will fetch some charcoal for you." Lin Shutang stopped him. "There is no need. We shall head directly to the He residence." Residing in the Prime Minister's mansion, while moving belongings to the He residence, they would be certain that the actions were attributed to someone far away in Jinan. Of course, after leaving, Lin Shutang stealthily visited the young master's quarters. Anticipating that he would awaken during the night, she placed a note detailing his origins beneath his pillow. He must know who had harmed him. After completing these tasks, Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou entered the space and teleported to the He residence. The servants within the He residence had also been dismissed. However, it was not that he was reluctant to part with the charcoal. He needed to perform for the emperor. previously in the palace. He had claimed that his residence was stripped bare, lacking in both clothing and provisions, thus he could not afford to keep so many servants, and had stealthily expelled them from the estate. At night, only the lights in the He King's chambers remained lit. Lin Shetong and Duan Yanzhou made their way swiftly to the rear courtyard of the residence, the first destination being the storeroom where he concealed the charcoal. The storeroom was not particularly hidden. It was located within an abandoned residence in the back courtyard. Lin Shetong entered through the space and found it indeed filled with numerous bags of high-quality red snail charcoal. This charcoal not only produced no smoke but also burned for an extended period. At present, even the emperor in the palace was burning firewood and charcoal, while only the He King enjoyed the luxury of fine charcoal. Lin Shetong did not linger, swiftly focusing her energy to collect all of it into the space. Afterward, a thought struck her, and she transferred the excess cow dung, horse dung, and sheep dung from the ranch space and piled it into small mounds within the storeroom. Once everything was arranged, she and Duan Yanzhou quickly departed, subsequently heading to the attic where the He King hid his treasures. This He King was exceedingly cautious. Upon realizing that the palace had been emptied, he had filled the area surrounding his attic, where he stored his wealth, with traps. Any ordinary person who ventured too close would trigger a mechanism, pierced through the chest by arrows. Lin Shetong looked at these traps with a smile, thinking, did he truly believe these devices could deter me? Chapter 115, Setting Fire to His Empty Storeroom. Under the cover of darkness, Lin Shetong led Duan Yanzhou into the space, directly bypassing the traps to reach the attic. The attic was shrouded in darkness, yet it was entirely vacant. Lin Shetong's expression hardened. It seemed this was merely a trap. It was no wonder the He King had the capability to maintain his current position. He possessed some wit. Soon, a group of guards brandishing torches surged towards the attic. The culprit is inside this attic. Apprehend them. Duan Yanzhou gripped his sword tightly, positioning himself protectively behind Lin Shetong. In the dark of night, the flickering flames cast shifting shadows on Lin Shetong's profile, and with a slight smile curving her red lips, she said, "Do not worry, I have a plan." As she spoke, she produced several bottles of gasoline from the space and poured them all over the attic. Since it was an empty attic, it would be of no use to burn it. The torch-bearing individuals surged upward. At that moment, the He King arrived, clad in a gray mink cloak, his gaze shrouded in darkness. Capture the culprit alive. I wish to see who dares to steal from the royal residence. Lin Shetong turned to face him, finally catching a glimpse of the notorious He King. Perhaps due to their shared bloodline, he bore a slight resemblance to Duan Yanzhou. However, his slightly tilted eyes were filled with a sinister ferocity. If he wished to capture me, he would have to wait for half his life. Lin Shetong took out a lighter, ignited it, and tossed it behind her. As the lighter hit the ground, the gasoline ignited, and flames rapidly spread with the night wind. In that instant of ignition, Lin Shetong took Duan Yanzhou's hand and entered the space. In the final second before her departure, the He King's gaze fell upon her retreating figure, his eyes wide with shock, pupils dilating, but soon he realized that there was nothing before him. Only a vast sea of flames. This is bad, it's on fire. Quickly, extinguish the flames. The He King stood frozen in place, and after a long moment, he seized the hand of a nearby attendant. Did you see that? There was a woman in the attic. The attendant responded, "My lord." Did you see what the woman looked like? The He King racked his brain, recalling only the silhouette of a woman dressed as a peasant. Lin Shetong had deliberately disguised herself on this outing to avoid recognition. She was a peasant of short stature. Damn it, I didn't even see her face. Catch her for me. The He King seethed with anger, his hands clenched into fists. Meanwhile, the fire in the attic grew increasingly fierce. The guards rushed to extinguish the flames. "My lord, the fire is quite severe. The person inside may find it difficult to escape." The He King barked, "Search for her. Even if she is reduced to ashes, you must find her." At this moment, another attendant approached, saying, "My lord, the wind is strong tonight. If this continues, the other residences will catch fire as well." The He King composed himself, focusing intently. "Keep an eye on the northern courtyard, and send more men to extinguish the flames here." The attendant complied, hastily retreating. Lin Shetong had not actually left. After entering the space, she emerged again, hiding behind a rockery behind the He King, listening intently to his words. She glanced at Duan Yanzhou, her gaze directed toward the northern courtyard. With the attic ablaze, the He King's greatest concern was his true storeroom. He would surely send someone to guard it. This northern courtyard was undoubtedly where he concealed his riches. Duan Yanzhou exchanged a knowing glance with her, and they once more entered the space. At this time, the attendants dispatched to extinguish the flames hurried back to report. My lord, no thieves were found in the attic. The He King's cold gaze turned sharp. Impossible. I just saw her with my own eyes atop the attic. He pointed toward the attic engulfed in flames. The attendants shook their heads in disbelief. My lord, there is truly no one inside. We just checked. And there isn't even a piece of charcoal left. It's all flames. They have long since escaped. Yet, how could they possibly flee from such a high loft? Surrounded by our men? There is nowhere to run. His words astonished everyone. Suddenly, someone spoke up. It must be the spirits, undoubtedly the vengeful ghosts of the Shi family. They have come to exact their revenge. The Shi family was indeed the maternal clan of Lin Shutong's original mother, Shishir, and also the former grand tutor. However, ever since their daughter met a tragic end, the elderly couple had lived in perpetual sorrow, and 5 years prior, their entire family perished in a great fire. This inferno was set by King He, who sought to curry favor with the Shi family, but the elderly grand tutor vehemently rebuked him for his nefarious ambitions. King He, known for his vindictiveness, then dispatched assassins to annihilate over 100 members of the Shi family, igniting a fire far more ferocious than the one presently engulfing the loft. As King He's pallid visage became shrouded in darkness from the flames, he scoffed, "Where are the ghosts in this world? She is inside. And I refuse to believe she can escape. Seal off the surroundings. She cannot withstand it and will surely emerge." The prince's guards hesitated momentarily, but ultimately plunged back into the sea of flames. Meanwhile, Lin Shutting had arrived at the northern courtyard. Observing the approaching guards, she stealthily entered a rockery and smiled slyly. It seems this is the place. Let us proceed. In chapter 116, not leaving even a brick behind, Duan Yanzhou replied. Let us exercise caution this time. Lin Shutting nodded in agreement. The two entered the space, and upon emerging, they surveyed their surroundings and noticed no one was in sight, allowing them to move forward. Venturing deeper into the rockery, they discovered a door forged from mysterious iron, impervious to swords and blades. Lin Shutting etched the words "foolish pig" onto the door with her knife before pulling Duan Yanzhou through the door from within the space. Inside was indeed King He's treasury, containing not only his amassed wealth of gold and jewels, but also the entire fortune of the Shi family. Lin Shutong's gaze fell upon a poetry book inscribed with the name Shi Ran. Next to it lay a scroll of painting. Upon unfolding it, she found a portrait depicting 2 elderly figures, 3 young women, 2 older men, and 2 boys estimated to be around 10 years of age. Duan Yanzhou leaned in to observe, noting that one of the elderly figures resembled the late Lady Zhao, who was your biological mother. However, the Shi family had once fallen victim to bandits, losing their wealth and lives in a single night. Duan Yanzhou's realization dawned as he examined the untouched treasures before them. It became clear that it was not bandits, but King He who was responsible for their demise. The entire family perished? Lin Shutting was shaken by the revelation. Not a single survivor? Duan Yanzhou nodded gravely. Indeed, if we were to count, you are the sole survivor. Back then, Lady Zhao entrusted her child to Madame Lin Hai, not anticipating that it would ultimately save Lin Shutong's life. A wave of emotion washed over her. Then, in that case, we shall show no mercy tonight. Lin Shutong gently closed her eyes, focusing, and transported everything into the space. This included not only the Shi family's possessions, but also the wealth King He had accumulated over the years. She filled the space with it all. Driven by an inexplicable fervor, even relocating the blue bricks from the treasury. Soon, the entire treasury stood desolate, reduced to mere piles of yellow earth and that iron door inscribed with "foolish pig." Lin Shutting lingered not, hastily entering the space before the guards could discover them. At that moment, everyone in the royal residence was preoccupied with extinguishing the fire in the loft, leaving the front courtyard deserted. Upon exiting the space, Lin Shutting made her way directly to King He's study. King He had schemed for so long against the Duan family. He must have accumulated considerable leverage over many officials in the court. If found, it could be of great use to us, she stated earnestly. Duan Yanzhou surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fixating on the beams above. We are currently in need of beams for the new house we are constructing in Chinon. Lin Shutting suddenly grasped the implication. Her brows arching slightly, not only the beams, but also the windows. Our new house requires those as well. As she spoke, she stepped outside to gaze at the estate ahead. For a man like King He, devoid of morals, to leave even a single brick would be an act of kindness. Perhaps fearing she might not see far enough, Duan Yanzhou wrapped his arms around her waist and leapt, taking her to the highest rooftop of the royal residence. The night air was biting, causing the treetops to rustle ominously. The sky was devoid of stars and moonlight, resembling a vast, oppressive shroud. Lin Shutang, using the distant glow of the flames, scanned the entire estate, including the kitchen, before slowly closing her eyes to concentrate. In an instant, the once magnificent royal residence was reduced to mere flat earth, leaving only hardened patches of soil. This time, she left not even a single piece of wood behind. The vendetta for the annihilation of her family would be repaid in kind, she vowed. As the royal residence lay leveled, Lin Shutang and Duan Yanzhou promptly retreated into the space. Meanwhile, in the northern courtyard's treasury, a disturbance was already brewing. A servant sprinted to King He, who was near the inferno, breathless and frantic, having lost a shoe. "My lord, it's terrible. The treasury in the northern courtyard has vanished." It was not merely emptied. It was as if it had disappeared entirely, leaving not even a brick behind. King He was nearly convinced he had misheard. "What did you say? What has happened to my treasury?" The servant raised his voice. "It's gone." King He's brow furrowed, and disregarding the loft, he hurried to the northern courtyard. When he beheld the cave reduced to mere sand, his complexion turned a ghastly shade, as if struck by thousands of bolts of lightning. "Where is my treasury?" He suppressed his fury, his voice cutting through the air like a blade, trembling lips betraying his rage. "The guards fell to their knees, my lord, when we arrived. It was already empty, with nothing left." "Nothing left of what?" King He demanded, his tone sharp. "The guards brought forth the door. This is all that remains." King He looked up to see the words "foolish pig" inscribed upon it. In Chapter 117, reducing the royal residence to rubble. The blatant provocation and humiliation struck like a thunderclap. It was as if he could still hear the echoes of mockery in his ears. The veins in King He's forehead throbbed as he raised his hand and struck the iron door with tremendous force. A resounding clang reverberated as the door buckled under the blow, blood seeping from his knuckles. At that moment, consumed by rage, he gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Go after them. Even if it means turning the entire capital upside down, we must find them." "Yes, my lord," the guards, terrified, fled in haste. The servant who had delivered the message, shrinking back, ventured forward. "My lord, this does not resemble the work of thieves. Which thief would remove even the treasures from a hidden treasury? We've been stationed here and haven't seen anyone leave." King He's cold gaze fixed ahead, resolute. "No, I clearly saw her. It is not a ghost, nor a spirit, but merely a peasant woman. Ensure that every gate in and out of the capital is secured. We shall not believe it. Even if we lay a web of nets, they cannot escape." With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to stride toward the front courtyard. However, after only a few steps, several guards rushed in. "My lord, it's terrible, our royal residence." King He did not seem surprised and quickly inquired, "Has it also been robbed?" The guard shook his head. Huang Chongsong breathed a sigh of relief. The theft had not occurred, so what was there to panic about? The guards lowered their heads in unison. "Your Highness, our estate has vanished." Huang sneered. "What do you mean it has vanished? How could my grand estate simply disappear into thin air?" "Impossible, unless there exists a celestial being of immense power." The guards exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before responding. "Your Highness, it truly is gone. You must come and see for yourself." Huang's expression gradually turned icy, as if he too sensed the abnormality. He forcefully pushed them aside, exclaiming, "Clear the way." He strode purposefully towards the residence. Upon reaching the back courtyard, he was met with an expanse of barren soil. His estate had not only lost its bricks, but even the door frames had vanished. Huang nearly questioned his own vision, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. How could this happen? Where was his estate? His study, his accounts, and his treasured books? He bellowed in fury, his voice reverberating through the cold night. Unable to maintain his composure, his face flushed from a deep shade of purple to a fiery red, his voice growing hoarse with rage. The guard stood by, utterly perplexed. A servant who had hurried over stammered, "Your Highness, look. The estate is gone. This cannot be the work of mere thieves. This is the wrath of heaven. It is punishing us for our past transgressions." Huang spun around abruptly and slapped him hard. "Silence. I refuse to believe in retribution. Those wretches could not defeat me in life. Do you think they could in death? It must be that those thieves employed some vile sorcery. Continue searching for me. Search every household, and bring before me anyone who seems suspicious. A peasant woman. One dressed in a gray coat and skirt. Find her for me. The servant stammered in response, yes, yes, your highness. He-Wang slowly released him, surveying the desolation before him, his expression one of utter despair. He had never faced such humiliation or hardship in his life. Today was the first time he felt a heaviness in his chest and weakness in his legs. As he took 2 steps forward, he stumbled as if someone had tripped him, falling to the ground. The guards rushed to assist him, your highness. We must find a place to take shelter for the night. The cold was biting. Any ordinary person standing outside would surely freeze into a block of ice. Reluctantly, He-Wang declared, let us head to the palace. The guards responded, yes, your highness. Previously, He-Wang had been miserly and refused to provide charcoal to the emperor, deceiving him with tales of his estate being emptied. Yet now, due to the theft, he found himself seeking refuge within the palace. Lies cannot be concealed indefinitely. Upon hearing of the theft at He-Wang's estate, the emperor was incensed, knocking over his cup in outrage. That audacious He-Wang dares to deceive me. I must teach him a proper lesson. Chapter 118, Watching the dog-eat-dog scene at the Prime Minister's residence. After leaving He-Wang's estate, Lin Shutang promptly returned to Zhao's Prime Minister's residence. The atmosphere within was tumultuous. The young master had discovered the note Lin Shutang left under his pillow regarding his lineage, disregarding his recently recovered health, and had caused a ruckus in front of Prime Minister Zhao. When Lin Shutang emerged from her space, they were already causing a commotion in the front hall. The young master was demanding to see his biological mother, while Madame Zhao was scolding him for being ungrateful, labeling him a white-eyed wolf. The sounds of scolding and hitting soon echoed through the residence. Lin Shutang observed from a distance, chuckling. This is what one might call a dog-eat-dog scenario. Duan Yanzhou glanced towards the direction of He-Wang's estate, noting that the fire had been extinguished. Lin Shutang followed his gaze. The fire is out. We should take our leave. She swept her eyes over Zhao's residence, pondering that half of what remained was likely her mother's dowry, which was a waste to leave with these 2 despicable individuals. Duan Yanzhou replied, when the Shi family married off their daughter, they directly brought forth half the estate's wealth. Half of it is with He-Wang, and the other half remains here. Our venture is not in vain. Lin Shutang's eyes sparkled with delight. Let us go and investigate the Prime Minister's storeroom. As they prepared to depart, Prime Minister Zhao abruptly pulled Madame Zhao, who was arguing with the young master, aside, scolding her enough. Speak less, or you may find yourself cast out of the residence if you anger my son. Madame Zhao, tears streaming down her face, lamented for all these years. I have treated him as my own, yet he repays me thus. Enough. Prime Minister Zhao glared at her, given the recent disturbances at He-Wang's estate. You must seek out a master tomorrow to perform rites in our residence. Wiping her tear-streaked face, Madame Zhao asked, disturbances? What do you mean? Prime Minister Zhao nodded, indeed. Not only did a fire occur at He-Wang's estate, but it has vanished overnight. It is said that the ghosts of the Shi family have come to claim their due. Madame Zhao's face went pale. She was one of the survivors of the Shi family, albeit at the cost of her sister's life and the entire Shi household. Perhaps out of guilt. Just hearing those words sent a chill down her spine. Prime Minister Zhao's expression was grave, his brow furrowed in worry. The members of the Shi family had perished many years ago. It was unexpected that their spirits would still linger. Madame Zhao's hands trembled slightly as she spoke, my lord. During the fire at the Shi family, there were still 2 young boys whose bodies were never found. Do you think they are still alive? Upon hearing this, Lin Shutang suddenly recalled the painting she had seen at He-Wang's estate. Indeed, there were 2 boys depicted, approximately 10 years old. They were likely the younger masters of the Shi family and also her uncles. The entire family was annihilated, yet 2 bodies were conspicuously absent. Madame Zhao's conjecture was not unfounded. Perhaps her 2 uncles were still alive. Lin Shutang's eyes gleamed with joy as she took Duan Yanzhou's hand and focused on the Prime Minister's storeroom. Like He-Wang, Prime Minister Zhao was exceedingly cautious. He did not keep all his wealth in one place. Today, Lin Shutang felt somewhat fatigued. After emptying one storeroom, she proceeded to the backyard, transferring half of the Prime Minister's estate into her space. By the time Prime Minister Zhao and the others discovered something amiss, they would find only the front courtyard and house remaining, while the backyard, along with the storeroom and kitchen, had vanished entirely. Ghosts? It is the spirits of the Shi family. Everything is gone. My hard work has vanished. Prime Minister Zhao exclaimed in shock. Soon after, the servants began to scream in terror. Someone. Quickly, the Prime Minister has fainted. Hurry, call the doctor. The madam has fainted too. The Prime Minister is foaming at the mouth. The madam is too. Lin Shuting listened to their cries, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. She clapped her hands and turned to Duan Yanzhou with a smile. Let us go. My parents and third sister are likely worried about us. With that, she led him into her space. Once inside, Duan Yanzhou retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to her. This belongs to the Prime Minister. It must be your mother's possession. Lin Shuting looked down and indeed saw her birth mother's name inscribed upon it. How brazen of the Prime Minister to wear the personal jade pendant of someone he had killed, without fear of it haunting him. She gently brushed her fingers over the carved inscription, a smile gracing her face. Thank you, Yanzhou. It was peculiar, despite being an impostor of Lin Shuting. She felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart as she touched the pendant, as if she were gently reaching out to her long-departed mother. Although she was not the true Lin Shuting, she found herself gradually embodying her essence. Duan Yanzhou turned his head to observe Lin Shuting, who appeared lost in thought. And in his clear eyes, her reflection danced like a fleeting shadow. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to have an epiphany. Shuting, he proposed. Now that you are in the capital, why not take this opportunity to procure some essentials? They will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Chapter 119. The Early Acquisition of Shops. As Duan Yanzhou spoke, his gaze drifted towards the cake shop on the first floor of the marketplace, where the display window showcased an array of delightful pastries and chocolates. With ownership of a shop, they would not only be able to sell grains, but also the exquisite confections that were a rarity in the capital, sure to fetch a handsome price. In these times of calamity, food was in dire scarcity. The affluent families in the capital had ample silver, but found it impossible to procure sustenance, let alone such delicately crafted treats. Lin Shuting followed his gaze and smiled. Are you suggesting we acquire a shop? Duan Yanzhou nodded affirmatively. Indeed, during my visit, I noticed numerous shuttered shops. We could secure them for future use. After pondering, Lin Shuting replied with a smile. Very well, let us set out early tomorrow. Having reached an agreement, the following morning, they ventured to a bustling market in the southwestern part of the capital. Once a thriving hub of commerce, the area now lay dormant, with shopkeepers long since retreated indoors to escape the biting cold. The rice and flour shops were devoid of stock, leaving them vacant. Remarkably, they managed to acquire an entire street of shops for merely 50 taels of silver and a bag of rice. Duan Yanzhou inquired, should we not consider purchasing more? Lin Shuting lifted her gaze to the distance, contemplating, before responding, yes, let us acquire another street. With several months of extreme cold still ahead, they anticipated that once the ice and snow melted, the capital would regain its former vibrancy. At that time, they would possess 2 streets worth of shops, which would surely yield a bountiful fortune. After securing the deeds and contracts, they returned to their space and, utilizing its instantaneous travel capabilities, took 3 hours to arrive back in Chinon. As they emerged from the space, just a kilometer away from Chinon County, they boarded a carriage to continue their journey. They had not forgotten to bring rice, flour, a basket of eggs, and several chickens and ducks, all loaded in the carriage behind them. Upon reaching the county office, they encountered Sanmei Duan Qinzhou, waiting at the entrance. Second brother, second sister-in-law, you have finally returned, she exclaimed. The outside is engulfed in snow, and we have all been quite worried about you. Lin Shuting smiled. Apologies for causing concern. However, our journey with Yanzhou was remarkably smooth, and we procured a great deal in Yuanzhou. Here, this is for you. With that, she retrieved a red tassel spear from the carriage. This spear, exceptionally sharp, had once hung among the finest weapons in the late emperor's armory. She had long wished to gift it to her sister-in-law, but lacked the proper occasion until now. Duan Qinzhou's eyes sparkled as she examined the spear. Sister-in-law, this weapon surpasses my previous one. Did it cost a fortune? Lin Shuting chuckled. Given the current calamity, many are eager to part with their possessions, so it did not require much silver. Overjoyed, Duan Qinzhou brandished the spear and, with a swift motion, split a nearby stone in twain. Witnessing this, Lin Shuting finally understood why the late emperor had displayed this red tassel spear among his finest weapons. At that moment, Dasa arrived, her belly round with child, hurriedly offering Lin Shuting a warming pot. Shuting, the air outside is frigid. Do come inside quickly, lest you catch a chill. Gratefully accepting the pot, Lin Shuding nodded with a smile and followed De Sa indoors. Meanwhile, San Mei and Duan Yanzhou called for De Ge to assist in unloading the items from the carriage. 3 bags of rice, 4 bags of flour, along with the chickens, ducks, and a box of trinkets required several trips for the 3 of them. Not far from them, in the pig pen, the Long family heard the commotion and peered out. Zhuo Shi gnashed her teeth in frustration, her nails nearly piercing her palms. How could they have amassed so many resources when they had been driven to Chinon? Beside her, Lin Wanon remarked, "Mother, do you not recall? We were raided, yet the second branch was untouched. They must have brought their entire fortune from the capital." Zhuo Shi's envy boiled over, her frustration palpable, but she was powerless to act, resorting to stamping her feet in discontent. Her eldest daughter, Duan Wenmei, had secretly married the farmer, Zhuang Dehai. When they had gone to demand the bride price yesterday, they had been thrown out, losing not only a daughter but also enduring further hardship. Zhuo Shi lamented, her sighs turning to tears, her wailing growing louder. Lin Shuding could hear her cries from within the house. Jiang Shi brought her a bowl of ginger soup and, upon hearing the commotion, looked out the window. What has happened with the Long family? Lin Shuding took the bowl of ginger soup from her hands, smiling as she replied, "Perhaps they are weeping out of jealousy over our fortunes." Jiang Shi chuckled, "They deserve such misfortune. Yesterday, while you and Yanzhou were away, the Long family went to Yuanshan village to demand the bride price, only to return battered and bruised, eventually causing a ruckus at the county office." Lin Shuding perked up, eager to hear more. "What transpired next?" she asked, sipping her ginger soup. Jiang Shi laughed. Later, the eldest daughter of the Long family insisted on severing ties with them, declaring she desired no bride price from the Zhuang family and wished to live with Zhuang Dehai. Intrigued, Lin Shuding inquired, "And how does Zhuang Dehai treat her?"